Good Thursday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Del, for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And quite possibly the worst night of sports ever last night. The Dodgers and the Yankees both won. That just sucks.
Yeah, but it's not. But the Dodgers still have to. Philly, you like that the Phillies were eliminated?
They don't bother me. We took care of that business. I got no ill will toward the Phillies. I'm not crazy.
No, and I don't really care about the Mets.
I don't care about the Mets either. They don't do us any harm. I just hate the Dodgers. And even my wife asked, "You hate them more than the Yankees?" Yes, I hate the Dodgers more than the Yankees. They were the cryingest little biatch ever after 17. I don't want to. And any team that that Kelly is on, I just can't stand. I just can't stand. So I hate the Red Sox too because he was on their team. But that's just it just sucks not having the Astros playing. We're just not used to this. Or the excitement of having your team in it's just crazy.
We're out so fast, but who can beat the Tigers? Nobody.
Nobody can beat the Tigers.
I mean, they got beat 7-0 in their first game, but then they thrown 2 shutouts since then. I was going through their numbers. They have 44 postseason innings pitched so far. They've allowed runs in 4 innings. In 40 innings, they haven't allowed runs. There's only been runs, and it's when they've allowed runs, it's only been in that, like they allowed 5 runs in the first inning when they gave up 7, 2 in another inning, and that was it. So 7 runs they didn't allow, or 6 runs they didn't allow any runs. That was the big game against Cleveland. Against Houston, we got 1 run in the 9th. We had 8 scoreless innings, 1 run in the 9th. And the game where we scored 2, we had 2 in 1 inning and none in any other ones. When they pitch, you basically are not going to score.
Pitching chaos is working. I mean, you've got basically one starter and pitching chaos. And that is, and AJ, it's nice. AJ is doing a hell of a job there. And it's good to see. I mean, AJ did a nice job here. We can't be hold it against the AJ at all. I mean, I don't want to see him win. I hate that. I would much rather we were there, but at least AJ's there doing.
Oh, I'll cheer for them.
Yeah,
I'll cheer for them to win a World Series.
Yeah,
great story.
It is an unbelievable story with that lineup and this rotation for them to be where they are. I think that it's got to end sometime, doesn't it? Or
no. Eventually, once we. Well, first of all, they haven't won this series.
No, it's not over. But they're up 2-1.
Cleveland, but you know who goes today? I think there's some true ball brewing.
No. I think he's going to get the last.
They're going to wait until 5. Yeah. Well, because if you get out of it after today, you got him in the first game.
Yeah. Right.
And if you don't get out of it today, you want him in game 5.
Right.
There may not be as much true ball.
It's Scooble. His name is Scooble, not True Ball. Okay.
I know there may not be as much true ball for the other team.
There is true ball
because of Scooble.
Well, there is true ball for the other team whenever Scooble is on the mound. We've got the other story yesterday was Aaron Rodgers, who vehemently denied that he had anything to do.
Yeah, no. Yeah, he's not one me.
No. He was pissed.
He said, I'm frankly, he's flabbergasted that anyone thinks he has enough power to do anything in that building. And the guys who are most surprised are Randall Cobb and Alan Lazard and the wide receivers that he had on his list to come over with.
And Nathaniel Hackett.
Yeah.
They're all surprised.
Well, apparently
everyone is.
Apparently this was a preemptive strike because Saleh was taking away the play calling duties from Hackett.
Yeah.
And so Aaron Rodgers said, "Oh, you think you are?" Aaron Rodgers had this to say. As far as any of the ridiculous allegations out there, I'm not going to spend more than one sentence in response to it. And that is, I resent any of those accusations because they're patently false. It's interesting the amount of power people think I have, which I don't. But I love Robert. I don't know. Pushing him on the sidelines. I'm not sure about that love.
It was being floated in the organization that Robert Saleh was looking to fire Hackett. You meet with the owner on Monday night. And then the next morning, Robert Sala's gone. Hackett stays.
All they talked about, Dell,
He
he said he was going to play better.
He called him.
The owner called him.
Oh,
the owner called him and Aaron Rodgers said he was just to check up on him.
Oh, okay.
He said he was going to play better football.
Yeah.
That's all that was said there.
Doesn't it sound like something that
How you feeling tonight? Feeling good? You okay?
You feeling good, man?
Because I saw you crawling on that field like you needed life alert, so I'm just checking in on you when you got hit. He crawled away.
The offense seems lacks creativity and all that. What are your thoughts on that, Aaron? I know. I wish Nathaniel was able to do what he really wanted to do.
Wish we get rid of Salah. I think
but
everything
it seems
good.
like he's just got
some
people
meddling going on in Hackett's business. If Salah would stop meddling, does this sound like something that happened here when a young sprite named Jack Easterby knew his head was on the chopping block, and then the end around happened? And hey, wait a minute! If you bring in the guy from Pittsburgh, I won't have a job. So let's make some moves.
I've seen this.
And it's no good for the organization.
No.
You know what? You got to get that. You got to get that out of the building. I don't know. Do you have to get Aaron Rodgers out of the building? Here's the deal. Aaron Rodgers doesn't play good football. He's not the same guy. That's a big problem. Is the offense uncreative? If that's a word, then yes. Is it stagnant? Are they? I don't know. Are they predictable? Are other defenses? I mean, look at that throw. He threw it right to Van Ginkel. I mean,
Aaron Rodgers has made some bad
decisions.
Made
some really bad decisions.
Underthrows, like right there. It's like it's things that aren't natural with him. And he looked so good against the Patriots. But if you take out that game against, one of the worst teams in football, if you take that away, he hasn't played well.
Well, yeah. Listen, we have our own really crappy team to play this week in the NFC East, okay? So, and here's the deal, did you see who didn't practice yesterday? Derek Barnett, shoulder. Kenyon Green, knee. Jake Hansen, back. Titus Howard, hamstring. Kamari Lassiter, shoulder. Joe Mixon, ankle. Laramie Tunsil, ankle. Jimmy Ward, groin. Robert Woods, foot.
We ain't getting Laramie to practice.
Well,
I'm not going to count that.
I mean,
he doesn't. That's not really his.
Yeah, that's funny because I've got Alvin Kamara on my. He never practices.
You do what your coaches will allow you to. Like if your coach will allow you not to practice, you're not going to practice. That's what a lot of the veterans do. I get it. If you have an injury that's pretty good, then there's a chance Tunsil's injuries. He's got a long history of doing this. So, but if you have an injury like an ankle that you think needs to rest, that's fine. Whatever the case may be. And Titus Howard has. Do you think Titus Howard's like all of a sudden there are all these hamstrings? He goes, "Hey, I have hamstring too." I don't practice either.
No, you think he sat out the whole game just because he went under coach?
Oh no, that's right. He missed the game.
He missed the game.
Yeah, that's what. Well, Dr. Fisher might get him well.
Hurry.
Yeah, there's a chip, but if hamstring keeps Nico out for 4 weeks, it's not out of the question that Titus Howard doesn't play this week, and we see Fisher again. Now you need Tunsil to play. Tunsil will play. I'm not worried about Tunsil. Tunsil's just taking a veteran break. His ankle was hurt a couple weeks ago. That's fine. I don't care.
How did they field an offensive line? Kenyon Green, Titus Howard, and Laramie Tunsil.
Three starters.
Yeah.
They didn't.
Yeah.
That's Wednesday. Today's the big day. Like today's the day you circle. If you're not practicing today, Thursday, that's a big concern. No. And so Lassiter is the guy I'm keeping an eye on. Tunsil, Lassiter. Those are the two big ones. Who else did you have?
Well, Aaron Wilson is already saying don't expect Lassiter to play.
Yeah. So D'Amico addressed this actually. What is and that's a little bit scary because it's not real tutti frutti behind him. Here is D'Amico talking about the depth behind Kamari Lassiter.
We've been playing two corners and two linebackers a lot. No Lassiter today. You feel comfortable about the depth at cornerback if he's not able to go?
Yeah, I feel great about the depth of our entire team. At the end of the day, that's why guys are in the roles they're in. That's why guys are in the league. And everybody understands the importance of their role, and you can always be called on to step up and play in a game. So our guys are prepared. They prepare the right way. They work really hard at it. So I'm excited to see, a lot of different guys step up this week.
I don't like that answer.
Are you really excited?
He didn't name one of the guys from the cornerback position. He expects to step up.
I love a lot of
guys.
them.
I love all our depth.
Yeah,
All our depth is.
I love all the scriptures too.
Yeah.
I didn't hear
all of them.
I didn't hear one specific name. I would have loved just to hear a name since he loves all the guys.
So I guess it's gonna be. Boyd.
Well, he doesn't know. He's just bringing it up like Kadar Holman they just snatched him up, and so
they have great depth. They signed a guy directly off another team's practice squad to be active, right?
Yeah,
look how great the depth is.
Let's see.
Hey, you know how great our depth is? We immediately go sign a guy off the practice squad.
Stingley, Boyd, yeah.
Boyd?
So Boyd is probably
Kudos on the
yeah,
IR.
more than D'Angelo
Miles
Ross.
Bryant?
D'Angelo Ross.
Ross?
Miles Bryant is like 5'8", 175 pounds or something. Miles Bryant's tiny.
Wow. Yeah. That's a little scary right there.
Miles Bryant, 5'8", 192. He's a slot. He plays behind Jalen Petrie, and that is not going to be but it's also the Patriots.
Well,
this couldn't be a better week to have this happen.
Yeah.
You got
It's
a
also
rookie
Drake
quarterback.
May.
You got a rookie quarterback.
It's starting to get scary though.
A lack of danger from wide receivers. Yeah.
You know, you never know how. I think they're going to probably make it simple for him, for the kid. The Texans have to make it really complicated. I really do think you throw the kitchen sink at him all the time, like the way you did it with Caleb Williams. I mean, they just brought it. They brought the house.
Take that run away.
Yeah. And you know what? The problem is if Kamari Lassiter is out there, you can go one-on-one. I'm not sure that you can. They're going to be looking for whoever is going to be covering that. They really don't have receivers either. I mean, you're right. This could have been a better week.
So we talk about ours. Listen to this. Here's the Colts injured list. Snacks told it to me in the car. Jonathan Taylor did not participate in practice. Braden Smith, their starting right tackle, did not participate. Trey Sermon, their backup running back, has a collarbone issue. He didn't participate. Michael Pittman is out. Josh Downs did not participate. Their starting slot. Anthony Richardson's just coming back. Limited participation for their starting DN.
No, that's good for the rest of
limited for their core. Like they've got a ton too. I think the Texans. So you're going to be without Lassiter. You're going to be without Nico. You're going to be potentially without Titus Howard.
You know who's scary is Jake Hansen's scary. The depth behind him is Jamal Hill and
I like a lot of the guys that we have at linebacker.
You like?
I like our depth.
I like
a lot of our depth at linebacker. I'm excited to see other players playing.
Jamal Hill going to be out there?
Yeah, I'm excited to see rookies who used to be safeties playing linebacker. I'm excited about that.
Did we got a signing today? You figure?
Probably.
We could.
We'll see who's at practice.
Keep your eye on that transaction list. Like I said, you can mess around and lose to the Patriots. It's possible.
Last year you messed around and you lost to the Panthers. Last year you messed around and lost to the Falcons.
If you score 17, you should be fine. The Patriots can beat you if they score a defensive touchdown or a special teams touchdown, and they have to really overwhelmingly win the turnover battle, which I don't think will happen with a rookie quarterback. But all you have to do is get to 20 and you should be safe.
Yeah. And they can get to 20.
I think so. Even though the Patriots defense is not bad, you can get to 20.
Stephon Diggs was limited at practice because of rest. I never seen that one before. Delshon Phillips hip limited. Damian Pierce back out there limited with hamstring and Kirk Hines.
Ooh, red means injured. On our lads depth chart.
Yeah.
So we have Titus Howard, Joe Mixon, British Brooks, Damian Pierce. British Brooks they've still got him on there, but yesterday he was put on the IR. Derek Barnett, Jake Hansen, Jimmy Ward. That's who they have on the red list.
And
we've got Kamari Lassiter.
Practice at least. And maybe he'll give a boost to this offensive to this running game. Maybe. I don't know. All I know is they need to run the football.
Hip drop.
All right, time to talk about my bookie. The way to bet on this. I mean, you got all these injuries. We've given you a little inside information.
You bet on injuries?
You can't bet on injuries per se, but you can bet on a team against the team that is mightily injured, And that's what you can do at my bookie. You're going to go against, well, the Texans are 7-point favorites. So you tell me, you like them by 7? I don't know. That's up to you. You got to make your choice, but you can make it at my bookie because it's easy to navigate. It's a wonderful site. I love it. I made a mistake of putting a Padres win World Series bet down on it. It doesn't look all that great right now. And right after I put it down, Joe Musgrove went immediately after I put it down. Joe Musgrove had a Tommy John, which is what? Anyway, this is what happens. Stuff happens at mybookie.ag, promo code bet975. Sometimes in your favor and sometimes not. But here's the deal. When you go to my bookie and you make your deposit, they will double that. That's always in your favor. Always, always, always. When they double the money that you put down, that is not happening anywhere else. It's happening at MyBookie. So make sure that you get to MyBookie, play, win, and get paid. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, promo code bet975.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Rest in peace, Tropicana Field. The roof, did you see the roof? Torn off of Tropicana Field in Tampa. Rest in peace, but in good riddance. I don't know how you possibly save that because it's the entire roof. I didn't notice. I wasn't there. Were you at the game on Sunday? The Texans.
No, I was.
Okay, so there
I
was
just come back.
there was no sun shining through. Did they just put a cover on it, or what did they do to the roof?
Well, you know they've been. What do you mean a cover?
Did they just cover the hole in the roof this week?
Well, you know the roof has been fixed.
It's all fixed.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
they
all fixed.
fixed it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He said it'd take about a month.
Yeah, roof.
Yeah, it's all fixed. Okay, good. Well, this is the entire roof, not just one board. Tropicana Field lost its entire roof, and you can see the lights. You can see all of the inside of the building from this shot here. I don't know how you fix. Maybe they keep it, but I don't know why you would. Of course, I don't know how the public's going to be able to possibly help at all building another field with the way that with how much they're going to have to help throughout the entire city. Like $3 million without electricity right now.
$3 million without power. Yeah,
$3 million without power.
we were
And
nowhere close to that.
That field was that location was supposed to house first responders before and after. Well, certainly after, as they were trying to bring the city back to normal. Now they weren't in there at the time, but that was going to be the spot where
they had cots. Yeah, they had cots and everything was set up in Tropicana Field. Yeah, but they said, they had the roof is not made from regular roof materials. It's the fabric is more nylon.
It looks like it's fabric. Yeah.
Yeah, it is, which is why I think they could just redo the roof.
Why would you think that's a secure place to go then with a paper roof?
I don't know, because they also had 3 tornadoes that hit. So they had, this storm is a mother. It spawned a bunch of tornadoes. And we'll just find out about the damage today. It'll get worse and worse, what you're going to hear about. But it was $3 million without power. And man, that's rough. We'll see how long that lasts for them. But I think they're in for a pretty rough ride there. I figured that before. I mean,
back to back hurricanes.
Yeah,
give them a break.
I know, and they typically don't get as many. Not in the Tampa area.
No,
but there's cool front, cool weather where the air pushes from the north. Our dew point was down in the 40s yesterday. It was the biggest blessing that we've ever been given.
It was
for
beautiful.
Us losing Nico Collins. There's a chance.
You think?
I'm just saying
that God gave us a low dew point because of how he tortured us with Nico Collins hamstring. That's what you think.
I know that one bad thing happened and one really good thing happened. That's what I know.
Mm-hmm.
And this is kind of America's team now.
You think the Texans? Well, there's a lot of people on the Texans this year. That's for sure. There's no question about that. We were America's darlings this offseason.
That's right.
And now here we go.
And we're 4-1 right now, headed into a game where you should be 5-1. It's all working out. Everything is going exactly as planned, except for numerous injuries.
But you know what? God gave us these injuries at just the right time against New England.
He did.
Yeah.
And at the same time, he said, hey, how about we give you a little 40% dew point so it's comfortable outside for you? 91 feels like 82.
It was great out there.
I know. And we reached 90 or 91. You couldn't even tell, could you?
No.
That's because dew point's low. You're welcome. You just listen.
You didn't do anything. Why do you get thanks?
Yeah, why do we thank you?
Because I told you this would happen.
Stuff, and how did that affect my life?
I told you to stop looking at humidity and look at dew point.
But how does that affect?
You can know when to go outside and when not to.
No, if I have to go outside, I'll go outside. Dew point.
Just say thank you.
For what? You didn't do anything.
You're welcome. Then I'll say it. You're welcome.
No, thank yous rescinded all around. You get nothing.
Ooh, this looks like a news of the weird story. It says apparent dress code violation gets woman kicked off Spirit flight. What do you have to do to get kicked off a Spirit airline? What was she wearing? Now I want to know. I'm guessing it has to do with nothing.
Or was it an offensive shirt? Or could it have been something offensive on the shirt?
Maybe.
Possibly.
That
story.
She had a Trump shirt on.
Well, I don't know if that gets you kicked off.
Well, no, it's not. Wasn't that?
It wasn't that?
Not one that. Well, I'm trying to see what it was. I mean, she's dressed. They've got very influencer type based clothes on. Here it is. See, I don't know what it can't be just holes in the knees.
A crop top.
That's it?
Was she wearing a crop top and that got her
Oh, my
kicked?
God.
My God, you can't get kicked off
She
for a crop
barely
top.
had her stomach showing.
I'd have let her fly.
What? That's
I'd
ridiculous.
have upgraded her seat for wearing what she's wearing.
Spirit?
Upgraded her to what on Spirit?
That is not aggressive
first
at all. What she's
class?
wearing is not aggressive at all.
Do they have first class on Spirit?
By the way, beer
so.
sales during the Utah Hockey Club's inaugural game last night totaled $120,000, the most sold for any NBA or NHL contest held at the Delta Center.
At the Delta
The
Center.
Jazz have played at the arena since 91.
It broke a Utah record. That's good. I mean, hockey people are drinking more than basketball people.
Yeah.
It's not the flex you think it is. It said Delta Center.
Yeah, at the Delta Center.
They
It's not. It wasn't like the beer sales in the NHL. Wasn't even close.
I think it's no. They're like 350,000 a game. I think I saw. So it's like substantially less.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Any LSU game, just go to it. I mean,
Oh, college football. You're not going to
college
get close.
no, you can't get close. 726 ESPN. You know what, Del? Let's do it now. Let's pick a contestant for Beat the Limo Guy. Beat the
Warehouse
Live Guy.
Warehouse Live guy, yeah.
Yeah, Beat the Warehouse Live Guy. Someone, let's do it at 7:30 exactly. At exactly 7:30, you call in. We need a contestant that's going to play Justin
For
and beat him.
tomorrow.
So guess what? He won again this week.
Who, Justin?
Justin did
I thought Ricardo.
3-1-1,
I thought you said
and Justin was 3-2.
that's not a beat.
No, he's got to beat. He's got to have more wins. That's the rule.
Well, sorry, Ricardo.
you
I did
didn't-
fire your information over to Justin because I just assumed 3-1-1 was better than 3-2, but apparently it's not.
It's not 3
You have
and 2.
to have more wins.
You got to have more wins. You can't ties. Don't ties.
Sorry,
Don't push it.
Ricardo. If we were a soccer league, then you would have won. You would have more points.
Yeah, but
but no,
it's not.
Sorry.
It's not hockey. It's
Justin
not
has
soccer.
Justin has set the rules in his favor.
He's got to have. That's right. You got to beat. It's called Beat the Warehouse Live Guy. So you got to beat him with wins. In wins. Okay.
You were the closest, Ricardo. Take heart with that, I guess.
Yeah. Sorry about that, Ricardo. But here's the deal: who wants to play at exactly 7:30?
Which
you call in at 713-780-3776.
Caller what?
Call number 5 is going to play Beat the Warehouse Live Guy. You pick 5 games, he picks 5 games, and against the spread or the totals. And if you can beat him, you get 4 tickets to a game along with the limo ride there and back.
If you need to be available tomorrow at 9:30.
9:30.
9:30.
9:30 tomorrow. 9:30 tomorrow. All right. La Salsa wants to get in here. Oye, La Salsa, ¿qué pasó?
Hey, buenos dias, gentlemen. I wanted to thank the great big Lance in the sky for giving us this glorious weather this morning, man. It feels amazing.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Lance.
Thank you. Yeah, no problem, man. We deserve it.
You think we deserve this weather?
Yeah, we deserve this.
And what
It's been a
role did you
long
play in
summer.
it? What
It's
role
been
did
a
you
long
play in it? I
summer.
forget.
He looked up something
Well,
online.
it's hard to answer that.
Okay.
I
we'd like to
feel
know.
like I had something to do with. I didn't have anything to do with Dew Point, but I feel like I brought it to the show.
And you think that's been a positive for the show?
Well, yeah, I actually on Weather app you can now actually follow Dew Point if you want. You can make it one of your key things so that you can also get the feels like. So, yeah, you're welcome. Like I said, and you're definitely welcome, La Salsa.
You are so
sweet.
yeah. He just wants to say thank you.
Today
You're
it's
welcome
going to be
for it.
91. Then we go 90, 91.
What's the dew
90.
point though?
Let me
Stop
see.
looking at
Yeah,
temperature.
what's the
Yeah, let's see. Let's see what right now it's 54. Oh, it's gonna be down in the 40s again. It's gonna be a blessing. And here's what the feels like it's gonna be. Right now it's 65. 80. It feels like it's always gonna feel less warm than it is. 89 is the highest feels like. 91 is the highest temperature today. Oh my gosh, am I good?
You didn't do anything.
Yeah, you did it all. Congratulations. All right.
But the humidity. Let me check the humidity.
Well, if you want to call in and
Dummies.
thank Lance for the dew point.
Dumb
Wait.
idiots checking humidity.
Well,
You guys are fools.
Okay.
Y'all don't even know what to say anymore. You're like, he's right though.
No.
He's actually making great points.
No one said that.
No one
No one
one's
said you
thinking
were
that
actually
either.
making great
No one
points.
said that. No one's thinking that.
No, not once. Not once did we think that.
I'm thinking something, but it ain't that.
All right, it's time to call in, and it's time for us to take a quick one here and talk about Robin. Orlando over at Houston Powder Coaters and the great job that she and her people do. Listen, you got to trust them to, and it's kind of a big deal. You have got to trust them to bring you to get your patio furniture, your wheel parts, your boat parts, anything metal. Let's say you have one of those old refrigerators and you want to keep it, any kind of old signs that you had, Schlitz or whatever kind of neat old signs that you want them to keep and stay and keep forever. Anything that it needs to be powder coated. Listen, I know a business. Well, I can say it. Westside Tennis Club. They got all brand new furniture over there. The first thing they did was they sent it to Houston Powder Coaters. Get that done first with any of your new stuff, and it'll last. I don't want to say last forever, but it's going to last a long, long time. You take care of your stuff, and guess what? Let Robin and Dem pick up your stuff, free pickup and delivery anywhere in the area. Okay, it doesn't matter where you are. They're on the Hardy Toll Road, but they'll get to anywhere you are if you can hear us, and they will pick up that patio furniture or those car parts or whatever it is absolutely free and deliver them back to you absolutely free. It's the best. You want to keep whatever it is, 281-676-3888. You got some metal that you want to restore or keep forever, HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
ESPN had this up yesterday. Mike Tomlin. It's been 16 years since his Super Bowl win.
Was it ESPN or I saw that guy Danny Perkins? I think I saw him on with Carton or Craig Carton or whatever.
Oh, well, then maybe that was the channel.
Yeah, I think that was the video.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, because it was
Danny Perkins.
Interesting.
Yeah,
it was an interesting take that he had. I was like, making some interesting points.
Season since Super Bowl win 16, playoff win-loss in Super Bowl 5-9. The opponents in those 9 playoff losses, opponents are averaging 35 points.
Whew.
Starting QB since 2022, 4. Now, injury, really bad. Kenny
Well,
Pickett.
that happens. If you don't have a quarterback,
you don't know.
Yeah.
OC since last playoff win, 6. Seems there's a lot of scapegoats in Pittsburgh, but it's not Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin has a winning record every year. It's just what Mike Tomlin does.
Mm-hmm.
Is it good enough?
I mean, the same thing was said at one point about Bill Cowher. Cowher was finishing, had a couple losing records, and I thought they were going to get rid of Cowher. Then Cowher stayed around, ended up winning a Super Bowl. Are you just making change? At this point, it's probably just change for change's sake with Mike Tomlin.
Well, I don't
Mike
know about
Tomlin's
change for change's sake,
10.
or you need a new voice. You need to get over a hump. I mean, remember when Marty Schottenheimer was fired with 13 wins? Yeah, and they went down and they just,
That's my point.
Yeah.
Got to be careful now, just making changes for change's sake. I get it. And it's devil you know versus devil you don't, potentially. It's not the worst thing in the world if you change from Mike Tomlin. It ain't going to be this year unless he starts losing at some point. Like, how do you fire a coach who hasn't had a losing season for that many years? That's just a tough sell. I
Particularly when you're the Steelers. And
the Steelers,
Steelers
don't do that.
Don't do that. And I dare you to fire Mike Tomlin and watch what happens in the media. I dare you. You fire Mike Tomlin, and the media is going to bust your ass.
And is Mike Tomlin a victim of that record where he never has a losing season? They're never in a position to draft a quarterback that could elevate them.
I don't like that because Baltimore Ravens weren't, and Baltimore Ravens got.
Yeah, but how many
Mike
teams?
Tomlin doesn't handle the draft, though. For years, it was Kevin.
This is what I'm saying.
Kevin Cole.
I'm not blaming Mike Tomlin for it. What I'm saying is, if the Steelers aren't willing to make a move up in the draft to go get a guy, you're hoping for a Lamar Jackson type to fall to you, and how often is that going to happen?
Well, no, that doesn't happen a whole lot. But they had Ben Roethlisberger for a long time. They had a lot of success with Ben,
and they took a shot with the first rounder.
I mean,
and it
he
didn't
still
work
has
out.
winning records with non-quarterback with guys.
That was
who
the
are
11th. Ben was the 11th overall pick.
Yeah, something like
Higher.
that.
Yeah, he was around there. But as far as Mike Tomlin, they took a shot with the quarterback. It didn't work out with Kenny Pickett. But is the reason he's not better as far as playoff wins simply they don't have a quarterback that can do that? They haven't had one since Ben was in his prime.
Well, I think it hurts. I don't think but at some point you got to try to do. I mean, the Steelers have gotten away from the running game. You got to do what's best with, you can play defense and run the football. The scary thing is, a lot of that I don't put on Mike Tomlin, except 5-9 in playoffs. I mean, it's going to happen. You got 14 playoff games. Depending on where you are, how many times were they favored? Like, were they losing when they were the favorite?
They did lose to the Browns at home with Baker.
Yeah, that was one. My guess is they've got some losses against the Ravens and the Chiefs and some teams like that. But the concern would be, okay, you're a defensive coach and you're allowing 35 points a game in the 9 losses. That would be a concern. But for me, I don't see anything really fireable for Mike Tomlin unless you say we just want to get over the hump. Like, this is enough, just like with Marty Schottenheimer, which was way more egregious because he had 13 wins that year. But he lost in the playoffs. You could say, okay, I'm glad that we're always over 500, but this is not the standard. We want to try to win championships. We're going to move on. You could do that. It would be wildly unpopular, not necessarily in Pittsburgh, because fans always want just a change of coach. Like this city already has people done with Bobby Slowick. So it's not.
That's so silly.
I know. But it's not unusual. Well, it's always easiest for a fan to think, all right, if we can fire one guy, everything can turn around for us.
Yeah.
It's just one away, and it's a goofy way of looking at it. It's not a realistic way of
Forget
looking
about
at it.
long term. What do you do this week with Russell Wilson being a full participant now, working with the second team? What do you do this week if you're Mike Tomlin with the quarterback position?
I keep it the same.
I would too.
If Justin Fields is okay, I keep it the same. I'm not changing. I don't look. Justin's not a great passer, but Justin's a dynamic runner, and we're winning enough football games. And until we're not winning games, I'm
Wait a minute.
still.
But haven't they lost 2 in a row now?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't count one.
But they've got Las Vegas this week.
I don't count the Cowboy loss.
Why don't you count the Cowboy loss?
What? Yeah.
What do you mean?
Count that one?
They lost at home.
Yeah. To the Cowboys.
But they
who aren't
should
all
have won
that
it.
great.
But they should have won it. They
But
didn't play well offensively.
Well, that's the Justin Fields thing, isn't it?
That's pretty much the point.
but a lot of that had to do with other
Oh,
things,
okay.
like offense coordinators. Mike Tomlin's going to have
Oh,
to change
so
offense coordinator.
Again?
Yep.
Again,
Arthur
he's
Smith?
at 6.
Arthur
gotta
Smith's
go
got to
to
go
7.
already. Arthur Smith got to go.
Got to
No.
go to 7. It is what it is.
I don't think that's Arthur Smith. I'm pretty sure.
You know what? If they take one more loss, if they lose this weekend, who do they have this weekend?
Las Vegas, at Vegas.
Okay, if they lose, then I'm switching probably. If I lose 3 in a row with Russell, then you're not going to have any beef in the locker room. No one's going to say, "What are we doing?" You got 3 losses. You've got a real reason to make a switch.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm worried because I'm starting Justin Fields over Josh Allen in my fantasy league.
For what?
Well, I mean, because Josh Allen has been crap.
Yeah, but who they play?
Josh Allen is playing at the Jets.
That's a good defense.
Oh yeah,
At the Jets versus
Yeah, I love that.
Justin at the Vegas.
I still think that Justin can run.
Well, fantasy says, guess what? Make the switch. Because the points that they say Justin Fields is going to have a lot more points than Josh Allen. I hate that.
Yeah,
What kind of world am I living in where I'm going to start Justin Fields over Josh Allen?
Apparently, you're living in that world. I wouldn't do it.
I don't know.
I'd start Josh, because even in a bad game, Josh Allen in a bad game can still throw 2 touchdowns and run for
And
one.
run something, and you can run too. But Justin Fields has been outscoring him. Justin Fields has been outscoring him. Even in their losses, he's outscoring him. Yeah, I don't know. That's my problem. That's Dell. That's the problem. That's my real world.
Let's talk about something far more important. Do you know that leagues across North America are taking a timeout against hate, and they're putting and they're signaling timeout against hate? This is a campaign pushed by Robert Kraft. So, will you at some point today take a timeout against hate?
I'm going to take a timeout right now. And I'm going to tell
Lance, are you going to take a timeout against hate?
Just 2 minutes.
That's a 30-second timeout.
I'm just giving it a 30-second.
I need a full timeout.
I'm going to take a timeout to talk about H, R, and P.
They don't like hate.
They hate hate.
They're anti-hate.
No, they're anti-hate. And that, you know what? If you hate in the office and you got somebody who's hating on people, you got to get rid of them.
Hate repels productivity is what it stands for.
Well, you should. Really? While you're talking about HRP, you should be signaling timeout.
I am. Timeout from you doing your own payroll. Okay, that's what I'm taking a timeout from. You trying to do your own payroll because you're not good at it. You don't know about it. You're wasting money at it. Whoever who've got in charge. Why are you paying some people? You probably got an HR department now. You have to, because if you didn't before, you got an HR. You got people in those HR department and the payroll department, and you're not doing it as efficiently as you possibly can. It's just not. We have, I don't know how many employees we have here in our building, and yet we got one person, Laura. That's it. She can tell you, if you call up here and ask for her, she can tell you all about HR&P. You hear all of these businesses telling you about HR&P, the Marcus Piablas and the Chuck Watsons and the Chad Clays and all of them telling you how good HR&P is for their business. Well, the reason is because, and I mean, they're volunteering to come up here and give an endorsement for HR&P because they love what HR&P does for them. We love what they do for us. You'll love what they do for you. Let them customize a plan perfect for you. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Some good games, NFL games this week, starting with tonight. Niners and Seahawks. Both teams got to win. I don't know.
It's bigger
What's
for the Niners.
wrong with the Niners? 2-3.
Well, defensively, they haven't been great. Kyler Murray went down the field on them.
Yeah.
They had some issues just stopping Arizona when they needed to. So, I don't know. Maybe you lose Saleh and you lose D'Amico and eventually it catches up with you. I don't know. I tend to think it's probably more player-based. How many injuries do they have?
The 49ers?
Yeah, it's got to be
Well, they got
something.
McCaffrey, obviously, but you can't argue with
No, I mean, Jordan Mason's not the
Jordan
problem.
Mason's been awesome. He's been awesome.
Yeah, Jordan Mason's definitely not the problem.
49ers and Seahawks tonight. That's a good one. We're going to go over to Nick's place and watch it tonight. So come on by. Come on and hang out at Nick's place tonight.
Who's going to be there?
The boys. We're going to go up there.
Who are
and
the
watch
boys?
it. Justin's going to go. I'm going to get Chad, maybe Yanni. We'll go up there. Go to the Nick's place.
Did
You
they
wanna
want
come watch
people
the
with
game?
them?
You want to come watch the games?
I might go over there.
We got baseball. We got football.
Yeah, I might go
We got
over
college football.
there. Yeah, see, I can't remember if I have anything.
Come on.
I can't remember if I have anything Thursday.
And we're going to have Coors Lights. Yeah. You come pick me up.
Can you go if you don't drink Coors Light?
No.
Okay, I was making sure for the listeners they
No.
knew that you're not allowed to go.
So yeah, we're gonna do that. We got.
What are you most excited about with baseball playoffs, though?
Seeing
If the Astros
Dodgers
are out,
eliminated.
my interest level plummets when the Astros
I
are
love
out.
this. I
But
wish
this
was
is a good postseason.
I
by
wish
way.
the Padres and Dodgers was a long series, not a short one.
Instead of the 7.
Yeah.
What do you think about 3-5-7?
3-5-7 is. Yeah.
I actually think it's more functional. I think it's actually, I don't like it, but I understand it. I understand it because of you don't want to wear out a 162 game schedule.
Short series though, the better team doesn't always win. And not in a long series
No.
either, but at least you got a better chance if you're a better team.
Well, it's better than
the
the
other
one
team
game.
has to beat you
Yeah,
4
but
times.
that's true. But if in the short series, and I'm saying 3 in the 3-game series, you get all 3 at home. Like, how big an advantage should that be?
That wasn't 2 out of the 4 lost.
I know, but that's on you.
And that happens every year. Here's the deal: the less talent, especially a short series, is made for the Tigers. I mean, you got one dominant guy that can't lose,
but you got home
now. You
field.
just got to hope you get one more.
But you got home field the whole time.
Yeah, but home field it doesn't have a big role in baseball. Not nearly as big. Not nearly as big.
But teams all universally have better records at home than on the road.
Oh yeah, but
so and you get all of them at home. So hey, you still got to play the games. If we don't like that the lesser team wins, then don't play the games. Let's just push them through.
No. Obviously, but a short series favors the lesser team as opposed to the.
It doesn't favor them. It helps them.
It helps.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
It
favor
helps
them.
It helps them absolutely.
It's anything that is expanded, the sample size expands. You're going to regress to the norm. But that's what I like about the playoffs, though, right? I mean, I want it to be a little bit more wide open. A better team should still win.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, that's what's made the NCAA tournament great. It's what makes the NFL.
Yeah.
You just got to win. You go there, win one game, and you advance. And you might not be as good a team.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
you played better that day.
the 1 game wild card thing was
bad.
not good.
That was bad.
The 3-game, I'm okay with 3
all right
games,
with it.
and I'm actually okay with 5 because of the amount of. I mean, do you want everyone getting Tommy John? Since apparently nobody can pitch without a Tommy John anymore.
No, but the NBA playoffs is 7 every series. Every series is 7.
Yeah, but they don't have to throw sliders.
Yeah, no, they don't. They just have to run up and down the court. I mean, I get
and
it.
the NBA is 2-3-2. I mean, in a perfect world, you always play it. What 2-2-1-1-1
Yep.
would be the perfect scenario, but you can't because of travel. But that would be the perfect scenario. I don't know. I'm fine. I'm fine with the way baseball is right now. I'm okay with the 5-game series. I'm actually don't hate that. I mean,
no, I don't hate it either. I just wish that the Padres and Dodgers were a 7-game series.
Yeah, because of how good the game is made.
Yes.
The games, yeah, I get that.
Yes.
I do think that the 7-game series is obviously going to benefit the deeper, pitching. Teams with deeper pitching are benefit from the 7-game series. I would say it doesn't benefit the Tigers, but I don't even know anymore. The Tigers, if you missed it, the Tigers have thrown 44 innings of baseball, and they've only allowed runs in 4 of those innings. Now, there was a 2-run inning, a 2-run inning, a 5-run inning, and a 1-run inning. But other than that, they've got 40 scoreless innings out of 44 in the postseason. That's incredible. And Tarek Skubal has not been scored on yet. Their starter, their only real starter. He's not been scored on yet. And their hitting still keeps coming up. They got their second straight 3-0 shutout win over the Guardians. And the Guardians are flipping out because they haven't scored in 18 innings. They're like, what? It's actually longer than that because of the game they scored 7. They got 5 in the first and then 2 like in a 7th. So really they haven't scored in 20 straight innings against and you could go so far as to just say they've only scored 1 time in the last 26 innings. They've only scored 2 runs in the last 26 innings, and they've only scored in 1 of the last 26 innings, if you really want to do the math on that one.
It's 20 straight innings, and I mean, the pitching chaos. Now we got a new one. This is the offseason of pitching chaos, and that's because
we just call them bullpen starts.
No, it's called pitching chaos. That's a new term, and that's what AJ coined it, pitching chaos, and that's
we always have to change terms. Have you noticed that? Like it's not homeless anymore. Well, I'll still say home. It's unhoused is just trying too hard.
Yeah,
that's a try too hard thing. So I'm like, yeah, homeless, unhoused. How does it mean? Are you just switching the word? Because you want your word to hit, like,
well, we don't want to be offensive. That's why.
I don't think homeless is. I don't know how that's offensive.
Yeah,
how's it offensive?
We don't want to be. We don't want to be offensive. That's
you don't have a home.
They're not homeless. They just currently are unhoused.
See that, and it is homeless because that means they have less home.
Yes.
No, they have no home.
So they're unhoused.
Unhoused. Yeah.
See how it works, Lance?
No.
Well, that's because you're not.
It sounds like you're trying to win points with new.
With who?
We changed the phrase.
Yeah,
Did you know that this is something? Did you know that? I don't think I've discussed this on the show. Did you know African American is considered an offensive term
to who?
Some younger people.
What do they want to be called?
Because I saw this on Twitter and this on TikTok, and it turned into a big thing on Twitter where everyone's like, exactly. Where the argument was, I'm gonna start calling you European Americans. Like there's some Mexican American and there's a bunch of black people who came in and said it is super offensive to be called African American. Why are you separating us? We're Americans.
They just want to be called Americans. Okay, yeah. Let's ask a young person.
They want to be called Americans or black.
Let me ask Alan. He's a young African American.
Hold on. Ask him, because I asked my kids. I said, "What do you say? Do you say African American or black?" They said, "We say black." Why would we say African American? It's like a whole generational thing that's happened that I didn't know. Bring Alan in here.
He asked him. He said no. He said he's not offended.
Not offended.
No, not offended by what?
You read someone
by African American.
No.
Everybody's offended about it.
I swear on my kids' lives. This happened. It was enormous. No. Kids now don't say African American anymore. They say black. They say, why are you calling us? They don't call you European American, right?
No, Italian American.
You don't get called that by people.
They
don't know what you are.
Italian American Club.
If a person says John, they'll call you a white. They'll call you a white person, right? Well, they say white tea, white person.
Yeah,
no matter how much you rub your arm, you're a whitey.
I'm in the not sure. Yeah, not sure category.
And so this is the whole thing. And this is an age. This is like a generation thing. Where this whole
category.
This whole
it's not sure category.
Indiscriminate. We're not sure who.
We're not sure.
But I'm being serious though. Young people don't.
They're unhoused. I'm unsure. Okay.
I've said that about you before.
Unsure. Yeah. Oh well.
No, but Mexican.
Okay, so I've gone through my life. There have been so many changes that I just
that's what I'm saying.
I don't even say.
You didn't even know about this one.
No,
you didn't know about this. I didn't either. Mexican American. This is all young. By the way, it's all young people. It's people in their 20s.
What do you?
And they say, why are you calling us Mexican Americans? We're Americans. And then you said African Americans is so like, why are you separating us from everyone else? Like, no. And black people in the thread, like, no, y'all don't understand. Jesse Jackson, the NAACP, started this in 1981. It's like, that's our, like white people keep trying to call us African Americans to show us that we're less than them. Like, no, this is NAACP. Like that was considered a a polite and like a proactive, politically correct thing. You say
more
African
respectful
American,
than other names.
more respect. It
Right.
was considered a sign of respect.
Right.
How did you get yourself involved in this?
And
Yeah, I don't want to be involved.
Yeah, I don't want to
And
be
young
involved in this.
people are like, no, we're
No.
black. So I just like, okay, that's
Mhm.
cool with me. Whatever
So not Lance.
you want
I'm
to be
just-
called.
John,
I'm just a person. That's all.
John, I wouldn't call you white Italian American.
What do you call? Would you call him white tea?
I would not call him white tea. I can't tell. No one can tell what John is, so you
Yeah,
just call him John.
you can't tell.
See, how about that? How about I'm just John? Okay.
I
And
cannot discern what
Right.
John is, so he's just John.
But
So
remember,
what's
what I'm
my-
telling you is only young people.
But if I'm unsure,
do
what's my
this.
pronoun?
Unsure about your gender, or
No.
unsure about your unsure
About my
I don't
about
think
my
that-
skin
I
color.
don't think there's a pronoun for that.
unsure
is-
about your skin color.
Yeah.
Unsure about your race, your
Yeah,
nationality.
my race. What if I'm unsure about that? What's my pronoun then?
I don't think pronouns
Well,
come
we have
into
to
play
figure it
there.
out. We're gonna have to figure this one out.
Well, we found out.
Maybe you can help me, Twitter.
I was able to ask the young black person here. He doesn't mind being called African American.
Okay.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
don't think you should.
Not
What?
everybody.
Are you telling them how they should feel?
Yeah,
Oh,
Lance.
See, he's trying to trap me any way I go, any direction I turn. Del's trying
You're
to-
the one that
You
got
said
into
it.
this
I
conversation.
didn't tell you to say
No, I
that.
just didn't know if
Boy,
you guys knew this.
I wish the Astros were still playing.
It'd be something to talk
I
about.
didn't
right?
know if you guys knew this new thing.
Of
that
course
you
we
just,
don't know
you just
this
say black.
because
don't say
we don't-
African American anymore.
we don't
John.
spend the
Well,
time
I
that you
can say
do.
African American because Alan likes it.
Alan,
And Alan
said he's not
speaks for all the young black
Okay.
people.
I've got black friends, African American friends that like to be called.
Well, they're not young.
Well,
Alan
Alan's
is young, and we've nominated him to speak for all young black people.
Yes, he
So-
represents all black
He's the
people.
Jesse
in America.
Jackson of young black people.
all young black people.
He
in
speaks for
America.
everyone, and he's
I
decided.
polled
I
all the
thought
young.
you don't like
I-
when people speak
That's
for you.
yes,
though.
that's the joke.
I polled.
okay.
I polled all the young black people I know.
The one. Thank you, Alan, for your contributions.
you.
I polled all the young black people. You didn't even poll them. A study says.
My, the Del-
That's what you're
I
supposed
am.
to
I
say.
like a study.
yeah,
study.
I'm a study
it
guy.
came from the Olaleye Institute.
In a recent study,
the Olaleye Foundation did a study of one,
What? And they like.
and they don't
So
mind.
your whole theory there is
Out the
off.
door.
You know what's off is if you're trying to buy a home and you try to do your own I don't know. See, when I bought my home, I didn't know anything about mortgages. I just was like, oh, well, a mortgage company's going to take it and they're going to do it. Well, no, that's not the way it works. Actually, you got a broker that can go out there and he can work his tail off to get you the best deal you could possibly have. I didn't know any of this. We just went in there and said, oh, here's your mortgage company, and sign these papers and sign away. Oh, here's this fee and that fee and this fee and that fee, and here's your rate. And okay, great. Thank you. What? No, you can shop it. And if you don't shop your loan, you're doing it wrong. And if you're not with a broker, you're doing it wrong. And Kent Jones is our guy here. I love Kent. He is going to work his tail off to save you thousands of dollars. He is really, really good at this. If you're in the market for a home, he's going to find the perfect loan for you, be it Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac or FHA or VA or it doesn't matter what it is. He is going to find the best loan for you. 75% of the people are doing it wrong. This is all about saving money, but still getting top-notch service and advice. Trust me, he is going to give. You will know Kent by the time this thing is all said and done because he's gonna save you thousands of dollars. The Ultimate Mortgage Hookup, 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN, or 975loans.com. Well, welcome back here on ESPN 97. We got a board here, and they want. I mean,
Is it though?
do we really want to? Yeah.
Is it?
It
Is it a board?
Mark wants to talk about the Rockets. We didn't even mention their win last night, 122-113, beating it. And Reed Shepherd looked good. Reed Shepherd looked good.
Reed Shepherd's going to be the best player in this draft.
Yeah, maybe.
I think he's going to. I think your boy.
I don't know. Ricochet looked good too.
Who did?
Ricochet, the Atlanta Hawks pick, the guy who looked terrible. And
our guy is going to be. There he is, negative again.
I just give it another perspective. Ricochet looked good after not looking good in Summer League. His first outing,
looking bad in Summer League.
Yeah, and he turns out, at least in one regular season preseason game, to be pretty good.
Let's talk to Mark. Hey, Mark.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, I was calling in about the Rockets so far. I know it's only preseason, but Reed looks really, really good, and I really like what Stone's done with this team. I mean, some of it's by default, just getting players at the top of the draft, but they're very deep and they're very spread out in regards to positions. I'm hoping they don't sign Green and they bring in like Jimmy Butler. I think is going to be a free agent after this season. Brandon Ingram, Chris Middleton. There's a lot of really good veteran players that I'm really hoping that they spend money on and they don't dump it into Green. And I just want to get y'all's feedback on, they got a lot of B and C level, super deep type talent, but what do you do after this season? Because you're obviously going to re-sign Sengun, but do you go out and you get one of these, top-notch veteran experienced guys, or do you just invest the money within Jalen Green and just kind of keep going that route?
I don't think we have the answer yet, honestly. I think you're asking a good question. I think the question's the right question. I just don't think sometimes you have answers immediately. And I think that you got to see how Jalen plays this year. More importantly, you got to see how the team plays together. There were signs of gelling last year, but we didn't have Tari Eason for much of the year here in Houston. So how does, number one, how do the minutes work? How does eventually there's going to be a cast system where you're going to have the head coach is going to figure out, these are my core ones, these are core twos, and these are tier twos. And so you have to figure out how everyone fits in right now. I get that everyone's playing for, I love the idea that there is no, you're all playing for playing time at any time you can get benched. But let's face it, eventually, when Udoka was coaching the Celtics, everyone knew their role. You knew who the starters were. You knew who was playing in the fourth quarter. Eventually, you got to get there where you say, okay, these are the dudes. These are my guys. And this is the next set of guys. And then the next set of guys are young, and you have to figure out, are they okay with filling that role? Because if you're not, we can't have negativity in the locker room. It's got to go. And eventually, I think you're going to have to package a couple of young guys and get them out of there and maybe add just some role players. You got to have guys who don't think they're – because most of these guys probably don't think they're role players. You think Tari Eason just thinks he's a role player?
There's not enough basketballs for this team. There's just not. I don't know how you're going to get Alma. Last night, Fred didn't even play. He just sat him.
By basketballs, you mean minutes?
Minutes.
Yeah.
There's not enough minutes.
Right.
You got Reed now. You got Amen. You got to have on the floor. You got Jabari. You got Dylan. You got Fred. You got Shingun. Steven Adams is going to find. Is going to get there.
I think
Tari Eason's got to be on the field.
I think Jabari Smith may end up being a guy who gets traded. He's a great basketball character. He's a shot blocker. He's adding a little bit of muscle. He's still kind of light in the lowers. He can block shots down in the low post. He's got some stretch 3 or stretch 4 to him potential. He's all the stuff that you would want. But if you look at the construct of the roster and everything, Dylan Brooks isn't going away for the next 2. He's got 2 more years. You can say, well, he's a 4. He's a 4. He's not a 3. He's a 4.
3 more years.
Oh, no, he was 4 years, wasn't he? Yeah, he was 4 years. So he's got 3 more years. Tari Eason is less expensive right now, but honestly, Tari Eason is a bigger energy player even than – and I love Jabari. But if you really look at it, Jabari might be the kind of guy that someone would want in their locker room. Like if I'm Dennis Lindsay and the Pistons, man, I'd love to get my hands on Jabari Smith into this young team with a guy who works and understands. There's certain teams that I think would I think there's some Robert Horry to his game. He's a better player than Horry, but he's the tall, long guy who can play 3 or 4. He can stretch and shoot threes. He does what he's asked to do. He doesn't have to have the ball in his hands all the time. He's going to work for you, and he's not going to be a complainer. Like, there's a lot of positives there. And he might be the kind of guy that teams would want and they'd look for, and you could end up moving him. And I'm not in favor of it, but I just think at some point, John, because I was making that same point before the draft, I'm like, how can you make a draft pick? You already have a glut of players. Like, where are the minutes going to go? To this day, Cam Whitmore, I just don't see Cam Whitmore as a long-term fit now for the Rockets. And I love his talent. I think he's immensely talented. But if you're being real, I'm in Thompson's going nowhere.
He's got to be on
Reed Shepard is going nowhere.
He's got to be on the floor.
And I'm not sure about Jalen. If Jalen leaves, then you can keep Cam Whitmore, who may be as talented or more talented than Jalen. Cam Whitmore. Cam is mega talented.
It's whether or not you want.
It's attitude.
Yeah, whether or not he's got the right attitude.
Questions.
Yep.
Is he willing to be a 22-minute a game guy?
I don't know how he gets 22 minutes now. What do you mean?
No. Well, you can't just say, well, we'll just push him into the 3, push him into the 4. I guess Steven Adams is basically just going to be a backup for Şengün, right? Is that all he is?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Can you double big those two? I don't.
Where's Landale get it?
Oh, I'm not worried about him. He can't play. He's done.
Well, why you still got him on the team?
Well, yeah, you got to have 12. You got to have 12. I'm glad he's on the team, but I don't know where minutes are coming. 12th man's not getting minutes. He's DNPCD. Sorry. Somebody
sent us a video of they're in a boxing ring, and this is what they're doing. This is the new one. I
saw it.
Where you get kicked in the nuts.
Who sent that? Was it?
I mean, you stand there, and the other guy kicks you.
That?
And you gotta get up before the 10 count,
and then you can kick the next guy.
Why you are killing your chances of having children.
I just said this.
Wait. So he said so.
I'm saying it for them.
I mean, I thought the same thing. I just
those guys are Gen Z, and they don't care about kids anymore.
They don't care about kids anymore. I mean, this is the dumbest.
No, you're gonna have kids? No,
I'm not Gen Z.
Alan's probably not gonna have any kids.
Well, I don't know. We don't know about that.
Abigail's probably not having kids. Sam will have kids. I know you've got me. I said the wrong name. Sam will have kids.
Why do you know that one will have kids and the other won't?
You can just tell Sam will have kids. She's got mom vibes to her,
and
she's got a lot of mom energy. Say I'm wrong. No one will.
What does that mean?
Sam's got bossy mom energy to her.
Oh, well, he just called her bossy. Okay.
So
Abigail has devil may care. I don't care about anything.
No,
what are you saying?
She may
Abigail's
travel.
Going to be a fine mom too.
I'm
trying to figure out what he's saying.
No,
what vibe are you getting?
What?
Don't have kids and travel.
All right, let's get Dave in here because I want to say we got to
listen. That's not a bad. That's not a bad gig.
We got to.
You seem to have thoughts about a lot of things.
We got to settle this African American thing. Let's get Dave in here. Hey, Dave.
Hey, good morning, guys. Listen, let me say this here real quick. I'm a black guy. I'm in my 50s, so this is nothing new what Lance is talking about. The thing is that, yeah, maybe TikTok has it on, and it's something new on the internet. But black people have been saying this for years, that white people are the only ones who get to say they're American. Every other race in America has to say, I'm African American, I'm Mexican American, I'm Native American, I'm Asian American. White folks, once again, get to just be happy.
Told you.
Yeah.
This is a thing.
Whitey.
I'm telling you.
Freaking Whitey.
Do you call people African American?
I stay away from that.
Labels.
What do you say?
Yeah. I don't.
That's my friend.
I don't. Yeah.
Dave, or he just uses the names of people.
Yeah. No.
Can you tell us what the gentleman looked like? He looked like an American. Do you say that?
When is John ever a witness?
Yeah. I've never.
No, somebody could have a golf shirt at a golf tournament and they say, hey, the guy didn't pick this up. What does he look like? And John said, just a standard American.
That's exactly what
Is that how you say?
That's exactly what I said.
Did you describe people as Americans?
Yeah. Standard American.
I say he's about 6'1",
huh.
burly.
Okay, but what Dave's saying is what I heard. I'd never even heard this or thought of this until I saw this on a video where people are saying the same thing. Why do white people get to be? And the whole thing was, I'm gonna start calling them European Americans. See how they like it.
Right. I don't mind. Why would I?
He'll be fine. They'll be fine.
But you may not be European.
Yeah. But
you may not be European.
But I am European.
You
are too.
You are. Yeah, I am. But you can't call everyone that.
Well, no. But like if you were Australian American, yeah, you could say that.
How come if somebody's does anyone call Russia Europeans? Russians?
No,
Russian. You just say Russian.
They just call them Russian.
Right. They're not. Yeah, I was thinking Russian American, but they are Europeans.
They are, but no one thinks of them.
No one does because everybody's scared of them. And nobody.
Russians are dangerous.
And Germans aren't Europeans either. They're German.
Everything I see on
because that's all they do is want to fight everybody.
No, that's old. We don't fight anyone anymore.
They're allies now.
We're
remember?
good. Yeah, we're good.
Remember, John?
As a matter of fact, if you actually go to Germany, you'll see it's very apologetic there. There's got a lot of apologetic vibes.
I've been.
Don't make Hitler jokes. Don't do any of that stuff. It's not cool. I don't want you to go, actually.
I've been there plenty.
I don't want
you
to go.
I like Germany.
You're not invited anymore.
I like schnitzel. I've had schnitzel in Germany. Okay.
It's good.
It's good.
It's good. I thought it was a little. I went to a good restaurant, had schnitzel. I'm like, it's okay.
It's just fried meat is all that
pork.
is. Yeah, it's right. Yeah.
I mean, it should be. I like chicken fried steak better.
Yeah, right.
I didn't tell them that.
But you don't say that. Good Lord, man.
I know chicken fried chicken.
I mean, you might not have been to better than you might not have been in the right place. I've had good schnitzel there. Really good. Yeah.
Ryan Lashane has good.
I had one of my best burgers ever in Germany.
Really?
With the egg. First time I had an egg on it.
Yeah.
I was like, what?
I thought your people put egg on pizza.
No, not that I know. I don't eat pizza in Italy. I don't think it's that good. If you want to know the truth, our pizza's better here.
Deep dish Chicago style with all the ketchup y'all put in it.
Time to talk about MyBookie. MyBookie.ag, promo code Bet975, best place to get paid. All right. And that's the thing too. When you're with a bookie, are you going to get paid? The answer is yes, you're going to get paid. What you need to do is go to MyBookie.ag, promo code Bet975, make your initial deposit or your deposit, whatever it is, and put in promo code Bet975, and they will double the amount of money. That's the first thing. Second thing, today's Thursday. You know what? Free bet on Thursday. What? That's right. You make a bet on whatever it is that you want. You make that bet, and it's absolutely free. Okay? All you need to do is go. That's totally sweet. And then the more you play, you get into ESPN. You get a MyBookie Plus, where you move into tiers and you got free stuff that they're giving away, all kinds of free. It's great. It's great. So the more you play, the better it is. MyBookie.ag, promo code Bet975. It's football season, baby. Time to get on. MyBookie.ag, promo code Bet975.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. By the way, NBA playoffs are 2-2-1-1-1.
Oh, that's right. They went back
They
to
went back to that.
2-2-1-1 years
And
ago.
when you said it, I was like,
years ago.
I've been
Went
looking
from
it up there.
2-3-2.
Yeah, last year the Knicks and Pacers played 2-2-1-1-1.
When did it go back to that? It went back.
Well, it was 2-2-1-1-1, but then it went because
Then they went
East
to
versus West, they went
2-3-2.
2-2-3-2
And then
because
well,
the
like
travel
Rockets were
between Boston and
2-3-2.
LA was so.
Rockets championships were 2-3-2.
Yeah.
Then it went 2-2-1 a little while. Actually, a little while back. Now that I think
Yeah,
about it.
yeah.
That was something else that we were talking about previously.
Right. That was earlier. Now we got the African American situation. That if you want to get in, you're more than welcome.
You want
713-780.
What's the situation? Do you want to explain what you're saying, or just let it be?
No, it just
we've got a situation.
let it sit
Well,
there.
Dell, you like to
People
be called.
who just get in or just
Dell, you like to be called African American.
It's not so much that.
You said black makes you uncomfortable.
No, I don't like. I would prefer that white people don't call me black.
You would prefer that white people don't call you
Just call me Dell
And Dave, who called earlier, he wants to just be called black.
right
or American.
You don't
Not
want like,
African
hey,
American.
the black guys here. You don't like that.
I don't need that. Just call me Dell
Hey, the Dell is here. That's what.
or whatever. It's fine. I'm not going to be offended either way. But there's a little. The hairs on the back of my neck stand up when I hear if it came out of your mouth. Like
What?
just saying, or
But-
Lance's
but
mouth,
I'm
not you
telling you, this-
specifically.
It has shifted. African American is not the term anymore. Black is what people prefer to be called.
You go ahead with that.
Yeah.
Okay, watch.
You work that.
No, I
Call
mean
in.
in your regular everyday life. Just
I do.
Like,
I
Lance
have
just
to.
like to call everybody. He just said, "Well, there's a black guy. There's a black guy. There's a black guy."
That's not a bad word.
Lance
That's like John's like, can we say Mexican?
Lance only sees color. He
one
doesn't see
time
people.
On 16, you said,
Yeah.
I said,
You
yeah,
can't
Mexican,
say
like,
Mexican anymore.
If
Yeah.
somebody is Mexican, you say Mexican.
Well,
it's a country.
Or are
of
they
origin.
American?
The American.
Are they American? Or are they Mexican?
Well, what's their descent? Like I'm an Italian guy,
Yeah.
but
I
that doesn't.
He
that's
never
okay.
claims half of his body
You're
is
And
Greek.
the Greek guy.
Yeah.
I'm a
He
Greek
never
guy.
claimed Greek.
Okay, I'm the Greek guy too.
Let's just call you Greek guy from now on.
All right, that's fine.
No,
I'm fine
because
with
you
that.
know Greek's not as cool as Italian. In your
No, it
opinion.
is cool.
That's why you
it's
try
cool
to-
to be Greek.
You try to be ashamed of your Greek heritage.
Yeah.
You're always like, look at the sugo I made. You know what you never say? Look at this pistachio I made, or whatever it's called.
Pistachio.
What's it called?
Pasticcio.
Yeah, look at
pasticcio.
this.
Oh my God.
Never brings in a tray of Greek food.
That's
Look at
very
these
true.
stuffed
I
leaves
make
I
lemon
made.
chicken. I do too.
Lemon on chicken's not Greek.
Yes, it is. Very
Everybody
Greek.
does that.
It's very Greek.
Okay, you want something really Greek? Why
Yeah.
don't you bring in some stuffed leaves, some stuffed grape leaves or whatever? Don't your people make that too?
Yeah, they do. They do.
Or souflaka or flaflika?
Yeah, there's never. My mom cooked Italian, so
And she
we
was
didn't-
Greek?
And she was Greek. Yep. Madon.
Now they are,
It's close.
you're in this, you
Same
have some of
neighborhood.
the same
Yeah.
salty air in your
Yeah.
pores.
Yeah. My mom. She didn't cook.
In
She
your-
made
in
lemon
your
chicken.
pores.
That's all. Okay, with the
Well,
Greek
you've
potatoes,
never brought.
they're really good.
You've never brought lemon chicken and potatoes.
No,
No, I
he's never
haven't.
brought any of
No,
this. He
no.
just brings Italian stuff because he's ashamed. He's ashamed of his Greek heritage.
That's not true.
When's the last time he ever
Totally
brought some
not true.
baklava on here? Never.
Did Gus bring you stuff last week when I told him to
No,
call you?
I was out.
Oh, you weren't even here.
Did they
I
bring it
told
to
Gus
you?
to bring you
No,
stuff.
I didn't get anything. No.
You didn't
No,
get anything?
I was in
No.
Tuscaloosa.
Oh,
He
my
probably brought it
God.
to the Killer Bees.
Oh my! He might have. He might have.
Yeah. You were about to say, "Oh my Italian God," is what you're about
No.
to say on a Greek.
Oh my
this
Greek
day,
God!
We're trying to
It doesn't
show
sound
you.
the
say
same.
Greek
It doesn't
God.
sound. Yeah, you're talking about Zeus. What are you
Yeah,
talking
right.
about?
Yeah, the Italians
That's
have nothing
different.
to do with it.
The Italian God is the real.
Yeah.
The Greek God thing. Zeus?
Yeah.
No.
Dionysus, get out of here.
No. Let's get La Raza. ¿Qué pasó, mijo? Juanito.
Deportes, gentlemen, good morning. Just because I eat tacos and drink Modelo doesn't mean I'm Mexican, you know what I mean? Like, because I'm at a taco
I eat
stand,
that too.
not everybody's Mexican, you know?
No.
No, not everyone.
No,
is
not
Mexican.
everybody is Mexican, even if they drink Modelo and eat tacos. No.
But if your heritage is
But you-
Mexico,
but
would you
you-
say you're Mexican?
Don't you have Mexican heritage?
I do, but I also have this other title that I've been given by your neighborhood. It's called a suspect or suspicious.
Your neighborhood.
Wait a minute. So
Yeah,
in
Johnny's neighborhood, man.
In my
Yeah,
neighborhood, they say, "Hey, there's the suspect."
You got a constable that likes to speak his head around when there's colored people around try to do an honest living, man.
Our constable is awesome. He hangs out.
Is your constable trying to
profile? No,
La Raza?
Irv, you did not get hassled in my neighborhood.
Oh, really? He had to swing by 3 times in the same house that I was making a delivery? Okay.
He swung by 3 times in the middle of a delivery?
Yeah, I was in a delivery. I was doing a delivery, and I was like, man, look, Johnny's house is over there. But I went to another house, and then your boy just decided to circle around 3 times and actually went in the street, slowed down to see what we were doing.
Wow, John.
Well, he just wanted to make sure you're making deliveries and not pickups. That's all. That's all.
And I was with an African American too.
He was with an African American. You see what he said?
Oh, well, listen.
You could have just said
it didn't matter what color you were. If you got a truck and you're walking up to people's houses, that constable, it didn't matter. Or that didn't matter one bit. Okay, you're not called
unless you had an F-150.
You're not suspicious as soon as you go into my neighborhood. Okay.
There are 2 minorities in this neighborhood that don't belong here. I'm going to go check it out.
10-4.
10-4. No baloney. There's a black guy that lives 2 doors down. So there you go. You're wrong.
Kevin Sumlin?
Yeah.
It is someone?
He's no. It's not Kevin Sumlin. He's related.
Is he an athlete?
No, he's not an athlete. The black guy that had all the kids.
There, Johnny.
He used to Ralphie. Ralph. Remember? He's related to Ralph.
Oh, he's related to Ralph.
Yeah.
You mean the guy who had 2 sets of twins?
Yeah, 2 sets of twins. Had all those.
Blessing.
He what a blessing. All right, is that it, Irv? You just wanted to put suspicious on, okay, in my neighborhood?
John, have you ever been at somebody's house? Like, have you ever gone to Dana's house or one of your friends' houses and had police go by 3 times to check on you?
Yeah. They were like,
do you believe that?
Yeah, because this guy's a little suspicious.
Do you believe that, La Raza?
Right?
I don't believe it.
No. La Raza, thanks for calling. We appreciate it. Larry wants to talk about African Americans. Hey, Larry.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
How's it going, Larry?
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. You know, I'm 54 years old. I've been into 2 wars. I've been in the Gulf War, Desert Storm, and Desert Shield. And, you know, when I came back, before we came back to America, went to Germany. So, you know, in Germany, you got black Germans, got white Germans. Mm-hmm. But you never hear them call other Germans black Germans or white Germans. America is the only country that does that. You got to think about it. White Americans just be called Americans. Native Americans are called Native Americans. Mm-hmm. This is their land.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you for your service, first of all. Thank you for your service.
No problem, bro.
Yeah. And
but you know, I met a black guy in Germany. Older guy, retired. I was like 20 when I got out. When I was coming back, I was like 21, 22. So I met an older black gentleman up in Germany. And so we was talking. He retired over there. So I'm like, man, you know, 22 years old, you think America's the greatest country in the world. So I asked him, I was like, man, why you stayed here? And you know what this black man told me? He said, when you go back, you say in about a couple of more years, you'll understand. America is a real race. And the guy that said he's been to Germany, I love Germany. Germany is totally different. And he's right. Like, you do that I know back in the 90s, you do that Hitler salute or whatever, you're going to jail.
Yeah.
They don't play around with it.
Yeah. No, Germany's great.
Like they didn't play.
Germany's never discriminated against the people.
That's not changed. He's not going back 90 years.
Said they've changed, John.
Yeah, they've changed, John. Stop.
Thanks, Larry.
Now.
Appreciate you.
Larry actually been there and lived there, not you.
Yeah.
You just went through wrecking stuff.
No, I didn't wreck anything.
I listened to Larry.
I would too.
Yeah. Go back. Okay. Go back and live in Germany.
Oh, is Larry off?
Yeah, he's gone.
Did you just tell me to go back to Germany?
He told you to go back to where you came from. He told you to go back to where you came from.
Yeah, go back where you came from.
I came from
if it's so much better there.
England, France, and Germany, and I'll do a 23andMe and really figure it out.
Ich bin der Klon und
So glad you have that.
Thank you.
Aren't we all?
Let's get Chris in here. He's got a suggestion for Lance. A special request.
Maybe
what do you
it's
say?
to go back to Germany.
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm at the car wash, and I want to tell Lance thanks for this beautiful weather today.
Yeah,
So,
no problem at all, brother. You deserve it.
Yeah. Secondly, I wanted to ask Lance if he'd actually request that Jacob call in, and he can talk to Jacob maybe and see what Jacob feels about black versus white, or maybe Gary. So if we could get Jacob or Gary on the horn, I'd love to hear.
I'd probably rather hear from Gary than I'd rather hear from Gary than Jacob.
Oh, he gave you the choice, either one.
No, I said Gary.
Okay, Gary, if you want to call in.
But you heard there's another man who said, "Why am I called? Why are we separating that?" You don't say he's trying to say. Well, he said you just say Germans. Well, let's face it, white people just are sitting here just like whatever you want to be called, I'll call you that.
Yeah.
That's seriously, I will. Whatever you just tell me your name. Just tell me what you are. Y'all gotta figure it out.
I want you to call
Dale,
me.
you're gonna have to get in meetings and figure this out.
Nah, you can just call me Dell or an American or King.
No, we don't say king.
Young goat.
We don't say king or young goat. Actually, a lot of people do use terms like that.
Yeah, just call me that.
Like, how can you call your kids king and queen? I would never. They're already pains in the ass enough. They're not royalty. They're not royal. They want to act like it, but they're not. We're having scraps at the house now on a regular basis.
You want to call me the Duke of League City? What do you want to call me?
I'm not dealing with young kings and young queens. I promise you.
Or call me the Grand Duke of League City or something like that. I want a title.
You were
by my own father.
You were part of the.
That's not really
a court.
That's not really a title that comes with homes
You were
or
part
riches.
of the royal court.
Yeah, but I feel like I've upgraded.
Jester.
No.
Right?
I'd rather be called Duke.
Well, I was the clown.
Yeah, you were the clown. I'd rather be called the Duke.
For those who don't know, Dell's dad called John a clown and Dell a court jester.
And you are his court jester.
Which usually a clown doesn't have a court jester.
No.
That just showed the disdain he had for this entire operation.
Most Greek food tastes like Italian food that has gone bad. That's not accurate.
That is not true.
Mega
Greek
Blast
food is
said
good.
that's not Greek food sucks.
You know what?
Greek food doesn't suck. It's just a different flavor.
I got to go to Nico Nico's now. I'm going to Nico Nico's. Thank
food.
you. Yes.
You ever been to that one on off I-10?
I
The new one he has?
I've been.
You
I
wanna
go to the
Shepherd?
one in Montrose.
Yeah, Montrose, not Shepherd.
You're going to Nico Nico's for a Greek re-up. You need a Greek re-up, a little injection of Greekness.
There's a little hit.
He needs to hit the vein. Yeah, he needs it to hit the veins.
I need it to hit hard.
His
Nico
spot
Nico's.
off I-10
John,
is enormous.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, the food is great. Food's great.
You got to tap that vein.
That's it. My Greek vein.
Yeah.
What's the Greek blood flowing?
They brought food here before. What's the best thing that go if you're going?
Well, I love the Yudo. It's the best. It's so good. That's so good. 713-780-3776.
If you like chicken, they got all kinds of chicken dishes, kebabs. They've got all kinds of. They got all. I mean, there's
the
tons of
pasticcios.
stuff.
Excellent too. Excellent. Time to talk about Aqueduct Plumbing. Talk about Billy. Okay, Billy's a white guy. If you want to know the truth, I'm sorry to say.
Is he one of the great whites?
He's great.
Because there are great whites like you could say Leo DiCaprio is one of the great whites.
Trump,
depending on where you stand on certain things.
Depends on what state you're in.
Yeah, maybe.
What state you're in. Listen, he is a great white guy. Yes, he's a great white guy. Billy is. And here's the deal: is he got a great company. And that company is Aqueduct Plumbing Company. And Aqueduct Plumbing Company is going to save you. Aqueduct Plumbing Company is a number that you have to have in your phone. Keep it in your phone so that it just put plumbing or plumber or whatever so that you know. I mean, I forget the name. Aqueduct. How do you spell Aqueduct? All of that stuff. No. 281-488-6238. But put whatever you want. But when you do have a plumbing problem, make sure that you call Billy. I've got a room for him now, his workers there, because they're at my house so often. And I never needed a plumber before. But now when I do need a plumber, there's only one way I go, and that's Aqueduct Plumbing Company, because they're awesome, awesome, awesome. They're going to give you a free estimate about what is the problem with it, whatever problem you're having, and then they're going to give you the price. And I'm going to tell you this, you're going to go with them because they're going to give you an honest evaluation. 281-488-6238 or aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So I didn't know this. This is the biggest spread that they've had against Oklahoma. Texas Longhorns are minus 14 this week.
Yeah. Biggest spread they've had in 20 years.
20 years? Yeah. Do they
or is it biggest ever? Can't be biggest ever.
Well, let's see here. It says on this right here, Texas biggest spread against Oklahoma in 20 years.
Yeah.
Oregon is a rare home dog. How's Oregon
well, they rarely had the number
top 10 team, and well, yeah, they got a. Yeah.
So to me, that's one of those games where you just don't even blink twice. You just play Oregon plus points.
Really?
Yeah, I don't even think about it. I'm just taking Oregon plus points. You got a team traveling across the country up to Oregon. It's a pretty good atmosphere up there. I've been in that stadium. I'll just take the points.
It's a night
take
game.
My chances.
Well, I guess it'll be mid-afternoon for them.
For them, it's 4:30.
Yeah, 4:30.
Yeah. LSU and Ole Miss. LSU's a 3-point dog at home after a team Ole Miss lost to. Who did Ole Miss lost to earlier?
Kentucky at home.
Kentucky at home.
And then Ole Miss smashed South Carolina last week.
LSU has a bye.
Kentucky actually is pretty.
Yeah, they have a bye week.
I think Kentucky's pretty feisty. You know, they got their butts kicked by South Carolina. It turns out that was just an outlier. South Carolina actually sucks, and Kentucky's actually much better.
They just didn't show up that day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to go back and look at stuff and quit living off of the past. Like, I keep thinking South Carolina's this good team, and I think they did cover against LSU, though. When LSU came in, LSU still beat them. But the fact is Kentucky's actually a way better team than I thought.
You know, Florida's been showing a little bit of fight lately.
They have.
Yeah, and they go to Tennessee, 15.5-point dog.
They had the two back-to-back wins.
I think I like the points there.
I do too.
I don't know. Tennessee needs a real bounce back after last
their
week.
offensive line isn't great, so we'll see. Florida doesn't have any pass rushers, so we'll see if Tennessee can run the ball a little bit. They lost Arkansas. Arkansas was a much better team throughout. They just couldn't score. But as far as the game themselves, watching the game, you could tell, at least on that night, Arkansas was better, and they still won that game with their backup quarterback because Taylor Green got hurt. Tennessee needs this one. If they have any hopes of staying in the playoff race, they can't lose this one because they still got Alabama coming up too. So I'm interested to see how much is real with Florida, because it was UCF, and then the week before it was, who did they beat the week before? They went into Mississippi State and won, so that's not a real challenge. But I wouldn't be surprised if they play within the number. Was it, you said 15? What was the number?
Yeah, 15.5.
Yeah, that might be too much.
Is Pitt real?
In the ACC, they are. Who?
Eli Holstein?
The transfer from Alabama wasn't any good.
He's
been good at Pitt.
He's been really good.
He's been good. I'm talking about Pitt, though. We were looking at their offensive line for the Joe Moore Award stuff for honor roll, and it just wasn't good enough. Like, I thought it would be better, but it's not. So that's always a little bit of a concern when you step up in competition. But there's some interesting things going on in college football. It's wide open. I will say this I think 12-team playoffs eliminate a lot of excitement about certain games. I think it's
Sean and I had this talk yesterday.
I think at the highest level stuff, like, it doesn't, like, the polls don't matter anymore. If you lose, it doesn't matter.
No, but I think
if you lose, you could still lose before and get in.
Pretty hard.
Yeah, I lean to they make the games.
There's a lot of one-loss teams that have made the playoffs.
I lean to they make the games more fun. Now, Oklahoma, Texas, obviously it's always big, but still, once the games start, Texas fans aren't going to be thinking about,
you're right.
If we lose, then it doesn't matter that much. No, we want to beat Oklahoma.
There's not as much on the line.
No,
with as many of these games.
And I think that's great because we've drifted too far into everything's about the national title.
It's the exact opposite. Late in the season, when teams that are vying for the championship or trying to get into the playoff are going to mean a lot more when they would have been eliminated already in other playoff years. It's the exact opposite of what you just said. There are going to be a lot more meaningful games in the last 3 weeks of the season than ever before.
Georgia and Alabama was not as meaningful.
It absolutely was.
No, realistically.
Oh, really?
it
Did
wasn't.
you watch the game?
I didn't say the game wasn't good. It's less meaningful.
And I think
what meaning
Not
does it
to
have for the national
anybody that was
champion?
involved in that
What
game.
meaning for the national? That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying in the grand scope of playing for a national championship, losing that game is no big
And I
deal.
think I think that's the problem that college football has had to deal with since we started focusing so much on who wins the national title.
Focus on speak more on this because I know what you're saying and I totally agree with
game,
you. It's why the bowl games are meaningless.
It's
no one cares.
It's the
bowl
reason
games
West
are
Coast football became something people stopped caring about because all we cared about, well, they're not in the national title picture, so who cares about games going on out there? And it's hurt the conference, and we see where we are. I think the fact that there are 12 teams makes these games more interesting beyond the fact that there are more teams involved. You can just sit down and watch LSU Ole Miss for the fact that it's LSU Ole Miss. And you know what? If one of them loses, they may be eliminated from the CFP, but who cares? That's a big-time SC matchup between people or teams with a lot of tradition. You just sit down and watch it. You're not going into the game going, wow, I wonder what happens to LSU. Are they going to play for the national title?
No, a 2-loss LSU team will mean something. Absolutely toward the national title.
Understood, but the game
these teams,
but the game can just be the game. This is what I care about. The games are the games one in of themselves. I don't have to worry or think about, well, how does this affect the national title picture? Because you know what? A 2-loss Ole Miss could still probably make the playoff, or a 2-loss LSU could probably still make the playoff. I can just watch a game for a game. I think it removes some of the how can they make the national title picture? What does it mean? Where are they gonna fall in the rankings? Can I just watch the football game? I just want to watch the football game and enjoy it for what it is, and then 3 or 4 weeks from now, we can start having these conversations.
Well, that's it. That's what I'm saying, is at the end of the year, all of these meaningless games that would have taken place if only 4 teams were involved are not meaningless anymore. There's going to be a lot of games that will have a lot of implications at the end of the year.
And it still goes to the point of, should these games be considered meaningless just because they don't have national title implications?
Like, anytime
they do.
Cutoff.
Listen, we've had plenty of games in the past with a number 1 versus a number 4, where the number 4, whoever lost that game, was still in the national playoff hunt. They still were. Even if Georgia and Alabama, if they played last year in week 2 or 3, it would still that team that lost would still be in the playoff picture. Absolutely.
Only Georgia and Alabama. Those are 2 SEC.
Well, that was the game that didn't mean as much, according to you.
There's only 4.
They still would have been in the playoff.
You're making my
picture.
point. It doesn't mean as much because they're still in the playoff.
Last year it would have happened too. They were still in.
Not necessarily.
Yes.
Not necessarily, because if they get beat again, if you don't get in the SEC championship game, it gets a lot harder. Now, because that's East-West, you're going to meet in the SEC
Alabama has not
game.
played in a national champion in the SEC championship and made the playoff.
Georgia didn't make the playoffs last year, right?
Because they lost the last game.
I know, SEC championship game, right? Yeah, and so they're gone. It's a major factor, but they also had another loss on their docket previously, so it was a major thing. You knew you couldn't get in. Now it's like whatever.
So you
would lose that game, and you're still in
so
the
you
playoffs.
would care less about the Alabama Georgia game last year if you knew both were going to get in.
These are 2 separate. I think you guys are having a hard time understanding what I'm saying. I don't think you are necessarily, Dale. I like the game, for the matchup. But in terms of the grand scope of playoffs, it's not going to matter much. Alabama's going to be in, and Georgia's going to.
And I'm happy that
it really doesn't.
And I'm
matter.
happy that particular way of watching games gets pushed to the side. I don't think it's been great for the sport that we have a supreme focus on who plays for the national title.
I think you're right about that. I do think that having only 4 teams, that I think playing for that only the championship matters.
Right.
And then having it so
By the way,
small,
Georgia
I
had no losses
hurts.
last year before they played Alabama, and they lost that game and they were out.
Oh, because of Florida State.
Right.
Wait, no.
No, Florida State didn't make it. No.
Hold on. How were they out?
Georgia didn't make it.
Because you had
they played Florida
you
State
had
in the bowl
Texas,
game.
You had
Michigan,
Washington,
Alabama, and Washington. Washington was
two undefeated teams, and Texas won the Big 12. They weren't going to get kicked out.
Yeah.
And they chose,
that's right.
And then
Texas,
they chose the SEC
Texas
champion.
Had the loss.
That was a playoff game.
Yeah, so
Alabama
was
and Georgia
major.
in the SEC.
That was major.
Right.
They didn't get into playoffs.
Right.
That meant that would they this year? Yeah.
Right. So yeah, I mean, well, and listen, the other way, if you lose a game early, it deflates the fan base because you're out of it. No fan base is deflated right now, knowing that they can still get in.
No, that's good.
Yes.
I'm not in favor of subpar. Like, to me, there's a clear-cut tier 1 of teams almost every single year. And then there's a pretty clear-cut tier 2. But the tier 1, I still believe that 6 would be more than enough, and 8 if you wanted to go at the very highest to say this is excellence. These teams represent excellence. Most of the time you won't get 8 who represent excellence. Pretty much it's hard sometimes to find 4 that represent excellence in college football. But you could say, I think you can make a very strong case that these 8, for example, year after year after year, personally I think you could say 6. 12 to me is you're really throwing some slaps in there. Like you're throwing some teams that really, but to your point, does it make college football more meaningful? Yeah, absolutely. But anytime you have a cutoff, it becomes meaningful. Anytime you have a cutoff, you guess what my most meaningful soccer games have been the last 3 years? The end of the year when Everton was about to get kicked out of the Premier League. Those games mattered, and they sucked. Those teams sucked. All the teams that we're talking about sucked. So that's not exactly good soccer, but if my team's going to get kicked out, it matters. So anytime you have a cutoff, yes, it artificially creates intrigue, but it doesn't mean those are good teams. And I don't think teams who are 10, 11, and 12 typically in college football are considered elite teams or excellent teams.
It's only because it's been ingrained in us. Every other sport, look at basketball, look at volleyball. Everybody has a chance to play for a title. In college football, it's basically been about 9 programs that's been able to play for a national title.
It only costs about at the highest level.
At the highest level.
As far as the
now,
other divisions.
You're giving people hope, even group of 5, group of 6, whatever it is now. They got to hope that they can at least compete and try. Whereas in the past, they had no chance whatsoever. I mean, so every one of those group of 5 schools went into this preseason going, man, we want to be that team.
Those teams are poverty-stricken and having all their players stolen anyway. You might as well give them something.
Something to hope. Some hope, Lance.
I mean, what hope?
You're a football hopeless person.
NIL and transfer portal's already taken all their hope away. Hey, have y'all seen this guy? He's really good. He's really developing. Oh, yeah, Tennessee just signed him. Huh? He's our starting left tackle. Yeah, he's gone. By the way, I found out that Rice has a player that a lot of good teams like already. So bye-bye that guy from Rice. You'll be gone.
That's awful. Time to take a break here on ESPN 97.5. We'll get your calls on the other side. Right now, though, I'm talking about cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. I love me some Coors Light. Think I had some yesterday. Think I'm going to have some today. Yep. The dew point was awesome, okay? It was still warm out, but you weren't just drenched, right? So here's the deal is you can still make yourself more chill in 90-degree weather with cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. It is the world's most refreshing beer. Love me some Coors Light. When I play golf, my swing doesn't really know me without a couple of Coors Lights. They're like, who is that? Who is that person swinging that club? Because it's not the same guy. Look, if you want to be the best you, okay, I feel like the best me has got a couple Coors Lights in them. If you are somebody that likes to imbibe a little bit, have yourself a couple of beers, relax, have some fun, watch your games, do whatever, cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother. It's the world's most refreshing beer.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right. 713-7803. Got some calls in here. Junior has got a suggestion.
Junior.
Hey, Junior. What up, Junior?
Hey, what's going on, guys? It's not a suggestion. So today's my wife and I's anniversary, and I wanted a suggestion from you guys on where I should take her to dinner tomorrow night. The in-laws are watching the kiddos, so we got a free whole night to do whatever we want.
Wow. All right. Good. A nice wife's birthday dinner spot. Huh.
See, I don't know. Like, how nice does she like it? How nice do you want it? Is there a type of food? You might want to send a.
So yeah. So I mean, like, it's our anniversary. It's not a birthday.
Okay.
And
anniversary. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, and the location really is not relevant anywhere in the greater Houston. You know, we want to travel. We got the whole night, and kids are staying over at in-laws. So, you know, we like seafood, we like Mexican, we like Italian. That's our top three.
Okay.
So,
what is the
one of the places that I like a lot is it's not going to be like fancy, but Josephine's in Midtown has a lot of Gulf Coast food. It has some Cajun, it has some standard Gulf Coast fare. I like that. They have a great drink selection. I like Josephine's, great people who own that.
The new La Grilla on West Dallas. Have you been there?
I've heard about
white
it. Though.
Table. It's really
My wife
nice,
said
and it's
something
not.
about
It's the food is excellent.
I
think it's one of the best Italian restaurants in the city.
I went to Amore, which is on. It was good.
Yeah.
During Restaurant Week, a lot of people have talked about Amore. I went there and the food was good. Had that. That's Italian. As far as Mexican, there's a lot of. I've gone to La Cuchara, which is there around close to Midtown too, which is good Mexican. It's more standard Mexican food.
If you want to go really go all out, Turner's Cut.
Oh yeah, you told me about
it. It is.
Although that's not Italian.
It's not Italian.
Steak,
no,
right?
It's a steak. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it got everything. It is. If
They'll
you
have
want to
seafood,
really
too.
impress her, that's a really nice spot. Turner's Cut. It's where a lot of it's nice, really nice.
What were you gonna say?
Well, it's where a lot of rich people are there.
Well, you're telling that man he better pack a lunch and get a loan.
No, not a loan. You don't need a loan,
Okay.
but it's really nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Turner's Cut. I went Arthur, who came in here. Remember Arthur?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He's running that now, and it's beautiful. Anyway,
How's the place on Post Oak, by the way? That's Post Oak near San Felipe. Haven't you gone there? Is it not?
Oh, it's good. Yeah. El Braco.
El Braco, yeah.
Yeah. El Braco is
Junior.
really good too.
Yeah.
Really good too.
Junior, listen to Lance, because John's going to have you in a different tax bracket.
El Braco's not. Neither.
He didn't even say anything
neither
about
is La
steak.
Grilla.
My man didn't even say anything about steak.
Neither
He
is
goes,
La
if you want to
Grilla.
go where super rich people are.
No, I said La Grilla or El Braco.
Yeah.
Those are both. You can
Amore
absolutely
too.
very affordable.
Yeah.
But Turner's Cut's a different deal.
Yeah. As far as Mexican, I mean, we got Tex-Mex, but we got, like I said, I've gone to La Cuchara, but I'm typically not going,
No.
You may want to go a little bit more upscale since it's going to be your anniversary. How many years?
so it'll be 4 years, man. I was a smart man, and I got married on 10/10/2020. Never forget it.
Oh, you can't forget that 10/10/2020.
10/10/2020. Yeah. We appreciate the call. And
yeah, you can send me an text.
Oh, see, this is bad.
Send me a tweet if
Take
you
her
want,
to
and
Jack in the Box.
I'll send you some extra ones too.
People are ugly. Here, I hope his wife gives
Thank you
him
guys
a
so
link.
much.
You got it.
I hope his wife gives him a link to the internet and Yelp.
Well, he's looking for suggestions from people he trusts.
Yeah, not Yelp.
He
People
doesn't
can put
know those
anything
people.
down. Yeah, I don't know. You don't know those people. I ain't trusting Yelp. People get. Oh yeah, ex-girlfriend goes in to the guy's restaurant.
I'll tell you,
and gives him a
Give
Yelp
poor review. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got another one for you. Cultivari. I love.
Oh,
Cultivari.
I love Cultivari too.
Pizza, their pasta. It's not. I wouldn't call it standard Italian, but Cultivari's got some.
It's a neat atmosphere
food.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nobi's has really cool atmosphere. Also, you probably won't be able to get in there right now. But
You better make the call now. As a matter of fact, this Friday night is at all of these places. They're pretty busy. You waited a little while. You should have.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah,
Is
I don't know if you're getting in tomorrow.
He's taking her tomorrow, but the anniversary's today.
The anniversary's today, but he's taking her out tomorrow.
You ever been to Gypsy Poet Pizza?
No.
You might want to check that
Yeah.
out. And also, you might want to check out
Gypsy
the new
what?
Gypsy Poet.
Gypsy Poet.
Good pizza. Yeah. You also might want to check out the new Chef's Table. I told you that already. Evan Funky. Yeah. Episode 1 is a place that's in the Hollywood area, and it's a pasta place in the Hollywood area. It's supposed to be. I looked around your neighborhood.
I think it said Beverly Hills.
Beverly Hills. Yeah. Is it Hollywood or Beverly Hills? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was Beverly Hills.
Yeah. It's not,
whatever.
And then there's a Massimo Butera restaurant around you. You've got some restaurants around you.
Yeah. No, it's good.
Not far from you,
Yeah. But I didn't send them to any of those. I sent them to
No.
Houston restaurants.
Yeah. I was just
Right. I don't think you should
I just
go
saw
to LA
Gypsy Poet up here.
So he's got to book a flight.
Got to book a flight to
a private jet.
Listen,
yeah.
if you've got a friend with a jet,
they're called PJs now.
I've said that before. Yes,
Yeah.
that's what Kevin Sumlin's looking for. A PJ.
PJ. Yep.
No. Kevin Sampson, not Sumlin.
Well, Kevin Sumlin's probably looking for one too.
Kevin Sumlin wants one too.
Yes, Kelvin Sampson
I
and
think
Kevin Sumlin.
Sumlin's been on a couple in his life.
Yeah.
Time to talk about Chastang Ford. I know this. I know that if you want to ride around with class and luxury, you can do that. You want to ride around in a pickup truck, you got that. But they can make them nice too. So we bought a used King Ranch from Chastang. What a deal. What a great truck. You want to talk about. It was just awesome. And I got the best deal I could. And I got it at Chastang Ford because that's what Chastang Ford does. And you got Broncos that are ridiculous. $10,000 off on this one, $5,000 off on that one, $12,000 off on some F-150s. I mean, it's really fantastic. We looked at the new and the used was just right for my son, and that's what we got him. Whatever is right for you. They've got pre-owned vehicles. They've got gold certified pre-owned vehicles on the lot that you get if it's gold certified, it means you're going to get a great interest rate. Okay. The banks are more apt to give you the loans for those because they know they're going to last. Look, you're looking for a truck. You're looking for a best place to buy it. You're looking for a great deal. You're looking for no add-ons, no markups, all the rebates you can get. There's one place to go. It's one place I go. It's ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Homestead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
Let's talk about Underdog Fantasy. I got to tell you something. It's really easy to play Underdog Fantasy because all you have to do for Underdog Fantasy is just go download the app. That's the first thing you have to do. Just go download the app, and then from there, Underdog Fantasy makes it super, super easy for you. Download the app. Use promo code Lance. They are going to give you a free gimme winner. It's a gimme winner for your first cash pick'em challenge. But then they're also going to you can get bonus cash up to $1,000 as well. But make sure that you use promo code Lance. That's the only way that you're going to get this. It's fun to play. It's easy to download, easy to use. You can also do this online at underdogfantasy.com. But once you're there, play the cash pick'em challenge. Would you like to win up to 1,000 times your original play? This is available through Underdog Fantasy, and they have made it so easy for you to win more and more money with all their profit boosters they have in there in a lot of different games like the Streak. They have the Vulture, which protects your running backs. I mean, I can't believe how Underdog continues to grow and grow and grow, but it makes sense because they are the top fantasy provider, daily fantasy and cash pick'em challenge that you're going to find anywhere in the country. And you must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org. But it's real cash right here in the state of Texas, Underdog Fantasy.
An interesting show this morning. Not a heck of a lot to talk about with the Texans other than the injuries. The injuries are a real concern. Nico obviously out, but Titus Howard sat yesterday. Kenyon Green has a knee issue. Titus has a hamstring. Laramie Tunsil has an ankle. Kamari Lassiter, Dell, who reported that it looks like he's out?
Aaron Wilson is saying league sources are telling him that don't expect him to play on Sunday for Kamari Lassiter.
That's a problem. Now, it's less of a problem because you're facing New England, but it's still a problem not having Kamari. Because, like what D'Amico said, how's your depth? I love our depth throughout all our team.
Well, I asked you about the corner position.
Yeah. And behind him, there ain't much. There ain't much. So it is going to be interesting to see how they are able to adjust. Maybe you bring the house, but you're going to leave him out there on an island. But if you bring the house, it's good less time for Drake May to make a decision.
Yes, we saw the problem with isolating guy with Kamari Lassiter. Keon Coleman did next to nothing all game, but one bad angle, one missed tackle, you go for a long touchdown. That's the only fear you would have continuing to bring pressure that way, because if one of your backups misses a tackle, all of a sudden there's an explosive play for an offense in the Patriots who doesn't create a lot of them.
Yeah, that's it. We got to watch for that. We got to see who's on the other side there. We got to see how D'Amico approaches it. How would you approach it? Bring the house and make Drake May make quicker decisions, or protect him in zone, whoever that corner is, protect him in zones with help over the top?
Yeah, I think you mix up blitz and zone. I think you, well, he's not the most accurate passer, so man-to-man's not the worst idea either. I don't think you can really go wrong with a quarterback making his first start. I mean, the argument could be made that if you play too much zone, he might be able to dink and dunk underneath. But frankly, one of the things you find is there's so much man-to-man played in college football that a lot of these guys have a hard time operating in zone coverage. So I think a big part of it is showing blitz and getting out of blitz. I think it's showing standard coverage and coming off the with nickel blitzes, just making them think, just make him when the ball is snapped think, where's the pressure coming from, not read, making my reads. I think you'll be in good shape. I don't overthink it. Play, just mix up your coverages.
Well, I will say
some things.
I will say against Caleb Williams making his second start, they brought the house.
It didn't look good, yeah, because they know he's a chronic ball holder.
Yeah, right.
That was very smart. Drake's got some of that in him as well. Not as bad, but he doesn't process real quickly. So you can, if he hangs on to it too long, and listen, the Patriots aren't stupid. They're not going to try to. You remember how many times Caleb Williams threw? He almost got broken in half by the Texans. Yeah. He was sacked 7 times. That's like the only game they put pressure on quarterbacks. Maybe he had 7 sacks that game. Where's all the pressure been for the Texans other than that game? New England, they're not putting if he gets to 24 throws, I'd be shocked. That's going to be a ton of Ramondre Stevenson, a ton, and he's a little banged up right now. A ton of Gibson. Like, you're going to see the running game hot and heavy.
Yep.
And so you better just stick an extra safety in there and say, okay, good luck, because we're going to have 7 bunched up here for sure, and every once in a while we're going to add late pressure with 8. That's what I'd do.
And then it's not only on that side of the ball where you got injuries, you got Nico out. So CJ met the media yesterday and was asked about what does that mean for Stephon Diggs?
I think he can be great. I definitely think that, he's already a leader, but, you can tell in practice today, he knows, his responsibility now. Nico's out. So that's really all of them. Everybody got to step up, and even myself included, to pick up the slack where, Nico isn't playing. So definitely just got to hold each other accountable and just be better at that. So definitely he's going to be at the forefront of that.
So that's, you know what, Nico, it's looming bigger and bigger. Now, maybe not in this game, but next week you go to the Packers.
Oh, you're going to notice a difference.
Yeah.
You just lost your best offensive player.
Yeah.
CJ's your most important. Nico right now is your best. You just lost him.
And then you got the Colts, and then you got the Jets on Halloween. So, those 4 games, I think you can, the Jets, Detroit, and Dallas. He'll come back for Detroit, which will be nice. I hope. D'Amico says he'll be back. And Rappaport says he's back sooner than later. Yes, he is, Dell. Dell thinks that's the dumbest thing ever when he's going to miss 4 games. He's going to be back after the 4 games. That's what he meant, Dell.
Well, then say that sooner rather than later. Suggest the timeline, it's 4 weeks, but he could be back in 2. No, he's out at least 4.
Well, not 4, not 6 or 8.
Well, no one said 6 or 8.
People might have said that. You don't know.
Quote tweeted.
Maybe someone told him.
Nah, he quote tweeted his own tweet if he's going on IR, which he knows is 4 games. He'll be back sooner rather than later. No, he won't.
He'll be back in 4 weeks.
He'll be back in 4 weeks, maybe.
All right. So then you got 2 really the Miami game isn't nearly as difficult as it was earlier in the season, but
how long is that? Is that in December?
That's in December.
Oh, okay. I hope he's not out that long.
You think he'll play ever again?
I'm talking about Nico, not Tua. I don't care about your Tua nonsense. I'm talking about Nico. Why Nico's not going to be out?
Not Nico, no.
Yeah,
I'm talking about. Well, you got 2 gauntlets here.
Yeah,
the Jets, the Lions, and the Cowboys from the 31st to the 18th. But then in 9 days you play Miami for 9 days. Miami, Kansas City, and Baltimore.
But to answer your question, as far as whether Tua is going to play again. So far, the expectation is once the 4 weeks of him being on IR is up, and there's a bye week included, so he'll be actually gone for 5 weeks. The expectation is he will play when he comes back if things go the way they're going right now.
Well,
to answer your question,
right?
So if to your jokes, if he's able to avoid another concussion between now and the Texans game,
he won't.
John says he won't. If you couldn't hear him, if he does, he will be on the field for that game.
Yeah, he might hit his head on a golf cart. I do that.
Are you making fun of player safety?
I do that. Quite
I've never hit my head on a golf
cart.
No.
When you're getting out,
I do think it's that you're comparing your drunken clumsiness to him being hit by grown men on a football field.
I saw him staggering around like he was drunk.
But it's not because he was drunk. It's because he was playing football.
Oh, I saw him staggering around. That's all
I
know.
saw what you did to your elbow too.
Yes.
He's never done that.
I don't know why I had a spastic attack.
You missed it. Some person clipped it and put it up and sent it to us on
When we
Twitter.
were at Wildcat on Monday, I just all of a sudden hit my arm on that for no reason, no apparent reason.
Hit his arm on the wall, and it hurt very much.
There was no apparent reason. There is an apparent reason to go to the Golden Nugget in Lake Charles. It is awesome. I love me to go to GoldenNuggetLC.com, GoldenNuggetLC.com. Make your reservation. I'm telling you, the Blue Martini is a fun. It is a fun place to go on a Friday or Saturday night. It is rocking. They've got great bands in there, cover bands, or it is just so much fun. And the pool is out there. The music that you got a walk up bar, a swim up bar. You've got TVs out there. You've got cabanas out there, a lazy river. It's just a great time. You've got the golf course, which is excellent. You've got 12 different restaurants. Their seafood restaurant is fantastic. So is their steak, obviously, Vic and Anthony's, the Italian, everything. It's all good. The casino, the poker room, everything about it, and the hotel rooms. It's like you're in a Vegas. It's like you're in a Vegas casino. It just doesn't get any better, and it's only 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. The DraftKings Sportsbook is where you get all your bets on now. It makes it that much better that you can bet right there. Walk up to the cage, or you can do it on their kiosks. It is a fantastic place to go. Highly recommended. If you don't want to go all the way to Vegas, you got it right here. Just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. GoldenNuggetLC.com.
Hey guys, I want to tell you that if you're ever injured in an accident, I know a lot of times the first thought's going to be, I got to make sure and get a hold of my insurance company, and that's true. If you're an auto accident, you got to make sure you exchange insurance. But that really changes when it's not a fender bender and you're actually in a collision that turns into an injury, and someone else was texting on their phone and they swerved into you, banged you up against the side of that concrete embankment on the they're on the left hand side of the road, and you ended up taking on damage. A car behind you hit you. Well, okay, so that person's at fault, right? Well, how does it work where you get your medical bills taken care of? You get to the doctors with CAT scans and MRIs. You think you may have a broken leg. Well, that needs to be looked at and it needs to be taken care of. All that medical, all of the time missed from work, your pain and suffering, that's what John Daspit is there to fight for, because insurance companies are going to try to squeeze you as tightly as they can because they are about profits. John Daspit and his law firm is there to make sure that they pony up and pay you what is fair for all of your medical, all of your time missed from work, and especially your pain and suffering as well, because that is something for you that you have to deal with, your pain and suffering. It's not something you signed up for, so there is compensation, and John Daspit and his group are the best at getting fair compensation that is going to help take care of you and what you're going through. 713 call now. It's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm for any personal injury situations. If you've been hurt on the work, out on the roadway, in the water, wherever it may be, you can look up the injury stuff and the law there at his website, daspitlaw.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We had Junior, who was looking for a place to eat for his wife. He wanted suggestions here. David thinks that you should maybe make them your brisket. And yeah.
You have a catering service?
On my Texas custom patio porch.
Yeah.
I should host.
So
No,
you can
I'm not
smoke
hosting.
Smoke some delicious burnt brisket for them.
I'm not hosting. You'll never have it.
What?
Marty already shut that down at the. Marty and my wife.
No,
My wife
no.
shut that down.
You insulted him a little bit.
Yeah.
You got a little out of order yourself.
Shut that down.
I love burnt.
Your wife has
I love
banned
burnt.
John.
She
from-
shut that
But
down.
that's Lance's.
All right, hold on. I'm
Old
going to
brisket.
pull up a video for you. Now you've done it.
So your wife has banned John from eating your brisket?
No. My wife. Somebody said that at the listener party. She goes, "Oh, that's not even close."
Oh, okay.
JG loves the restaurant in the Carlton Woods Clubhouse. Yes, I do. They have excellent food there.
Can Junior go there?
You know what? Where else they have excellent food? Wildcat. You know where else they have Highland Pines. You know what?
No,
Golf
you can't
courses
eat-
have excellent food.
Are you allowed to eat there if you're not a member?
Yeah, you absolutely can.
You can just
Where,
go in.
Carlton
You can go
Woods?
to Carlton Woods?
I'm not a member of Carlton Woods.
You
and
just go there for
I've eaten
dinner
there a
out in
lot.
the Woodlands?
No,
Yeah, you
no.
played.
Yeah, I played and I ate there afterwards.
Yeah,
Can you
but
just go
you're not
there?
I was a
asking-
guest.
Well, if you played, yeah,
Yeah,
you
you're a
can eat.
guest. I was a guest.
Can you go there just to eat?
Can you go there just to? Yeah, if I was a guest of one of the members.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's okay?
Okay, that's not.
That's not what Junior's going to
None
be
of
looking for.
us.
What's better, strip club food or country club food
I don't know, but
or
who
golf club
was
food?
it that went to the strip club, left the, and during COVID and went to the strip club to get the wings?
It was Lou Williams.
Oh, Lou Williams. Yeah. It
I
was
mean,
Dreams.
listen,
No, he went to Dreams. Dreams is famous. Or is
if
it
you're
Dreams?
risking suspension for those wings must have been special.
Yeah, I was listening to a podcast
No, they are known as special.
of strip club connoisseurs, and they were just naming off strip clubs where the food was great.
I haven't been to a strip club in 30 years,
I haven't-
but when I
haven't been
did
in
go, I never
24
ate.
years.
I never ate.
Well, okay.
I didn't feel like
I went
eating.
one
Good place to
time
eat.
when there was food, and it was a friend of ours said, "Hey, let's just go to the strip club this afternoon." And I had just gotten divorced, and I got no ties to anything. I'm like, "Cool, let's go. That's awesome. Yeah, let's go check it out." It eventually gets sad, like most strip clubs, but not in the afternoon.
What about the
It's-
food?
You know what? Actually, it's a lot less sad in the afternoon.
It's
It's a lot less
brighter.
now. Once again, this was 24 years ago, but
It's still dark in
but
there.
they had fried shrimp and something. I remember the food being not bad.
Yeah.
That's the only time I've ever had because this guy
Didn't feel like eating there.
said, "Let's have lunch there," and I said, "Let's try it out." Once again, you know this person,
Mhm.
and I thought, well, hadn't thought of that as a lunch option per se,
Mhm.
but okay. And then, of course, we ended up meeting, stripper with the heart of gold. She's
She-
just very good. She was working towards some type of college and
Oh, yeah.
dental hygienist type thing.
Yeah, she was dental
as most are. It's either going to be
School.
that or some type of or paralegal, something. Eventually law school,
Right.
probably.
Eventually.
And then they all have too bad rent's coming up here soon.
So, how much did you throw her?
I don't remember. I really don't remember, but she was hanging out with us at one point. I think she realized. I think she was just trying to get away from her shift because it was obvious. Like we're here for the fried shrimp and maybe the
That's
steak.
all we're here for.
We're just here to look. We're just browsing. We're here just to talk. And we're talking football. It was a weird deal. This is the only time I've gone at that particular time. Now I have been. I guess we were at a place in New Orleans. Oh no, but that's when I was in college. And one of the girls that we met at Pat O'Brien's, like there was a group of 3 guys and 1 girl, and there were 4 of us. And they were from Arizona State, and we were from, Houston area. And it was been pouring at Pat O'Brien's, and we were all under this one area. And so we're all hanging out, like got to be buddies with them, like, all right, let's go. We ended up at Chris Owens. That spot,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And the girl who we were with, I don't even remember her name. She was not bad. This group was at Arizona State Law School. And so they're a little older than we were, but the girl, everyone's had some drinks, and the girl ends up getting up on stage, and she decides, well, you know what? I'm going to do a little dance here.
Good for her.
And she was really good at it.
Was she?
Yes, and she was dancing, and her
top
kind of came out, her bra on, but she took her shirt off, and everyone's going crazy, and we're all putting money. I don't think I even had money, but I know that every dollar she got, she turned around and gave to the stripper's spanking her.
Oh,
and it's like, this is entertaining.
Yeah.
I remember thinking, this is what entertainment could, and some would say should be. I'm not going to say should be, but this is what French Quarter could be. It's people working together for a collective goal. She was turning around, giving anybody that gave her money, she would give it to the dancer. I shouldn't say stripper, the dancer, because she's just dancing. They just happens to be not with that much clothes on.
Mm-hmm.
And she's turning, and with glass shoes. So she's turning and giving her the money, and there's, a little friendly spanking going on, and we're
the
like,
law student with a heart of gold.
She was, and I was just thinking, we would stay here. All the other clients in there who weren't with our little group that had melded together, they seemed to be enjoying it. We were all enjoying it until a stupid manager gets up there and like, oh, you can't have this going on. Like, your girl was making all the money.
Yeah.
And we're happy because, frankly, the girl who's with us, she's who we'd rather see.
Than your girls.
Yeah, than your girls. It's French Quarter dancers. It's not going to be great.
No. Oh, no.
No.
All right.
So,
I didn't know we do a deep dive into.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So for whatever that has to do.
I got a stat here. And Dell,
just a little story.
You should be proud of your team. Teams that are undefeated to the over this season, every single game they've played has hit the over. Miami.
Yeah, they're the best offense in college football by the numbers. That's just not me talking out of my Miami biased ass.
Miami, UConn, Ball State, Boise, Navy, and Vanderbilt.
What about them?
All hit every single game, hit the over.
The team over or the total over?
Total over.
Okay, so some of that is bad defense.
Wait.
I think it's
those teams.
Yeah, it has to be the total over because there's only one team that's undefeated to the under this season.
Houston.
Yeah. And they would have hit their over on 30 last week.
Definitely.
So this is a team. These are the game overs.
Game
and unders.
Yeah, so last couple weeks, Miami's defense has given up explosives, so they've given up points. But yeah, you look at their numbers, they score and score and score.
Well, that is something interesting so here are the teams again: Miami, UConn, Ball State, Boise State, Navy, and Vanderbilt. Every single game they've hit the over. That's a trend you want to jump on. Now, I would think that their under overs are going to be going up on all of these teams.
Yeah.
Depending on who they play.
It's going to regress to the mean, and the numbers are going to get so low they all start going.
Well, is Miami's offense
so
going to
high?
get any worse?
Start going
I
under.
don't. Not as long as Cam Ward is healthy. I don't think.
And your defense is still going to give up points.
Well, I don't know. Well, they weren't giving up points, still hitting their over earlier in the year. We have to tighten up on the explosive plays because the success rate stuff, like play by play, they're pretty good, but they just give up Cal and Virginia Tech big plays, and that jumped up their totals.
Yeah.
If they can solve that, they'll be fine. But if they're just going to keep scoring, then it might be something to look into because I don't see why they would stop. I mean, I think their pass run distribution right now, they're 57% pass. So teams have tried to force them to pass, and it has not mattered. And they got Louisville coming up. I'd probably play the over there, the total over there too. Louisville will score some points, I think. That's not this Saturday, but next Saturday.
They play at Louisville?
Yes.
I noticed that you're saying it right and he's saying it wrong. You made a conscious decision to say the word right.
What?
Louisville?
It's Louisville.
That's what I said, Louisville. At Louisville.
You said Louisville.
No, I did not. I said Louisville.
Run the tape back.
I said Louisville.
Okay, we can do
It's
that.
Louisville.
I don't say Louisville.
Barely
it's
opened.
Louisville.
You said Louisville.
You barely
So
enunciate.
there it is right there.
Louisville.
You're supposed to say Louisville. You barely even move your mouth. You're supposed to say Louisville.
Yeah, Louisville.
It's kind of like this. Herp.
Herp.
No, it's not herp. Don't. That's no. It's.
I only do
Or.
3 words. I only do
Herp. Louisville. You like Ohio State at
I
Oregon?
still say Louisville. I don't care what they say.
Well,
Who
you're
cares
not.
what they
You're
say?
not one of them.
I'll say it how I want to say it. Louisville.
It's Louisville.
Because when Denny Crum was coaching the Louisville Cardinals, I was a fan of Louisville when LeBradford Smith went there. I was never a fan of Louisville. It was Louisville.
Louisville. That's how you say it. 9:30 ESPN 97.
No one says Nolens.
Do you like
by the
Ohio
way.
State
It's New
at
Orleans.
Oregon this week or not?
Oh, you're asking me. I was looking for whether you said Louisville or Louisville because he asked.
Oh, you can wind it back that fast?
Yeah, we record it real time. I can find it.
Yeah.
Can
I get a ruling?
What do I do? Answer his question or keep looking?
Answer his question. Just during the break, get a ruling. We can do challenge flags on this show now.
We can.
You can.
Nice.
We could have always done it. I don't know about Will Howard in this situation. He's fine. The thing with Ohio State is they haven't had to show anything. I don't know much about them on offense because they've not been in a position where they needed to show much. What's the number again?
3.
Oregon, a home dog?
Oregon's a home dog.
I think I like Oregon here.
Do you like Oregon as a home dog?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a tough one. Let's see.
It'll be the best offense Ohio State's face, and that's not saying much. They haven't faced
3.
really good offenses.
+3.
That receiver core will finally test that Ohio State secondary, which is one of the better ones in the country.
And so will Ohio State.
Yeah, the reverse.
Core.
Yeah,
Right.
the reverse. Yeah.
Right.
But Evan Stewart's there. You A&M fans probably know where he is, but for everybody else who doesn't know where he went, he's at Oregon. They have a nice one. Of course, Dylan Gabriel's there too. I don't like a home dog in that situation.
You know?
They've been building to this game really probably since the offseason.
Probably. No doubt. Maybe that's why they've been sleepwalking through the season, waiting for this game because that's what they were pointing to. All right, time to talk about something that's different. Game day. Game day men's health. There are a lot of testosterone replacement treatment centers all over the city. There's a bunch of them. It's different. I'm just going to tell you, it's different. Now, they've got 5 locations now. They're going to have 15 to 20 by the end of very soon. They're going to dominate the area. I think they're going to dominate the market because of free evaluation. A lot of these other places you walk in, you're going to charge $150 just to find out whether or not you are a candidate for testosterone replacement. But here's the deal. Those other places too, they got to send it out. They'll call you back. Here's your testosterone levels. Here's what we need to do, blah, blah, blah. At game day, they got the lab right there. 15 minutes later, you're finding out. And in that 15 minutes, they'll tell you all about everything that they can possibly do. Erectile dysfunction, vitamin injections, weight loss. They've got a way for you to lose, or gain, whatever you're trying to do. Okay? You'll discuss your plans, your goals. They're experts in helping you achieve those goals. And they've got permanent solutions for erectile dysfunction as opposed to just throwing pills at it. Game day men's health. Oh, by the way, you don't have to go there every time. They'll send you the injections. How's that? That's awesome. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Hey, let's talk for a second about my good friends over at Zadok Jewelers. This is an opportunity for you to go find that special gift for that special someone. And if you are a female listening, you might want to go find a great engagement ring. We talk about the engagement ring for women all the time, but there's some amazing choices for men as well at Zadok Jewelers. Some great choices with a variety of different types of metals, and they can tell you what the hottest styles are. And that's the thing that really stands out about Zadok Jewelers to me. It's not just the fact that they're enormous with 28,000 square feet. It's also the fact that they have not just a great selection with the biggest brand names. They will educate you on what it is that you need to be looking for, or you tell them what you're looking for, and they will point you in the right direction of what it is that is going to make that person very, very happy. Tell them the budget you're working with, tell them what styles you like, and they can help you. You don't have to be overwhelmed and intimidated by the process. They make it very easy, whether you're looking for a watch, a necklace, earrings, or even a diamond engagement ring. Is Zadok Jewelers, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, over 40 years in business, known as the best in the city of Houston. Zadok Jewelers.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Force them to pass, and it has not mattered. And Louisville, they got Louisville coming up. I'd probably play the over there, the total over there too. Louisville will score some points, I think. That's not this Saturday, but next Saturday.
They play at Louisville?
Yes. At
I noticed that you're saying.
So what's the judgment? Did he say Louisville orLouisville?
What do you say? What do you say?
I wouldn't call him on it. I wouldn't call him on that one.
Okay,
it's not as Louisville as I did.
It's not Louisville. Yeah, it's less.
I didn't say Louisville.
It's not Louisville.
Louisville.
Or two.
Well,
Louisville will score some points, I think.
I heard that
That's not this Saturday, but next Saturday.
They play at Louisville. At Louisville.
Yes.
I noticed that you're saying.
You see?
He
makes a malicious, false accusation.
Like you guys have made it me.
No.
And you have made it, and usually you just pile on whatever he says without even
what I
being
say is the
here.
truth. What I say is the truth. I would say
I've had like 2 courts of law,
and you lost, and you were ruled.
I was 2-0.
No, you were ruled guilty both times.
I beat the honor council just like Lance Berkman and Rice.
You were ruled guilty both times. I would say John didn't go as all in as I did, because I was like Louisville. He was like Louisville, but he didn't say Louisville.
Okay.
Thank you.
But he wasn't
just
all
a
in.
malicious accusation of some type of ism that I performed there.
Ism.
Yeah.
Yuli Gurriel tied Carlos Correa for 10th place all time in postseason hits.
Didn't he pass?
No, he tied him.
91?
With 91. He began his major league career at 32 years of age.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Well, he's got another
91 base hits in the postseason.
He's got another game to do.
He's got another game, maybe more than that. What a cool moment for him.
Yeah.
That dude looked like he was literally cooked.
Yeah.
I mean, literally dead. And he spent such an incredible career. To think about the fact that he came to the major leagues at age 32. And there was a thought that maybe the Astros signed him to curry favor with his brother so that they would have both the Gurriels and have the younger hotshot Gurriel instead of Yuli. But no, Yuli's been the guy that's got 91 hits in the postseason. You play with the Astros, you got a chance to get some at-bats. You get 91 hits, that means you've been clutch. 91 hits in the postseason, man. You have played some baseball now.
Yep. We didn't even.
Do you know how many Astros are going to be on all-time lists for playoffs?
Oh, yeah. Well, Altuve's right up there.
I mean, Altuve, but he
runs.
passed Carlos Correa, who's an injury-prone guy as an Astro, but he played in the postseason. Those
Carlos
two are tied
will
in the top
be in
10.
more postseason games. I'm not sure Yuli will. Yuli got lucky being on this team.
Carlos maybe
latching on. Yeah, he's still got a long way to go.
How good are they?
They're good.
Wait, you say he's got a long way to go. What's his next contract? Where's he going?
Well, he's got a long-term contract in Minnesota.
Did they do long-term?
Yeah, they did
beyond
long-term.
the 3 years.
Yes. Well, Carlos has an out on it, but I don't think he's gonna. I wouldn't execute it if I was him.
Oh yeah, that's right. It was a 6-year deal because he got to 200.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking of his out. He's
He's
already
got an out,
right?
but I don't think you do it. I don't think you exercise that.
No, not making $33.3 million a year.
He ain't getting that nowhere
You
else.
don't touch
Although
that.
he had a 900 OPS this year. He did miss 60 games, but he had a 900 OPS. I mean, he had himself a nice season.
So
a bounce back from last year.
So he has vesting options. What does this mean? How long does this sucker go?
Yeah.
He has vesting options starting in 2029.
Yeah. I doubt he'll hit that. We'll see. Although Presley hit his.
Yeah, but his vesting options, like I said, his payroll would be 25, like it vests at a lower number, 25 million.
Well, that's all right. By then, he's not going to be a $25 million player, is he?
Yeah, but 25 million may be poverty in 2029 baseball.
Well,
the way salaries are going, he'd
be a poor.
You may be a poor.
He's going to be a poor.
Carlos Correa, you're so poor.
Did we miss anything today, Joe? Did we hit it all?
Well, I can't blame you for this because it just happened. But Nathaniel Hackett, while not fired, has been demoted.
Oh, he still isn't going to call the
Todd
plays.
Downing will be their play caller going forward.
Wow.
That sounded like that was coming.
Yeah, that was going to come with Saleh, allegedly.
Well, Saleh was looking to likely just say, get out of the building. But he gets to keep his job, but can no longer call plays.
I had read where Saleh was going to keep him too.
Okay.
Yeah.
I saw, well, maybe both were out there. But, yeah, Todd Downing calling plays for Aaron Rodgers, which really means Aaron Rodgers calling plays for himself.
And why not?
Well, if all it's going to be is back shoulder throws to the outside anyway, Aaron Rodgers can call those.
Yeah. Just hit Garrett Wilson. I got him on my team.
He's on your fantasy
I
team.
got him on my
It
team.
always boils down to that.
That's all it boils down for me. I got Stephon Diggs, so I care about the Texans.
No. Then the Nico Collins thing was great for you.
No, I said you got to look at a silver lining.
The silver lining is you can be helped.
My fantasy team might be better off.
While the Texans are worse off, your fantasy team will be better off.
Yeah, we got to get Steph.
It's like when he was like, "Hey, this is actually a good thing for Tank Dell and for Tank Dell owners, and for Stephon Diggs owners." Nico Collins gone. Yeah, but it's terrible for Houston.
No, I know.
Fans.
I know that, but I'm a glass half full guy. You're always looking at the negatives of everything.
Or you're just selfish.
Well, is that not a good thing?
Perhaps you're just selfish.
My glass, I want more than half full.
Yeah, what about the Nico Collins glass? Is it half full or half empty?
Oh, I didn't want Nico Collins to go down.
But now that he is.
But now that I can't do anything about that.
Here's the good
But now
things
that he
about
is,
it.
let's look at the
Let's
positives.
look at the positives
And they all
about Nico
affect
Collins being
me.
Yeah.
And all the positives affect me and how my Sundays will go.
And by the way, let's get that Devontae Adams trade done in a hurry.
You want him to be a Jet?
I don't care. Just want him to get on a field.
That's not helping you.
No,
yeah.
That's not helping my team at all. So let's go, Devontae. Get back out there.
Play.
Make that trade, Aaron.
Yeah, Aaron's the GM too. Huh?
Aaron's the GM.
There he is.
Oh, you don't think he wants Devontae Adams? If he wanted Randall Cobb?
Yeah. Well, it didn't
Goodness
cost them
gracious.
much getting Randall Cobb. How much is it going to cost the Jets to trade for Devontae Adams? A first and what?
I don't know that you're going to get much.
A first and?
I don't think you're
with
going to get much
Devontae?
more than a first.
I don't think you're going to get a first.
Yeah, you might not.
Not
get
even a first for Devontae Adams.
I don't think so because he's older.
What's his contract like?
He's one of the not poors.
No, I know he's not, but is it how many years do I
I'm
have?
looking at it right now.
I'm not giving up a
Because
first.
contract time, contract amount, and age, he was at a 5-year, $140 million. He's 23-3, so he's getting good money. Next year's cap figure actually goes down to actually this year, yeah. Ooh, next year his base is 35.6.
Yikes!
So it's a new deal. Actually, this is fine because if you trade for him now, you give him a new deal and you rearrange all this money. You give him money up front. Yeah. He gets paid up front. These numbers come down. So it's actually, but he's 32 years old right now.
Yes.
And his birthday is December 24th. So by next year, he's a 33-year-old wide receiver who's going to make probably about who's probably going to make about a $24 million base, and you will have given him a bunch of money. You can't get a first for that.
Yeah.
Well, if you're desperate, Jets come, or the Raiders can just sit with it, I guess.
Well, you
if
need
it's a
another
bidding
horse
war,
in a race.
how
and
many?
Well,
supposedly,
the Raiders can't sit with it. They need to get rid
How
of it.
many people want a
supposedly
wide
the
receiver?
Saints are the other horse in the
No,
race.
really? Really? With Derek Carr down and starting
Spencer Rattler?
Derek Carr's his best friend. How long Derek Carr?
Derek
out?
Carr's hurt.
He's got no oblique.
But how
He
long,
won't be
though?
out for the entire year. He's got no oblique, I think.
Yeah, but you don't know when he's coming back. And you got
obliques or nothing. Ask Jose
what's his name?
Altuve.
South Carolina guy.
Spencer Rattler.
Yeah, Spencer Rattler.
Hey. I watch draft guys on Twitter and they go, "Hey, Spencer Rattler's really good."
No, Spencer Rattler's going to be.
He was
what about
the
the one guy
special-
that said he's going to be the best
Danny
quarterback in the
Kelly,
draft? Yeah,
former NFL scout.
Yeah.
It's almost a joke where he says it all that. As a former NFL scout,
Right.
it's like, yeah, he has the worst takes. Obliques, as we know from Jose
Could be
Altuve, can keep you out a long time.
2 years.
Can keep you out a long time.
Yeah. No obliques are they're no
Derek,
joke.
You know they travel together apparently. Their families
They
go
go
on
on
vacation
vacations.
together. Derek Carr and Devontae Adams.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're like tight.
They're the
That's
best
why
of
he's being
friends.
mentioned so much. And they are in a weak. Well, they're not in a weak. I mean, we're in a weak division.
Yeah, but
Well, are we in the weakest division?
he ain't going there to spend no time with
Maybe-
Spencer
Hold up,
Rattler.
maybe the
You got
AFC East.
Tampa Bay,
No,
Atlanta,
the weakest
and New
division
Orleans.
is the AFC East.
Oh yeah, that's the weakest.
New England, the Jets.
Well, it's the weakest for now, but
The
I can
Bills?
see by the end of the year the Jets and the Dolphins just need to get Tua back. But the Jets, Bills, and Dolphins, hold on. Jets, Bills, and Dolphins
And
aren't
Patriots.
as good as Texans. No, forget the Patriots. Let's just say the top three: Jets, Bills, and Dolphins. They're not as good as Texans.
Well, the Bills the Texans just proved.
Colts, Titans.
Titans. Yeah.
Jaguars have one win. I guess
The
we're going to say
Titans- the
Jaguars.
Titans have
Like,
one win,
our
too.
division is meek.
The Texans just beat the Bills, their best team. Right?
Okay.
The Jets, they suck. Okay. The Jets
Well-
have been awful. They're 2-3.
Well,
They're not
who-
going to be good.
Okay,
Why
let's go.
are you giving them?
Now you do that. That's fine, and now I'll do NFC South. What is your favorite thing about the Titans so far?
The AFC South?
Yes.
The favorite thing about the Titans is how hard they compete.
How about Jaguars?
I'm telling you, they're
I mean, it's
waiting.
one win, but
that's
still.
that's a giant waiting.
Big fan of the Colts right now.
Are you
with-
about to call them a sleeping giant?
Sleeping giant.
Yeah, the
Jaguars?
Colts with
Joe Flacco.
Joe Flacco's better than the guy you drafted fourth.
He is.
So you're saying that the AFC East is worse than our division?
Yes.
Our
Oh,
division.
the
I thought
Dolphins
NFC
are terrible.
I
They don't
thought
have- they don't have
NFC
a
South was
quarterback.
going to. Dolphins just won. I thought NFC South was going to be atrocious. And you know what? Tampa's competitive.
No, they're good.
New Orleans is
Falcons
competitive.
good.
Falcons are competitive. They're way better than our division is.
No.
I mean, I'll put up Carolina against,
The Titans or the Jags.
our Titans or Jags, I guess. That'd be an interesting matchup.
We're playing for relegation.
Relegation.
But if
Okay.
the
Relegation
Texans
game.
played a game on a neutral field as they're presently constituted against the Bucks, who would win
The Texans?
against the Bucks?
The Texans.
Ooh, I don't know.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Not
He
the
said
current
as they're
Texans.
presently constituted. That means no Nico,
I don't care.
no Kamari
You should.
Lassiter.
I got Xavier. I got X-Man.
You got Xavier.
I got
Hutch-
X-Man.
He
He's
doesn't.
got X
He
Hutch
can't
and
get
his boy,
X-Man.
Jalen
I got
He's
Robert Woods.
He's
You got
not good
Jalen
enough.
Petrie.
He's got a foot, though.
Hutchinson's not good enough to be called X-Man.
There must have been something on the 2-yard line that hurt Robert Woods' foot.
I tell you, he's just doing a solid for Steven Sims.
That's all.
He goes, look, you still want to keep me out here? I'm going to pretend to be hurt so Steven Sims can get his job back.
That's a teammate.
Yeah.
That's a locker room guy.
We hear about Robert Woods being a great locker room guy. This is the
That's it.
ultimate locker room guy. I was screwing up so badly. I thought you would play this guy, but you still have me at the top of the depth chart when we open practice. Nah, I can't go out there today.
No. I'm in on Gulf Coast Windows. I'm in on Jim Fiume. I'm in on what he has done in this city. I'm in on his windows. Been there, seen it, love it. Jim Fiume has the best product that you could possibly find in the city, in the market. Their windows, they've got double pane, double strength glass, aluminum, vinyl, hurricane, wood clad, new home construction windows. I keep emphasizing this, that if you're building a home, use the best. Get the best of everything. And the best window and the best door that you're going to have beauty, security, privacy, all of those things, Gulf Coast Windows. Listen, they're the best. There's a reason that they're the best. They've got, 5-star, They've won award for excellence from the Better Business Bureau. They've won the Pinnacle Award from the Better Business Bureau. There's a reason for that because they're the best. So if you're going to build a home or you want to replace those windows in your home, get the best. And the only place to get that, GulfCoastWindows.com. 713-849-5454, GulfCoastWindows.com. Tell Jim you heard it right here. All right, time to talk about GiveMeTheVin.com. That's GiveMeTheVin.com. If you're looking for the best way to sell your car, there's only one way to do it. GiveMeTheVin.com. John Clay Wolf is the best. John Clay Wolf is going to give you more for his vehicle. John Clay Wolf, you'll hear him every Saturday right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. He'll buy your car on the radio. He buys cars on the radio with sight unseen. Okay, I'll give you this for it. Bing, sold. All right. Now, a lot of times you want to haggle, you can. You want to take it to CarMax to see what they're going to offer you. Okay, do that, and then come back with a written proposal for John Clay Wolf to either match it or beat it. He'll either beat it or he'll send you $100. Okay, my buddy Michael, he got $100 from John Clay Wolf. He got $100. He said, "What?" CarMax. He said, "Hey, that GiveMeTheVin.com said no. That's stupid." That's just too much. So you take that offer and we'll send you $100. And that's what they do. Look, you're looking for the best way to sell your car. There's one place that you have to go every time. GiveMeTheVin.com. Marjorie Taylor Greene might be onto something here. She thinks Democrats can control the weather. And she also shared a 2013 CBS News segment in which a physics professor discussed lab experiments investigating the potential use of lasers to affect the weather. The White House has responded. Yeah. Have you seen this? Marjorie Taylor Greene, the congresswoman for Georgia. Well, here's what our president had to say. He said, "It's stupid." Marjorie Taylor Greene, the congresswoman for Georgia, is now saying the federal government is literally controlling the weather. We're controlling the weather. It's beyond ridiculous. It's so stupid. It's got to stop. I think she might be onto something here.
About lasers.
Did you see that news?
She already had
CBS never lies except when they cut up Kamala's answers.
What was the Jewish space lasers? What did they do?
The Jewish space lasers? I don't know those. I don't remember those.
Oh,
She said those too.
Yeah, the
She
Jewish space laser. I think had to do with fire. I think they had to do with
Listen,
helping. Remember when we had a lot of forest fire? You got to worry about fires in California now.
no, I know there were fires going on when I was there. Yeah, but they're not even close.
Hey,
didn't even see any smoke. And one more weather related story. Nottingham is not about to be hit by 14,000 mile per hour winds, according to the BBC.
14,000?
14,000 mile per hour winds is not going to.
Well, that's not news
Just
of the weird.
for, if you check the BBC weather app or website this morning, you may have done a double take. Earlier today, they were predicting 13,794 mile per hour winds for the Nottingham area. They said that was a mistake.
Well, I've got one for you.
Uh-huh.
An auction house has withdrawn shrunken heads and other human remains for sale following an outcry. An auction house in England has withdrawn human remains, including shrunken heads and ancestral skulls, for sale following an outcry. The Swan Auction House in Tetsworth, Oxfordshire, withdrew more than 24 lots from an upcoming auction titled The Curious Collector Site, 18th century Santa shrunken head, which was expected to fetch between 20,000 pounds and 25,000 pounds, which $26,000 to $33,000, and was previously owned by Hugh Hefner. And now, for some reason, we can't sell shrunken heads anymore because of the political correctness in the world.
Wait a minute.
We used to be able to sell shrunken heads.
Are they Playmate shrunken heads?
I don't know. Hugh had it.
Well, they're Playmate shrunken heads. No, that's different.
How so?
Well, they were hot.
Because Hugh owns them.
But they're now
Hugh
shrunken
used to own
heads.
the Playmates.
I know, but they were hot.
Yeah,
They were
but
hot.
you weren't there for their heads.
But didn't he own the Playmates? Aren't they his property? Not both of you don't need to do that. I heard you and I saw you, and there's no reason for y'all to be doing this stuff. There's no reason.
I said their heads.
Cut it out, Del.
Yeah.
Stop the crap. All right.
What?
Words are important.
Cut the crap, Del.
What?
Words are important.
When I go to if I ever went to the Playboy Mansion, I wouldn't be there for their heads.
Words have meaning, Del.
Words have meaning. Plural, you meant. You said plural.
I said plural.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not there looking for heads.
Stop.
There are other
Speaking of
attractive
which,
things.
Stop.
Porn stars are launching a
Super
campaign
dangerous.
against Project 2025. Okay? They're launching a campaign because apparently 2025 involves hands off my... Oh, no. Apparently they're trying to eliminate porn from society. Man, I'm going to tell you this. If you lose the porn segment of society, you ain't winning no elections, okay? If everybody involved in porn or watches porn isn't going to vote for you, you got no chance, right?
Well, it's going to make it tough.
You're losing a big chunk.
Yeah. 20 porn stars came together, not in a movie, but to found Hands Off My Porn.
In a movie too, probably, but this
maybe.
is not the same.
They
Yeah.
they would fake all that.
Yeah. Apparently, but Trump has said that does not have the 2025 agenda. But if he loses the porn vote, this is over.
Trump will stand up and say, "Look,
No.
I am definitely for porn." I think we already know that's one of the agendas that
I've
will not
always
pass.
been. I'm an enthusiast.
Yeah. We're not doing that one, Project 2025. We're not doing that.
He's already said he probably could be in one. Okay. I don't have small hands. I have the biggest hands.
I could probably be in one.
Did you know this? Mike Lindell, he sold his pillows for
pillow guy.
$14.88.
Yeah.
Did you know that is the Nazi? That's a Nazi symbol, $14.88.
I didn't know that.
He said it's not why he charged $14.88 for his pillow.
That is a rather odd price.
It is a rather odd price. Apparently, the 14 refers to the number of words in a white supremacist slogan, while 88 refers to H. 888 refers to Heil Hitler.
I got you.
Yeah. So he says, I don't know. Yeah, 1488 is an odd number.
Very specific. I would think price goes up and down based on cost.
Well, it starts at $49.98, right? The pillow, But for you
Yeah.
today,
we'll go right to
Yeah.
1488.
Yeah, the 14 is in reference to, I don't know if Mike Lindell, is that his name? Knew it. But the 14 words is, we must secure the existence of our people and a future for white children. That's the well-known Nazi.
That's the number of words in a white supremacist.
14, yeah. That's the 14. We must secure
It's a current thing.
Yeah.
the existence.
It's not a date. In case you heard 1488 and you thought it was
not
a date.
No.
Has nothing to do with the date 14.
Those 14 words are very important to some people, apparently. And then 88 is, as you said, Heil Hitler.
Yeah.
Things you cannot say.
But it just seems like it's a bit of a coincidence.
Look, I don't know if he's behind it or someone.
I'd change the price personally.
Someone in his organization.
Is he still selling pillows?
Yeah. As of September 20th, promo code made it $14.88 for a pillow.
It seems like it's rather specific.
Yeah. The prices were regular $49.98.
Who figured
sale,
this out? Like
$29.99.
The only people who would know this
it's not even.
Maybe a former white supremacist pointed it out to somebody.
No, or someone who studies that. The sale was $29.99, but if you use the promo code, it's $14.88. What's the promo code?
What is the?
I'm asking. What could the promo code be?
HH?
Maybe. I don't know.
Promo code Nazi?
That's the next thing. Follow the money. Go find out what the promo code is.
Promo code Nazi. But it has nothing to do with that.
Nothing.
He does look like, who was the one guy who used to have the wrestling guy who used to have the
Paul Bearer?
Huh?
Paul Bearer?
Yeah. He does look like him with the black bags under his eyes.
Who would bring Undertaker out all the time?
Yeah.
All right,
That's what he looks like.
I gotta go. I got a guy coming, a worker coming to the house. Well, AT&T's putting in fiber. I'm getting rid of cable.
Good.
Beat it, cable. Time to talk about, you know what?
Hopefully your AT&T fiber will stay on more than mine does.
It doesn't. It's not good.
Good luck.
What a terrible person he is.
Xfinity's terrible, though. Their internet's always out.
It's true.
Damn. Time to talk right now about Doc Linville. All right. Keep that hair, bro. Keep that hair. Mapes and Dell, you guys got no problems with that in there, right? But there are guys out there, you might be a younger guy, and you are experiencing some hair loss. You're looking at the bottom of the shower, and there's all kinds of hair there. You're like, what the heck is going on? Well, I'll tell you what the heck is going on. What the heck is going on is that you're losing your hair, and Doc Linville can help you. But do it now. Do it now while you're young. Don't wait until you're bald, and then it's a big, big process. Right now, he can do it with the PRP, or he can do it with, and he can still do it with the neo-grafting. If you're really shedding hair and you really got a bald spot, you really got a receding hairline, he can do the neo-grafting, and the neo-grafting is awesome. It's the best experience you're going to have. You're looking for the best way. Doc is the best. 975hair.com. Tell Doc you heard it right here. 975hair.com.
Welcome into the show and what we're going to call Take Your Shot Thursday. If you don't know what that means, I'll explain it a little bit later. It's kind of an offshoot of something that used to happen on Thursdays here on ESPN 97.5, but we don't want to completely rip it off. So we'll just borrow the theme and change the name because now we're just paying homage. We're not stealing. So we'll talk about that a little bit later and give you an example. And it's really about you guys. If you want to call in at any point and take your shot at a person, at a thing, at a team, you can. And of course, the number is 713-780-3776. But currently, I'm watching ESPN on mute, and they are treating Todd Downing, replacing Nathaniel Hackett as the Jets offensive play caller, like they're the team site for a college program. And if you don't know, get that. It's like the biggest news that can happen in an offseason beyond signing day for a program is the hiring and firing of a coordinator. That's if the coach has some job security. Of course, if the head coach gets fired, obviously big news. But the hiring and firing of coordinators is big news in college. And ESPN has got everybody out from Mina Kimes to Dan Orlovsky to Stephen A. and whoever McCourty that is.
One of the McCourty
I don't
brothers.
know. I don't know which McCourty that is, but it's
one of them should not have gotten into media.
Yeah.
I don't care which one. Decide among yourself.
Yeah. So one of them should have been like a consultant or something, so we know which one it is at all times who's on our television.
Or they just it's one like they just there just are Devin McCourty or Jason McCourty, but it's both of them on two different networks. So you're just like, this guy just won't stop working.
Yeah.
But it's actually two of them.
Somehow
it's like The Prestige.
Somehow McCourty, thanks for that movie that's, I don't know, 15 years old now, however old it is now. Somehow a McCourty got a job on maybe Fox or CBS and also ESPN. But right now, whichever McCourty that is, he's involved, and it's just, hey, the Jets, a 2-3 football team, have demoted a bad play caller to hire a guy a lot of you've never heard of. And it's a full panel discussing it.
I will say First Take has now pivoted the conversation to is time with Jets putting a stain on Rodgers' legacy?
Oh, okay. How about Aaron Rodgers is putting a stain on Aaron Rodgers' legacy?
That's how you First Take-ify this
to make it more substantial as opposed to, well, a team made a coaching move. Okay, cool.
What can we expect out of Todd Downing's offense?
You mean
more motion? Less motion?
How could there be less motion? Aaron Rodgers doesn't want anything to do with motion.
Even post-snap, they don't move.
Oh, that's how he changes the game. No one gets beyond 5 yards of the line of scrimmage, and they run their offense that way.
Disorients the defense.
You think that cheat motion stuff the Dolphins are doing last year is crazy? Watch this. Watch this. No one's going anywhere.
It always swings back around, Del. It always swings back around. Now, if you stop, it's like the T-Rex in Jurassic Park. They can't see it.
Oh, okay. So Brian Flores would have had more problems because none of the Jets players are moving, as opposed to what he did to them in London because they were all moving.
Exactly.
Okay, we'll see. We'll see what Todd Downing has to provide against the Bills on Monday night. And Aaron Rodgers understood the decision. That's one of the subtitles because, of course, they had to speak to Aaron Rodgers, and Aaron Rodgers has already gone on McAfee and said, "I resent the accusation that anyone thinks I had anything to do with it." Okay, whatever. But they'll see the Bills, and the team that just beat the Bills were the Houston Texans. So we'll get to some news. We know Nico Collins is on IR. That news broke right before the show began yesterday. And we have some numbers for the biggest gain someone other than Nico Collins, I guess gained is the word, through the first 5 weeks. We talk about lack of explosive plays from anyone beyond Nico Collins. Well, the numbers bear that out. We'll get to that in a little bit because they're going to need to find a way to put some juice into this offense. And so far, the candidates beyond Nico haven't been up to the task. So we'll get to that in the next segment. But I did say we would explain what Take Your Shot Thursday is. It's very similar to that segment that was Throw Shade Thursday. But like I said, can't just steal a name.
Same acronym.
It's trademarked. Yeah. I mean, you got to use a T to start it. And then obviously Thursday's involved. But this is an example. This happened yesterday. Of course, Hurricane Milton is pulverizing Florida. Unfortunately, their second hurricane in a matter of weeks. If you've seen what happened to Tropicana Field, you know it's a big deal. Well, somehow a weather reporter decided to throw a stray at an NFL team. And this is an example of what you can provide to the show if you want to take your shot.
You might still be in the eye right now. There's a lot more to go. I think back to, the Atlanta Falcons first half Super Bowl winner. We know what happened to the second half when the Patriots came back to life. So do not sleep on the second half of Milton. And we're definitely concerned now with this surge.
So that is very meek. But if you're someone who's a Falcons fan just checking out what's going on, you're like, hey, why are we catching a stray?
I have family in Tampa.
Yeah, I'm just watching to keep track. I'm really concerned about what's going on. You're probably feeling pretty good about your Falcons. You're 3-2.
Yeah.
Kirk Cousins looks pretty good.
Mini bye week to enjoy the win.
Yeah, and you're keeping track about what's going on in the southeastern part of the country. And this random reporter's like, hey, don't sleep on like just the Falcons. All right, buddy.
Hey, that was almost at this point. It's almost a decade ago.
Yeah, what are we doing? Look, Falcon fans will never forget. Kyle Shanahan will never forget. But I don't think they expected to be reminded of it on a Wednesday night while watching weather coverage. So that was a non sequitur, people would say. He pulled that out, took that shot, and the Falcons caught a stray. This is what we're talking about. If you want to take your shot at someone, you can. You can do that throughout the day. Well, at least throughout the show as we move forward. So when we come back, we'll get to some of the lack of explosiveness in this Texans offense beyond Nico Collins. And we'll talk about who may be able to provide something that can kind of make up for the number one wide receiver not being around. And DeMeco Ryans talked about what the Texans have to do to make up for him. So we'll get to that when we come back. But first, let's talk about my bookie. And you know what today is? It's Thursday, which means it's the risk-free bet at MyBookie. What does that mean? You go to mybookie.ag, and if you're an existing customer or you're a new customer, take a look at what you might like. We got Thursday Night Football tonight. We got Major League Baseball as well. We also have the WNBA. If you want to check out the WNBA finals and you have a lean there, you can do that as well. But there's a big Thursday night game, 49ers versus the Seahawks. And if you like the Seahawks, put some money down. And you know what happens if you don't win? Nothing. That's what risk-free means at MyBookie. It doesn't cost you anything. But if you win big, cool. So risk-free at MyBookie on Thursdays. And they have other things. They have their loyalty program, which is called MyBookie Plus. The more you bet, the more chances you have to move up up the tiers and get great prizes. MyBookie's trying to make this a great all-around experience. And remember that promo code BET975. Use that promo code, and they will match up to $1,000 on your deposit. So if you're betting 200, why not just make it 400? Seems pretty simple to me. Go to mybookie.ag. Remember, you can bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So the Texans injury report came out yesterday. Of course, today is the one that's most important, I think. It will likely determine who will be on the field and who won't. We know that Nico Collins won't be. He'll be gone for 4 weeks. He goes on IR. And it was something, at least from the reporting that Aaron Wilson gave us, that they thought no matter what, he wouldn't be available for 3 to 4 weeks. So they just decided, let's just put him on IR. He's not going to make it back. So let's not play the game where he's always questionable or doubtful for the next couple weeks while still on the active roster. So they make the move, and he will recuperate, and we'll see where he is after 4 games. So how do the Texans replace that production and replace the man? Here's DeMeco Ryans on the absence of Nico Collins and what they'll have to do.
Great player, been a great player all year for us, best receiver in the league, but he'll take the time to get healthy. He'll be back for us. So encouraged by that news. He'll be back at some point this season. And it's like always in the NFL, there are always injuries that happen in our game. And it's opportunity for other guys to step up and make the most of their opportunity. That's what the league is about. Great.
DeMeco Ryans yesterday after the news broke that Nico Collins wouldn't be around. So if we're looking for guys to replace him, the answer is you don't have one. The expectation is that Tank Dell and Stephon Diggs will be enough, but we talked about this, I think, earlier this week when Nico, we were just thinking week to week as far as his hamstring injury. There's a reason he's the number 1 wide receiver in football. You just don't replace those guys. There's nothing that can be done. You just have to find a way to mitigate his absence. And if you start to look at what the other Texans wide receivers have done as far as explosive plays, Tank Dell's longest play of the year, 23 yards. It matches Dalton Schultz's longest play of 23 yards. Stephon Diggs, his longest play of the year is 28 yards. We know Nico's a deep threat. He's an all-around wide receiver. Where do we suspect that the explosives are going to come from when we look at this group of their top pass catchers, guys who have not done that so far?
I mean, you would think Tank Dell
because of last year, yeah.
Yeah, because of last year, and there's still some of that chemistry. But Tank Dell's the guy who's probably been out of the wide receivers the most disappointing based off of our expectations coming into the year for him. He's the one that seems like it's his role that has shrunk the most, not just with Stephon Diggs coming in, but also Nico Collins breaking out again. Now, last year was a breakout year. This is like a breakout to another level where he's leading the league in receiving yards. So it's something where this is the opportunity for Tank Dell to really, make his mark. And when we're talking about who has a better 3 wide receivers in the NFL than the Houston Texans, like when one of them goes down, the whole point of having a great trio is that you still have 2 really good wide receivers. And I think Diggs so far has been what you wanted when you brought him in. I think he's done perfectly fine. He probably needs to step up a little bit, go back to his number 1 wide receiver days, which was like the first half of last season. It's not like we're asking him to go that far in the time machine. And yeah, Tank Dell needs to finally, make his mark on the 2024 season.
Those are your obvious choices. You hope to get any production you can from whether it be Robert Woods or Hutchinson, whoever it might be that fills in as that third guy. But yeah, it'll be Diggs or Dell who determine how the Texans offense goes in the near future. Now, they did get some good news. Dameon Pierce was back at practice. Joe Mixon's still out. The expectation is it looks like the Joe Mixon will not play for another week. So the hip drop tackle still causing him issues. But with Stephon Diggs there, as Sean talked about, the depth of your wide receiver core should be a strength. And DeMeco Ryans feels good. So does C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud was asked yesterday about what the role will be for Stephon Diggs going forward and what it has been. And here's C.J. Stroud from yesterday.
I think it can be great. I definitely think that,
he's already a leader, but you can tell in practice today he knows his responsibility now. Nico's out, so that's really all of them. Everybody got to step up, and even myself included. To pick up the slack where Nico isn't playing. So definitely just gotta hold each other accountable and just be better at that. So definitely he's gonna be at the forefront of that.
It speaks to what we've kind of heard since he got here, that he's a leader, which flies in the face of all the talk from outside the city. Anytime Stephon Diggs was brought up, even leading up until this season, inside the season, and certainly leading up to the season, it was about the distractions he could be. And of course, Josh Allen threw fuel on that fire, although Josh Allen did, I didn't mean it. I wasn't talking about him when he talked about how nice it was to have guys who don't worry about getting the ball so much.
Try throwing a football, Josh Allen.
Stephon Diggs is like, what's nice? A guy who can throw an accurate football.
Yeah.
9 for 30. How about that?
Yeah, the new Buffalo wide receivers don't care about their stats, which is really good for them. Because if they cared about their stats, they should be pissed off.
They would be really pissed off. Really, really pissed off after having to go through what they did on Sunday. Jokes aside, Josh Allen, we don't appreciate you saying what you said and then backing off. I would have much rather had you say what you said and go, yeah, I meant it. It's easier because these guys don't complain as much.
Mm-hmm.
I would have been fine with that. The worst part of that entire thing was, no, that's not what I meant. We all know what you meant. Yeah, that's why you got that side eye when you guys met up after the game.
It's amazing how often the post game handshake, like there's always a moment that you can snapshot, because a lot of people compared it to the Watson looking at CJ Stroud after the playoff game against the Browns, where Watson didn't even play.
Yeah.
But the moment there where you see the oh man, this guy really replaced me here very fast.
And do we really think Deshaun Watson had that thought at all?
I think it was a little bit of this used to be my city. Now I'm stinking it up on the Browns.
Not even getting to play.
Yeah. This team is way better when someone else who's not me plays.
Yeah. The snapshot in the moment, who knows? Deshaun Watson probably could have been just thinking about dinner.
Yeah. You should be, well.
I could have said something else, but yeah. I avoided
thinking about Instagram.
Well, don't we all? Don't we all think about Instagram?
But then you also had the Caleb Williams.
Which was actually a thing.
It actually became
a thing.
The other two, the pictures,
we don't know what that was.
No. I mean, it's a social media thing. The Caleb Williams thing was something that they actually talked about on Nick Wright, and talked about.
Yeah, it got to all the talk shows on TV. Speaking of that, I started the show looking at the Aaron Rodgers conversation, more so the
first take discussion.
The Nathaniel Hackett being demoted discussion. And I was watching Mina Kimes speak, and Dan Orlovsky put on that really intent listening face.
He's good at that.
I think I'd be very bad at it, just sitting there waiting.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I could master the non-embarrassing listening to the person's face.
Kind of
listening to this person speak. I don't have that face.
You kind of with your with your lower lip, you kind of
or you put on the TV smile while the other person's talking, because either you're humored by it or you're just putting on the face that, yes, I'm listening, and what you're saying is not so.
And you don't want to go full AJ Hawk where you're not moving at all, staring at the camera, but you also don't want to be nodding too much to where it just
you look like a crazy person.
Yeah, so it's a delicate balance of being on screen while you're not talking.
Yeah, I'd be bad at it. My face would be twitching. I'd be looking around. I'd be like,
yeah,
I would be making faces to let people know exactly what I'm thinking about what that person's saying.
That's what I would do too. I'd just be kind of looking around the room, because that's what I kind of do here when I'm listening.
Yeah.
I'll look up at the TV as you're talking, and I'm listening. I don't have to look at you to listen.
That's very true. But staring into that camera and listening,
yeah,
I'd be bad at it. I would need training. I don't know what they're teaching to those guys. I would need a boot camp. Yeah.
Well, you know who's going to go through first take boot camp coming up?
Shams?
No. Well, Shams probably, but one Cameron Newton.
Oh yeah, that news broke. Cam Newton's been hired as a contributor on First Take.
Can't wait to see what he contributes.
Hats?
Oh, so the hat game on First Take will never be better.
Will he tone down the hats, or will they just get more?
No. What about Cam Newton tells you he'll tone down the hats?
Nothing. I'm just asking questions
Okay.
here.
Okay.
Nothing. I'm just wondering, because there aren't any rules for ex-athletes on that show for the most part. You can just pretty much be whatever. As long as you don't bore Stephen A. Smith, you're good. As long as he thinks you can bring eyes to the television.
Yeah, he's just the emperor and gladiator going thumbs up, thumbs down.
Yeah. And if you fit what he's looking for, you're good. I think Cam Newton fits the profile. He will say things, and he'll say things that Stephen A. can react to, and I think that's all he's looking for.
Yeah, he can say things amusing into a camera.
Speaking of that, I mentioned Shams. There is reporting on how much he's going to make from ESPN, and if I'm Shams, I'm going to snuff this reporter. I'm snuffing him because
nothing good can come from the number he says.
No, because he compared it to Woj, and it ain't a great number compared to Woj. I'd be like, all right, bro. You didn't have to watch it. We'll talk about that when we come back. Shams got to snuff this guy.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So Shams and Woj were the two big names in NBA news breaking for years. the background is one was a mentor, the other was a protege. They went their separate ways, and they went at it. While Chris Haynes was off in the distance talking to Dame and getting his news that way.
And don't forget Jake Fisher.
Well, of course.
Doing sit-ups somewhere.
Yeah. Always mentioning trade rumors, but
Yeah.
none of them ever really coming to fruition. But sure. There are others in the game, but those two, Shams and Woj, are at the top of the list. Now, Woj has gone on to leave ESPN because he wants to bring the Bonnies back to greatness, help do that. But he's still doing interviews. In fact, he did one this week praising and complimenting Shams, although the thought was before that those two weren't seeing eye to eye on things, just part of the business, I guess. But if I'm Shams, I'm going to need John Oran to not mention that I'm making less than half of what Woj is making now that I'm taking his job. Shams, look, it's a lot of money, but Woj was making roughly $7 million per year at ESPN. And while his exact salary isn't known, the reporting suggests that Shams is making less than half. So I did this blow for blow against you for years. We were back and forth. And sure, a lot of people would probably tell you that Woj was at the top of the game. Woj did it a different way. He got his news from GMs and executives. That's how he broke most of his news. Shams did it with a lot of players and agents. That was kind of the divide between the two, where they got their news from. But I'm making half of what this guy. What the hell's the difference between what I did and what he did? Sometimes I would get it a second or two before him. I would put it on Twitter. Sometimes he would get a second or two before me. That's worth $3.5 million more. Now, you take the job because ESPN understood you want to be with the worldwide leader. I'm sure there's some pay increases as part of the contract, but I'm going to ask John Oran to not mention I'm taking less than half of what Woj was making when I was doing the exact same job at pretty much the same type of production. I'm half. Shams, value yourself, I think is what they say.
I would really have a lot of trouble with this if I was Shams. And I guess
let's put it to you this way.
The nature of his work makes him more numb to it, but I would just be like, why is John Oran pocket watching?
Yeah, like, that too. But no, now Shams is a guy who works in the field where he's breaking stories about guys making money and stuff.
All he does is tweet about how much Isaac Okoro is making.
Yeah, he gets those deals, so he can't really get too upset about it. But it's less about what I'm making and more about the designation that, oh, by the way, he's making less than half. If you're gonna tell what my salary is, don't tell people what Woj is making.
Yeah,
I don't need the less than half comparison.
I'd be like, what was Woj making when he was 30 or whatever? Because that's the thing. Shams is like
he's a young dude,
31 maybe.
Yeah, but I would even still. Woj is getting pay raises, I guess, throughout his time at ESPN. But if I'm doing the same job you're doing, and ESPN, you came to me, why am I making half of what he made? Why don't you just give me what he was making? But I guess maybe Shams wasn't in the type of negotiating. He wasn't in that type of realm where he could pit two organizations against each other for that type of money.
Or ESPN was like,
take it or leave it.
Yeah, we're looking to save some money on this whole thing.
Yeah, and to be fair, we'll just go get Chris Haynes if you keep acting up.
Again, Jake Fisher will do this for a ham sandwich, right?
You and Jake Fisher.
I don't know.
What's your deal?
I like Jake.
What's your deal with Jake Fisher?
Because he's like the forgotten man in all this.
It's very true.
It's the real ones know Jake Fisher.
Yeah. If you are in NBA news breaking in the mines, if you're battling out in the mines, you know who Jake Fisher is.
Yeah, Jake Fisher. Again, real ones know.
Yeah.
He's like the Tariq Skubal of newsbreak.
That guy's kind of a Cy Young Award winner, a future Cy Young.
Yeah, but
Award winner.
before last week, no one knew who he was.
Well, that's not true. Before last week, we didn't know who he was.
No one in Houston knew who he was. And therefore, I would assume most baseball fans do not know who he was.
Well, now we all know, as he is at the forefront of a Tigers team who is one win away from getting to the ALCS. So, yes, a lot of money. But if I'm going to be compared to this guy for all time now, because he taught me the business and now I'm taking over for him, don't put it out there that I took less than half.
Do you think Master Splinter was making double of what Michelangelo and Donatello and the rest of the Ninja
What do you
Turtles
mean
were
in,
making.
in pizza?
I guess they didn't really make money.
No, they did it out of the goodness of their superhero hearts, I think. I don't think a giant turtle or a giant rat were getting paid by anyone. The only person who got paid in that
Shredder.
in
Shredder
that
was
venture
making bank.
in that venture was like April O'Neil, because she actually worked for a news
Yeah,
organization.
yeah, probably not that much.
Even that dude who wore the hockey mask and somehow skated around the sewer with rollerblades wasn't making any money. What was his name? TJ something? Forgot what his name was.
I thought it was Casey.
Casey Jones, I think. Or is that a football player? I don't remember. But either way,
probably both.
Probably both. There weren't many people making money
except Shredder.
Shredder was a criminal. So yes,
that's the whole point.
Yes, he was in a criminal venture. So yes, he was probably
Foot
making
Clan
money.
wasn't making any money.
No, they do it for the love of the game.
Yeah, they're kids.
Yeah. So yeah, the turtles were teenagers as well. But I'm gonna need you to keep the salaries quiet. That's all. And also,
again, now that I think about it, all James does is tweet about how much money basketball players make. I think I'm actually,
but you know what
I don't think I'm going to police his emotions. I don't think he's allowed to be upset about this.
But you know what he doesn't go in the middle of a tweet compare what I don't know Isaac Okoro is making to
Donovan Mitchell.
Not even Donovan Mitchell. Let's say a Max Strus, another 3-and-D guy. He doesn't make the comp. Well, Max Strus is making $8 million more per year. He doesn't do that.
Aaron Holiday's making way less than his brother Drew Holiday.
Yeah, that doesn't happen. Just if you want to report my salary, just tell people that what I make. Forget what. Oh, I don't know if you've heard, but Woj isn't in the game anymore. It doesn't matter what he makes. You know what? I bet you he makes less than me now, working at St. Bonaventure. How about that? How about that? Report his salary at St. Bonaventure.
Print that, John Oran.
Yeah. Report what he's making now. That's the only thing that matters. He ain't making $3+ a year.
That's the thing about the old days, John Oran.
They're old days. Yeah. What are we doing here? I'm at the top of the mountain. The game has
King
changed.
Kong ain't got no.
Well, Woj and Chris Haynes ain't got nothing on me. And if this was a bit written by Sean Mapes, Jake Fisher would be involved as well.
No, I mean that'd be come on, Jake.
Yeah,
he would be Jake.
He would be
from Training Day.
That would be he would be. Jake would be in that car, and
I'm surgical with the Jake.
And you would trick Jake into going into some homie's apartment where they're about to shoot you in the bathtub with a shotgun.
Dr. Dre would still be there.
The entire thing would be
Snoop in a wheelchair.
A Training Day remake. It just includes Shams and Jake Fisher. Get that done, Hollywood.
Boom.
You need
idea.
It's a bad idea, but NBA Twitter would love it.
And the Russians that Denzel owes money to. That's Rich Paul and Clutch Sports.
Definitely. Game of Zones. Get it done. Bleacher Report. I don't know what you guys are doing right now. You should be writing this right now.
Come on. You're not getting any more Game of Zones, all right? They're done with that.
Yeah. Yeah. You got to move on to something else. They should do that. They should just flip from Game of Thrones to another property that people care about and just write in NBA storylines into that. What would be next?
I mean, Training Day. We just did it.
That's our idea. They got to pick something else.
You have to do something with a lot of characters.
Harry Potter? Do we want?
There is a show coming back, right? There's a Harry Potter show that's coming.
I don't know that, but I do know that Luka Doncic was tweeting about Outer Banks. I did see that on my timeline.
All right.
He loves himself some Pogues, I guess.
What about the Batman?
That's not bad. Yeah,
there's a Rogues Gallery.
That one fits. That wouldn't be bad. The Batman Robert Pattinson universe wouldn't be a bad one. Okay, I would just ask that if you're going to print my salary, just print my salary.
Also, I like how we have Woj's salary, but it's like still unknown. But trust me, it's way less.
I'm not sure
whatever Shams is making is way less. Like we don't know.
That's the other disrespectful thing. I don't even know what it is, but I can just tell you, it ain't going to be what Woj is making.
Yeah.
It ain't even going to be close. All right, bro.
Thanks.
Yeah. There was Major League Baseball last night. I didn't watch a lot of it. I just know, and we'll talk about this when we come back. Maybe we'll put this man on watch. We did that with Rogers earlier. But Bob Costas caught a lot of heat. I noticed something from in one of the clips that made me think, oh, okay, there's some bias here. Not because of anything that obvious, but it was just like, wait a minute, I don't hear anyone else saying this unless they're calling Yankee games because they're being employed by the Yankees, which he is not right now. And yet he did something that kind of made it obvious, at least to some people, that his rooting interest was in the Yankees. So we'll talk about that when we come back. Bob Costas catching a lot of heat from people who were watching Royals Yankees yesterday. We'll get to that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
We're back, and if you want to get in with anything, 713-780-3776 is the phone number. We left, well, at least last segment, we ended last segment with some Bob Costas stuff. Now, Bob Costas is calling the Yankees Royal Series, a series that the Yankees have a chance to advance in. Yuli, Gurriel is in that series, and what is he? Is he tied as far as now I'm forgetting the stat.
He tied Carlos Correa for 10th all time in postseason hits.
Yeah, Yuli, who's it looked like at one point his career was over as far as Major League Baseball is concerned, and he's found a way back. He's playing for the Royals. And another guy who's trying to make a comeback is Jose Abreu. Saw that news break that he's signing in a lower league, and he's just going to try to see if there's something left. I don't know with that one. It felt like the end, but the man loves himself some baseball, so he's going to give it a go again. But Bob Costas, 72 years old, and this may speak to why we're hearing, let's just say, a downgrade from what we've heard from Bob Costas in the past. And it's not made for Twitter. If you're going to be someone who has bad calls in a prominent series, Twitter's going to eat you alive, and that's currently what's happening. I've seen multiple clips questioning whether he's even seeing the game. There's a belief that he's biased against the Yankees. And I asked Sean this during the break. Is there a time where you've heard an announcer say Yanks and they weren't being paid by the Yankees, or they weren't a fan of the Yankees? Because we know Todd Callis, he never says Yanks, right? If he's talking about the Yankees, he'll say New York or the Yankees.
Yeah, he'll say the Yankees.
If you are listening to a national broadcast, generally they're going to say the Yankees. When Joe Buck was calling games, did he say the Yanks at any point? I don't remember it when he was still doing baseball. Now, Bob Costas said Yanks, and that was my first thing. That was my first thought about that. It gives validity to anyone saying they think he's biased. That's the thing a Yankee fan says. They call their team the Yanks. We were trying to find other nicknames for baseball teams. The Halos for the Angels. That one, probably I would shoot you some bail because it's just another way of not saying the Angels.
What if you call the Fish?
That's another one. You can call the Marlins the Fish, and it doesn't have to be something about you being a fan of the team.
Yeah, that's like...
Because I've heard people call the Dolphins the Fish.
Although, that's like on the line.
Yeah. But Yanks is one, I think that's strictly for New York baseball fans.
The Bravos. The Twinkies. No, these are all just like hacky Sports Center things.
Yeah, it is. The Yanks is specific to, I think, New York fans. But let's hear, I have the clip on there, not of him calling them the Yanks, but one of the clips that's going around and people crushing Bob Costas and asking why is he still calling games. I would say he's a staple of postseason baseball, and you want that name attached to your broadcast despite some of the results. Here's Bob Costas yesterday on what he thought was a hit that turned out wasn't a hit.
Line drive, base hit to center field. It was smothered out there. I don't know if it was caught.
It was caught.
Oh, my gosh. What a play.
It wasn't that great of a play. It wasn't like that one's clearly going to get down. It wasn't a line drive.
Yeah, it wasn't a line drive. He said it was a hit basically as the fielder was catching it.
Yes, and did not know that if it was caught or not until his partner. Yeah, it was caught.
It was caught.
Yeah. And that's apparently.
By the way, I get that he was just answering the question. Not a great teammate.
No, he left him out to dry there. He hung him out to dry. That's been, I guess, the level of play-by-play that Bob Costas has given to people, and it has been something that has been noticed.
I think the reason the microscope is on him is because he's calling a Yankees series.
Yes, there's people clearly watching because they hate the Yankees and they want them to lose, and of course, there's a lot of Yankee fans. So if there is a Yankee series, everyone's going to know what you're doing.
Yeah. I think normally in these postseason series, like he can hide a little bit.
But they put him on the Yankee series because they wanted the great Bob Costas on the Yankee series.
Yeah. How's that going?
Not well. Not well.
I mean, I guess the other option was Cleveland, Detroit.
And you're not going to waste Costas on Scooble and bullpen games, are you?
Pitching chaos.
Costas didn't sign up for that.
Pitching chaos.
I've heard that.
Not bullpen games.
Oh, sorry.
When you win, it's pitching chaos. When the Tigers win, it's pitching chaos.
I'm not gonna.
When the Tigers lose, or whenever anyone else does it, it's a bullpen.
No, I'm not buying into that. It's a bullpen game.
The Gritty Kitties.
I'm definitely not saying that ever. The Gritty Kitties. Who started that? Who's trying to push that?
I think Detroit. I think that's what they're calling them.
You've got look. Tigers is a relatively generic sports name, but you ain't gonna call my team the Kitties.
Motor City Kitties.
Nope. None of that sounds fearsome. I don't care what you put in front of it. You call my team the Kitties, it sounds like we're P words, actually. Another term for kitties.
They are the
they
are the Pussycats.
To be honest, why don't you just is that what Tiger fans call their team?
That's the tell to know
if you're a real Tiger fan. If you call yourself Pussycats.
I mean, I'm sure plenty of in the past, plenty of Tigers fans have called their team that.
Yeah, I'm sure some unfortunate call up got called one of that word in the middle of September as things are going down the drain. Yeah, I'm sure that's happened. But in a complimentary sense, I don't think Tiger fans are calling their team that particular word. But it would fit.
It would.
But not right now. They are playing good baseball. And up 2-1 on the Guardians.
They're the Gritty Kitties right now.
Not doing that. Where did you hear that from?
I think Paul brought it up as the nickname that they are calling them locally, like in Detroit. I've seen tweets and stuff.
No, I'm not saying it's not real. I just wouldn't subscribe to it if I was a Tiger.
You know, when teams go on a crazy run like the Tigers do, they get a nickname. Gritty Kitties.
And Gritty Kitties is
it rhymes.
I know. I'm aware.
You caught that,
yeah, I caught on to why people might use it. It does rhyme. It's just not something I would stand for. The Kitties. That's what you get insulted with if your team sucks. You get called the Kitties.
Yeah.
When Miami wasn't winning games, which is most of my adult life, they got called the Candy Canes. That was a graphic on ESPN. They can't, because they would lose games that matter. They would be called the Candy Canes because anytime they saw an opponent with any juice, they'd lose.
Yeah.
The Gritty Kitties. Well,
Gritty Kitties.
Maybe you can print maybe you can print that and put it on T-shirts when you make it to the World Series.
I'm sure there's someone in a parking lot at Comerica Field that has a trunk full of T-shirts that say Gritty Kitties on them. Yeah, they're taking the word back now.
What, kitties?
Yeah, they're reclaiming it.
What other groups of people have reclaimed words? You want to make a list of the words, not the people?
I can after the break.
During a break, you should.
During the break, I will,
but not on air.
I'll bring up more.
So the Gritty Kitties are one game away from making the ALCS. So is it less embarrassing now if they take out the Guardians?
I think they should win the series, but I don't want them to make the World Series. I think that's where I land on my.
So you would rather see the Royals or the Yankees?
Yes. Well, not the Yankees.
Yeah. If the Royals don't win the series, then the Tigers need to make the World Series.
Yes. But just purely in a vacuum, not considering that them not making the World Series would mean the Yankees make the World Series. I think it's a little bit of, you don't want to lose to straight punks, but then you also don't really want to lose to the eventual champions
for the second year in a row.
Yeah. Because a lot of people do that, and I never get that.
They are made to feel better by the fact that the team they lost to went on to win it all.
Yeah, you don't get a trophy for that. No one cares.
And no one's going to really remember you.
No one cares.
Just because you happen to lose to them on their path, particularly if you lose to them early.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even a compelling series. They beat you down at home.
Last year, 2023, that is a more compelling reason to be I get being well, if they would have beat the Rangers, then they you can kind of count that as a we're that close where we lost to the eventual champions, and it's yeah, you probably would have been super favored in the World Series. It's the same thing with the with the 2018 Rockets too, where it's like, yeah, if you would have won Game 7, you probably would have won the championship.
Yeah, Rocket fans comfort themselves with that. But
Yeah,
no one else thinks about it.
A, no one else thinks about it. B, you can't do that when you lose in the wild card round.
No, in something that's been around since 2020.
Yeah, both of the other examples I made were in the ALCS and the Western Conference Finals.
Yes.
You can't do that. You can't like the 2019 Houston Texans can't go, well, we lost to the eventual champion Chiefs. If we would have hung on to that lead that we blew in the first half, then maybe we're lifting the trophy. You can't do that.
No. You're deluding yourselves. And yes, in this case, the Tigers would have to go, or excuse me, the Gritty Kitties would have to go on to win 3 more series to win the World Series. So you are a distant memory if they do win the World Series. It'll be in their year-end wrap-up video.
Yeah.
But that's about it as far as people remembering that they went through the Astros.
It'll be on like the social media graphic that gets tweeted out, like the Grim Reaper thing with the 3 doors.
Sure.
Like you'll be on that. Maybe, actually, probably not, because it's only 3 doors.
True. There may be you may be
the first cut.
Your logo might be on a blood splatter someplace as they add on, but as far as being on the doors, no, it's not going to be the case. So the Astros season ends in relative disappointment, and people won't remember it very well. But you do get another AL West title, so I guess that will go down in history. We'll come back in hour 2. We'll get to more Texan sound. And we'll see what's happening on the practice field, because they should be wrapping up here, and we'll get some news on who's practicing and who isn't, because the injury report was kind of littered with guys that would be contributors, at least yesterday's practice report. We'll see if that changes today, because Thursday is that day. So we'll get to that and more in hour 2. We'll be back. The Rockets played last night. I took a look in the first half. The second half, the Thunder took out their entire. I think they didn't play a starter in the second half. Those guys got heavy minutes in the first, and they were done. And the Rockets were down double digits in the first half. So expectedly, when the Thunder starters came out of the game, the Rockets made a run. Reed Shepherd looked good. He played minutes in the first half, particularly without Fred VanVleet. He was going to get those minutes. Where he lies in the rotation, I think it's a little early for that. We'll see how this preseason goes for him and where the rotations are when Fred VanVleet is starting. But you saw some Tari Eason out there. He was okay. I would say early on, you can't tell much difference between the team this year and last year. But caveats all around. Preseason, we're still working on things.
I saw that Fred VanVleet didn't play. I'm like, all right,
I'm out. You're out.
Whatever. I wasn't.
You were never in.
Let me be clear about preseason basketball. I'm not watching.
Okay, there it is.
Preseason basketball. No, opening night, I'll be there. I won't actually be there. I'll be in my living
watching,
room.
Yes,
but
at home.
I will be on Space City Home Network. Until then,
no, I understand.
These are basically just scrimmages. Like
they
I
actually
do not
that's
care.
just what they are. I'm not throwing shots at you, but I did just want to take a look at them and see what they look like early against a Western Conference contender. And they were down by 13 at the half when the Thunder were trying, at least with their starters. And then as the game went on and the Thunder starters stopped playing and the Rocket starters kept playing, particularly in the third quarter, things got better for them. What do I take from it? Not much. Just looked a lot like they did last year. That's all.
It's just like we're gonna get 82 games of this.
Yes. I just want. Hey, there's NBA basketball on. Let's take a look. I could be watching something on Prime, or I could watch this. So I did both. I watched the basketball game on my laptop, and I watched something on Prime on the TV. You know, Jalen Green didn't have a great night shooting, but this isn't an evaluation of their actual play so much in a preseason game. Just looking to see if there are clear differences in how they would play, and at least through that half of basketball I watched. No.
Yeah, it's just a situation where we're just gonna get so many data points that actually matter.
Sure.
That I can't spend my time watching the ones that definitely don't matter.
Oh, you could spend your time. You just chosen not to.
It doesn't seem like. Oh yeah, I'm not going to spend my time with the data points that don't matter. Where you have to go. Well, you know, this guy wasn't playing, and then they pulled Shea, and then they da. It's like again. The Rockets and Thunder are going to play 3 or 4 times in the regular season. I will not be fiending for more Rockets Thunder games. I'll be fine.
To your point,
opening night against the Hornets, I'll be there.
To your point, 17 guys played for the Rockets, and they still had 4 guys who didn't. That's where we are. It's preseason game number 2.
Imagine if NFL games had 80 games. Like we wouldn't watch the preseason. We wouldn't even pretend to.
We don't even really watch the preseason now.
Yeah,
at least not beyond like the second quarter.
Also, we're gonna have 2 months of basketball that people say doesn't matter. Like the NBA season, it
doesn't start till Christmas, right?
It doesn't start till Christmas, and then after the All-Star break, or March and April, people aren't trying. So it's like, wait, so the basketball only matters for what? A month and a half?
Yeah,
2.5 months?
Yeah, March into the playoffs when everyone's getting ready to go, and then depending on where you are in the seeding, you might not even play that much in the month of March. So. Sean Mason's here to tell you, if you watched the game yesterday, wasting your time. And I would agree.
Yeah. I was gonna say no, I don't actually mean that. I'm just gonna try to be nicer about it. But yeah, no, I do think you wasted your time.
If you had something better to do, it wouldn't have been hard to find.
No. I mean, there's 4 playoff baseball games on. Maybe you don't like baseball, but like still. There's 4 playoff baseball.
But you want to see your Rockets. There's a lot of excitement about the team. I'm not going to poo-poo that part of it.
You'll see them in
you want to watch
days?
You want to make determinations about things from the very earliest point.
You'll be able to. They played the Hornets night one, and then I think 3 of the first.
You want to see them against the Thunder.
3
That's
of the
a good
first 10
basketball
games
team.
are against the Spurs. Like you'll see plenty of. I just want to see these guys out there.
Like I want to agree with you. My natural way of thinking would agree with you, but as I try to
justify,
empathize with others, I would say you want to see your team play, and the Rockets are back, and there's a lot of hype, and you just want to see the guys get minutes and see if anything's changed in their game.
Okay, you can watch them play. I will allow that. You did not waste your time by watching them play a preseason game.
Like, what did I have to do besides watch different TV?
Outer Banks.
No, that doesn't come on till tonight or today. Maybe
Lucas seemed excited about it.
He did. If that was Luca's actual account, I just saw an account with Luka Doncic on it that said Outer Banks Day.
Oh, okay. But I just you can't. Here's what I don't want you to do. Do not watch a preseason game and then go, Jalen Green's going to be awesome this year, or Alperen Sengun's going to make the leap based off of what you saw in the preseason game.
Well,
because we watched Jalen Green be one of the best players in basketball
in an actual month of
a month of games that counted,
a month of regular season basketball,
and we're still like, we'll see.
Well, last night's not going to make people think that he went for 3 for 12. He scored 12 points on 12 shots.
Yeah, he did that 50 games last year.
Kind of his thing, actually.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. We're gonna get plenty of games to make judgments on things.
God.
I don't need to do ones that don't count and ones where, like, I don't know. Is Nate Williams still playing? Nate Hinton? Are they both out there?
There is a Williams who played, and a Hinton who played as well.
Yeah, like no offense to those guys, but if they're getting serious minutes,
the team is cooked.
Yeah,
but the Rockets have.
They played 17 people.
Yeah, out of 21.
That's
where we are right now.
Just let that sink in. The roster size is double of what it will be in the regular season.
Guys, Sean is crushing you. I will say you're well within your rights to watch your team play.
No, I've pivoted. You can watch.
But don't take anything from it.
Yeah, don't. A tweet better not show up about like, man,
you don't think
Cam Whitmore's hooping right now.
Well, he went 2 for 10, so I bet you that tweet did not show up.
It feels like everyone shot terribly.
I told you the starters got their ass kicked. It was the backups who against it. Well,
man, Aaron Holiday hooping.
Well, the starters got their ass kicked against the Thunder starters. The Rocket starters played more minutes and then eventually cut into the lead against the Thunder backups.
Tari Eason was in his bag. No thanks.
He was 3 for 6 for 8 points. I said he was fine. If I'm going to play this game about
who's the MVP of the game,
who was hooping for the Rockets,
Jack McVay.
He did score 7 on 4 shots, a plus 14. So maybe him.
Oh my God.
Yeah, let's give it to him.
How many minutes?
Sengun did go for 17. Sengun got to the line 12 times. That's significant, maybe.
Superstar calls.
If he's going to be a guy who gets in the line double digits, that is significant. Now it's a preseason.
It's a one preseason.
I'm just telling. Yes, it is one preseason game.
Again, we're throwing out.
But he did it against the likes of Chet Holmgren
for a half.
It's true. It's true.
Can't believe we talked about this for 10 minutes.
I got a segment to kill, and I sucked you in. I enjoyed being able to watch some basketball, and watching them against a team who's supposed to be pretty good, and it didn't go well when that team was trying.
This is when I have the least amount of tolerance for basketball storylines, I think.
I don't have
training camp, preseason.
There are no narratives being spun about what it might mean.
I guarantee you there's narratives.
Not by this show.
I can guarantee you that no one watched that game and just didn't tweet about it.
No, they definitely tweeted about it.
No, I know because I got sent one. This is if we're to peel back the curtain a little bit. This is what really sent me on the.
Yeah, you seem a little over the edge over the top on this particular thing.
Well, let's be honest, it doesn't matter.
No, it does
not. I'm right. I know I'm right.
Okay.
I know I'm right about this. Oh no. Okay. I can still see it, but it looked like it got deleted, but it still shows up in my text. I don't know. This is from Rockets Enjoyer 2 on Twitter. Yeah, bro, I'm ready for I'm ready to be checked out this season. This looks like a Silas-led team. Rockets have serious changes to make, and if we don't start making them, I will not be supporting. It starts by it starts by firing Ime and cleaning house in the front office. This team is a joke, man. And this guy has a picture of Jalen Green superimposed on the Drake album "Nothing Was the Same" as his profile picture.
So a 60-47 deficit at the half drove him to that.
Yeah, they're down 13 seed last year, and he was like, "This is a Silas-led team in a preseason game."
That feels aggressive.
I have harsher words that I'll say for off the air.
Well, Rocket Enjoyer 2. Sean Mapes doesn't have a high opinion.
I can see why you deleted your tweet.
Oh, he got rid of it. Yeah, it's not a great one.
it was a terrible tweet. I hope you got bullied for it.
Well, this show doesn't endorse bullying. Sean Mapes does. And speaking of that, did you see that players in North American leagues are doing something to reverse hate?
What?
This is being sponsored by Robert Kraft. It's a timeout to hate. And if you look at all the players from and retired to current players, they're doing the timeout sign, and it's a timeout to hate. So maybe, Sean, take lessons from the likes of Shaq and Robert Kraft and stop hating on
two of my idols.
Of course, people you look up to.
Yeah. Great businessmen.
Stop hating.
Winners, both of them. A timeout, though, implies that, like, I will get back to my business.
It is true.
Like, you know what? I'm taking timeout.
It's like a 30-second timeout for hate.
I'm taking, yeah. And until Rockets regular season, I will not have another Rockets rant.
We'll see.
I won't.
We'll see if I can get you there again.
No, I won't.
Wait until they play the Nuggets in the preseason, and I've got thoughts.
They win again. Rockets own the Nuggets. That's who you want to play in the playoffs.
Yeah, that might have been one of the dumber things people were saying, whether they believed it or not, just because of the regular season success. But look, Doc Rivers is giving people the timeout. Shaq is. Jim Harbaugh, Candace Parker.
I know the Doc Rivers one will be weaponized for the first time the Bucks blow a 3-1 lead.
And he's got a very earnest face staring into the camera.
Yeah, that'll definitely be repurposed for slander.
Yeah, Doc Rivers
before he gets fired.
Someone's tweeting out right now, Doc Rivers better not be down 20 to the Celtics at any point, or this is going to be broken out again. And we know it's going to happen.
But you know what? That tweet, a little hateful. Take timeout.
It's going to be a full this time. The full timeout.
Got to talk things over.
Yeah, watch it. We need to get you back into the fold. Okay, when we come back, we'll hear from D'Amico Ryans on Kamari Lassiter because Kamari Lassiter didn't practice either. So if Kamari Lassiter doesn't play, how does D'Amico like it? The depth at cornerback, we'll hear from him. And he didn't really give a very direct answer, which made me a bit concerned. If the depth chart didn't already make me concerned, the way he approached this question made me a little concerned about who could be playing and what he thinks those guys are capable of. We'll talk about that when we come back.
But first, let's talk a little prize picks. October, I've already said it, is the best time for sports. That's why I'm not watching preseason basketball, because there's so many actual things to watch and to enjoy on a different level. When you're on Prize Picks, you got Thursday night football. You can take mores or lesses on Geno Smith, Jordan Mason, anything out there that you want. They have combos. They have flex plays. So if you get one wrong, your lineup is still able to make money. They actually do, and I actually cannot condone this as I move through the tabs on the app. You can put in some lineups and some more or lesses on NBA preseason. Do you think Tyrese Halliburton is going to score more than 13.5 points, more or less? I would say there's probably better things on Prize Picks to do. There's esports, if you're into that. There's golf, there's tennis, and of course, playoff baseball, NFL, college football. Get on Prize Picks, download the app, use promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play $5. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play at least $5. You don't even need to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
So Kamari Lassiter was a surprise on the injury report. And as it stands right now, you got the likes of D'Angelo Ross as his backup. The Texans, maybe a Chris Boyd. The Texans signed Kadar Holman off the Baltimore practice squad, so he will be available. Not exactly household names. The Texans don't have a lot of depth at corner. Doesn't hurt, or excuse me, it doesn't help that Jeff Okudah is not healthy. Although the signing of him in the offseason I thought was questionable anyway. But Kamari Lassiter has made that injury and that signing something we didn't have to be concerned about. Despite the Keon Coleman play and some of the double moves he's been hit by, he's been a very good rookie. And at one point, very early, the season is still young, but very early in the year, he was being considered the front runner for Defensive Player of the Year. Now, he may not play. In fact, Aaron Wilson is saying league sources are telling him that Kamari Lassiter will not play on Sunday. So the Texans will be down another starter against the Patriots. So where do they go from here? D'Amico Ryans was asked about it. Here's D'Amico Ryans on what the Texans do if Kamari Lassiter can't play.
Play our defense. It won't change.
On that defense, you've been playing two corners and two linebackers a lot. No Lassiter today. You feel comfortable about the depth at cornerback if he's not able to go?
Yeah, I feel great about the depth of our entire team. At the end of the day, that's why guys are in the roles they're in. That's why guys are in the league. And everybody understands the importance of their role, and you can always be called on to step up and play in a game. So our guys are prepared. They prepare the right way. They work really hard at it. So I'm excited to see, a lot of different guys step up this week.
Right or wrong, I didn't like that version. I didn't like that answer. I didn't like that version of Miko. Hey, how do you like your depth at corner? Well, I like the depth throughout my team. Oh, but I was asking about D'Angelo Ross or Chris Boyd. I was asking about those guys. How do you like those guys? No, I like what we got at linebacker. That's not what I'm asking. Cool. You like the team you've built. But what about this particular position now that your second corner, but your top rookie is out? The guy you signed in the offseason isn't available. How do you like the thought of Chris Boyd, former Texas guy?
Yeah. How do you feel about if someone asks you, or if you ask someone, hey, did you take out the trash? Well, mowed the lawn. Did the dishes.
How did that work with your parents? But I asked you about this.
Yeah.
Or your boss asked you about
how are
this.
your grades? How are your grades?
Like I'm watching I always watch a lot of cop shows, and they always ask, hey, what's an update? I need an update on this particular crime. I got some leads. Oh, what are they? Nothing's concrete yet. Oh, the sergeant never reacts well, particularly one under pressure, and needs results.
Yeah, because there's a 24-hour countdown on it.
Yeah, something like that. So
or 48 hours. The first 48. That's
always very important in a murder. Yes,
not Jack Bauer, although he was stressed out a lot too,
for multiple reasons, some significant ones. But that answer makes me think, yeah, he doesn't feel as great about it as the rest, just like the rest of us. The thought of Chris Boyd starting on the outside, it's great for Chris Boyd Hive, Chris Boyd Muse on Twitter. I'm sure it's great for that guy.
I don't know if that exists.
Yes, it would be absurd if someone had a Stan account for Chris Boyd, but someone might remember him from Texas.
I think that wouldn't help him.
Well, he's still on an NFL roster. Somehow he's made it. Well, D'Amico does like big corners, so that might be one of the reasons Chris Boyd is on this roster.
No results for Chris Boyd.
But he's not that big, actually.
I'll start
listed 5'11", 200 pounds.
Let me start that account.
So not a small guy, but not a big one. But D'Angelo Ross, Chris Boyd, whoever it might be, you are at a disadvantage if you weren't playing the Patriots. It is fortunate that Kamari Lassiter appears that he's going to miss time against this offense that you're going to see, beyond the fact that you're seeing a rookie quarterback, because at least through the first 5 weeks of the year, the rookie quarterbacks haven't fared that poorly. Now the Texans took advantage of Caleb Williams in a second start, but for the most part, I mean, Bo Nix is winning games because I'm not sure he's winning those games, but he's around while his team is winning.
He's the starter.
He happens to be taking snaps while his team is winning games. But you can give credit to Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams as guys who are helping their team win. So to say that Drake May couldn't be an upgrade over Jacoby Brissett, it's probably jumping ahead and making an assumption. But the Patriots have certainly treated his progression like he wasn't ready. And now they're just sick and tired of watching Jacoby Brissett play, so they're playing Drake May. That offensive line is bad. The receivers are young and unproven. It's a good spot to go put a guy out there that you'd rather have not starting. And that's where the Texans are. So if you're going to miss time, miss this game, and hopefully you're back next week against the Packers.
I will say, I'm not quite nervous about it, but with the injuries, without Nico Collins, it's the Patriots. We'll be fine. Without Kamari Laster, it's the Patriots.
It is
we'll
picking
be fine.
up the number of times you can say without,
no Mixon.
So how many guys have to miss time before we stop saying?
Exactly. Like this is still the NFL. The margins are slim. So if you're missing your number 2 cornerback, your number 1 wide receiver, your number 1 running back.
The Patriots are in overtime against the Seahawks.
I mean, I'm not sounding the alarm bells, but I'm just saying at a certain point, if a good team loses enough starters that have been good for them
the margin
this year,
for error gets smaller and smaller.
Especially a team like the Texans, who have yet to blow anyone out. They still have a negative point differential.
So the Patriots close games last week, 15-10 against the Dolphins. As I mentioned, Seahawks Patriots went in overtime, and they won the Bengals game. So their 2 home games this year, they lost them against varying competition, but they've been close ball games. So 3 out of their 5 close ball games. Now they were blown out by the Jets and the 49ers on the road. This one's at home. The there's a chance of rain. It's not over like 40% or anything, but there's a chance of rain. How does that affect how the game is played? A couple more of these pick up. Titus Howard, he didn't play. He didn't practice again. So how many will it take before we start to go, yeah, I know CJ's our quarterback, but things can get a little scary, particularly for the Patriots are desperate for a win. That's why they made the move. But I would ask that maybe we don't lose any more starters.
Yeah, it's just at a certain point you can't be like, it's the Patriots. Come on. If you lose enough guys, it will become a close enough game, or at least the teams will be even enough to where it's not an obvious win for the Texans. And I'm not quite worried about it, but I am going to be interested in the rest of the injury reports that we see for the rest of the week.
Yes, who practices the rest of the week? Who comes back? Who's limited today? Depending on how that goes, would make you feel better.
Because this is a team went 10-7 last year, lost to Desmond Ridder Falcons, lost to the Bryce Young Panthers,
and they
lost to Zach Wilson Jets.
That's true.
It's not unthinkable that they drop one to Drake May. That's all I'm saying.
They have not done enough to make me secure, and they beat bad teams, and we don't have to worry about it.
Yeah,
they haven't done enough of that. They haven't looked that way through this year. Now the Bears aren't a bad team. That is, at least right now, that's been proven by the way they played the rest of the way. But that was a game where they had a chance. They had ball under 2 minutes ago to go try to win the game. Now you snuff that out because the Bears can't protect, and you had a young quarterback on the other side. But we know the Jags had a chance to beat them, and the Bills aren't a bad team. So probably won't use that as a data point, but we know close games have been their thing, and they won them all. I just hope this week isn't another close one where you drop one because at some point you have to. So we'll look at the injury report. We'll have more on that, if not later today on the show. We'll certainly get to it tomorrow and see who's out there practicing for the Texans. Okay, we got a couple more segments to go before we wrap it up. We've heard from D'Amico. We've heard from Stroud. Actually, we have not heard from Stroud yet, which I forget we have, because normally we set it up where every time we hear from Stroud, we would hear from John Gruden, but we did not do that. We got to make that something that we get to quite a bit, because if Stroud's out there shredding it, John Gruden should let us know that he is. So if you don't know what that is, maybe Sean will remind you. We play some of that on Monday because John Gruden is now part of the fabric of the show. Because once you see that TikTok, how could he not be? That's on us. We got to get more John Gruden in this show.
Who would have thought that that's when this show started? We'd be like, John Gruden's a fabric of what we do here.
Not me. Look at us. Who could have imagined? But
I don't think John Gruden would have expected either.
Don't do that TikTok, and you would have been part of the show. But he did. So we'll get to it. We'll have some college football news because Sean's doppelganger, who we thought was at some point was going to play this year, may not play. Kyle Whittingham at it again when it comes to Cam Rising and his status for this weekend. We'll talk about that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Well. Maybe everything's not so great in the SEC if you're a Longhorn. Unlike in the Big 12, where everyone who was part of the roster could come to the rivalry game, I call it the Red River Shootout. Others call it something else. You can only bring 74. That's the SEC rule. So, less players on the sideline for Texas and Oklahoma for their game on Saturday.
Is it because it's a neutral site, I'm guessing? Because normally the road, like
road
the traveling,
the traveling team is less than what you would have at home. You can keep all your walk-ons on the sideline if you want to. You don't do that when you travel, probably. And I guess SEC has a rule: if you're playing in a game where you're not the home team, you can only bring 74. So All those Texas kids miss out on the chance, and they will continue to miss out on the chance to be at the Red River Rivalry, unless they're sitting in the stands. Maybe they'll do that. Maybe they'll buy their own ticket and sit in the student section. But if they wanted to wear their uniform, can't do it.
Oh, no, you can wear your uniform.
That's embarrassing.
Just stand in
That's
the
embarrassing.
stands.
You know how embarrassing that is to wear your uniform. No, I swear I'm part of the team.
Are you Colin Page, like 5th string running back?
In fact, yes, I am. My jersey would tell you that.
I got a handoff against UTSA.
Yeah, if you wear your jersey in the stands because you can't be on the sideline.
It's like in high school wearing your jersey, wearing your jersey to science class.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. Just show up in Texas issued gear, but not the actual uniform itself.
Okay, yeah.
So that's
BS.
That's the rule. So you'll look out there and go, wow, sideline looks a little empty today.
Wow, a lot of room on those luxurious Cotton Bowl sidelines.
Yeah, unfortunate for those kids involved who, in some cases, probably, if this rule stays in effect, will never get to go to the game as a member of the team.
Nah, we'll change that rule.
Okay.
We'll get that rule changed.
You'll get that rule changed.
It's
not good for the student athlete, right? This is a four in a lifetime moment.
Yeah. I'm not saying for like all road games change the rule. Just for Red River, just change the rule.
Understood. Because those kids go to Texas, and part of the reason they go, and Oklahoma too, part of the reason they go is for that game. And if you can't even get to be with your teammates at the game, it kind of sucks.
It's also a neutral site. Like, it's not a road game. Like, I get that they have to get on a bus for 80 miles, but that's it. I don't know if it's 80 miles.
Are you going to be at the head of getting this change? You're going to write a letter to Del Conte to make sure?
I don't even have to write a letter. I can just tweet at him. He'll respond.
And no answer.
Yeah. The level of problems that Chris Del Conte will respond to on Twitter is ridiculously low. like at a certain point, I'm like, dude, like, you have much better things to do with your time.
He's the epitome of that meme. I got time today. He always has time.
Like, there's always something where
he's
like,
always
sorry. It's not a UT rule. It's an SEC rule. Sorry.
Does he realize he's not a state representative? You don't have to answer everything that comes your way.
Honestly, he answered. He is easier to get a hold of him than like your local city council person. Like, it is easier to get a hold of the athletic director at UT than it is. I don't even know who my representative is, but my representative.
He loves his job. He loves being the AD at the University of Texas.
And grassroots.
Why wouldn't he? A guy who used to play at Texas, or at least he was on the roster at one point.
When I was there.
Cam Rising. Some people think he's not alive. It's a reasonable assumption because we never see him play. Is that just someone
see him on the sideline?
Well, that could be you for all we know. You look enough like him that if you don't stare closely enough, you just
way shorter. But
who knows what he? It's angles. The camera angles.
Like how they did Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the Hobbits. Yeah, except in reverse for you.
Forced perspective.
Yeah, exactly. So Cam Rising, I believe still alive quarterback for the Utah Utes, is the difference in them being a playoff team and not, depending on whether he's healthy or not. They lost their last game to Arizona. I believe they had a bye this past week. They're back in action this week. Still a top 16 team. The question is, they see Arizona State, who's played well early in the year, and they see them on Friday. But the question is, will Cam Rising play? And the thought is, with the hand injury that he suffered against Baylor, that at some point they would get him back. It's just a hand injury, right? He ran into something, cut his hand open, laceration. That'll be fixed, right? He'll be able to play. He's been in uniform the last couple of weeks, wearing a glove on that hand. The assumption was at some point he would play. Kyle Whittingham was like, you know what? Maybe not.
Yeah.
Maybe not. We'll see what happens this week, but there is a chance. I'll tell you that. It's still early in the week, but we're crossing our fingers and hoping for the best, as is Cam. We'll see how things play out. But again, we'll follow all the medical recommendations.
Yeah.
But there is a chance, according to Kyle Whittingham, that maybe they get to a point where they just say, you know what? Limited Cam Rising isn't as Isaac Wilson. I would say he better be very limited if he's not as good as Isaac Wilson, because we've all seen Isaac Wilson play. At least Sean and I have.
That's very assumptive. We've all seen him play.
Yeah, not everybody.
I will say though, there was a weird quote with Whittingham where he goes like, at some point in the season, like, it just has to be Isaac Wilson's team.
Why?
Which is like, no, it doesn't.
Unless
I get what he's saying as far as like leadership, and you can't the guys on the team can't keep waiting for Cam Rising to come back and like you said, it's the difference between them being probably the Big 12 favorite with Cam Rising and being like 8-4.
Yeah.
So it is a huge difference that it makes, but at a certain point, like you can't keep looking for the guy who's played 2 or 3 games in the last 2 seasons.
I don't understand this, because if he's such a question mark, why does he continue to wear a full uniform unless he's just college version of Russell Wilson?
Yeah, feels good.
Who's actually back at practice and is taking reps with the twos for the Steelers now. You're just going to put him out of uniform, fake like he's going to go through real warm-ups and then not play him and then do it all again every week?
What else are they doing?
Because if your quote is, at some point, the players have to realize it's Isaac Wilson's team, then stop putting Cam Rising in a uniform on game day.
You think that's confusing?
Yeah, it's probably confusing to the players that every time Cam Rising dresses up on Saturday, or Friday in this case, he's not playing. Stop putting him in full uniform if it's got to be Isaac Wilson's team at some point.
Yes, I will say I'm rooting for Cam Rising in all things in life. I'm kind of rooting for him to not come back this season, take a medical red shirt, and come back again next season.
Yes, the thought from Cam Rising before the year when he was expected to play, because he was until he got hurt, is that he wasn't going to come back for his 8th year in 2025, because he could have done that even after playing, I guess, in 2024.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't play, if you play less than 4 games.
No, I get the redshirt thing, but this was asked of him before the year when there was no indication that he would miss time.
Yeah, maybe he was eligible for another season matter what.
Yes, he was. Yeah, the reporting about this was even in May and July, obviously before he got hurt, that he could come back for an 8th year if he wanted to.
My belief on does this guy have eligibility left? It's the Arrested Development. There's always one banana stand. Like, I'm sure if you really want to come back, like, you can find an extra year of eligibility
somehow, somewhere. Yeah,
especially when you've missed as much time as Cam Rising has been a backup and hasn't played for as much time as Cam Rising has. I imagine you can always just find another eligibility under the couch cushion somewhere. But yeah, I mean, it's becoming reality. This is from one of the beat reporters in Salt Lake City. He said Coach Whittingham said that there's a point in the season where they would just turn the starting job over to Isaac Wilson if Cam Rising isn't available. He won't say publicly when that time would be, but there is a possibility that could be the case if Cam isn't ready. So he thinks just at some point in the year, it's like, all right,
there is no point in the year if you have playoff aspirations where you don't turn the team back over to Cam Rising. Is that some point in the year we've lost 3 games?
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe that's the unspoken part, and that's part of the Coach Whittingham proprietary formula of when Isaac Wilson becomes the full-time starter. But it is, if we still have a chance to win the Big 12, like the door's always open for Cam Rising to come back and play if /win he's healthy again. But if they do lose this week and they lose 2 more games in conference play, then the question's like, is it really worth it to bring him back, or should we just move on? And maybe it's a case where Utah, the program, is rather just, all right, let's just get started on the Isaac Wilson era of Utah Utes football, and Cam Rising then becomes the nation's most sought after transfer quarterback
until he inevitably gets injured in week 3.
Yeah, but hey, Florida State will take him.
You do sell the fan base on hope with Cam Rising coming to your school.
Way better than DJ.
Yes. It just is something where at some point Cam Rising won't finish the year. But hey, that doesn't matter in the offseason. You're telling people you got one of the best quarterbacks in the nation. So we'll see how that goes.
I'm Mike Norvell. I'm trying not to get fired here.
And if he hadn't signed that big deal after his agent convinced everyone that Alabama
way harder.
If he hadn't convinced everyone that Alabama was calling for him after they went 13-1, he probably would get fired this year. But he's got a giant deal, a new extension, so that's not happening. Everyone else on that staff probably getting fired. If not all, certainly most. Okay, Cam Rising. we'll see you when we see you, I guess, which means I'll see you on Friday wearing that uniform. Whether you're wearing a helmet and on the field, that's a different question. But he will have a pretty cool Utah bandana on. I can guarantee that. He's got the hair for it. We got one more segment here to go before we wrap up the show. Of course, if you want to get in, you can call in 713-780-3776. But if you want to put some money down on the Isaac Wilson era when they face Arizona State, particularly if Cam Rising isn't playing, you can do that at MyBookie. MyBookie.ag is the website. You go to that, you check them out, whether it be the live betting option that you like, because maybe you side with Utah and Isaac Wilson, and then you look at it and go, oof, this isn't going well for me. Live betting can fix that for you. And if you put money down today on maybe the Seattle-San Francisco game, Thursday is the day where it's risk-free betting. What does that mean? You bet, you don't win, they refund you. But if you do win, obviously, you keep that and you continue to play with your winning. So MyBookie is taking care of you on Thursday. So remember that promo code is BET975. You use that promo code to sign up. They match up to $1,000. So if you're just a newbie and you're not quite sure what to do, you just want to put 100 in, you're going to get 200 and so on. MyBookie's taking care of you there as well. So from the live casino to the live betting to simply sports betting, MyBookie has it all. NBA, college football, NFL, all there for you. Throw in hockey and the MLB playoffs. MyBookie.ag. It's MyBookie.ag.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
That's Michael Carroll. He will be in studio tomorrow for our weekly segment with one of the hosts of Comicast. You can find that podcast on Spotify, Apple, wherever you listen to podcasts. And of course, you can listen to it every Friday from 9 to 10 here on ESPN 97.5. And remember, if you're driving around town and you're having issues with the signal, whether it be 92.5 or 97.5, you can listen to us on HD2. So if you have an HD radio, just tune in to 97.9 on HD2. Crystal clear around the city. No worries. Take a beat. It doesn't come in immediately. But once you take that beat, it'll show up, and you're going to be able to listen to the programming on ESPN 97.5, 92.5, on 97.9 as clear as you like. So take advantage of that if you're having issues. And of course, you can watch us on ESPN Houston YouTube, and also if you're following the station on Twitter, we have a live stream up there as well, and Twitch too. So plenty of ways to listen and to watch. So sticking with college football a little bit before we wrap it up, we're both big fans of the sport. We root for teams who sometimes have issues, not Georgia type issues, but our teams have issues from time to time. Just part of college football. Sometimes one of your guys is going to have a run-in with the law, and whether it be arrested or suspended, it happens. It's part of major college football. If we were fans of Georgia, Sean, and we had to go through, just read news report after news report about one of the players on our team getting in trouble, how will we handle it? Will we try to separate ourselves from Georgia? Because the latest one's pretty ugly. If you don't know, Colby Young has been arrested. The former Miami player transferred to Georgia, and in his time at Georgia already has been accused of harming an unborn child. According to his girlfriend, she is saying he wrapped his arms around her in a, let's just say, in a way that wasn't consensual, and at least one of the charges is damage to an unborn child. Georgia's winning a lot. Georgia wins for the most part every time they step on the field. Would Saturdays remove everything that's happening Sunday through Friday for us, or would we walk into every Saturday going, "Yeah, I love this team, but man, it's rough." It's back to the Roberto Osuna thing here. We know Cleveland fans, when they initially brought in Deshaun, at least a lot of them were thrilled. Now it's different because he stinks and the team stinks. I don't know, man. If at this, like when I was younger, I just won football games, I would probably be asking questions of my head coach if every week I woke up, or at least every week the new week started and there was something. I think I would still watch the games, but I think I might feel bad. If this was popping up every couple months, or even less time than that.
Yeah, I think at the very least you can, it's embarrassing.
It is.
Like when you become the go-to mention for football program with a bunch of criminals on it. When you become the what are they, Georgia football? Am I right? Like that sucks. Like that being that level of, synonymous with program out of control. That I understand how that would, affect your excitement. And I'm sure during the game, you don't really think about it. You're more just focused on, oh my God, we're down 28-0 against Alabama.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what? I'm sure you're way more upset about it when you're down 28-0 to Alabama than when you're lifting up the trophy for
definitely.
And when Stetson Bennett's your quarterback. I think it's something that, Kirby Smart really needs to get control of this thing, because it's just, at this point, it's ridiculous. Like, I get every team has some issues on it. Some players get arrested, but normally it's like one player a year,
and it's
two players a year,
and it's not this
on a team.
Long-standing thing where it's this, outside the Colby Young thing, the same type of violation, a driving violation.
Yeah.
Someone's speeding, someone's breaking some rule of the road, and it's over and over again. You almost want to go, hey, could we have a come to Jesus meeting? I don't know I don't know what Kirby's doing, but he tells everyone that they're working on it. They're doing everything they can. It just seems to have no effect. Look, football and winning is always going to trump anything else. And Georgia fans would much rather have this be an issue and win than be choir boys like Billy Napier thinks his team is and lose. That was a story earlier, so right before the season began. But Colby Young's just the latest. And do we even blame Georgia culture for that? Because it's not like he's been in the program for years. Or maybe if you were someone recruiting against him, he didn't have any problems in Miami. He gets to Georgia, and look.
All of a sudden,
it's got to be Georgia. Man, another one. and he's been suspended indefinitely. And also, some other college football news. Sark, in no surprise, has announced that Quinn Ewers will start against Oklahoma. He made that announcement today. Okay. Obvious, but I guess it needed to be said, just in case someone needed to write another article about why Arch Manning should start on Saturday. Sorry. Cut it out. Sark stamped that out. We're done. Gallant and George are up next, followed by the Killer Bees. And since this show is done, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hello and welcome aboard Gallant and George. It is Thursday, October 10th of 2024. And you know what? We're on to the new week, baby. We are on to the new week. Don't you be asking CJ Stroud about the Houston Texans and their 4-1 record like some yokel in the local media did yesterday.
It's cliche, but you know, you got to move on from it. It's definitely
great to be in this position. But also, I would say like we haven't played our best ball yet. So that's kind of the coolest part about it is just we still haven't played our best, and we're still 4-1, being able to win and really win in every single fashion. So I definitely feel like we can be a lot better, but and then we're still missing some guys out, which I think will help, and that'll make it even better for our whole team. So definitely exciting, but 0-0 this week. Got to play against a good New England team who I definitely think is slept on.
Slept on.
Huh? Slept on.
Slept on New England Patriots, Joe George.
I mean, look, it's the NFL. Anything can happen. I guess people are,
Great
slept
point.
on. Yeah, I mean, any given Sunday, right, Paul?
Yep.
I mean, I do. I like the mentality. It's what he should have. It's funny because it's also very cliche. He's CJ's funny. He just kind of he said the exact same quote to McAfee, basically.
Yeah.
He really is just all about keeping it straight and forward and moving on to the next week. He's ready to go.
And now he said it to us. And you heard that, okay? There's not going to be any battle red pom-poms in my hands for 4-1. First 3 days of the week, yeah. They're 0-0 right now. Okay? And we got to focus. And it was a week ago where my lack of focus cost the Houston Astros. It cost the Houston Astros. I got you guys looking ahead. I got myself looking ahead. And as I deal with the crippling depression of no baseball in my life, which is just so hard for me, I have to get better, do better. Texans have to do better. Joe has to do better. Sean has to do better. We all have to do better. Okay?
Let's make sure no mutual combat threats this week.
None.
That's what we're going for this week.
None yet. But we're going to make this the greatest day of our lives again. And we're going to make Sunday in Foxborough the greatest day of our lives again. Hard to do that. Foxborough blows. But we're going to make it the greatest day of our lives again.
There's no.
Texans are going to get their first win ever in that stadium.
Yeah.
That could qualify as the greatest day of my life.
They're 0-0 against the New England Patriots all time.
0-0.
I mean, if they're 0-0 this week, then they're 0-0 all time versus the Patriots. History doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Looking for the first ever win in franchise history.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Nothing matters if you really think about it. So we really start back at 1. And by 1, I mean 0-0. So we all focused?
Focused.
We all focused? We all ready to go?
I'm ready.
Locked
I'm locked in.
All right, cool.
Whoa.
Well, we said locked at the same time.
You guys are more
locked in. We
really
are.
locked in.
You're more locked in than me. I'll admit, not as locked in as I'd like to be. Stayed up all night watching Storm stuff. Oh boy.
Yeah. Oh boy.
For those who care, I have family who lives there. My dad, my mom live there half the year. My mom's not there. My dad's in Orlando. Didn't find out until this morning. Dad, would have been nice if you responded to a text that I sent at 10 o'clock last night. But had a nice phone conversation. He's in Orlando at a fancy hotel.
Oh, so he was just sleeping.
Yeah, he was just sleeping.
Okay.
He was just sleeping.
It's 11 o'clock in Florida.
So of
Man,
course,
these beds are comfortable.
so of course I don't get to sleep because of that. And I'm going down a rabbit hole, and there's a crane that was nearby. My mom had told me, hey, there's a crane by the house. We're a little nervous about it. Then I see a crane had crashed into a building.
Yeah, I saw that.
And then,
and then the trop. I'm
the
sure that
worst.
didn't help.
The worst of
That's
all.
one of the wildest videos I've ever seen from a hurricane.
It's the mecca of baseball.
Nah, we kind of.
No, don't disparage it.
No, your steakhouse is gone.
The
You don't
Outback
say that
Steakhouse might be gone, but the hopes and dreams of everybody who goes to Tropicana Field looking to fall in love with America's pastime again, I looked at that and my heart broke.
Mm.
No, I'm serious. My heart broke. I saw a lot of people making jokes about the Trop, the icon of St. Petersburg, the apple of our eye, the thing that makes our skyline unique, a tarp.
The Eiffel Tower
Stadium.
of St. Petersburg.
It is. It's like a less overrun by rats, bats, and cats Astrodome.
I didn't know it was like tarps up there.
The ninth wonder of the world. It is insane.
Yeah, I did. Until you saw it.
It is insane.
It's crazy
away,
it made it this long.
I was like, wait,
how?
That's not like metal up there.
Well, I mean, remember the Metrodome in Minnesota?
Yeah. Worst stadium ever.
Also, crazy idea. Hey, let's put it in a place where it snows a lot. let's put a tarp over a roof and put some hot air under it. Well, nothing could go wrong.
Remember when the snow fell through?
Yeah.
Stadium?
That video lives rent free in my brain.
That's one of the most incredible. I hated going there. I remember one of the first times I ever went to a baseball game outside of Illinois was to a Twins game.
Oh my God.
These cheap bastards took my foul ball. They were so cheap that you didn't get to keep the foul balls and home run balls that you caught during the game. They took them back.
Listen, Junior, we got to pay for Torrey Hunter's contract, all right?
Hold up. I was like, what do you mean you're taking this back from me right now?
That actually is crazy.
Yeah, I was like, you're not going to reuse it? No, you're not. Like, what are you going to do with this thing? But they took it from me.
And speaking of takebacks, God took back the Trop from me and from St. Pete and the Bay. And this is sad. It does seem like for the most part, things were avoided. Everyone that I know who I texted, everyone's okay. Again, I'm sure some bad things have happened, but it did seem like they evacuated the area. Everyone except for old Lieutenant Dan, for those who don't know, the viral sensation, I believe a 9-time arrested man who decided he was going to stay in a boat in the midst of Tampa Bay, despite nonstop demands that he get out of it. Florida man. Hashtag Florida strong.
He made it, right?
He made it.
He made it.
There we go.
I mean, he is like the definition. The video of him that they got like untying part of his boat when it was in the eye of the storm because his boat kept hitting the wall. So he was strategizing what was coming next. This guy was a character.
He was. Was he on meth? Probably.
Bath salts? Probably. I mean, you gotta get through it somehow.
He didn't try to eat anybody.
Well, he was by himself.
And he said that he took a nap afterwards. I don't know. In fact, now I think the meth probably not a thing. The
he would have been wide awake.
Yeah, I think he would have been wide awake for those. Maybe a little toke off in the midst of a storm. Hell yeah, dude.
It'd be hard to light it, just like rocking back and forth like that.
So public officials were telling everybody, including Lieutenant Dan, to evacuate. Save your life, evacuate. Do you think part of them was like, wait, he's staying? Do you think part of them were rooting for like, let's make an example out of Lieutenant Dan?
I mean, the problem is
because now it's like, oh, you can just live in a boat and make it through a hurricane.
You'll be fine.
No one will ever evacuate again.
Hugh Dabs pointed this out on the Twitch. He's made $140,000.
Really?
He got $40,000 for GoFundMe, and then that Aiden Ross clown gave him Andrew Tate gave him $100K.
There we go.
So like
Andrew Tate gave him
apparently
$100K.
that's I know someone gave him $100K. So like he's got like $140K out of this.
Wow.
For just like riding out a hurricane on a boat.
There was something else where another streamer, and maybe this is Aiden Ross, I don't know, but another streamer was going to give $70,000 to anyone who could find $70,000 in the midst of the storm in Florida.
Just find it.
Yeah.
What does that even mean?
Are they stealing art from people's houses?
I mean, I guess if you're gonna rob a bank during a hurricane, might be a good time to do it.
You should watch the movie Hurricane Heist.
I've seen Hurricane Heist. I forgot about that movie. It's been a while. That's a good movie.
That's literally
that's one of those like good bad movies.
That's a real movie?
Yeah.
Was it on Sci-Fi Channel?
No, I think it was
probably like USA Today. You probably find it.
USA Today.
What's USA Today?
You mean
USA?
USA.
Pour one
I
out.
think it was RIP USA. Although it still exists.
I think. Was it straight to Netflix? It seems like
it does sound like a straight to Netflix movie.
I mean, look, we got nothing to watch tonight. I guess there's Thursday Night Football.
Well, it's a good Thursday Night Football.
We go just like a little book club tomorrow. Everyone watches Hurricane Heist tonight.
Movie club. We don't read here. We don't know how. Anyway, guys, the Texans are 0-0. Just like Lieutenant Dan is 0-0 against the next hurricane. We are 0-0.
It's Victory Thursday for Lieutenant Dan.
Victor, this is a big day for Lieutenant Dan.
You got 24 hours to celebrate Lieutenant Dan, then it's back on the boat.
Listen, there's 3 more weeks of hurricane season, okay? He's got to finish the season strong. This is essentially a week 16 game for Lieutenant Dan. You don't know what's going to happen the next couple of weeks. There probably will be another hurricane. This has been the craziest hurricane season. I am very thankful that it's been a while since we've had something, but I mean, we're not even out of the woods yet. Anyway, speaking of the hurricane, Texans pressuring Drake May on Sunday.
Swarming.
We want that to happen. But again, they're 0-0. They're not 4-1. We got to refocus here. Okay. So I want to know how refocused you are. 713-780-3776. That's how you call. That's how you text. You can join us on Twitch at ESPN 975. You can join us on YouTube as well at ESPN Houston. Where are the Texans Super Bowl odds right now? they do seem rather reflective of how this city feels about a team that has a 0-0 record. You'll hear it next. Stay put. Gallant and George.
It's Gallant and George,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Texans are 0-0. They're not 4-1. They're not one of the 4 best teams in the NFL. Potentially 5 best teams in the NFL. Had the Detroit Lions played on Sunday, I'm sure they would be 4-1 too. But they're 0-0. They're not happy about the way they looked last week. So all you people who are frustrated, upset with how the Texans have looked, CJ Stroud, again, he's resetting the boys.
It's part of the game. I'm not, you know what I'm saying, I'm like happy about it, but I definitely wasn't like mad at myself. I just understood, like, try to like, bounce back from it. I mean, it's part of the league. Everybody is turning the ball over. Everybody is doing those things, but you know, you humble yourself and realize you gotta be better from it, but you don't hold your head down. So that was kind of just my mindset during that moment. That's last week. Now we're on to New England, and that's what I'm focused on.
Yeah.
On to New England. Nick
On to New
Caserio
England.
must be telling these guys some talking points.
Yeah.
When you want to wrap up with something, just say on to team you're playing.
Exactly.
And then everyone just says, okay.
That's what you should do, because you don't want to put any bulletin board material on the wall for a team starting a rookie quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, this is gonna be an interesting game just because the storylines around it actually are intriguing. Like you've got a rookie quarterback, you've got a coach who is losing the locker room, but not. I still can't get over that story you told yesterday about the reporter who said that and then
Who said there's a mutiny coming,
Yeah.
but then was forced to retract it not once, multiple times.
and he's not even like a team employee, so it's very strange.
But he kind of is.
Okay.
But yes, the
It's
whole thing
bizarre.
is strange. And really, the vibe I'm getting from the limited Boston sports talk radio I listen to is that the coach is trying to hold everything together with the coaching staff that he's maybe not exactly eye to eye with, where they maybe had to make some cheap hires because Bob Kraft, low-key cheap. And now you're putting this quarterback in despite having a rough offensive line against a team that gets a lot of pressure.
Yeah, so you've got Drake May, you've got all the weird stuff going on in New England, but then you've got a week where you've got a team that is dealing with their best player being out. Maybe some potential returns. Like it seems like there's some good news today that Joe Mixon returned to practice.
Mixon is back. That's awesome.
So-
Damian Pierce was back yesterday.
So maybe like if typically it's the Thursday and Friday practice where we learn the most about what's actually going to happen. So Joe Mixon being back today feels like he might play, but he was back a couple weeks ago on a Friday and then he didn't play. And we all thought he was going to. So all that's why this game's interesting, because you have a rookie quarterback who was taken 3rd overall, and you have CJ Stroud, who was very good last week. But at the same time, as he said, you got to move past it. But he had a bad interception, one of the worst of his career, because it really I don't understand what happened on that play. And then you have a fumble where he just probably held onto the ball too long. So, like, how serious do they take the Patriots?
I think they'll take him seriously, but we've also said multiple times, this is going to be the week. And now we have stopped saying that. The spread's 7, I believe. Last I checked, mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. We'll see what happens, but I know that no one's going to be impressed by anything that they can do on Sunday. Even a blowout, I doubt will, because this is just a brutal to watch New England team. Now, the Texans apparently have the 7th best odds in the NFL to win the Super Bowl. The Chiefs are in first at plus 450. The Ravens plus 750. That's interesting given the 3-2 record. The 49ers 2-3 plus 800. The Lions at plus 1,000. The Vikings plus 1,100. The Bills plus 1,100. The Texans plus 1,200, ahead of just the Philadelphia Eagles plus 1,500.
The Bills one is what stuck out right away. I kind of get Baltimore. Like, the offenses look great. Derrick Henry is just like the ageless wonder at this point in the NFL, and I guess he's never going to slow down. And he's going to, he ran 21 miles per hour on that overtime run this last weekend. So I'm not too surprised to see Baltimore there. San Francisco surprised me at 2-3 because they have not looked good even in their wins. It's been ugly football for them. But then to see Houston behind Buffalo and to see Minnesota where they're at, even though they're 5-0, was interesting, because you got a 5-0 team at plus 1,100, and it just means Vegas is not taking them seriously. Well, if Vegas is not taking them seriously as a Super Bowl contender, what does it mean for the Texans that are behind them? So, I mean, 7th best odds is a good place to be in, right? Like, it means you're one of the top 7 teams in the NFL. But at least from the Vegas view, they think you're very, very far away.
It's surprising to be behind in terms of odds to win a Super Bowl, a team quarterbacked by Sam Darnold, even if they smoke the Texans. But that's why they're ahead. And a team like the Lions, who are quarterbacked by Jared Goff. That is surprising to me.
Yeah, the Lions is just, they have so much talent that I feel like they're just, in this last game, it was 18 for 18.
You got to have a quarterback who is capable of winning 2 or 3 games in a row just to get to the Super Bowl.
I mean, to be fair, he has done it. He's
Yeah.
actually the only quarterback in that top 7 besides Mahomes to get to a Super Bowl. I guess no, 3.
True.
Him and Purdy, so 3 quarterbacks.
That is true. Some would argue about the fact that they shouldn't have been in that Super Bowl because of that game against the Saints.
That's true.
I would say that he got there entirely due to Sean McVay's offense and the running game that they had, and it did sort of stop working in those playoffs. But you're right, he has been there before. Do you think he's going to go back?
I mean, the NFC, I have no idea what's going on over there. It's a weird league right now. You have the 49ers as the favorite out of the NFC, is what that's saying.
The Eagles
2-3,
having a puncher's chance also. 2-3 with I think, or what are they 2-2? Maybe they had the bye week last week. I think I saw a headline on Pro Football Talk where Jalen Hurts, Channel View's own, apparently had a great week with Nick Sirianni. They spent some time together.
Oh, a little date night action. Maybe a little steak dinner to ease the frustrations.
They split a hotel suite.
Nick Sirianni saw Robert Saleh get fired and was like, "Wait a minute, I gotta make sure I'm friends with my quarterback because he maybe he's feeling the hot seat a little bit.
Got to take him out for a nice steak dinner."
Yeah, Philly's interesting, but I mean, for me, when I looked at this list, though, Paul, the only like real beef I had with it was the Bills. I'm not a believer. I don't think they have enough talent at the wide receiver position. Khalil Shakir is not that great to where him being on the field last week makes some kind of huge impact against the Texans. I just don't think they let Diggs go. They thought it was going to be fine, and they thought that Shakir and Keon Coleman were going to be some kind of a solution, and it's just not. So I would have the Texans
Shakir
6th.
If Shakir's out there, they're better though. I mean, he wasn't out there last week, so I feel, hey, if we see the Bills with that complete array, people are going to look back at that game against the Texans where Allen had one of the worst games of his career and said, "Oh, it was just a bad day at the office for him." But 7th is appropriate. It is, and this is just what I want to make clear. While the Texans are 0-0 right now because they're on to New England.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just surprised by the amount of people that are so out on a team that started 4-1. That's it. Unimpressed by a 4-1 start. They did, for the most part, all they could. Had they had a better showing against Minnesota, undefeated team, maybe more people are on board. Whatever the case, definitely things to clean up. And hopefully some of these guys coming back from injury, seems like Joe Mixon and Dameon Pierce, as you mentioned, are going to be back. And on top of that, playing a team that stinks can help her focus them.
Yeah, and maybe it's like maybe the fans are the listeners at this station and the ones that I know you've been dealing with on X are a little more accurate than because based off these these Super Bowl odds that people thought before the season that the Texans would be right there in the thick of it, and they've gone up quite a bit. I mean, they've gone from it was plus 1,800 to win the Super Bowl before the season started, so the odds have moved up quite a bit for Houston, so you get way less value if you bet on it right now. But you are seeing, it's funny. It's like you see that, but then you see every quarterback power ranking and NFL power ranking as we went through the other day, and they're a top 5 team in the NFL. So there's nothing to be like overly discouraged about when your team is 4-1. There should be way more excitement, and maybe part of it, I've been thinking about this a lot, Paul. Maybe part of it is who they're just playing this weekend. That like even though you beat Buffalo, it's just like, well, they play New England next week. So it's just the lack of excitement for the game in general. Maybe it's kind of bleeding into all of it.
It could be that. I look at it the same way I looked at the game against the Jaguars, who were 0-2 at the time. Check that, 0-3. You can't excite anybody if you beat a team you're supposed to beat. And this town, I guess, needs to be impressed. And it's not happening on Sunday. They could win 70-0. No one would care. They wouldn't.
70-0, I think.
I don't think they would.
Well, what if CJ Stroud threw for
10 touchdown passes?
I was going to say 8. I wasn't going to give
get a pick 6 or something in there. Yeah. Rushing touchdown for Dameon Pierce.
I think 8 touchdown passes. That'll be good enough for the people of Houston with high standards.
I don't know.
8 touchdown passes, but it's got to be 8. Otherwise,
would Gerard Mayo just get fired like before he could do the press conference?
I don't think they would fire him. I really have no idea what's going on up there. It is messy. It is very, very messy.
Seems like
I'm very glad the Jets fired Robert Saleh this week so that
no one look at us.
I can still pretend that they're not a just complete dumpster fire of an organization right now. Starts at the top. I'm debating watching the Hulu show. I'm debating resubscribing to Hulu so I can live through the Hallmark edition of the glory years of the New England Patriots, that Aaron Hernandez show on TV, which I'm told is the worst watch ever.
It looks awful.
To the point it's hilarious.
I saw a clip of the Rob Gronkowski character being introduced. I think he did a pretty good job in capturing what Robert Gronkowski is like. But B, it just looks hilarious.
The thing that I saw that has me in, for those who don't know, Bill Belichick, huge Bon Jovi fan. They show Bill Belichick in his office, the door's closed. He gets out a Bon Jovi CD. It's just a silhouette of him, and he's wearing the cutoff hoodie. And he goes and takes the Bon Jovi CD and he puts it in a disc player or something. And he just turns the volume all the way up, and they just start playing It's My Life. This ain't a song full of broken hearted. Wow, wow. And then it zooms out to like the secretary outside the office, and the walls are pulsating. And Belichick's just doing a little mini fist pump to It's My Life by Bon Jovi, which is a banger of a song.
It's a good song.
This is what I have to watch to remember that my favorite team in sports that got me through so much.
And really, it's a twofer because you got Florida in there too.
Oh God, you're right.
Well, did you know who plays Tebow?
Arnold Schwarzenegger's son.
Yeah, I learned that yesterday.
Yeah,
that's
I had no idea. But apparently, there was even like a Ryan Russillo cameo.
Wait, really?
And, yeah, there's someone that played Russillo, and someone's gonna play Kirk Minahan.
Oh, I can't wait.
I thought you meant like actual Russillo.
No. That would have been funnier if it was the actual guys. But like they pulled
He's
some like
playing
local
Devlin.
Boston sports media, like talking about Aaron Hernandez that will appear at some point in the show. It looks so bad. I think I have to watch it.
Yeah, I think now we have to be pretty close to the end of this thing. I can't imagine it's more than like.
Well, but Gronk just
6
got
episodes.
there, so like he's still got a lot of ways to go before he starts killing people. Like
He was only on the team for like 3 years.
That's
right?
true.
It's pretty quick. I think he was drafted in 2011, and I think it all went down in
Like 2014?
13 or 14. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I could. I need like a weekend where like maybe like during the holidays when we don't have a show for a day or two and just watch it all in like one sitting.
That is the issue with this time of the year. Although the Astros helping out, but this is the issue with this time of year where it's just like it's hard to sit down and just to knock out an entire season of TV.
Correct.
It's tough to find that time.
That said, I have as I do when I'm going through it. You know what I've done? Rewatched almost all of Breaking Bad again.
Oh, really?
That is so interesting that that's your like comfort show.
That's great. It's a
My
great
comfort show is Entourage.
Yeah. I rewatched that recently.
It's so the beginning's so fun. The ending's really weird. Like when he's getting punched in the face by Eminem at the end.
Yeah.
It's strange.
The Sasha Grey storyline.
Yep.
Wish someone punched E. That's all I wanted.
He is kind of the worst in that.
I just wanted someone to punt that little elf into the sea. You know? Anyway, hey, it's Gallant George. He's Joe and Paul. I'm so happy. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You know what does make me happy? The Jets being a disaster. And we have updates from the Jets yesterday. Everything's fine. Nothing to see here. Also got a fun spin zone from Deshaun Watson. Stick around. ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
The Texans are 0-0. Yeah, I said it. They're 0-0. We're refocusing for this big game Sunday against the Patriots. And by big game, I mean, for us, it's not a big game. It's a game where we all want to blow out. But to them, they got to focus, just like we didn't focus on the Tigers. Also of note, my favorite ballpark in the world's been destroyed, Tropicana Field. Thanks, Hurricane Milton. And even worse than Hurricane Milton, the Dodgers and Yankees won last night.
They did. But you know, does it make you feel better about the Astros that the Tigers are now one game away from the ALCS?
Kind of.
Yeah, it makes me feel, because after that first game when the Guardians were up 7-0, I was really annoyed. I was just like this is the team you lost to. But now that they're on the brink of going to the ALCS, makes me feel a little less bad. Like this pitching chaos that they're doing is just working. It makes no logical sense. But
You know what?
They're running with it.
What's really funny is there's an article on ESPN, because I was reading the recaps of all these games, and the person who writes for the Dodgers wrote this ridiculous article, and it was just glowing up everything that the Dodgers did, specifically how they won a bullpen game where the bullpen pitched like 7-8 of the innings.
Yeah.
And then it gets to the bottom of this just ridiculous over the top description. And it says the Tigers did the same thing today too. And there's no headline about the Tigers doing it. No one cares. The only storyline about the Tigers in the playoffs that people are talking about today is that I guess they were ranked as having the worst baseball atmosphere of all the teams left in the playoffs. And I mean, understandably so. No one went to games until all of a sudden they're good again.
Yeah.
So it's totally understandable for them. But that's all that's been talked about with the Tigers, who are a game away from going to the ALCS.
Yeah, and then before you know it, is this going to be the lowest ratings ever for a Tigers Mets World Series?
Yeah. Oh, for sure. For sure.
Because
coming.
MLB is like, okay, we got a shot to get the Dodgers versus the Yankees or the Mets versus the Yankees.
Mm-hmm.
And now I just hope it's the Mets versus the Tigers.
Yeah.
Just give me
I hope it's Padres Tigers, to be honest.
I just feel like the Tigers are dead now, but
the
Padres.
Yeah. I mean, hey, it's game 5.
I know. I do.
2 best words in sports.
Yeah.
Troll.
Game 5.
These should be.
I was really hoping that the Astros made it to a game 3 against the Tigers. I would have made that joke then.
These should be 7-game series, though, for the record.
No, this should be
5-game series is stupid.
I like the 1-game series,
The 1-game Russian roulette playoffs.
Yeah. One shining moment. It's more like March Madness. I'm only saying that because I know it riles Joe up. Joe wants the 7-game series.
He wants a 9-game World
Joe
Series.
wants a 7-game series for 1 game of the regular season.
I didn't hate the 1-game wild card playoff.
I mean, the 2-game, I get, or the 3-game. It's a situation where most of them are only 2 games.
Mm-hmm.
In the last 2 years, I think only the Mets Brewers from this year is the only one to go 3 games. And so normally whoever wins game 1 wins. And normally they win game 1 and then game 2 and it's over.
Yeah, I want them to change it just a little bit. I want them to, instead of all 3 games at home, play the first 2 games at home. And then if you get to that 3rd game, that's when you go to the other ballpark. So there's a disadvantage for the first 2 games, but if you get it to game 3
or road game, home game.
Oh, that'd be interesting too.
So the road game first, or the lower seeded team for game 1, and then 2 home games to win it.
Yeah, I'd be fine with that.
Can we get more Bob Costas? Can we get more?
He had some gems last night.
You are so right. He is so bad.
I mean, the whole broadcast, I tried to watch the game last night because, funny enough, it's like you asking the question if I had baseball FOMO gave me baseball FOMO. Mm-hmm. So I started watching more baseball playoffs all of a sudden. I tried watching that game. It was an atrocious broadcast.
There's just no energy. That's what surprises me the most. It's the playoffs. Hey, regular season, I get a lack of energy. Playoffs, the best baseball there is. Let's put Bob Costas back out there. They got to miss Joe Buck so bad.
He shouldn't. I mean, Bob Costas should not be doing this.
It's weird that he is. I don't understand the fascination. I really never have, and this is coming as somebody who went to the same school as him. I don't get it. But hey, there's a lot of things I don't get. I do get why Aaron Rodgers is playing spin zone after Robert Saleh was bleep canned on Tuesday. Rodgers was on Pat McAfee, and he said on Pat McAfee he had no involvement in Robert Saleh's firing. He said this: as far as any of the ridiculous allegations out there, I'm not going to spend more than one sentence in response to it. And that is, I resent any of those accusations because they're patently false.
Okay.
Patently false is the most annoying term. Why do you have to say patently? Why does Aaron always have to speak like this big brainy boy from Cal Berkeley?
Because that's how he tries to portray himself.
Patently false. Why not just say false? Do you need to say patently?
Completely false if you want to use an adjective.
I was like, that's like one of those moments too where like a little F-bomb. It's a bleeping lie.
Yeah.
I think is more powerful.
He said the word resent. Who the hell says that? Who says resent?
Well, did you?
I resent that.
Did you listen to any of it?
I cannot listen to him speak for more than 10 seconds.
He pulled one of the greatest, like, tried to be like trump cards on people.
Oh.
As he tried to say it's not his fault. As he talked about apparently one of Saleh's 7 kids was like his catching buddy during the offseason. So he would warm up with his sons, one of his sons during practice. So he tried to pull the whole beginning of his first answer to Pat McAfee was about Robert Saleh, the family man, and that some of his kids have to go to school the next day, and hopefully that those his kids, friends, parents aren't bad people and making snide comments to him about Robert Saleh's firing. So he tried to play this giant sympathy card, and then he dropped that quote at the end.
If anything, and if we know anything about Aaron Rodgers, it's all about the family with this guy.
It's all about the family.
With the amount of, you're right, family members he's alienated, and coaches he's alienated. I mean, sort of irresponsible of Aaron Rodgers to get so close to Robert Saleh's kid before he got daddy out of a job. I mean, it is akin to me pursuing people with kids. It is the same thing. Like, you can't get too close because then all of a sudden when it ends, you know what happens? Like the relationship, it's fractured forever, and that kid loses a friend, loses a step papa.
His step Paul.
Step Paul, yeah. Yeah.
I do feel like Step Paul would be fun though.
I don't know. We'll see. may have dodged a bullet, but hey, Tyler Conklin, he says that Aaron Rodgers took the Robert Saleh firing harder than anybody.
All of this is such like it is. On First Take, they had the headline that Ulbrich is going with a new Todd Downing to be the play caller. And the little second headline that they put under it in like the smaller font was, interim coach Ulbrich said that Aaron Rodgers, quote, understood the decision. I feel like that
sure he did.
But I feel like that's giving away the game of like, at no point do we have to go like, well, is the quarterback okay with the fact that they fired the offensive coordinator, who's the offensive coordinator for a terrible offense?
Hey, he's been demoted, okay?
Oh, yeah, demoted.
He's still the offensive coordinator, but
he's just not the play caller.
Todd Downing is calling the offense.
Yeah, but there's never the, like, they had to make sure that Davis Mills was okay with Pep Hamilton instead losing play calling, dude. Like, no one did that. No one cares.
Also, like, what does Nathaniel Hackett do now?
Hang
like,
out.
What's his job?
I don't know. But I
Gold
want
member
it.
quotes.
I want that job.
Yeah.
I know I want it.
He's basically the backup quarterback of the offense.
Yeah, he's the quarter. Yeah. He's,
Like,
he's the
Rodgers
Chase
is-
Daniel of the team.
It's not like Rodgers listens to a coach anyway. So, I mean, he wasn't doing anything as it was. The play call, they're just suggestions. Aaron's going to do his own thing at the line. Now he doesn't even have to do that. This is great.
Yeah, I mean, he's essentially like Case Keenum now.
Yeah.
Like, he's literally just the guy on the side.
With way less pedigree.
Has Case been on the sideline?
He's
Case is
been in the
always with
Geico
us.
commercials. I know that.
I know he's been in the Geico.
Case is always with us. Case is one of us.
Yeah,
Go
I mean,
Cougs.
he's on the team in spirit.
Go Cougs.
He's there
I'm
in
wearing my
spirit.
Cougs shirt.
Go Cougs.
Cougs football shirt.
Nice. Hell yeah. I wore my Florida Gators shirt. The Cougs are a better football program than the Florida Gators. I'm just being Florida strong, like Lieutenant Dan.
Would you ride it out in a boat?
No.
No, get the hell out of there.
No, I'm not
How
crazy.
much money would you need to ride it out?
How much money would a Mr. Beast have to give you?
I don't listen. I have a Washington boater's license, but that is not helping you in a storm at night. You would have to give me $500 million to get me in that, because I would be seasick, puking the whole time.
Yeah, that's the worst part. for
Honestly,
sure.
the sweet release of death would maybe be an upgrade, because I get super seasick if I go underneath in a boat. I can't. I can't deal with it. So as soon as I go below deck, done. That's it. Over.
I was gonna say like 50 million.
No, 5. You're probably gonna die. Like he is incredibly
lived?
lucky.
Yeah.
Yes, he's like a 9-time gone to jail. Let's be honest, probably drug addict. Okay, so he's gonna be a little bit more of a survivor than most. Right?
Yeah.
Right.
Apparently, he's a TikTok star.
Well, now he.
I put Lieutenant Dan on Google, and the first thing that popped up is Lieutenant Dan, Tampa TikTok star, has survived Hurricane Milton.
Is he gonna be on the Hawk to a Girls podcast? That's really all I care about.
That's what you should do, is just do the 15 Minutes of Fame podcast.
But he's got to launch it quickly. And if he needs a podcast producer, no offense, guys, right now, Lieutenant Dan producing the Lieutenant Dan show might be a bigger career move for me. It might be a bigger career move.
I mean,
listen, I don't understand how this works, but you could be a complete, can't say that word. You can be a complete Nimrod, if you will, and have a little viral moment, and you're set for life. Like this is our country in 2024. I'm proud of it. I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I can sit in a boat despite nonstop being told to get out of the boat in the midst of a hurricane, and I'm just gonna wake up with a GoFundMe for me with $200,000 in my pocket.
I do feel like this guy's gonna get canceled though.
Well,
This is stolen valor. Okay, Lieutenant Dan in Forrest Gump actually lost his leg in a war.
Yeah,
this
he
guy
served in Vietnam.
This guy didn't. He got hit by a car and he got amputated.
Oh
wait, so that's why they call him Lieutenant Dan. He's missing a leg.
Yeah, he is missing a leg.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. I mean, the laws tried to cancel him 9 times, and he has a boat, so he's clearly doing all right.
I was gonna say one of those 9 has to be something not great.
Boats are a serious investment, and I mean, this guy somehow's got the scratch.
You're the Paul IRS Gallant.
Yeah.
So let me take a look at those books.
I kind of want to look at his books. Speaking of looking at the books, the Cleveland Browns, their books effed. While we're on talking spin zones, like Aaron Rodgers and the spin zone that he had for Robert Saleh's firing, I'm so jealous of Deshaun Watson. Wouldn't it be nice to just be so oblivious to everything, to never be reflective at all? Whether it's all the things that you allegedly did with the sexual misconduct, or saying this when asked about people calling for him to be benched in favor of Jameis Winston. Here's what he said yesterday, quote, "I don't hear it. I don't see it. So I'm not on Twitter." Well, I don't know about that. I'm not on any social media or things like that. So anytime that stuff comes up, the only time I first hear it is either you guys are bringing it up or somebody else outside the building. And I just don't know who it's coming from. Deshaun, it's literally everybody.
Yeah,
it's your teammates. I mean, I can't imagine there's one player in the Browns locker room who wants to go forward like this. There can't be one.
No, because at least here he had like relationships, like he had friendships with guys on the team. I mean, he got to Cleveland and he basically was immediately forced to go home as soon as training camp was over, because he wasn't allowed to be in the facilities.
Mm-hmm.
So he's barely around. When he's been around, he's been terrible, or he's been hurt. So yeah, I have more questions about like character. I have bigger character questions about the guys who like Deshaun Watson in that locker room than Deshaun Watson at this point. If you're like team Deshaun, like if you're David and Njoku and you're like, that's my guy, cut him. You don't want him on your team either.
Yeah, but I mean, here's the thing. Any of us in his shoes, Captain Fish 317 brings up in the Twitch. Any of us in Deshaun Watson's shoes, Would you be as committed if you got 230 guaranteed?
No. That's part of the reason why the teams don't do it.
Yeah.
Because they are always worried. I mean, look, I've heard this conversation how many times about Laramie Tunsil. It's how great he plays in a contract year, and then how poor he plays after his contract year. That's a very, and for Deshaun, it's an extreme example. Is that his life, deservedly so, has been under attack, and then he's also now terrible at football. But what is the motivation to fix it? They trade him tomorrow. He still gets $70 million next year and the next year.
Yeah.
So, what would motivate you?
It's a good question. It's got to be a great place to be. I mean, he has nothing to motivate him. He's got all the money. He is somehow oblivious to criticism of him, or at least is posturing as such.
His girlfriend is more oblivious to all of this.
His girlfriend is so hot, too.
Yeah.
I think it's Jillianez or something like that. I mean, unbelievable. Unbelievable. The guy has it made. And
ride or die.
Truly, ride or die. With him for 5 years, before and after this. Is this where all the guaranteed money is going to? It's the settlements, 23.
Yeah, I was going to say.
And her?
He was on one of those, terrible
it's not helped their music
selling
career.
Sunset shows that I watched with my wife.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, he was on it one day. All of a sudden, I looked up and I was like, "Hey, look, it's Scumbag."
His
girlfriend buying a house.
I will say the reason the guaranteed money thing, or just the fact that it's guaranteed money, so he stopped trying. That's still a reflection on Deshaun Watson. That is only a reflection on Deshaun Watson, because you don't see that with Jaylen Brown signed a $300 million contract and then he won the Finals MVP.
That's true.
Every other sport has a fully guaranteed contract. Jose Altuve didn't stop trying after he signed a $200 million contract.
You're right. I mean, to what you were saying earlier, Joe, sure, that's on the back of your mind, but for the most part, these guys at least put in the effort. And look, you're playing a game that you love.
Yeah,
So-
it's usually actually a terrible question to ask when people bring it up. Is he going to try harder?
Yeah,
but it's just
No, to what you're saying, it's a fair question to ask, because you do have to stay motivated. And yet, for the most part, athletes normally do, which is why, Deshaun Watson, unbelievable human being. Truly. He just continues to break conventional barriers of decorum, care,
shame.
Yeah.
Lack of shame.
I mean, props to him. The Hawk Tua girl wishes she had something on him. That she is trying to get to this point.
That's the next episode. He's the guest on the next episode.
I did not. It would be great if he finally told his side of the story
and
on the Hawk Tua girl.
Who? Never mind. I don't want to talk about the Hawk Tua girl.
What's your question?
Who the hell is listening to that?
All I
enough
saw
enough for sponsors to get involved to where
I saw
this can be your job.
where it's Hawk Tua girl just gets roasted in the comments. I think people are kind of hate watching at this point.
Money's still green.
I can't believe
views still views.
Gosh, she had Benjamin Netanyahu on this week.
Who?
She had him on.
Is the Israeli prime minister?
Yeah.
No, she didn't.
Yeah, she did. She did. Are you guys crazy? I don't know how you missed this one.
There's no way you're being serious right now.
Man, that's because you're just not a true podcast fan.
Yeah,
I know she had JoJo Siwa on or whatever.
She had Trump and Kamala Harris on
at the same time.
At the same time.
Oh, she got them in the room together.
Yeah,
impromptu
great.
debate.
Now they actually shook hands.
Yeah,
and then they hugged.
They're
actually running together now.
Yeah, they're trying to.
Yeah.
If you can change, we can change. We can all change. Talk to him.
Yeah.
It's a Drago moment. Oh boy, it's Gallant George. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. 713-780-3776 is how you call and it's how you text. And you can join us on YouTube as well at ESPN Houston. You can join us on Twitch too at ESPN 975. Eric the driver is asking the question. We've been asking this question every single day. It feels like about Deshaun Watson. He asks, is the Predator, got him, a worse QB or human being? Well, it's still, I still think Worst quarterback. At least he's settling these deals. I don't know. What am I supposed to say?
Yeah, I still lean. I mean, he's the worst person, but I think it's getting close. We're getting closer every week.
I will say
the scales are balancing.
He has not been convicted of a crime.
No,
he's definitely been convicted of being an awful quarterback
That's
this
true.
year.
That's true.
He is. The evidence is right there, Your
Guilty.
Honor.
The Texans are 0-0. Are you focused? We're focused on the task at hand, the New England Patriots on Sunday. If you want to weigh in on that or what's been going on in the world of baseball, Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Stay put.
Unfortunate that we'll, not have Nico. Great player, been a great player all year for us, best receiver in the league. But he'll take the time to get healthy. He'll be back for us. So encouraged by that news. He'll be back at some point this season.
That's D'Amico Ryans yesterday talking about Nico Collins, who's on the injured reserve. He'll miss at least the next 4 games, starting with the Patriots on Sunday for your Houston Texans, who 4-1 in the standings, but to us, they're 0-0 because it's all about focusing against the worst team in the league on Sunday.
You just got to win the game in front of you, Paul.
Game at a time.
One game at a time.
Mm-hmm.
Don't think too far ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Not a trap game because this game matters.
Mm-hmm.
So 0-0.
Hell yeah, dude. We got Jerry calling in at 713-780-3776. Jerry, I hope you're focused on the 0-0 Houston Texans. What's good?
Hey, how y'all doing? A couple of things. First, we're through, I believe, 5 weeks of the NFL season, and these quarterback contract numbers, because specifically when you're talking about Watson, they gotta stop at 60, right? Like that's the cap. Like I can imagine like Trevor Lawrence is making $55 million a year and he's mediocre. You got Dak Prescott barely beating the Giants, getting crushed by the Saints at home, making $60 million. Like there's no way another person's contract could exceed to 65, 70, and 75. But
Jerry,
I don't know. That's the NFL.
Jerry, it's going to keep going up. Before you get to your second thing, it's just going to keep going up and up and up and up and up. And I agree, but it's going to keep going up because teams are scared about what the unknown is. They'd rather have an above average to good quarterback than nothing at all. Continue.
All right, yeah, that makes sense. My second thing is just pretty simple. I haven't been paying attention at all this week because I've been working, but are you going to be wearing Texans gear tomorrow, or are you going to pull a George and wear Patriot stuff? Thank you, guys.
Ooh, that is a great question. Maybe that is a reason that you should go to Drift, where we will be hosting the show tomorrow. What if I pulled a fast one and I wear a Seahawks shirt? Because they're playing the 49ers tonight.
They win.
I mean, I could do that.
Yeah.
That would be funny.
Just like the Legion of Boom days.
I mean, there's lots to be
Seahawks.
excited about for the Patriots and the Bears.
Well, this is the
Bears are
difference.
3-2.
This is the difference between Joe and me. Like Joe, you have a team that is on the rise, and you still go out of your way to watch them because you're doing a Bears thingy on the side. I no longer go out of my way to watch any Boston sports team unless it's the playoffs. And because football season has sort of become this thing where on Sundays I'm following the Houston Texans all the time, I truly just don't go out of my way to check out on anything about the Patriots. There's like one podcast I listen to about the Patriots once a week. That's pretty much it. That's how I get my vibes. I don't go out of my way to watch them anymore, especially now. And if you want to call me a front runner for it, please do, because I am. I 100% am. When you do this for a living, it becomes work to check on the teams that you don't get paid to check in on.
Yeah, it is.
Hired gun, baby.
And plus, Jacoby, at least now, like, there's something to watch. It was Jacoby Brissett. Like, we all know what Jacoby Brissett is. He's a nice guy.
Whoa. We all know what Jacoby Brissett is. What does that mean, Joe?
Bad quarterback.
Super Bowl champion.
Mm-hmm.
Is he?
Yeah, 2016.
Yeah. Okay, I couldn't remember if he was on the Patriots.
Beat the Texans.
He did
at Foxborough Stadium.
I do that.
They shut him out.
Yeah.
Will Fuller. Shout out to you.
Shout out to him. They had a scramble. He had like a 40-yard touchdown run.
He beat the Texans. Like, didn't they blow him out?
It was.
Was he the quarterback of that game?
It was 17-0. Then when he filled in that game, yeah. He had a 40-yard scramble for a touchdown. He's one of the slowest people.
I mean,
alive.
he's like a Texan killer. He's beat them with the Colts, the Patriots, and someone else, I think, too.
Browns?
Maybe. It seemed like every time they played Jacoby Brissett, he was terrible against everyone else, and then he would be good against the Texans.
But now he's on the bench.
That's poor coaching by Gerard Mayo. Learn your history, buddy.
Yeah.
Belichick would have started him.
Belichick's got lots of opinions.
He does. Belichick from the sidelines just throwing shade at the Patriots. I'm not going to lie. I've enjoyed it.
I have too.
I mean, they did force him out. Should they have? I don't know, probably, but the team would be better under Belichick.
Yeah, but he's also probably like, you know what? Thanks for doing that, guys. One of those where you'll think like Dusty Baker said about Yair Diaz. You'll thank me later.
To a degree, sure, but at the same time, I don't know. But anyway, that's what you're playing on Sunday. 713-780-3776. You want to weigh in on that? I don't want to turn this into me talking about the Patriots.
So you're not wearing Patriots gear tomorrow?
No, I won't be. No, I don't think I'll be wearing Texans gear either, because I feel like I do have to draw a line somewhere. But on Sunday, I'm pretty sure, and I always find out in the moment, I'm pretty sure that I will be rooting for the Texans. Just will be.
You're not sure yet.
No, I don't know.
Okay.
I mean,
one good drive by Drake May where he's really spinning the thing. You're like, oh, okay.
maybe, but I mean, they even changed the uniforms. It's just
That's
not the same.
Conspiracy theory time. That's why they made the switch, just so Drake May is wearing the throwback uniforms that everyone loves and not Jacoby Brissett.
Those uniforms are very cool that they're going to be wearing on Sunday, but it's just weird watching them now. And I've been here long enough where, yeah, I don't really, they don't get me going as much as they used to.
Weird that when they're not winning, they're going to the AFC title game for 10 straight years. It's hard to get get as excited.
This. I'm not ashamed of it at all.
I mean, we'll find out.
I'm not wasting my time on a bad product. It's a corporation. It's a corporation that is located in a place where my parents made love and birthed me. Like that is my tie to them. It's a corporation. It's not a school that I went to. It's a corporation, and I hate to look at things this way and perhaps ruin the fan experience for a lot of people out there. But if a product is bad, don't give it your time.
Yeah, no, I mean, I feel like every Astros fan out there should be nodding along to this. Like that was my exact experience with the Houston Astros when Jim Crane bought the team, Jeff Luhnow, and they're like, we will be bad, but trust us with this. There is a plan. And when the plan is, hey, we're going to cut money, we're going to be bad, and then eventually we'll be good. I was like, cool. See you when you're good. Like if you're telling me on the front end, the plan is to be bad, why should I watch?
At least one thing I always appreciate that they told you.
Yeah.
Like one of my biggest peeves in sports is
with
the teams that with the Astros.
Oh, gotcha. Right.
Like they told
they weren't quite sorry to cut you off. They weren't quite the Sixers.
No. Yes. That's why Sam Hinkie got fired, is because of how upfront he was.
But everyone knew.
Yeah. But like one of my biggest peeves in sports is when a team is like, we're gonna win a championship this year.
Yeah.
And you're like, no.
Our goals is to win the division.
Jakob Poeltl from the Raptors, he at media day, he literally was saying, he admitted, our goal is not to win a championship. Our goal is probably not to win a lot of games. Our goal is to develop as basketball players. I'm like, hey, like I kind of appreciate that. I'd rather you not try to tell me it's nice and sunny outside when it's not. Just tell me the truth. You stink. It's okay. It'll get better.
But you don't have to be loyal to that.
No, and Raptors fans don't have to be like living and dying with every game. It's like, no, this is about seeing how Scotty Barnes progresses.
I'm sure there's a lot of people out there. I bleed for the H and all that stuff. Great.
Bear me in the H.
Do it when the team's actually worth your time. Do it when the team's actually worth following, Just perhaps ruining the sports fan experience as a man who is paid to talk about the teams that are in the same city as me. But guess what? I will root for the teams in whatever city I'm paid in. I will do that. I don't, except for the Yankees and for the Colts and for the Lakers.
That'd be hilarious. New lineup to 101 point whatever in Indianapolis. Paul Gallant just being like, your team sucks.
I think
Peyton Manning's a loser.
I would,
and y'all piped in this crowd noise.
At least in New York, like you could root for the Mets.
No, I couldn't even do that. I couldn't even do. I mean, the list goes long.
But like trollingly, could you root for the Mets just to troll Yankees fans?
No, not really. The Mets are losers. I can't do it.
you can't sign off
right
on
now.
that.
The Mets are winners.
Yeah, great. They made it to the first round of the playoffs by the Astros standards. That's good for them. It's really cute. It's nifty. But what I would do, I mean, if I was in Indianapolis, the first thing I would do on the air is probably do a napkin resignation, like I'm Bill Belichick, and commit ritual seppuku, because I had set foot in Indianapolis after swearing I would never set foot in that godforsaken place my entire life, which I've never been to, by the way, and it might be nice, but
you've never been at all.
Why would I ever go there?
Well, there's a lot of stuff in Indianapolis.
Like what?
The Combine, Final Fours.
Wow.
national championship games,
Man.
Super Bowl.
Super Bowls. Like there's quite a bit of things.
The Patriots played a Super Bowl.
So
in Indy,
events
right?
that sometimes happen there. But what else is there in India?
Well, no, but I just
Indy
figured
500.
you would at some point end up in
Big Midwest over here is trying to
cover it. No,
St. Elmo's.
I've never been there.
Everyone hypes it up so much.
I mean,
I just have a hard time.
It's same.
Hard time believing.
Stop
the hype.
telling me about the shrimp.
It's like it's not even the
I
shrimp.
believe the
It's not even
steak's
shrimp.
good.
It's not even the shrimp that matters. It's the sauce, the dipping sauce.
Oh, they just have a special sauce.
It's like there's extra horseradish in it, so it's super spicy in the shrimp cocktail sauce. So that's what it's famous for.
It's famous for its sauce.
It's not even famous for the shrimp. It's Indianapolis
And
it's frozen shrimp.
And I have a feeling the Indianapolis level of super spicy and the level of super spicy
It's Tim Wall's level
down here is a little different.
Yeah, like it makes me feel like that anyone that goes there, if they had crawfish, they would die.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, you send a Louisianan up there, they're asking for more of the horseradish sauce.
I do love horseradish.
Well, yeah, horseradish is good.
It's fine. Yeah,
It's got a kick.
When we go to when we all go to La Berge, when my wife comes with me, we go to the steakhouse and just get oysters.
Ooh,
They have great oysters there.
easy, Joe.
What? They're good.
Well, you know what oysters do, right?
I know.
They give some people allergic reactions if they have shellfish allergies.
It's true.
That's what they do.
That's exactly what it is.
In case there's any kids in the car.
Joe, you freak.
Hey, it's a hotel room.
No, but good for you. No,
It's a hotel room. Do what you want.
Do what you want. I like it. Spicy Joe here today, talking about sauce and oysters. Let's go.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's the mustache.
No, but Mustache Joe has Riz. Paul does not. I might have to go mustache too. I feel like I got all this gray in my beard.
Well,
right
I mean,
now.
the Astros really screwed your playoff beard. So they only
Oh,
gave you-
yeah. Well,
they
now-
only gave you
now
2
I'm
days
just-
of it.
Now I'm just growing it, and because I want to look like a homeless person.
I mean, maybe it's just Texans playoff beard. Like we know they're gonna make it, so just start.
Yeah,
growing it
that's you
now.
know what? Hell yeah, that's it. That's
Just-
it.
You can't shave it until they win the Super Bowl in February.
Can't ever shave it until the Texans win a Super Bowl.
Oh, that'd be gross. You can't do that because
It'll
that
be
may never
ZZ
happen.
Top.
Yeah.
I'm cool. Yeah, there'd be so it would look so weird. It'd be like Santa Claus, but a motorcyclist. I don't know. He's Joe. I'm Paul. It's Gallant and George. ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call and to text. And you can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch as well at ESPN 975. The Dodgers and Yankees won yesterday. That's annoying. What's going on in baseball? Do you have the baseball FOMO? Stick around.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
The hilarious. I like reading coffee, overemphasizing it, but stand-up comedian, writer, author, actor, podcaster Tom Segura, I actually am a fan of him, is coming to Houston for his Come Together tour. Caller number 3 to 713-780-3776. You win a pair of tickets to join Segura for All the Laughs at NRG Arena, Saturday, April 5th. Tickets go on sale tomorrow at livenation.com. That'll be fun.
Yeah, that'll be nice.
Like me some stand-up comedy. Dan Soder's in town.
I might have to try to go see Tom.
Segura's most recent special was very funny. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of my podcasts I listen to the most.
Ah.
It's him and Kreischer.
Oh, gotcha.
They're so, 2 Bears, 1 Cave.
2 Bears, 1 Cave. Okay.
They're very, very funny. Like that's like, I really wasn't much into stand-up, honestly, like until the pandemic.
Gotcha.
And then like just like having nothing to do, I started just like watching Netflix specials.
Oh, that's interesting.
So like that's like really when I started to get into it more. And Tom and Bert are like probably my 2 favorites now.
Comedian podcasts are something that I probably enjoy more than stand-up comedy. So Tim Dillon, also Dan Soder, who's in town this weekend. Those are probably my 2 faves. Anyway, guys, baseball, it's a sport. It still exists when the Astros aren't in the playoffs, unfortunately. But let's give you an update on everything that happened last night. We touched on this in the 12 o'clock hour, but Joe is so right. Baseball wants a Yankees-Dodgers World Series so bad. I'm just going to read you the write-up of last night's Los Angeles Dodgers win over the San Diego Padres to force a Game 5. This is the most glowing thing by a non-beat writer of a team that I've seen in quite some time. With the rotation decimated, the lineup wounded, and the season hanging in the balance, a group of close to 12 Los Angeles Dodgers pitchers walked toward Petco Park center field bullpen late Wednesday to attempt what at that point seemed improbable. Tame a vaunted San Diego Padres offense, quiet and effervescent opposing crowd. Okay, bro. And send this National League Division Series back to LA. Their only hope was to do what they always do. Band together, follow the plan laid out for them, and prepare for it all to unravel. And then overcome it. Before Wednesday, no team had ever thrown a postseason shutout in a game in which the starter recorded 4 or fewer hours. Then the Dodgers and the Detroit Tigers did it at the same time. They want the Dodgers in there so badly. This guy needs to hide his pants tent.
Yeah, I definitely prefer the Padres.
Yeah, I want the Padres in. I mean, let's be honest. I think most people in Houston, we just hate the Dodgers.
Mhm.
We whether it's from the 80s when they were all in the NL West with the Astros, or from the most recent World Series and beyond with all the cheating accusations and all that stuff. Whatever the case, though. I really thought that they were going to be taken out last night, and it was very disappointing to wake up to realizing they were still alive.
But Cease only went like an inning and 2/3. I mean, because like if the Astros can't be in the World Series, then watching the Dodgers and the Yankees fail to get there is like a little bit of a consolation prize.
The problem is, the problem is last night. It feels like everything is getting closer and closer to that.
Yeah, like I think I'd have to hate watch Yankees Dodgers in the World Series.
Oh, I don't know who I'd root for. That one would actually be hard to root for. That would be my Russia versus China.
Probably the Dodgers.
I think ultimately
I do love Freddie Freeman.
Ultimately, I'd probably have to root for the Dodgers, mainly because I can never in good conscience root for a team from New York, specifically the New York Yankees, just given where I grew up and where I was born and all that. But
I mean, Mookie's on the Dodgers at least for you. That's gonna help a little bit.
I haven't liked the Red Sox in over a decade.
Okay.
I never really was in for the Mookie Betts era.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I also would go Dodgers.
It would actually help me feel better about how bad the Red Sox are now, though, to what you're saying about Mookie. Not from a like, oh, I ever rooted for Mookie. More just like, the Red Sox screwed this up.
Yeah.
Screw them.
And the Yankees misery is just it's so great. It's so much better than Dodger misery.
But they're getting cocky. They're getting cocky. The Yankees too. Jazz Chisholm's like, oh, they only boo bums because he got a big booing ovation there. Did you see Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah, he was pumped.
Patrick Mahomes looked as annoying as Jackson Mahomes.
Yeah.
It was unbecoming of an owner to be acting that way.
That's a fair point. Very fair.
It's unbecoming of a starting quarterback, honestly, to be acting that way. Getting in the face, because I think that guy, the guy in the Yankees cap, was I think he's a wide receiver on the
correct
on the Chiefs.
I think he plays for the Chiefs. Here's the thing:
slapped him in the face.
Didn't Mahomes' dad play for the Yankees? Wouldn't Mahomes be a Yankees fan?
I think his dad just played for everybody, though.
Okay,
he played for the Twins. He played for the Mets.
Okay,
he played for the Rangers.
So he played for a few teams.
Yeah.
Okay, because it does. It almost feels like it's.
He did not play for the Yankees.
He did not
play for them. He played the Twins, the Red Sox, the Yokohama Bay Stars.
Nice.
Okay.
The New York Mets, the Rangers, the Cubs, the Pirates.
Okay. I don't know why I thought he played for the Yankees.
Probably Mets, but Mets Yankees got mixed up.
Same thing. It's New York.
A lot of
dirty
pinstripes.
people. Yeah.
Pinstripes.
And the
he earned
Twins
his pinstripes.
Yeah, Twins were wearing pinstripes at the time.
But
he was.
Look it up. Mahomes with his brother Jackson right behind him, out annoying for once his younger brother and his wife.
When you own a team, you can,
How much of it does he own?
Probably like 2%.
Yeah, so little.
They need it
enough to get a box.
Honestly, they need more.
Yeah.
Mahomes ownership. They're poor. They're poor. The Mets made it to the National League Championship Series. A Francisco Lindor grand slam does it for the Mets. It is nice to see Philadelphia out.
Yeah, it's kind of like all the that's what's good. You could, the Phillies can get knocked out, the Yankees can get knocked out, the Dodgers can get knocked out. It's kind of great.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, there was a day I think where all three of them lost, and you're just like, this might break right for the Astros after all.
And then the last series that we have, it's the Detroit Tigers and the Cleveland Guardians. Tigers up 2-1. They could be in the ALCS after taking down the Astros with one more win over the Cleveland Guardians.
It's just would be the fact that this team was so bad at the deadline. Traded away one of their best pitchers, who's now pitching for the Dodgers. Nearly traded Schoolable. They're doing the Rays thing where they're just pitching random dudes out there.
Yeah,
and it's working for them.
They're doing the Rays
Unreal.
thing and the Marlins thing too.
Yeah.
Remember when the Marlins won it the first time in? Oh wait, were you guys alive?
Yeah, 1997. I was alive.
97. Okay, you were barely alive.
I was about one.
I was 5.
Okay. I
One and a half. I was 1.5.
Just checking. Yeah, when that World Series happened, no one really saw it coming, and then they just went back into irrelevance.
Yeah, they
immediately
blew it up.
afterwards. Yeah,
and then they did the same thing in 03.
Honestly,
don't remember that one.
Yeah, no ownership group. Oh, I forgot. Sorry, forgot what they had to do along the way. It's so crazy that no one remembers that Bartman's moment came against the Marlins.
Yeah,
who went on to win the World Series.
But part of it's because the Marlins they had 2 World Series and they traded their guys.
The Marlins are the most irrelevant franchise, probably in the maybe not in all 3 major sports, but they're so irrelevant.
Okay,
and so no one ever thinks about the fact that they have 2 championships.
Yeah, like I think of like
they have as many as the Astros.
Yeah.
You'd say
in 6 years apart.
Yeah,
not even that not that different than the Astros.
Like you would say like big city, like irrelevance. They got to be towards the top with the Angels. Like it's like them and the Angels. Like they're more relevant than the Mets are more relevant, way more relevant. I mean, they're just a garbage organization. They were most famous for a stupid statue in center field for like 5 years.
I liked it.
That was awesome.
I should bring it back.
That was an awesome.
I can't believe they got rid of it. I still want to know where it's at.
Yeah, it's like that should have been up.
What do you do? Where do you put it?
Like, is it just like a someone's house?
They should have just auctioned it off.
Mm-hmm.
And then sweet, now we can pay for a reliever.
Yeah,
but like the person who wins it, what do you do with it?
You put it in your
put it in your house.
Yeah,
what are you talking about? Put it in your yard.
Yeah,
it's huge.
I'm sure there's a cocaine dealer
Yeah.
or 12 in Miami.
I'm assuming this person who buys it is super rich.
Yeah, I actually am curious, though. I think Joe's looking it up.
I'm trying to see if I can find
I
it.
want to
get some dimensions on that.
For those who do not remember, the Miami Marlins ballpark had I don't even know what it is. There's just this like loud, extravagant piece of art.
It's like something you'd see like in a carnival game when you like hit the bullseye, and it was just like all these things kind of moving around.
Could be that.
Yeah.
Because there was this weird winding thing in the middle of it, almost like a clock. But to me, it's more, hey, I've been on a road trip for 6 hours. Here's a thing in the middle of the road trip for 6 hours that you're supposed to stop at.
Yes.
I.e. a tourist trap.
Yes. Like the biggest ball of yarn in America or something. And then now here, when you're in this no-name town, here's this weird statue that they built, and it's the Marlin statue.
I have no idea where it's at, though.
They didn't.
But I did find this quote that says Jeffrey Loria, the owner of the Marlins, says Derek Jeter ruined the Marlins when he got rid of it.
I agree with that.
That's true. Things went downhill right afterwards. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Good news for the not 4-1, 0-0 Houston Texans going into their game Sunday against the Patriots. You'll hear it on the other side. Stay put. Here's the good news for the Texans. Joe Mixon and Dameon Pierce both back on the practice field today. So maybe the Texans will have better running backs on Sunday against the Patriots, as though they are 4-1 in the standings. They are 0-0 to us and to themselves, one game at a time, when they play a team like the New England Patriots, who look pretty bad.
Really hoping Joe Mixon makes his Texans debut this weekend.
That's true, because they're 0-0.
They're 0-0.
And while he did have an awesome game in game one.
Oh, that's preseason football.
It was. It was preseason football. I just saw this. This is not helping my mood. I'm sorry. I've been so sad this week. Carrie Underson is paid $1 million each week to do the Sunday Night Football theme song.
Is Carrie Underwood making $1 million each week every year?
I'm sure.
Like, or is this
the
like
NFL?
Maybe she got a bump. Maybe she got a contract.
How much does he change every week?
Sunday night.
A couple lyrics.
Where are you? Something in something.
Hey,
in a primetime
Jack,
showdown.
It's a fact.
Yeah. A couple lyrics. Al and Chris are the best on TV. They had to change that to Mike and Chris.
It's really just one line that they changed.
It's just the like so in a primetime fight is like all the really the only line that gets changed.
But like maybe she like just feels maybe she has to redo it every week and fold and make sure. No way.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. This is a pretty easy line to replace.
Yeah, it says to like match the tone of like one line.
Yeah, maybe she does like the line before it, that line, the line after.
Yeah.
And then you can smooth it out.
Like 10 takes, 5 takes.
Probably 5. I can't imagine. I can't imagine it takes that long.
I mean, okay, out of 18 weeks, how many of these are one hitters? Or she just does it one take, good, $1 million.
I would think at this point, because she's been doing it for a decade, right?
Yeah.
I would think at this point that it's a one hit and done. Especially if you, I mean, how many more times are you gonna have to redo it if you're making $1 million?
Also, she could probably just do a couple in advance too.
Good for her.
She could do like the next 3 weeks, like because they're not gonna flex anything.
Yeah, I mean, really, she could just do like 80% of the season at once.
I know she's got that Before He Cheats song. Carrie, I'll for $1 million a week just for that. Do whatever you want. You can even cheat on me, okay? You can do whatever you want. I'm not cheating on you though. You won't have to key my car.
Oh, that's part of it. She has to record the video component.
I guess, but it's the same thing every week.
Yeah, but but that's 18 mil right there. Or actually, it's probably like 20 mil.
Yeah, but
they do,
okay,
we need
to watch the video.
Yeah.
Because is she on camera?
I'm curious now.
At that part of the video?
No, she's not. It's always a highlight of the two teams playing.
Then she does not record a new video every week.
Thursday Night Football was good last week.
It's excellent.
This week, it features two teams that historically haven't liked each other that played in the playoffs fairly recently. It's the San Francisco 49ers, 2-3, going on the road to take on the Seattle Seahawks, a team that I used to cover that started off 3-0, but has lost their last 2 games. You want to go to mybookie.ag, you enter that promo code BET975 to put a little action on the game. And right now, take a look at the spread. It is San Francisco 3.5-point road favorites in this game. San Francisco is strangely not that good at the beginning of the year. But I do think that the fresh car smell of Mike McDonald as the new head coach of the Seahawks has worn off. I will say that playing against the Detroit Lions a couple of weeks ago, that certainly was that last Monday?
I guess 2 Mondays ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
That one was one of those games where it felt like you saw all the limitations of the Seahawks. They're coming off a loss to the Giants. I feel like this is a get-right game for San Francisco.
I think it is, too. I'm not a believer in Seattle. Everyone wants to put Geno Smith. It's like this great story, and he's turned his career around. And like, I just can't. I can't get there. I can't buy into it.
He's been good for a couple of years, but I'm not saying he's great. And he's just a watchable quarterback than he ever was during his time with the Jets and other stops. Famously with the Jets, he would have been the starter the year that they went 10-6 with Ryan Fitzpatrick under center, but he got punched in the face over money that he owed to a borderline practice squad player. I key and Impaley.
I forgot about that.
I think it's a situation where the journey and the story is super good for Geno Smith. Was like the wow, can you believe he's back? But the level of play is still like he's good. He's a good NFL quarterback, but he's not someone that's blowing your socks off every week.
Yeah, like I'm at the point now where it's like, okay, you have Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet in your backfield, and then you have Jackson Smith and Jigba, DK Metcalf, and aging Tyler Lockett. Don't you want to get a younger quarterback at some point to try to actually win something? Like it's like there's so much talent on this.
But would a younger quarterback? Can you say a younger quarterback would be better than
I
what
don't
Geno's
probably
giving
not.
you?
You can't by default. That's where they're trapped. Geno, all people that follow the Seahawks will tell you is not the problem. I'm with you. You could probably do better, but this is the whole NFL. It's you get somebody that's competent. Do you believe that you're going to find somebody better?
And with Geno, they don't really draft high enough to be in that spot to get one of these guys.
They had an opportunity maybe last year.
Oh yeah, with the JSN pick, they were probably top 10-ish.
Well, I think maybe it was 2 years ago with Devin Witherspoon, where they drafted. I think they drafted.
Oh yeah,
Witherspoon.
he was like
was
the
that last
fifth
year?
pick.
Right.
Yeah, he's the same draft class as CJ.
Yeah. So okay. So it was last year's draft class, right? Because they had 2 first-round picks last year because of the Russell Wilson trade.
Yeah, I guess
and that's when they picked JSN.
Yeah.
They technically could have taken Will Levis with the 5th overall pick. but,
Yeah,
like,
because it went Young, Stroud, Anderson,
Richardson, and then Devin Witherspoon.
I think they were looking at moving up, but yeah, the Texans traded into that 3 spot. Rest is history.
Yeah,
and
oh man, if they could have got Richardson and just let him sit behind Geno, learn.
honestly, would help.
would have been the
That
worst
would
thing
be
in the world.
that would not be a bad situation. But anyway, yeah, that's the Thursday night football game. I understand skepticism about Geno Smith. I'm there myself, but at the same time, yeah, are you really going to do better than that? The Buffalo Bills are sniffing Devontae Adams right now. Understandable after what we saw on Sunday. Also, very strange follow-up to Josh Allen and what happened in Sunday's Texans-Bills game. For those who remember, Allen was running towards the right sideline, and I think he got hit by both Will Anderson and Azeez Al-Shaair. Maybe it was Daniil Hunter and Azeez Al-Shaair. He hit his head on the field super hard, and it was clear to anybody who saw the replay. His bell was very, very, very wrong on that play. He goes into the medical tent, and some of the people who are watching the broadcast believe that he got smelling salts. I think Emmanuel Acho said that. And he was asked about it this week, and he gave an answer that essentially implied they told me I was fine and put me back out there.
Oh,
not great.
Yeah, the NFL. This is always when they used to because they've kind of stopped at this point, like the hardcore preaching of safety. Like it's out there. Like they highlight when there's something positive going on. They highlighted that the Guardian Caps have reduced concussions in training camp, and in the preseason,
right?
At least for one season. But this is why I'll never take the NFL serious when they ever talk about safety, because it's like, oh, they just told me I could go back in.
Yeah, this is one of those things where the training staff, of course, has a say in what happens here, and the quarterbacks, for the most part, are probably going to want to go back in. But to go back to 2 years ago, Mike McDonald, excuse me, not Mike McDonald,
McDaniels?
Mike McDaniels. Yeah, sorry. He should have stepped in and stopped Tua from going back in if he cares about Tua as a human being. You would think like he would see that and be like, okay, I can't let this guy back in. And I'd say the same thing about Sean McDermott here. And it obviously is a cutthroat industry where you want to have your best quarterback out there, or you could be where the Dolphins are right now with their quarterback situation. But to what you're saying, Joe, yeah, you're right. They don't care about player safety at all. And this moment's a bad one. Everyone that saw him get up and saw the look in his eyes, how would you not think that he was dazed?
The shot that they're showing on CBS, like when he was on the ground, he looked out.
Yes.
Like a boxer would. It was crazy that he came back in as fast as he did. And yes, I caught it on the CBS camera where you see a guy, they cut away from the action to show Josh Allen picking up his helmet, running back in the game, and you see someone holding out smelling salts for him to get back out there.
Well, and honestly, like if you want to avoid the Tua thing, the smart decision is to not put Josh Allen back in.
Yeah.
Because what's caused Tua is the fact that he got a back injury, which was a concussion, and then the next week got another concussion, and then a couple weeks later got another concussion, and now this year has a fourth one in 2 years. So by lying the first week is kind of what started this domino effect for Tua. So by lying with Josh Allen and it going ankle or back injury, because I've heard both, it's like you've kind of started that potential cycle,
Right.
where it's like, hey, it's just more logical actually to just actually pull the player out of the game.
Yes.
Take the L.
Yes.
And like get him back in a week or two and you'll be fine. Or even the next week. It's cool.
There's nothing to say that in that last drive where they're chucking the ball for no reason on their own goal line, like, well, if he gets knocked there too, and now it's a really bad outcome. Now it's like a Tua situation. Yeah, it was super reckless what they did, and hopefully it doesn't become a Tua situation. But yeah, that's what happens when you put your guy out there like that.
Last story: Nico Collins is on the injured reserve for the Texans. He'll miss 4 games. Well, Michael Pittman Jr., Colts' best wide receivers, he's expected to miss multiple weeks with a back injury. Just saying, that is going to hurt the Colts a lot more than the Texans, but it's a wide receiver, and you should be able to overcome it.
Yeah, but this week there are going to be no Richardson,
no
Taylor, and no Pittman. Good luck, Joe Flacco.
Whoa, you have little faith in Joe Flacco.
Yeah, he's elite. You're right.
See what he did? I mean, he has been very good.
I don't understand how he's this good.
I don't either.
I don't get it.
I don't either. Credit to him. I'm happy for him. But it is insane what he has done.
Yeah, like I think his story is more stunning to me than the Geno Smith and Sam Darnold stuff. Because we watched, like, those guys, you can say, well, they play for the Jets, right? Like, they play for terrible organization. We watched in front of our eyes Joe Flacco be mostly terrible in his career, have a great run, win a Super Bowl, and then be terrible again.
I don't know if he was terrible with the Ravens. But
it was never.
He was. I mean, part of it is because he played quarterback in the AFC at the same time as all the guys.
I mean, think about it, like, they didn't want to pay him. They were not going to pay Joe Flacco.
He had one of the best playoffs we've ever seen.
Yes.
He had a couple of years where he was adequate. I know whenever he went up against the Patriots in the playoffs, he always had good games for what it's worth.
He always balled out in big spots.
So I will not say terrible. But as you said, yeah, it once it got to a certain point, it started to fall off a cliff. But guess where else he played for? Of all those teams that you mentioned?
The Jets.
Yeah. He was on the Jets.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
What,
he was on the Jets a couple of years ago.
2021?
Yeah.
2022, maybe?
Yeah, he definitely was in for Zach Wilson for a little bit of time.
He was. Yeah, but even after
the Jets, you're fine.
After he signed the contract with the Ravens, like, he was not that good. Like, he got worse after that.
Yeah,
worse than he was before.
They drafted Lamar like the next year.
Mm-hmm.
No, they drafted him in 18.
Was it 18?
Yeah.
Oh, so he got the contract in what, like 14,
2013.
Oh, okay.
Timeline's a law.
Yeah, but he was stinking. Like, he got 2 years of, I think, the post Super Bowl grace period of like, hey, we saw him do it before. We just need to do it again. And then there's 2 years of like, oh my God, this guy sucks.
Because at this point now, it's like, is he just gonna be a starting quarterback next year?
I don't know. You would have thought after last year.
I kind of like him as like coming in to save the day. If I was him, I would just wait. I would just wouldn't sign a contract this offseason and just wait until Matt Stafford or someone goes down.
I would be running to Miami if I was Joe Flacco.
Yeah. Just hold out.
For Tua to get concussed, and then I can throw the football to Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle.
Just hold down to week like 6, 7, 8 every year. Then you get a couple teams negotiating against each other. Boom, make some money.
That's Sean. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Colts will have Joe Flacco. No Michael Pittman. Texans are without Nico Collins, but it does seem like Joe Mixon and Dameon Pierce will be back. They're 0-0. They're not 4-1. Up next, the biggest upset in recent sports history. Someone has an all-time take on why it happened. This is maybe the greatest piece of column work I've ever seen. You'll hear it next. Stay put.
You are listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
I saw an incredible column in Alabama's newspaper / website, alabama.com. And it has to do with Alabama's loss to Vanderbilt. The column is titled, written by Joseph Goodman of alabama.com. Can someone please teach Kalen DeBoer how to dress? I'm going to read some of this article. College football's biggest question in the state of Alabama after the Crimson Tide's shocking loss to Vanderbilt hasn't been about the defense or if the brothers of Vandy quarterback Diego Pavia still have collegiate eligibility. No, in Alabama, we're eager to understand why football coach Kalen DeBoer dresses like he shops at Walmart.
This is what they're worried about?
This is what they're worried about.
He was wearing a t-shirt on the sideline.
What's he supposed to wear?
Something with a collar.
What did Nick Saban wear on the sideline? A polo?
Yeah. Show some respect for the game.
Didn't Bear Bryant wear a little bit extra?
He wore a suit and a hat.
Yeah. So maybe they're looking for that. But this column continues. I can't believe this is written all-time Zag by a guy looking for ways to rag on the coach that is never going to be good enough because he's following Nick Saban. Not that there's anything wrong with Walmart. That's where I get all my undershirts and ankle socks. It's just that shouldn't the head coach of Alabama football wear something a little nicer during games than an oddly fitting, untucked workout t-shirt he found on the clearance rack next to the Little Debbie's? What's up with that shot?
Untucked too.
Made me laugh though. This is such a funny article. I read this earlier, and it just why does this bother people so much? There's this TikTok that's going around right now. This girl walking through the airport, just like ranting and raving about men wearing like sweatpants to the airport. Who cares what people wear? Especially in a moment like this. Like, look at my coach, okay? Look at Mike Elko. Okay, he wears a long sleeve, loose fitting, shirt. It doesn't matter. He wins games, most of them. Okay,
except for when he plays Notre Dame.
No, that's my other coach. He wears polos, so I guess I get it now.
This article continues. Have you seen this guy on the sidelines? First, it was hoodie. And then on Saturday, it was Bargain Shopper's Blue Light Special. They say that clothes make the man, and I'm not sure that's true. But the clothes DeBoer has been wearing during games kind of reflect the style of football in Alabama recently. Sloppy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Damn.
Hey, don't lose to Vanderbilt, all right?
He looked like Cousin Eddie won tickets to the Bama game at the last minute. Pack up the RV, hun. We're going to the Music City. What do you want to wear, babe? No time. We'll stop at Walmart along the way. And then he says, at least Cousin Eddie wore a blue leisure suit to Christmas. I got to say, Joseph Goodman, new Skip Bayless.
I know. I like how this is just like a roast session.
What's next? Cutoff jeans and a Keystone Light tank from 1983? This is the Deep South, not South Dakota. Damn, dog.
I mean, I'd be fine with the cutoff, little jean short, little jort action.
He's wearing jorts. That would be fun.
Like the ones you can tell they're like cut by, like they were jeans, but you cut them yourself.
Yeah.
To make sure that they fit to your feel.
I love this because this is so classic college football, where it's something that kind of gets on your nerves, but you kind of it doesn't matter when he coaches against Georgia and wins.
My question
but then
is,
the second you lose, it's like, what's with this guy?
Like, did he write it like after like week 1? He's like, I'm just gonna put this in the bag.
It is,
and as soon as they lose, publish.
Maybe
it is something people noticed. Like people noticed, like, oh, he's just coaching in a t-shirt. And again, when you win, doesn't matter.
Bill Belichick.
Don't get the article written.
Belichick had a cutoff hoodie.
Yeah.
Because he didn't like the NFL equipment that was being given out, so he cut off the sleeves. And
if I was Kalen DeBoer, I would wear a suit to the next game now.
No, you can't be shamed.
No, you can't. You can't bend your knee to these
like
people.
A troll back.
No.
Like a full tuxedo.
No, the thing is, you won't win. You won't win against the Alabama fan base. You can't win a troll off against the Alabama fan base because unless you're the greatest coach of all time, they will fire your ass.
Joseph Goodman's column, not done. This is the best line. Nick Saban was the Frank Sinatra of college football.
That's true.
What? He was cheating on his wife? No, that's Urban Meyer. First off. Second. Okay.
Class personified.
In Nashville, cousin Kalen, going with the cousin Eddie still, looked like an unseasoned chicken breast stuffed inside an old shoe. Damn.
Okay, that's just mean.
This is mean.
That's just body shaming.
It's an all-time column. Shout out to Joseph Goodman.
Again, don't lose to Alabama. Or don't lose to Vanderbilt if you're Alabama.
I think my favorite part here is at the end, though, when apparently he acknowledges that Nick Saban didn't dress himself.
Right.
Yeah.
That Miss Terry dressed him.
Well,
she dressed him, and she's better at picking college football games than him.
Yeah.
That's what we've learned about Miss Terry in the last couple weeks.
Is that okay? Like, is it okay to let your significant other dress you? I wouldn't know. Sean, I don't think you've ever had a significant other dressing you.
I've taken input.
You've taken input.
Input.
How about you, Joe? You've been married a few years.
Not really. I mean, no.
So she doesn't.
She does not.
She doesn't lay out a ESPN 97.5 shirt
Yeah, I
to
think
wear
actually
every
it's
day.
pretty obvious my wife doesn't do the same. Like, like, actually.
But YouTube.com/ESPN
Like
Houston.
she try. Like she'll buy me stuff,
And on Twitch at ESPN 975.
but she's not like wear this to work.
But when it's a situation where you are getting dressed up,
No,
where
see,
it is
because
more of a-
see, I have nice clothes. I'm actually very like, you tell me what you're wearing and what color,
And you'll blend.
and I'll match.
Wow.
And like I know,
That's pretty
like I have a pretty,
advanced.
actually have like a pretty good set of dress clothes
Okay.
that I have in my bag.
Okay.
I've seen this happen. You wore them for the
Yeah.
Astros games.
I have like 4 suits. I just don't
4.
wear. Yeah. I
Whoa.
just-
Wow.
I don't know if I have 4.
well, see, because one time I went to Macy's and they were like 75% off.
Ah,
So I just went.
No, that's
I just
smart.
went-
Here's my suits
Yeah.
for the rest of my life.
and then I got a free suit for my wedding.
Kalen DeBoer should have done that.
Yeah.
It was like
What's
this.
what's
deal.
your excuse, Coach
Yeah.
DeBoer?
Yeah.
Just saying. Men's Warehouse used to have this deal where like if you got like a bunch of guys in your groomsmen party, that the groom would get a free suit at the end of it.
Nice.
And that's what I learned. So free custom suit.
Let's go.
That's way better than losing to Vanderbilt.
way better. Way better.
I didn't lose to Vanderbilt. I lost in NIU.
0-0 all time against Vanderbilt.
Yeah, NIU was ranked for a little bit.
Yeah, not anymore.
Yeah, not anymore.
Vanderbilt not ranked either.
They should be. How are they not ranked?
They're actually, they're having a good year.
They lost to Georgia State. That's why.
Georgia State had a good NCAA tournament run once.
Wrong sport.
I know.
Did they? Did they? Yeah.
They did. It was a couple years ago. And by good run, I think they won
Like they made the Sweet 16.
maybe 2 games. Probably one. Anyway. Now you know. Gallant George, he's Joe and Paul. Sean behind the glass. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. The Texans are 0-0, but what needs to improve to get some of our very, 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 very picky Texans fans who are looking at them the same way that Alabama fans look at Kalen DeBoer's T-shirts? What do they have to do? Who's got to step it up? We'll talk about it. Stick around. Yeah, they're 4-1, but we're saying they're 0-0. Your Houston Texans. Got to approach this Patriots game on Sunday seriously and get all of this city back on their side, because 4-1, it ain't good enough. So now you got to go 1-0 on Sunday and probably win by a lot. But considering how underwhelmed this city is by the Texans, the question I have, Joe has, we all have, what are the things that are holding us back, I guess, from buying in completely? Clearly, they're shooting themselves in the foot a lot with penalties. The running game isn't working. And take a look at the numbers. Their point differential is -12. So what do you think's at the top?
For me, it's the second half of where I do struggle to buy in a little bit.
Because how they finish games?
Just that they've scored 23 points in the second half outside of week 1. I mean, the offense is terrible. It's
in the second
awful
half.
In the second half. It's incredible because it's such an extreme. Like it's almost unstoppable for 2 quarters, and then until CJ Stroud gets the ball on the final possession, it's like they don't move. They just punt the ball a bunch. So that's where, and that seems to be where the turnovers are happening when they happen, as well as in the second half. So that's where I struggle to buy in, because you play Trevor Lawrence, you play bad Josh Allen for a day, you play Caleb Williams, and like these quarterbacks are not taking advantage. But you look back to the Minnesota game, and when your offense doesn't have success in the first half, then continues to struggle in the second half, you've got Sam Darnold and the Vikings moving the ball up and down the field because your defense just can't get off the field. So like that's where I struggle with the most, of wanting to, and the ability to fully buy in that they're a real contender this year, is because that's just not going to work. Like when you play Jordan Love in 2 weeks, if you go out there and you struggle in the second half like that, the Packers are going to beat you because they're just going to score points and you're not.
You would hope that he'd turn the football over a little bit, Jordan Love. He has been a little turnover prone this year, but that is definitely something that I think is holding a lot of people back. I'm with you on that. I also think defensively, they have had their moments. They are the team generating the most pressure in the NFL. I don't know how they come up with that, but that's at least what the streets are saying, the nerd streets. But there have been lots of moments where receivers on the other team are running by the entire Texans defense. They're wide open downfield, and these quarterbacks are just missing. And you would think eventually that's not going to happen, because Anthony Richardson missed a couple. Caleb Williams never really had a chance.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't really see as many with Sam Darnold, but I think there's one. And then the last couple of weeks, both Trevor Lawrence and Josh Allen, they couldn't hit the broadside of a barn.
Yeah, that one is definitely at the top of my list as well, because you can just see that it's just like if they played Patrick Mahomes, or when they play Lamar Jackson, or, when you potentially play a guy like Josh Allen again, you just don't think they're going to keep making these same mistakes.
That's a funny thing, though. Mahomes is really the only one where I definitely feel he's going to take advantage of it every single time, even in a year where he's statistically having a down year. But Allen, always on the table. You never know what kind of Josh Allen game you're going to get. Lamar Jackson in the playoffs is different than Lamar Jackson in the regular season. Maybe not against the Texans. It's a weird thing where maybe this is just how it works. You're just going to have a couple of moments like this on defense a game, and just hope that they don't take advantage, because this pressure is going to make the guy miss by just a little bit.
Even Mahomes, it's like, I think Mahomes will put it on his receiver. Now his receiver's got to catch it.
Yeah.
now I'm worried about Juju Smith-Schuster batting the ball into a defensive lineman's hands.
I thought they were safe without Kadarius Toney.
Yeah, right. That's where I land on that. And yes, you bring up a good point with like the guys at the top of the conference, how you're not sure about a lot of them. What I think this sets up for is, because the NFL is so stupid, is that they'll play some scrub in the first round, or maybe even at some point in the regular season they'll just play like Will Levis will just be unconscious against them, because Joe
Flacco in 2 weeks.
Yeah, Joe Flacco, like the three deep balls that he throws are all on the money. It's like, oh, there's 21 points right there.
Yeah.
Do any of you guys have that fear with Drake May on Sunday?
I'd like Drake May. He can ball a little bit, but I don't, because it's his first start.
Yeah, I think he's solid, but just the first start of it all, the offensive line and wide receivers he's playing with, that's what gives me pause as far as thinking Drake May is going to come out and light it up.
I mean, you look at the Texans stats, like that have been out there against Caleb Williams, Josh Allen, Trevor Lawrence, when they've been blitzing them, and these quarterbacks are completely inept when they don't have a solid offensive line, and then D'Amico starts bringing the heat. I just can't imagine. I mean, look, like Jane Daniels has been a wonderful story, but people are forgetting what happened the first couple weeks, where like he didn't throw a touchdown until week 3 of the season, or week 3.
It was week 3,
and his first one was to an offensive lineman.
Yeah,
like the New York Giants game, they kicked all those field goals.
Mhm.
Caleb Williams didn't start having success until later. Bo Nix, even last week, with was it last week or 2 weeks ago, had -7 passing yards in the first half.
When they beat the Jets.
Like they're struggling early on. Drake May's not going to just come out and ball out in the first week.
He'd be the only one of these quarterbacks
Yeah.
that come out in his debut and are just awesome. None of them threw a touchdown pass through the first.
Yeah, CJ
2
was
weeks.
terrible in his first. Not terrible, but not good in his first game. Didn't throw a touchdown in his first game.
We didn't get to this audio yesterday. Did you hear who's the biggest Drake May fan?
I did.
I was actually surprised when I saw this because look, I just have it. I have it out for North Carolina guys. No offense to TJ Yates, Houston Texans legend that he was, but Mitchell Trubisky. That's all I really have to say. I feel like about North Carolina.
What about Sam Howell?
That too. That too. Remember when he was projected by some to be
like the number 1 pick?
A number 1 pick,
Yeah.
right? But of all people, the biggest Drake May fan out there, CJ Stroud. This is him before the draft.
I'm in a toss.
Who's the most
between,
NFL ready?
I feel like Drake May is. You watch his tape, just his arm talent jumps off. I mean, he's one guy that, like, to me, like the one mistake that I did early on in like his first couple of games was I moved around too much. Like I didn't get the ball out on time. I started taking risks that weren't even downfield. They're necessarily scrambling. And when you watch his tape, he scrambles when he needs to. He throws guys open. He has like right here, he has rollout ability, like different arm angles. So
I feel like when you watch
like
Drake May, you see certain things that you need to play an NFL game. Like I feel like you're like, oh, that works and that translates.
Right.
And maybe the running sometimes of Caleb or Jaden, you could really get in trouble if you do that.
100%.
Okay, Adam Lefkoe, don't cut off our Lord and Savior CJ
Yeah,
Stroud.
I feel like you can feel CJ Stroud being like, yeah, thanks for explaining that to me.
Thanks for football splaining me, bro. But I remember seeing that this week. It popped up on social media, and I remembered seeing that before the draft. This is all I've got is somebody who hopes Drake May is eventually good. That's how I feel. But Stroud likes May. I really have no idea what to expect from him on Sunday. I truly do not.
Yeah, I think everything CJ says can be very right about Drake May. But the problem is that none of these rookies ever do that in their first game. The different arm angles and not getting like CJ literally said it in that quote of where he said, I remember I didn't do this my first 2 games because you're a rookie and the lights are bright and you're seeing defenses that you've never seen before. I mean, like this defense that they want to ban, that Mel Kiper wants to ban, this too high, shell that everyone's running in defense. Drake May's never seen that in an NFL game. This game just feels like I can't lose. Because I think I join the people who don't believe, and I don't know how you get me back.
If they lose to the Patriots.
If they lose to the Patriots. Like the more I think about this game, I'm just like, even if they win ugly and they win by a field goal, at least they win.
Your fear is coming back.
No, I don't know. I'm so confident they're going to win this game.
Okay, never mind. Okay. I thought you were
I'm so confident they're going to win this game that if they don't, I just don't know what I'm going to say on Monday. Like
we'll probably be
yeah.
anti-Dodgers, anti-Yankee propaganda. That's all we
on Monday?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just forget about the game. Try to avoid talking
We
about
become
it
a baseball show
as long as possible. Yeah, I'm sure the Twitch would enjoy that.
Also, CJ doesn't watch college So Drake May rushed for 1,100 rushing yards in 2 years. So
But he's only running because
Like,
he had
yeah.
to.
he ran all the time.
Scrambling.
Like Drake May is like a legit athlete.
It's just 1,100 yards. That's
Over
not,
2 years.
Yeah.
It's like
not that
1,600 a pop.
It's not that many. It's not Jaden Daniels.
That's true. I mean, he's gonna break NFL records for rushing attempts this year. At this point,
You think so?
He's on pace. The most rushing
I think he's
attempts is 75 in a season from a quarterback.
This is RG3 2.0.
I was gonna say, like, the reason he's not gonna break that is because if you keep up this pace, you're gonna miss games.
Yeah, he's on pace to pass the Michael Vick single season record for rushing attempts right now for Jaden Daniels. There's no
Michael
way
Vick had the most. That's surprising. Yeah.
I would think Lamar.
Yeah.
I would have thought Lamar.
I would have too.
I think it's from I did a poor job here. Non-quarterback designed runs.
Oh, like scrambles.
Yes.
Okay.
Michael Vick has 75.
That makes
Michael Vick has 75 scrambles. That's the record in a season. Jaden Daniels is on pace to have 94 scrambles
Wow, damn.
this season. So that's not including even the quarterback design runs that they're doing in Washington, where he's just literally that guy's
Playing
let open,
Madden.
See you later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just playing Madden.
Pray for young Jaden Daniels.
He doesn't slide. I want Jaden Daniels to be awesome.
No,
No,
you
you
don't.
Please slide.
no, you
talking
don't.
about?
I have a heavy
Such-
financial investment. in
Such
Jaden
BS.
Okay, I mean that's hedging though. You want Caleb Williams to be
Yeah.
the best quarterback in this draft
Yeah,
class.
If Jaden Daniels is awesome and Caleb Williams isn't, it's like, no, you don't want that.
No, I don't want that. No. I don't want
I'll
that.
admit it.
I
I
didn't say that. I just said I want Jaden Daniels to be awesome.
But then,
Okay.
no,
They
because that
both
makes
are
Caleb
good.
has to be awesome.
that makes it harder for Caleb Williams to be
Yeah.
the best.
If they're both awesome, then there's gonna be people like us two that you do the show with being like, I don't know, Jaden Daniels, do the Bears regret it?
I'm already ready for it for the rest of my life.
What?
Look, if Drake May is good this weekend,
Ooh.
that's gonna be a bad look for me. Okay,
Why?
you're gonna be talking about Caleb all day on Monday.
Will I?
we have so many, because 17 quarterbacks got drafted in the first round. We have so many shots to nail one on Caleb instead of this guy. Okay, nice job, Bears.
But you like what you saw last week against the Panthers.
He was incredible.
Okay.
I saw the mic'd up thing where he's like, why don't we take a deep shot? And they're like, well, it's windy. And he's like, I think I'm going to take a deep shot. And boom, touchdown.
Yeah. It was great. He was awesome last week. Him and Jaden have been incredible this year. I was really I'm like, that's why I think Drake May is going to be good. I do think he's in by far the worst situation also.
So the fact that the other two have been so good is kind of why I'm like, there's no way the top three are all good. That's just where my brain goes of, you see the 2021 draft. You see all these drafts where
the 03 draft when Manning, Rivers, and Roethlisberger were all good and all borderline Hall of Famers. Like that is insane. And it's been a while.
It's ridiculous. Even the CJ Stroud draft, I know it's early. CJ Stroud might be the only good quarterback in that draft. So there's just the fact that there's going to be three of them that are all good as rookies. That's where I'm like, I kind of, one of these guys is going to turn into a pumpkin. Not just the top three, but the six that were actually drafted in the first round.
Because wouldn't you bet on JJ McCarthy right now at this point to be good? Just
No.
because of what he did at Michigan and then how good Minnesota looks.
I don't know.
Like,
I mean, he's in
feel
the best situation for sure.
Yeah,
I kind of have to buy in a little bit.
I don't know though. I mean, it's one of those things where with JJ McCarthy, when he was in college, they threw so little. It's hard to believe all of a sudden if they open it up for him, he's going to be great,
Yeah, if a college offense is like, we need to minimize the effect our quarterback has on the offense, then he will be a good pro. When in the NFL, normally your quarterback has to be the reason you're winning these games.
Yeah, I remember Georgia Tech had a bunch of very good wide receivers, Calvin Johnson,
Demarius
Thomas, not so much Stephen Hill, but
what a pull!
But they had a lot of just really fast, big receivers.
Yeah,
but they never had a quarterback, and you still believed in those receivers because of their size and their speed. It's the opposite with the quarterbacks. If you're on an offense where you're not passing that much, even if Jim Harbaugh's running things, and we saw with Andrew Luck how that worked. Maybe a different conversation.
At least they let Andrew Luck throw.
Right, because they were throwing with Luck. They're just doing it out of the I formation.
Yeah.
Kind of weird. with McCarthy, it does feel as if there is a limit with how good he can be. Where with the three at the top, I do not put a ceiling on any of them, especially with what I've seen from Daniels thus far, with all the hype that Williams got. And I mean, honestly, of those three, I'm expecting May to not be the guy. Especially since they've already both of them shown glimpses, Daniels and Williams, and especially I'm not expecting it on Sunday against the Houston Texans.
Yeah, and we can all agree it's not Bo Nix. Bo Nix not the guy of all the quarterbacks.
Bo Nix is
he's so fun though.
Either Nix or McCarthy. I feel best about not going to work out.
I can't. I could never buy into Bo Nix. I can't do it.
He strikes me. He seems like he's going to have a Jameis-esque career.
We're like 1 week he's gonna have -7 passing yards at the end of the first half, and the next week he's gonna have like 300 at the end of the first half. Yeah, I could see that.
Darnold's already white Jameis, but
another white Jameis. Everywhere you look, there's a white Jameis.
I don't see color, but I'm told they're white, and they play like Jameis, just a little.
Who I'm told isn't white.
Reckless abandon.
Mm-hmm. On the field.
Yeah.
It is interesting with the Deshaun Watson situation in Cleveland that he's been so bad that we're willing to completely overlook some of the things that Jameis Winston did. Not the crowd likes, who cares about that, but some of the other stuff that Jameis Winston may have done, Uber, and we're looking at him and like, yeah, he's a good guy. Deshaun Watson.
What a scumbag. Yeah.
I think we've also seen like some, he's taking some accountability in his life too. Like
I don't think he's brought up the Uber incident, but
no, the Uber one kind of gets avoided.
I would agree with you there.
For like the lobster stuff, like he's talked about on like Pardon My Take when he was on it the first time.
He's a starting quarterback for Florida State. He should be able to walk into a Publix and take out lobster.
He would say if it was NIL, he could have. I'm sure he could have just had an NIL deal.
Or if he had an NIL deal, he could slap down a Benjamin and be like, give me as many crab legs as you got.
By the way, speaking of NIL, I know we're sort of all over the place here. Did you guys see Beaumont's own Kendrick Perkins and what he is potentially bringing to the world of college sports?
I saw the headline. I didn't get into the details of his NIL venture.
I didn't either, but from the sound of things, you're going to be able to borrow cash against your NIL deal that you can use immediately through some sort of group that Perkins has put together. And it sounds so shady and so predatory.
Sounds like a predatory loan system. That's just what it sounds like. That's just what it sounds like. I don't know. Maybe there's a detail that I'm missing.
I don't think it's going to
sounds like a payday loan.
It does. You're right. Yeah,
that's what
payday
it is.
Loan. It does not sound like J.G. Wentworth 877 cash now. It sounds like you're doing this in a back alley.
Yeah, this sounds like the contracts that like some of these players, these like teenagers are signing in like the Dominican Republic, where like they owe agents a percentage of their salary when they get their big fat contracts.
Yeah, the MLB contract.
Yeah, like when they get their real MLB contract, they owe like 30%.
Yeah,
to these guys in the Dominican Republic because like they signed something that they don't really understand.
Yeah, there's someone that had that.
Wasn't Tatis?
Probably.
Was it Tatis?
It was one of the more recent Dominican guys.
It would not have been Tatis.
Yeah, no, because Tatis's dad played.
Yeah.
So.
Imagine being Dan Murphy working for ESPN and you're writing an article about your ESPN coworker, Kendrick Perkins, a new company founded by former NBA champion Kendrick Perkins is offering college athletes upfront cash in exchange for a portion of their name, image, and likeness deals. An arrangement some consumer protection experts and financial advisors say could prey on young athletes. The company, Nilly, offers athletes upfront payments ranging from $25,000 into the hundreds of thousands, said Perkins and his co-founder, Wall Street veteran Chris Riccardi. You have a Wall Street veteran on here. I mean, of course it's going to be predatory.
Yeah, this seems like stay away if you're
a high school athlete listening to this. If you're a college athlete listening to this.
Specifically because maybe he'll be looking in this area. Yeah. Like we're like, doesn't he live here?
He is from Beaumont.
He's from Beaumont.
Yeah,
I think
I don't know if he lives here still.
When he's on First Take every once in a while, I'll notice that his background is the Houston skyline.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He does it from time to time.
Bury him in the H.
So if you're a local high school football coach or a basketball coach,
Maybe steer
Watch
him away.
out for Nilly.
Yeah. Also, if your company's name is Nilly,
Yeah.
I'm gonna assume you're a scam.
Hard to take seriously.
Yeah. Like if I got an email from Nilly wants to hire you, I'd say spam.
Nilly has an interesting opportunity to team up with ESPN 97.5.
Yep.
Nah,
pass on that one.
I think we're good.
He is Joe George. Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Up next, it's the hit game show that's sweeping the United States of America. How far is too far? First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. You enter the promo code BET975. Guess what happens? You enter that, and you are going to get a doubling of your initial deposit. You can bet on tonight's Seahawks and San Francisco 49ers game. The Niners are 3.5-point favorites. You put any action on this game, guess what? Weekly free boosts Thursdays. You can bet without a sweat. If your bet hits, you win big. If it doesn't, MyBookie.ag will refund your wager. I know. That sounds incredible. I can't believe that they're doing it. To get started, go to MyBookie.ag and use promo code BET975 to claim some extra bank on your first deposit. Yeah, they double the first deposit. Plus, there's MyBookie Plus, a loyalty program. The more you play, the more you win. Tiers of loyalty programs, more rewards for you, giveaways, etc. MyBookie Plus is the lock of the century. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
All right. Texans 0-0. They're not 4-1. They're 0-0. One game at a time. On to New England. Sunday. Drake May, rookie quarterback, doesn't matter. Got to take him seriously. Rookie head coach with a locker room mutiny, doesn't matter. Got to take him seriously. And if you take him seriously, you might finally get your first blowout of the year. Hell yeah.
You think Mayo makes it through this season?
Yes.
Or into the next season?
But I don't know because I really do not know what it's like to see the Patriots be the old Patriots.
Yeah.
In the Robert Kraft era, I mean, the first three coaches, Bill Parcells, Pete Carroll, Bill Belichick.
Wasn't Pete Carroll's record pretty good when he got fired?
They never had a losing record. They
Yeah.
were 10-6, 9-7, and 8-8.
Whew.
They started off the third season 6-2. They finished it 8-8 though.
And was he the coach when they went to the Super Bowl?
Carroll?
Yeah.
No, Parcells wasn't. He
That was
quit
Parcells.
before the Super Bowl, but he didn't say anything. He left for the Jets. Everyone knew he was leaving for the Jets before Super Bowl 31 got played.
That's
yeah.
right.
There have been moments of instability in this organization, but right now, I mean, they look as messy, if not messier, than the New York Jets, and the Jets just fired their head coach this week. So, a lot of things that lend themselves to you thinking the Texans should run away with this game on Sunday. And if they don't, I will actually understand why some people are meh. I do not understand this week why people are meh after a win against the Bills, but we have turned the page because we are at Thursday, and tomorrow is Friday, and then the next day is Saturday, and the next day is Sunday. We got to make every day the greatest day of your life.
Week 6 starts tonight.
It does start tonight.
Gosh, I'm starting to get excited. Now, after all those things I said about Geno Smith, now like I feel like I have to watch tonight.
Why? Why?
And make sure he's not like really good because I don't want to look stupid tomorrow.
He's gonna have moments where he looks good, and you are right in that your gut is telling you, I don't want to be with this person forever.
It's true.
But 1 week. Right now with Caleb Williams, you're in the honeymoon phase. Right now with CJ Stroud, I'm in the honeymoon phase.
Oh, I think we're past the honeymoon phase.
Oh
with
no,
CJ
this has been a
Stroud.
long honeymoon with Stroud.
I think we're just like madly in love with CJ.
I think it's still young love. It's still
young love. Okay,
yeah.
not the honeymoon phase.
Yeah,
Young
it's
love.
still it's we're not quite at the 7-year itch.
Things are frisky.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Very frisky.
things are still frisky.
Yeah, it's not every night.
No
but it's still
kids, so we're still having fun.
Yeah.
From what I hear.
It's true.
Okay.
Whoa.
I didn't want to. No, I just didn't want to speak with authority when we have someone right here.
yeah. You made that answer sound not so fun. How's Soccer Boy doing?
Not great.
How's practice?
It's
Okay.
not good, man. He's the worst.
He's just not a good soccer player.
No, he is a good soccer player, but he like okay. So practice, we get there before practice, so I can get the cones ready, and he's going up and down the field, dribbling the ball and kicking it into the net.
So
and I'm like, here we go, okay, we're finally gonna get it. And then his little friends show up, and he runs around like a bat out of hell when practice starts.
Ooh.
He doesn't listen to me.
He's showing off.
Yeah.
I bet he's showing off.
Or
Well,
just
and then
want to
now
be
he's
goofy.
starting to realize that he's like the leader of the misfits.
Mm-hmm.
That like at one point he went to the other practice happening, sat down and watched them, and two of his little friends walked over and joined him, and I couldn't get any of them to come back.
Oh no!
So now it's starting to be like the leader of the non-listeners is my child. I'd be fine if it was any other kid.
Damn, I'm sorry, dude.
He's fun though.
I do like that you're like the Mike Tomlin of this, where you're just always having to deal with it. But
he's George Pickens.
Yes,
minus the eye black with suggestive language.
or Antonio Brown because he's good.
Yeah, this is kind of what started happening. Okay, like we start practice with red light, green light.
I'm familiar.
Work on some dribbling skills and listening skills, and like all 6 kids this week come out and start playing, except for him. And I literally, this is the first 5 seconds of practice. I literally looked at my wife and I said, "Your problem," and I went and coached the other kids. I've like given up on my own child at practice. I'm just like, I'm over it. I'm done. Like I'm just gonna like focus on the other kids. Like make sure they're learning and having a good time. This kid kick rocks.
That's got to be very strange to be responsible for both your own kid and other children. And of course, you're going to have a favorite, right? Like it's your kid.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you got to coach all of these kids at the same time. You are the it's different. It's not like we're at a point where kids are starting to get very good, right? It's early stage of soccer. He's 3.
Yeah.
Other kids are 3.
Yeah, they're all 3. Yeah.
That's tricky. I mean, listen, you're learning on the job. It's your first time doing it.
Well, and the hard part is too is that like I don't think I ever want to coach again after this.
Wow.
I'm so scared to be myself. Like I would want to coach him the way that I was coached.
Yeah.
I want to yell. And like
it's
I'm
early
having to
for
have
yelling.
Yeah, it's
That's
early.
the problem.
But like,
Maybe a timeout. I don't know.
but like he listens when I yell. It's like I want to scream at him.
The problem is yelling works.
And like I'm like, oh, I can't yell in front of like all these parents. Like they're gonna try to cancel.
That sucks.
I have a question.
Yes.
What's your record?
Well, we don't officially keep score.
What do you keep? You
We're
keep
2
the
and 1.
score. Okay.
2-1.
We're 2 and 1.
I like that you keep the score. Good
Oh,
job.
Yeah.
Last week was it win or loss?
A win.
Okay.
We're win-loss win right now.
I'm just wondering if you need to maybe step up your attire like Kalen DeBoer, because like I imagine you just come.
I just make sure I'm wearing red because we're team red.
Okay.
Mhm.
The red team.
Yeah. So the shirt might get used again on Saturday.
Okay.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
Hey, I mean,
you're
you're not Kalen DeBoer. You'll be okay.
I don't know. Oh.
Junior Bronco says, "F that, Joe. Make them do bear crawls. That would be funny." Should have. It's like one of the things I've been considering though is like trying to do like to tire him out, like to like basically make him run sprints for like 20 minutes before the rest of the kids get there, and then maybe he'll be so tired he listens better.
But then he won't be ready for the game. You got to keep his. You gotta,
No, but then the game will be easy.
What if there's a game where he actually checks in?
He actually so Saturday he actually played for the first time.
Okay.
Like, was like went for the ball like he was going to participate in the game.
Okay.
And we ran without control, and there was a very loud collision in which I thought he might have two-would someone.
You just got jacked up
because like you could hear the skulls make contact.
Ooh, so
and
like
this
the
little girl was down and she was. He got back up. Good kid. No tears. Proud of you.
There we go.
Good job.
The girl
took the brunt of that.
I wasn't sure she was gonna play soccer again. She played again. But
Got Josh Allen.
Yeah. It's a tough game.
Josh, she came back in the game.
It's not for everybody. Not for
But
everybody.
after he even though he got back up, he did not go back in the game.
Okay.
So
Concussion protocol. You take seriously at Team Red.
You're not the
I
Bills.
take it more seriously than the Bills.
You're not the
And
Buffalo
Mike McDaniel.
Bills.
Yeah.
Well, it's the hit game that's sweeping America. It's led by our own Joe George, soccer coach extraordinaire.
Yeah.
Winning record, 66%. Not bad.
We'll start simple here today, okay?
How far is too far?
The Texans win on Sunday.
Yes.
We're all good?
Yes.
Yeah, they should.
The Texans win by 2 points.
Yes.
Yeah.
4 points.
Yes.
6 points.
Yes.
The line's currently 6.5 just as we continue this.
Okay.
Sean, 6?
I'll say yes.
7?
No.
Yes.
Or they'll win by 7.
Okay, so you think it's at 7. You think they win by at least 7.
Yes.
8.
Yes.
10.
Yes.
13.
Yes.
Trying to think of like reasonable scores.
Yeah.
17.
Key numbers.
No. 2 touchdowns.
Okay. All right.
That's my limit. But I think they're going to finally get a multi-score win.
I would be with you if not the Nico Collins injury.
True.
And Kamari Lassiter.
True.
It does sound like he's not going to play.
But Joe Mixon, Damian Pierce practicing.
Yeah, we can monitor the injury report as we get closer to having to make our actual picks on this. But
Yeah, this is Mixon.
Swarm.
Cover.
Texans
cover.
Yeah, I just think at a certain point, like we say so on Monday or Tuesday when Nico Collins, or was it yesterday when Nico Collins got IR'd, it was they're playing the Patriots. Probably won't come back to bite you, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're taking out Kamari Lassiter. Now you're taking out maybe one of the running backs, but like you said, they are practicing. It's just a situation of how many Jenga pieces can you take out of the Texans before it does become actually this might be a competitive game you got with the Patriots. That's just my worry.
Yeah, I didn't see what's Titus's stat.
I think he practiced. I think he practiced.
All right. So earlier, D'Amico Ryans, we played the sound. Said Nico Collins, best wide receiver in the NFL.
Correct.
So I have a list of So I have Nico Collins as at worst a top 8 wide receiver in the NFL currently.
Oh, okay. So you're asking us who we believe Collins is better than the list that you're about
go
to
up
say.
the ladder.
I made my own list 1 through 8.
Okay.
So you might disagree with my list.
Okay.
Which
That's
is
all
always
right.
the hard part of this game.
Yeah, that's all right.
So Mike Evans, Nico Collins.
Yeah, I think I'm taking Collins. At
Healthy
this point.
2024 Collins.
Can't believe I'm saying that.
Amon-Ra St. Brown. That's who I had next on my list.
Amon-Ra St. Brown has that crazy, everyone doesn't believe in me energy to him.
He's a dog. He's good.
And I like that energy to him. And Collins does seem a little more chill. But I do think that Collins just has so much range to his game. I'm gonna say this is split. I feel like Amon-Ra St. Brown's self-belief and loathing of anyone who doubts him equalizes him to Nico Collins' wide skills and massive size.
Give me Collins because Collins is number 1 in receiving yards right now. Amon-Ra St. Brown is 37th in the league.
Now this is where injuries make this always a little more complicated. So I'm assuming a little bit of health here.
Okay.
Because this guy's not played since like week 1. AJ Brown.
Oh, I'll take Collins over Brown.
Yeah.
Really?
I think that's a little easier because they're so similar.
Interesting.
And I think Collins is better.
I
Or
think
he's
Collins,
been better.
Collins is faster.
Okay, so at least according to my list,
Brown's
this,
sensitive.
This puts Nico into the top 5 wide receivers in the NFL.
Yeah, let's go.
I would agree with that.
I think he's top 5. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right now, I think he's top 5.
Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, Hill. It's easy to forget because without Tua, he's kind of disappeared off the face of the earth.
By the way, did you see Tyreek Hill's Instagram story?
I love this.
Tyreek Hill just posted a bunch of highlights of his time with the Chiefs to his Instagram story.
He's trying to get traded.
I feel like he does this every 6 weeks.
I think he knows Tua's not coming back.
This one makes sense.
Yeah.
I would want to get the hell out too.
Yeah. This feels like a soft, like, it's like when you bring something up, but you're not specifically saying, it's like trying to choose something to eat. And you're like, how'd you feel about Chinese food? But you're not fully saying, let's get Chinese food. It's, hey, maybe you trade me. But without actually saying, I want to be traded.
I just have to ask. What if they know it's like a 8-week injury for Nico?
Oh, damn, dog. Don't put that
If
out
Tyreek's
there.
on the block.
They're not trading for a receiver. As much as I want to bother Paul with this, they're not trading for a receiver.
For those who don't know, I hate wide receiver trade talk. I mean, but yesterday,
Maybe
and
Cooper.
We didn't expand on this, but I do wonder, hey, if you're here, Nico Collins gets hurt, you still have Tank Dell, but you didn't go get Stephon Diggs this offseason. Second round pick for Devontae Adams. Would you do it? I think I would. I'd be open to it.
They might be. Yeah, that would. I'll say we definitely would have brought that up. That hypothetical question up before 2:45 on Thursday.
Yeah,
like we definitely would have asked the question: should they go out and get one of these receivers that are on the block if they didn't already make that trade for Diggs?
Yeah, for sure. Like if they had it's so funny when they traded the Vikings pick to Buffalo. We all assumed it was going to be like the 35th pick in the draft.
Yeah.
Now it's like the 64th pick in the draft at the very moment. But would you have?
How far is too far?
Would you put Nico Collins in front of Tyreek, CeeDee Lamb, Jamar Chase, or Justin Jefferson? Any of them?
Lamb, I would. I think Lamb's overrated.
Really?
I don't think his hands are very good. I feel like he's been put on a pedestal because he's a Dallas Cowboy. I think Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson are better. I'd put, with what Collins has been for the last calendar year plus, especially with CJ Stroud throwing to him, I think I have him 4th.
Yeah, you have him 4th. I have him 5th. Because I have Lamb 4th out of that group, but still ahead of Nico.
Lamb's good at getting open, but Lamb has a lot of drops.
Yeah, I'd have him at 5th. I would feel comfortable putting him in front of AJ Brown. I think it's really tight though, because I do love AJ Brown. So it's like a 5A, 5B thing, but technically I have him 5th. So top 5 wide receiver in the NFL.
They're going to be without him for 4 weeks.
Now let's do it with Stephon Diggs.
Ooh, God, that's gonna be a long list.
Yeah,
Be a long
Stephon
list.
Diggs
Let's
is
combine
like,
segments and do Stephon Diggs.
It is pretty crazy that Diggs used to be.
He was up there.
Yeah, he used to be like top 5.
Yeah, his name would have been on the ladder
Just 3
that we
years
just
ago.
climbed. Yeah,
I mean, if we would have done this before they changed offensive coordinators last year, he would have been in this list of top 10.
yeah. I mean, he was
Yeah.
leading
Yeah.
he was at the top of all the receiving lists halfway through the year last year.
Yeah.
For sure.
I mean, like, now it's like you probably put him in the category with like the number 2 guys, Waddle, T. Higgins,
Smith for the Eagles.
yeah, Devontae Smith, probably both Rams wide receivers. Because I'm not sure I'm a total believer in Puka Nacua still.
I think
I see it a little bit more.
I'd have Cup over Diggs, but
yeah,
that's a different conversation.
Cup's over Diggs, but yes, I also Cup is same.
Got to stay
boat.
on the field.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same boat. All right. He is Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. You got Sean Mavis behind the glasses. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We got a little garbage time coming up next.
Want to talk to you about O Athletic, oathletic.com. O Athletic on Instagram is where you can see some of the latest stuff going on over at the gym. And you can find it in the Heights at 767 North Shepherd. They offer over 100 classes per week, ranging from weightlifting to agility training to Brazilian jiu-jitsu and boxing. You can't be amateur, like no experience at all when you try those classes. There are certain ones that are more experienced. It's all laid out online at oathletic.com, kind of give you some hints of, what kind of category you would fit into for those classes, but you can sign up for whatever you want. Give it a shot. Try something different than your typical workout and working out by yourself. You can get a personal trainer as well. They will work around your schedule and make the gym work for you. Don't wait till 2025 to get into shape or work on your goals. Get in there now. oathletic.com and oathletic on Instagram.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. Last chance to dance. Last chance to dance. And I just want to make sure we're all focused for the rest of the week. The Texans are 0-0. The Patriots are 0-0. They're not 4-1. Houston Texans. The Pats aren't 1-4. Oh no, because you got a rookie quarterback and you got a Texans team that has yet to put its best foot forward on a field for 60 plus minutes.
Because nothing matters. Nothing matters of what happened this season.
Yeah, nothing matters.
Honestly, because Jake Mays is starting, like it's kind of true. Like it's like
it is
even,
really
even the Patriots beating the Bengals. Like it's just like it's irrelevant. It's totally irrelevant to this game.
They have been surprisingly scrappy in 3 of the. Let me think about it. They've been scrappy in all but the game against the 49ers.
That's why I kind of thought the locker room mutiny thing was surprising.
I think it was all about, hey, we know that Drake May's better than the quarterback. And
Yeah.
there was a moment during the preseason, and I remember this because I was up in Boston at the time, where Gerard Mayo sounded like he wanted to name Drake May the starter, and he made it seem like it wasn't his say. He made it seem like it was Elliott Wolf and the guys in the front office's say.
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens on Sunday. We'll talk about it a little bit more tomorrow. Time for some garbage time before we get out of here. I'm jealous of athletes who don't have any self-awareness. I don't know how many people saw this, but Ben Simmons, he's finally talking again.
Okay.
Still a current basketball player, right?
I guess so.
He is. Oh, boy, Ben Simmons. Ben Simmons says it's disrespectful that fans thinks he's robbing teams, and he thinks that their disrespectful comments will eventually catch up to them.
Oh,
here's the quote. People make comments saying I'm robbing. No. When I got that contract, I was playing at a super high level. Pause for a second. How high of a level was it? I do remember that Ben Simmons was talked about in a potential James Harden trade.
I mean, he was like a great defensive player at one point.
Okay.
He was like an all-star.
Yeah.
All-star, third team all-NBA kind of guy.
Yeah.
Dylan Brooks contract kind of guy.
No, he was thought of a little bit
$20
higher.
million a year. Okay.
Yeah. That's also $20 million a year was different back then.
That's true. Unfortunately, I had injuries, but for someone to say that, it's disrespectful. People can say what they want to say. They've got to live with it. At the end of the day, it all catches up with you. Whoa.
Oh. Is he throwing around like karma?
It's not karmic for someone to get what's coming to them when they point out that you are paid a lot of money to not even show up for practice.
Yeah.
And that's what most of the anti-Ben Simmons commentary comes from. It's that he was getting paid, and for whatever reason, no one was able to criticize him for using mental health as a shield. Nope, you still got a job to do, buddy.
Yeah, it's honestly, the Philly exit is why people are still like crap on Ben Simmons all the time.
Sure.
What he's done with the Nets is nothing and get hurt. Like he just gets hurt every year. That's not something people hold against him.
The thing for me is it's the Carmelo Anthony style off-season workout videos
that also
where he's
sucks.
just like ripping threes, and he's the one that's telling people he's gonna play soon and he's fine and he's healthy, and then literally he goes on the court and he is hurt.
Yeah, he gets hurt like 10 games into every season.
Which is just he's just mentally weak. I mean, this is the guy who had 4 guys like on the 3-point line, had an open layup and passed it. Who's more delusional with their career, Simmons or Watson?
Oh, that's a great question.
I think Watson.
Watson, I feel like has to know. He has to know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just because Simmons has the, hey, since I've been in Brooklyn, I just get hurt, and so that's why things aren't working out.
Yeah.
Where Watson, like he's out there. We know We know how he's playing.
Kyler Murray, guys, got a new deal from Call of Duty.
I love this.
And he thanked all the trolls.
That's the best part.
Who memed him into a bag of money from Call of Duty. Because, right, everyone would always talk about how certain times of the year, when Call of Duty is about to come out, Kyler Murray's play goes downhill.
The video game clause in his contract. Or no, it wasn't a video game clause. It was a studying clause.
There was a film studying clause put into his contract. And now here we are with him getting the bag.
Well,
he's looking really good this year.
I was going to say, you can't make fun of it because of how he's played.
But
what?
October 25th. That's what matters the most.
Why?
Because that's when the new Call of Duty comes out.
Oh, there's already
that's
another one?
Yeah,
there's a new one every year.
There's a new one every year. So that's when this theory really gets tested. If like he stays up too late playing video games and forgets how to play football. So we'll see how he looks in November.
I really appreciate that we have guys that are, hey, do it on the biggest stage. Lamar Jackson, do it in the playoffs. Peyton Manning back in the day, do it against the Patriots, do it in the playoffs. Kyler Murray, do it after Call of Duty comes out. we are do it in November.
I think he will. I think he will.
I kind of like
I
Kyler
understand
Murray. I kind of like him.
Yeah, I like Kyler.
The Cat Man.
He's grown on me, and really, basically since the video game stuff came out, like he's played pretty well. He seems like he's having fun with it, and I'm happy for him.
Who would have thought Jonathan Gannon would look like a good hire ever?
He looks like a really good hire.
They've I mean, last year, remember they took the Texans to the wire.
They
What
played
was a close
tough.
game.
Yeah, I'm just not quite ready to go really good hire.
Fair enough.
Jonathan
I
Gannon.
think
He looks like a surprising hire.
Solid. He's not a clown.
He's got him going in the right direction.
Pew pew pew.
That's still always the weirdest one.
I mean, that's why we thought he sucked.
Shots.
Yeah.
That's funny. That's all it takes. Anyway. For Sean Mapes, for Joe George, our texters, or Twitchers, or YouTubers, or callers as well, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Thursday. Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
I am Branham. He is Blank. It is Brian behind the glass. And it is a Thursday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Are we all locked in for some serious sports talks? You know that we are. Chris Mason, Patriots beat. He'll be joining us at 3:15. Lee Sterling wins you money most weeks. He'll be joining us at 3:45. Adam Ronis for all of your fantasy football. Well, none of your questions, just the questions we have for him. But Adam Ronis will be joining us to win your fantasy football weekend at 4:15 and locked and loaded in between. You know, I was thinking yesterday, which is always very, very dangerous. It's a dangerous place to be in the depths of my mind. But I was watching Schwab tweet, which, you know, off season for him. He's tweeting a lot of stuff about like finances and off season stuff. And he was talking about how much money the Astros spent this past season. As we all know, Jim Crane went over the luxury tax. He was in the competitive balance tax. He had to pay a tax for the salary that he was above the threshold. So it amounted to $4 million in tax. He spent over $250 million on the Houston Astros this year. And he doesn't go above the competitive balance tax very often. He's done it twice in the history of his ownership with the Houston Astros. And I don't know Jim Crane personally. I like to think I can put myself, you know, in his shoes. I like to think that we're in the same tax bracket, all of that stuff. But I can't imagine he's too happy spending into the competitive balance tax, going over the luxury tax, and having a wild card exit. You had 2 playoff games at home. That doesn't help the bottom line. You know, you make a deep run, you have all these home playoff games, you're making millions of dollars in postseason revenue. So he goes above the competitive balance tax, and they're ousted in the wild card round. First time they've ever played in the wild card round in the history of the organization. So I can promise you, I feel pretty safe saying this, I don't think that Jim Crane is happy by the result of the 2024 season. Fast forward to the point. I wonder, and I'll ask you, Hive, because whenever I need advice, I like to go to you all, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Crane unhappy. I think it's pretty obvious. Is he more likely to turn that happiness into a competitive drive to go get more, to spend more? Let's bring back Bregman. Let's bring in a bat. Let's add to this rotation. Let's add to this bullpen. Is he more likely to do that, or could it go the other way where it's, hey, Dana Brown, all those years in the past when we were winning World Series and we were making deep runs into the ALCSs, we all but 1 year didn't spend into the luxury tax. How about we revert back to that? We're under the luxury tax, and then you go figure out a way to win baseball games.
I think he's more likely to say, I don't like this feeling. And I've loved the feeling of winning ever since I've been here. And sometimes, just like anything else in businesses, you take risks, you take challenges. Sometimes the return on the investment isn't what you were expecting or wanting or you're used to. But at the same time, I think that in terms of what I don't know Jim Crane from any other person walking down the street other than what we hear. I've had people that have done business with him, but I think he's the kind of competitive guy in business, like he treats his love and his business interest in this team to saying, you know what, we had a down year. Sometimes you have down years. Sometimes the market changes or other outside, or inside, things happen that adjust what happens to you at the end of the year. But I think that he is competitive. He played, and we know he played baseball, but I think that he feels like this team is close enough that he's not going to throw in the towel and kind of take some steps backwards and start trying to man the bottom line and see if Dana can rebuild the farm system. I believe that he is more likely to say, whether it's bring back all, some, or none of the free agents, I believe that he still believes this team can win. And I don't think that this will deter him from staying that competitive.
Yeah. Forgive me, and maybe you said it and I missed it. I'm not sure you answered the question. Like, is he more, if he is unhappy, and I think it's safe to say that he is he more likely to turn that happiness into, yes, we agree he has a competitive drive, but that competitive drive to, I'm going to go spend tons of money to make sure that we're back into the ALCS or a deep postseason run, that we have a really good baseball team, because Jim Crane, his quotes, window never closes with me. So is he more likely to turn that happiness into spending, or is he more than likely to turn that unhappiness into, hey, Dana Brown, in the past, we've won by staying under the luxury tax. You need to stay under the luxury tax, but you still need to win because I'm a demanding owner. So which of the two? See, I'm more of the latter. I don't think Jim Crane is cheap. By no means do I think Jim Crane is cheap. Jim Crane's had a top 7-ish payroll ever since they've been competitive, ever since they've been in the golden era. They went over the competitive balance tax this year. He's signed Josh Hader most recently in the offseason whenever Kendall Graveman went down. He was playing at the top of the first baseman free agency market whenever they signed Jose Abreu. That turned out spectacularly bad. Same thing with Rafael Montero. He reset the market for middle relievers in baseball that offseason to the extent where all other owners were unhappy with him because they had to wait until the end of free agency to sign these 6th, 7th inning relievers. But I get the sense that Crane is more, we're going to get great return on our investment. We're going to be, top 5-ish payroll, but not into the competitive balance tax. And then it's up to my general manager to squeeze the most amount of wins out of the dollar that's below the CBT. See, I don't think that Jim Crane's going to be like, oh, I don't like that we were ousted in the wild card round. Let me spend $100 million extra on this baseball team.
I don't think he's going to spend $100 million, but I don't think he's afraid to go over the luxury tax. I think that without going exorbitantly over the luxury tax, I still believe that he's willing to take the risk to get the reward to go over the luxury tax if it means bettering this baseball club. I hope that answers it better, because I think that I think to an extent you're right in the fact that as a businessman, he does not like going over it to the level that they went this year. I think that he saw, based on his moves and then the move that, however you bill it, the franchise made to go get Josh Hader, that there was some serious, probably uneasy moments for him based on the amount, how widely open he put that checkbook and the numbers that he put down. But I also think that he believes that, hey, with this team in this market, with this club, you realize that when you have all these ring nights, when you have all these abilities to do these things promotionally because you're winning, you can get back some of that money, maybe not all of that money. But that it also, that feeling, that taste of winning is not something that he wants to let go of. So I think that he's not going to go over to the extent that he did, say, in the last year or so. Yeah. But I do believe he's still willing to go over.
I'm fascinated by the way this offseason is gonna play out, and we don't have a lot of clues really. Like, I mean, we're guessing, right? We're guessing on what Jim Crane is going to do. We do know that Crane has went over the competitive balance tax twice. We know that he's had a top 5, top 7 payroll really since the golden era got underway. We also know that Jim Crane said that as long as I'm here, the window is going to be open. We also know that the Astros have had their most success. They have not been in the competitive balance tax over the luxury tax. We know that free agent after free agent after free agent has left the Houston Astros. Carlos Correa, George Springer, Garrett Cole. So the MO in previous regime, Dana Brown hasn't really had the opportunity to re-sign those caliber of players. He's only had one real offseason with the Houston Astros. But the MO of the organization in Crane is that they don't give these huge contracts to anybody, whether it's free agents, whether it is their own. The biggest contract they've given out was Jose Altuve most recently. The longest contract they've given out was Jordan Alvarez, and that was before he was even up for arbitration, which bought out a few of his free agent years. The only recent clue that we have is Dana Brown saying they're going to have to get creative with the payroll. And I don't know how much value we can give the words that Dana Brown says, because Dana Brown, a lot of times, pretty loose-lipped, and loose-lipped sink ships. So it's like, how much weight are you going to give Dana Brown for saying we're going to have to be creative with payroll? Because whenever I hear the general manager at the exit meetings after a year where they were in the competitive balance tax, and a year that they have Bregman up, and a year that Kikuchi is up, that Verlander is up, that their payroll's already stretched thin even before they bring anybody in. Whenever I hear the general manager say we're going to have to be creative with payroll and maybe give our minor leaguers a look, I don't think the Astros will be operating over the competitive balance tax for a second year in a row. And the other part of this equation is that once you have been in the luxury tax and you're there for your repeat offender, you're there for a second year in a row and then a third year in a row, blah, 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 you get taxed at a higher rate. So I just have a hunch. And I'm working with very little here. I'm working with everything that you're working off of. But I have a hunch that the Astros will not be above the competitive balance tax in 2025.
And that's fair. I think that the way Jim Crane seems to operate, too, it's a case-by-case basis. And I think that if there's an opportunity to make a move that he feels will, in his mind, impact this franchise positively, whether it be a big-time name again or just an impact-type player that he feels like we haven't had or we really need or could really help us, that he's still going to be willing to do that. Because other than that, I think that kind of reverts back to, in my opinion, of what he's going to do. He doesn't want to relive that again next year, and seeing a lot of these owners and how they operate. A lot of times, especially when they're sitting on a team that they know can still be competitive,
they're not going to sit there and say, well, if their GM comes to them and says, hey, I can get this guy and or this guy, and they're going to make us slightly better. They're going to be like, okay, but don't we have guys that can do at least enough to do that? But if he comes to him on another situation and says, but I can get this guy right here who's better than that, or one of the premier players, that'll open some eyes. That'll open a checkbook. That'll be a guy that says, you know what, I can do something with this, and I love what this does for me, but I love it more for what it does for the team and the city, and I'm willing to do that. So a lot of times what they do is kind of what we've seen in the past. You start the season by staying under or being right there. But then at the right time, or when you start evaluating everything you have and everything you need to do, if you have to go over, but you know that the ramifications are, I'm going to benefit, the team's going to benefit at a significant level, or at least I think it is, then I'm willing to do that.
Are you talking like late in the offseason or trade deadline?
I think it's going to be both this year, because I think that you're going to have to really, you're going to have to stay all in on monitoring everything with your free agents, regardless of what you do outside of it, because you're like, when you brought up all the numbers and it explained to people just how close they're going to be, that I think that even right then, but in the offseason, you have to realize, do I have to move a couple players? Can I move a couple players because I feel like one of these guys leaving is too significant to let them walk? Say Bregman, for example.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I could possibly move some players, get creative that way. Now, if I start the season and I realize I've got a shortcoming here or there, or I let everybody walk and I'm really kind of behind the eight ball a little bit, now I'll probably be more willing to go, okay, find me something that solves the problem, because we don't want to do what we dealt with last year at first base and other positions. And I'm willing to explore getting over the balance.
I think that's the way to play it with Bregman. Bregman, what his demand's going to be right now isn't in your price range. But if it continues to play out, the market's not there, and then all of a sudden his demand starts to lower and lower, maybe it gets close to the price range where you're willing to pull the trigger. So I agree, that is the play for Bregman. I'm not a huge fan of going into the season saying, well, we can make some moves at the trade deadline, because that tells me that you don't really love your opening day roster. And then secondly, it kind of puts you over the barrel on a trade that you must make at the deadline, which you're pulling from a minor league system that's already pretty depleted. So I'm okay with that as a fallback plan. I don't like that as well, if we're in this situation, we can always make a trade at the deadline. I don't like going into the year with that. I like more, hey, I have a complete roster on opening day. If we have an injury, we have a couple of injuries, now let's add a piece at the trade deadline to fill one of the injured guys. The other aspect, a couple of texts coming in on this, 713-780-ESPN. To your point, he does love the splash. Like Hater. Okay, well, we have a relief pitcher in Graveman going down. What do? How about we sign the best reliever on the market? We have a need at first base. What do? We sign what was perceived as the best first baseman on the market. Even people look at Dusty Baker as a splash hire after he fired AJ Hinch.
JV twice.
JV, yeah.
Twice, right? Because the first time was one thing. Yeah, Greinke's another one that, you took this chance once with JV, but then again, you gave up two top prospects to get him back because you thought that's exactly what the team needed. And he was afraid for that salary, though they did work out a deal with the Mets. But I think that's another significant one that he loves that kind of thing.
9198, I think Crane will see the parity in Major League Baseball this year and decide to tighten the purse strings and recoup some money. Another one, 0979, with all the injuries and coming back from 10 games back and winning the division, he is good and going to spend the money. Dana earned his trust. Right now, Jim Crane has a huge advantage. The home crowd shows up, although they were down this year. Attendance was down this year. What's going to happen if he doesn't have a fan draw at the stand, start looking kind of like the rest of the MLB standings? The attendance was down a little bit this year. 60-30. I think he realized how much money he wasted on Abreu and Montero. A businessman like him will tend to reel things back and want to recoup these losses. I think we lose Verlander, Bregman, and Kikuchi. So with that in mind, how much does it free up money-wise? Not a lot. Like if the Astros get all of their arbitration guys back, what do we say it was? Like $218 million? It's somewhere around $218 million if you bring back all the arbitration guys at their arbitration estimate. And that's a floating number.
What was the line?
The competitive balance tax is $241 million.
That was right.
So if you're at 218, 241, that's 21 plus 3. It's $24 million to spend. And that's
a lot.
That's $24 million to spend with Bregman out the door, Verlander out the door, Kikuchi out the door, below the competitive balance tax. Now, you can always go over it.
And we mentioned, too, that a Harrison Bader could cost $10 million on today's market. So when you get into the open market on players, you're going to overspend, not underspend on just about everybody that's out there. So that's going to be a problem. And again, people do think that you unload all those contracts and you have just this boatload of cash sitting there waiting to spend to go reload your team. And it's not that simple. It's not the way it works.
Yeah, that's kind of why I just get the hunch. It's just a hunch. I don't feel that Crane is going to want to operate above the competitive balance tax. And quite frankly, if he signs Bregman, he's above the competitive balance tax. When I hear Dana Brown say we're going to have to be creative, we want to look at these minor leaguers, I think they're going to be below that number of 241. Now, if you want to get super creative, that's where you talk about the Frommer trade, the Kyle Tucker trade, and you can get some big salaries off the books, which opens up some things for free agents or bringing back your own. And it's going to be an interesting offseason.
And you're right, because of the fact that with all the guys you rattled off that are free now, they still have those two guys looming that are going to be significant in terms of everybody's minds, everybody's watching, and what you could possibly recoup for them. And if you're thinking about doing something like that, when is the right time to get maximum value in return? Because otherwise, we've seen the other history of this team, which is that they're more likely to let a guy play his entire contract out here, get nothing for them, and let them walk away to get their next deal and get overpaid without ever reaping any benefits of saying this guy played here and he played at a level that got me these guys.
Yeah, all they've been getting back is the compensation pick, and this is the first time we'll see Dana Brown making this sort of decision. And will he be empowered to make this sort of decision? It's going to be fun to watch. I don't think they're going to be as creative as they made it sound, and I don't think they're going to be over the competitive balance tax. That's just where I'm at. Total hunch. 60-30. Did y'all know that we're still paying Greinke until 2027? My understanding of that is yes, they're still paying Greinke, but it does not count against the competitive balance tax payroll. That's my understanding of it. Could be wrong. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Lee Sterling joining us later in the 3 o'clock hour. Hand you some winners. Adam Ronas, fantasy football advice. It is a Thursday, so a little Bad Take Boulevard coming your way as well. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. On YouTube, ESPN Houston. Twitter, he's at Pac-Man Joel. Brian's at Sack by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. When we come back, Patriots beat reporter Chris Mason as we get a little bit of a look at the Patriots ahead of Sunday's matchup in Foxborough. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Let's go straight out to the HRMP guest line, being joined by Chris Mason, Patriots beat reporter for Mass Live News. You can follow him on Twitter at @ByChrisMason. Chris, thank you for taking a few minutes hanging out with the Killer Bees. Why now? Why now with Drake May? Why is it this week that they're making a change at quarterback?
Because Jacoby Brissett has looked really, really bad the last couple of weeks, worse than expected. And I think they're trying to keep some buy-in in the locker room here. The move here is go to the kid, where they've been splitting snaps before this week, where Brissett was taking 70% of the reps at practice. Drake was taking 30 with the first team. And I think they just felt like, all right, if we want to try and get this thing back on the tracks after a 4-game losing streak, they're going to rush it a little bit. And that's why you're going to see Drake May this Sunday.
Chris, not that things don't change in the way organizations work, but this is, for all intent and purposes, your franchise quarterback of the future. You're going up with a kind of less than offensive line against some pretty significant pass rushers. My big concern is this kid is not supposed to be here just for the short term. He's for the long haul. And they're not only giving him his first start quicker than I thought that they would, but they're kind of putting him in harm's way right away, aren't they?
Yeah, and I think it's a really fair question when you look at the schedule right now. And last week they had the Miami Dolphins at home, who are limping themselves. That ended up being a 15-10 game where neither offense could do anything, but the Dolphins pass rush wasn't there. It was just, the game was a mess. And you would think, all right, if you're going to drop him into like a soft landing spot, it's last week against Miami, not here. Or even next week, and they play Jacksonville in London. I get not wanting to give the kid a London game as his first game, but still, that's another opponent that's quite a bit easier.
Chris Mason joining us on the HR&P guest line. What is the fan base's vibes when it comes to new quarterback Drake May? Are they all in? Are they believers? Is there reservation? Where do you sense the fan base is at with Drake?
It's interesting here where I think the fan base wants to be all in on Drake, right? Where you see a number 3 overall pick with a huge arm. He has all the raw tools, but they also just lived through the Mac Jones experience where things went off the rails so quickly with him that I think they understand how delicate a young quarterback can be at a certain time. So I think the fan base is cautiously optimistic. Another thing though, last week, that Dolphins game, the stands weren't full. There were a lot of empty seats in there, which isn't something you see very often in Gillette. I have to wonder a little bit if that plays into the decision here too, where I think it's going to be a full house this Sunday.
Chris, I'm interested because of the fact, kind of something you mentioned also translates to the fact early in the season when people were prognosticating, they had the Patriots as one of the worst teams in the league looking for a high draft pick. But all of a sudden, you get a win early, you got a new coach, now you get a new quarterback. And I'm wondering, when you look at this team, is it better than we thought? Is this a team that's still kind of on a complete rebuild and they're just trying to see at different times what they need to do? Or is Mayo out of the Belichick mold of we're still all in on whatever it takes to win right now?
That's what he keeps saying, and that's part of the reason why he said he put May in, or May is going to come in this week, is that they're focused on winning football games. They need to win football games now. But that's not entirely true. When the 5 weeks preceding this, Drake May has taken 30% of the first team reps at practice, right? If you're all in on winning this week, no matter what, Jacoby Brissett is getting 100% of those reps. You're trying to get him started. You're trying to get him ready for a game. So I think they're trying to walk a fine line between competing right now and developing for the long term. And I don't know that that's possible.
Being joined by Chris Mason on the HR&P guest line. I remember Gerard Mayo kind of being a hot name here, at least for people like us that were trying to put 2 and 2 together when it came to Caserio and former Patriot ties. Probably wasn't as realistic as we were trying to make it to be, because it seems like Gerard Mayo has been the head coach in waiting for some time, even though not officially on paper. How are the fans feeling about Mayo early into his first tenure taking over for arguably the greatest head coach of all time?
The fan base is pretty split. There's some fans that are definitely willing to give Gerard some grace here and realize this is going to take some time, especially given the roster that he was handed, right? This is a multi-year rebuild they're staring down. That's how bad the Patriots offense has been staffed. And so there's a chunk that definitely is understanding of that and willing to give him time. And then there's a whole other chunk that's just, oh, well, Bill was the greatest coach of all time and you're not Bill. And, you came in here and you stabbed him in the back and now you're the head coach and we're it was so great with Bill, and they selectively forget that Bills' last 3-4 years here have not been competitive and haven't been good. So they really are divided on the two.
Chris, I'm curious from your perspective. I always like to get the outside looking in perspective on the Houston Texans. We know they're 4-1, but we also know that, doing what we do on a daily basis, there are a lot of people that are less than pleased with the way the team has performed. How do you see this Texans team, and where do you see them stacking up in terms of teams in the AFC?
So I think this Texans team is exactly what the Patriots want to be, and that's exactly what they want. Like Patriots fans want. I think that's the Patriots Texans is kind of best case scenario for them in a couple of years right now, where they're a young, talented roster. They have a quarterback who's young and looks like he can play. And, there were certainly lean years there, right? But now it's all come together and they look like a legitimate contender. And I think as long as Stroud is quarterback and he's playing the way that he can play, like I see them as a contender. And I think the AFC is pretty wide open right now. Even with I don't know, it's tough to pick against Kansas City forever. That's just Kansas City. They're like the Patriots of 10 years ago. But I think Houston can hang with just about anybody.
Being joined by Chris Mason. Chris, big number on Sunday. Texans are 6.5-point favorites on the road, which is a huge number for a road favorite in the NFL. If the Patriots pull the upset, what has to happen?
They have to run the ball really well. That's their path to victory, and it's part of the reason why they've gone off the tracks is they've gotten away from that, where they had Jacoby Brissett dropping back 38 times, and I think they ran the ball 18 times in their last game. That's not how they win football games. They have to run the ball, and it's even more important this week, where with the rookie trying to get his feet wet, you got to take some of the pressure off of him. You got to slow the pass rush down. You got to run the ball effectively. I think that's their path to victory. They have to win the turnover battle. The one thing about that Bengals win they had early in the season, their margin of error is so slim. And they were able to, basically everything went right in that game. And you had a Bengals team that basically hadn't played over the summer and looked really rusty. That's how they stole that one. They're just a team that everything needs to go right for them to have a chance.
Chris, when you look at it on the flip side of that, where do the Texans need to attack if they're going to take advantage of the Patriots? Where's the weakness that the Texans can exploit?
Patriots safeties right now, where Jabril Peppers is away from the team with a legal situation indefinitely. Kyle Duggar returned to practice today, but missed all of last week with an ankle. And looking at him in the locker room, he's still hobbling a little bit. He's still really taped up. I don't know. Even if he plays, I don't think he's going to be at 100%. So you have a really young, inexperienced safety room. So I think targeting deep the middle of the field is a way that the Texans could get this one out of hand in a hurry.
Chris, great insight. Thank you so much for spending a few minutes with us this afternoon.
Awesome. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Chris Mason getting the insight from the Patriots side of things, beat reporter for the Pats for Mass Live News. If you're interested in following him on Twitter, he's at by Chris Mason. All right, D'Amico's underrated secret weapon. No one talks about the secret weapon that D'Amico Ryans has. And to me, I think it could be the secret sauce for the Texans. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Key from LA, whoever that guy was, needs to get fired. He has no loyalty to the Patriots. He just kissed y'all's butt the whole segment. Key from LA, we deserve more respect than the 1-4 Patriots. He's also not employed by the Patriots. He's employed by Mass Live News. I mean, why would he have to kiss the Patriots' tail?
Yeah, what? He doesn't owe the Patriots anything.
Key from LA. If Blankers and I did radio at New England, now it's a little easier for us to kiss the Texans' tail because the Texans are 4-1, not 1-4. But let's say it was during the David Culley era or the Lovie Smith era.
I know analytics have.
Yeah. Should we be kissing the tail of the Houston Texans when we go do radio in other cities? I wouldn't.
I wouldn't at all.
I wouldn't.
You got to be honest, or people aren't going to have you back on if you say the sky is green and it's blue.
I'm all for banging on people and trashing people and talking a little ish, but that wasn't deserved for Chris Mason there. He didn't deserve any ish talk there. I think that this is DeMeco Ryans' underrated secret weapon, and we don't talk about it as much as we should. We talk about the leadership aspect of it, which I think he's elite there, building the culture that he did. He took a rock-bottom culture in the NFL to one of the best cultures in the NFL in a matter of 12 months. Pretty miraculous with what he did to the culture. But I think his underrated secret weapon is player development. You look at this team and you look at how many young players are having tons of success. And I think that's one, DeMeco Ryans' commitment to young players, but then also like telling his coaches, we got to coach these guys up because, in the NFL, especially a salary cap league, you have to get production from your young players. You look at the offensive side of the ball. CJ Stroud had one of the best rookie years for a quarterback that they've ever had. He's in his second year. He's only played 5 games into his second year, and he's pretty much a consensus top 5 quarterback in the league. You look at the offensive line. Juice Scruggs is playing at an extremely high level. A player that was kind of questioned whenever the Texans drafted him late in the second round, played out of position last year at left guard. This year as a center, he's playing at a very high level. Unfortunately, Nico Collins got hurt. But when did Nico Collins really start to take off? Last year. Last year is whenever he took off in the first year of DeMeco. This year, he was playing as perhaps the best receiver in the NFL. Tank Dell as a third-round rookie was fantastic, and now you hope that he steps up in Nico's absence. Look at the defensive side of the ball. Will Anderson, we've been critical at times. Hey, why don't you finish some plays, Will Anderson, instead of being Will maybe Anderson, maybe get a few sacks. But you can't argue that Will Anderson's a good football player. Development of DeMeco Ryans. Christian Harris last year went from unplayable early in the year because they didn't trust him to at the end of the year playing at a top 10, top 15 linebacker level. When did Derek Stingley take off? Last year. We're starting to see Jalen Petrie in year 2 of DeMeco and move to a different position because maybe DeMeco saw the skill set for Petrie was better suited at nickel than it was at safety. Jalen Petrie is playing better. People have Kamari Lassiter as their defensive rookie of the year. He was a second rounder. So when I look at the Texans and I look at DeMeco Ryans' leadership, culture, but the underrated secret weapon that we usually don't talk about is the development under DeMeco Ryans.
Yeah, I think there's no doubt. I think that whether it's a combination of him and Nick and actually also being able to work in unison to get those players in here too. But there's no doubt that whenever he gets the players, no matter who they are, he knows what to do with them. And this goes back to his days in San Francisco when he developed Fred Warner from a lower draft pick into a guy that's an all-pro linebacker. When he took Hufanga and made him into from nothing to just like an unbelievable freak athlete safety all over the football field. And there were many other guys. And it's an underrated trait because we know that we talk so much about what a coach has to do in terms of leadership and ability to be organized and then do what he does with his specialty, in his case being defense, but then also kind of the coaching staff around him. But there's no question that one of his kind of significant traits that gets overlooked is his ability to not only to evaluate, but to develop the talent so that it fits exactly what this team needs. And in this case, this team needed to take advantage of lower draft picks, mid-round draft picks, and making them into players that could contribute on this team. 202 is one guy that I completely point the finger at because we saw early on once they got him that there was a quick flash and then it was like, oh, he's just going to be a guy that's really instinctive and really can do the X's and O's. But he's not going to be able to do a whole hell of a lot other than that in terms of athletically and play the position. And now look the way he's playing. And you mentioned the other one that sticks in my mind is I don't think that any other coaching staff previous to him would have said, hey, Jalen Petrie, you're going to be best suited in the nickel. You're not going to be suited as well in my defense to play safety. Moved him there. He's flourishing. He does a whole hell of a lot better than he did last year. And I think that's where total credit goes to DeMeco.
I'm glad you mentioned Toa because I it slipped my mind too. Like Toa in his second season playing at a high level, way higher than my expectations. Toa has been exceeding my expectations all season long. You bring up the point about Caserio and Ryans working in unison, bringing in specific players. I think that one guy has to kind of cater to the other guy in these scenarios, these GM head coaching relationships. Like I think that in some cases, the general manager's drafting the player, whoever he thinks, yes, he's picking the brain of the coach and things like that. But GM picks the player and then it gives him to the coach. And then the coach is like, okay, now it's your responsibility to go coach him up. I think there's other situations where the head coach isn't making the picks, but these are the type of players that I like. These are the guys that are going to fit my scheme. These are the things I look for at certain positions. And then the general manager takes that information. And again, coach isn't making the pick, but he is drafting with all of that in mind. With the Texans situation, do you think it's more kind of favored to the GM side or the head coach side?
I think it's kind of like square peg, round hole. If you go and take a guy that was a successful college football player, no matter the position that he plays, but he's going to be out of position when he plays in DeMeco's system or on DeMeco's team, then it's senseless to take that pick. So I think that what Nick did, and I think intelligently Nick did, is no matter how he did it prior to getting DeMeco in here, he knew DeMeco was now the man. He knew that this was the guy that was going to be here for the long haul, no matter what happens to him. So because there were a lot of questions like who's going to be the guy calling the shots, how are these two going to get along? Remember, Nick at the one point had the quote where basically saying, I'll do what the organization needs me or wants me to do. So I think it's exactly kind of how you kind of put it out there is the way I perceive it happening, which is I talk to my head coach. I see the kind of player with the kind of skill sets that he's after at a certain position. I then go and get with my talent evaluating and scouts and staff and say, I want to look at these kind of players. This is what we're looking for. And then at a certain point, I have a meeting with DeMeco and I say, hey, these are the 5 guys at safety that we found that kind of fit the bill for what you're looking for. Which ones do you think you really like? And then evaluate them in terms of where we might draft them.
Yeah, I'm of that sense too. I think it's favored a little bit more to the DeMeco Ryan side, where Nick Caserio has a pretty good idea of what DeMeco wants, whether it's for his defense, whether it's the style of offense that he wants run. And sure, Slowick has a lot of say on what the offense is going to look like, but I think DeMeco does too. Maybe not on play calling and how many times you're running the football, passing the football, but I think DeMeco wants kind of a defensive-minded football team where if they're up by 10 points, he doesn't want this quick strike offense. He would rather have a long, methodical drive, take some time off the clock. I think that's one reason that, the Texans aren't ever going to be a team that leads the league in scoring under DeMeco Ryans. They might have the offensive weapons to have tons of yards. They currently have tons of yards. What was it, 7th in offense in the NFL, number 1 passing offense in the NFL? Now, there are reasons why they're the 19th highest scoring team in the NFL is because they've had some problems once they cross the 50. They've had some problems once they get into the red zone. They've been settling for field goals way too much. But the idea that the Texans are going to be this quick strike offense that's hanging 500 yards and 40 points on the board every single week, that's not going to happen because DeMeco Ryans with a 2-possession lead is going to want his offense to be methodical. So kind of full circle, I do think Caserio, when he's making all of his moves, draft picks, trades, free agent signings, and certainly they have great communication, but he has a really good idea of the type of player that DeMeco Ryans wants.
I also feel that Nick has they have the kind of relationship now where if Nick finds a guy and says, hey, I need you to take a look at this guy. We found this kid that we think has this unique skill set. Can you work with him? Even if it wasn't kind of fitting the style mode that DeMeco was laying out for him, I feel like it seems like no matter how much we over-evaluated every time they had interactions and we had video in a draft room or in a press conference, I feel like now Nick could go down the hall and say, hey, Miko, I want you to look at this kid. He might not be exactly your prototypical whatever on whatever position he plays, but we think he's got a whole hell of a lot of talent that people are looking past that we might be able to utilize and get his opinion. Because I think to your point, he's not going to tell Bobby Slowick what plays to run and how to run his playbook. But what he is going to do is tell him the style that I plan on running from an offensive perspective is, and he said it multiple times, we want to run the football. We want to run the football well. And so, yes, we want to take advantage of all of our skill sets, of the skill sets of our best players. But at a certain point, we are going to be a team that establishes and is able to run the football whenever we want to. And that's the kind of mentality that he wants for his offense.
6181, I have to push back on Nico Collins. CJ's more likely the reason. I wouldn't disagree with that. But
True.
you still have D'Amico Ryans, and I understand that D'Amico Ryans is focused more on the defensive side of the ball. But they developed CJ Stroud. Like the coaching staff, and D'Amico's at the head of the coaching staff. Yeah, sure, you could say they fell into a really great player and they maybe didn't have to coach up CJ as much as they would have to coach up another youngster, but it's hard to define what that is. It is hard to quantify, okay, well, CJ was this, he would have been this with another coaching staff. So in my mind, you have to give the coaching staff credit whenever young players excel. And if you're going to say that Nico Collins, the reason that he excelled was CJ Stroud, I wouldn't say that you're wrong, but I would also say that this was the coaching staff that had a rookie quarterback playing at an extremely high level that thus led to Nico Collins also playing at a very high level.
I think the way your point is completely on point is you had a rookie quarterback in Davis Mills that couldn't find a way to get him the football, and you had a rookie quarterback in CJ Stroud that could. The coaching staff knew that if Nico was good and he was getting open, that's what the direction they should be looking at, how to get him the football. They obviously didn't do that, and we didn't know what we had in Nico Collins.
No.
But now when you get him in a system in which they see the size, the skill set, how to best take advantage of him, and no doubt about it, it can be a combo platter because CJ played a big role in it as well. But now CJ with an offense that can identify the player with the talent to say, how do we put him in the best positions to succeed? Sometimes that is over the middle. Sometimes that is the deep ball or the ability to high point it. And then the combination shows you that the staff knows how to evaluate and use him, and that D'Amico knows how to develop him.
6005, so a Stover, a Nick guy or a D'Amico guy. See, I don't love doing this whole thing because we do this with Dana Brown and Jim Crane and Jeff Bagwell. I think Caserio has an idea of what D'Amico Ryans wants out of a player. They collaborate. They talk about the draft board. This is the guy we want. This is the guy we want. This is the guy we want. But if I had to quantify one guy as who was responsible for Stover, I'd probably say CJ Stroud.
I was going to say the same thing. I was going to say, as much as we crapped on the fact that when we were doing this exercise, when Deshaun Watson had to be involved in general manager and coaching decisions and input on, who they should hire, and we were kind of like, you can check with them, but they're not going to make the decision. I pretty much feel confident that CJ, just like I said, Nick can go down the hallway. I'm pretty sure CJ said, hey, guys, just like I said Nick would do, there's a kid that I played with at Ohio State that a lot of teams are sleeping on that I think could actually really help us. And they agreed.
I think one thing that Caserio does well here too is that he not that he should have any ego and pride, but maybe you could have of being on the staff in New England and winning a lot of Super Bowl rings. Certainly, his first 2 years as a general manager wouldn't give you a whole lot of ego or pride. But one thing where I'll give credit to Caserio, and I like to bang on Caserio too, but one area I'll give him credit is that he kind of knows his role. Like he kind of like, okay, we're bringing in D'Amico Ryans. D'Amico Ryans is the face of the organization, and I'm going to do whatever I can to make D'Amico's job easier. And yeah, I'll still do my radio hit with Texas Radio on YouTube for 20 minutes every single week. But I do know that D'Amico Ryans is the face of the organization.
To your point, a lot of guys that are working under Belichick, where Belichick got all the credit, the first thing they're going to want to do is not only spread their wings, but get full credit for everything that a franchise does.
Mm-hmm.
But it's harder to say that, hey, if I work with this new coach that I'm bringing in and we have success together, we'll both get enough flowers to be able to say that this was done our way. And I think that that's the best way to describe we've seen the transformation of Nick. I think when Nick came in, he had all intentions of being Bill Belichick, of running everything, deciding everything, and doing everything. And I think that after the 2 swing and misses at head coach, he kind of reevaluated himself, his place in this organization, and how he could have longevity going forward too, but also a success. And thankfully for all of us, they found that kind of synergy and happy medium to where that they can work together to get the best results.
Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports, all he does is win. Locktober. Lee Sterling's going to give us his picks for this week. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Let's go straight out to the HR&P guest line, being joined by Lee Sterling of Paramount Sports, combined 14-4 over the last 2 weekends, winning both 45-unit plays, standing 68-24 lifetime in that area, 74% on those 40 to 50-unit plays. Saturday offering 5 rated college football games for just $55, including a 40 50-unit play. And then on Sunday offering 5 rated NFL games for $55, and again, including a 40 to 50-unit play in that range. Lee, thank you for taking some time. I hope that all is well after the hurricane came through late last night into the early morning hours. I trust that you're okay since you're with us, so we'll jump right into the games. Ole Miss, LSU. It's a great college slate on Saturday. Great college slate. Rebels favored by 3 against LSU. How do you see this SEC tilt going?
All right, so LSU, if you look at the statistical way to look at this game, it would seem like this would be an easy pick. They're 4-1-1 as a home underdog since 2021, and they're coming off of a bye. Why don't I like LSU? Well, in the 3 games against Power 5 opponents, they have run the ball for less than 135 yards in all 3 games. And their run defense allowed 243 rushing yards to South Carolina, who we know now is nothing special at all. I mean, Garrett Nussmeier, capable replacement for Jaden Daniels, but his signature wins so far are just Purdue and Wisconsin in bowl games and South Carolina. So I'm not a buyer yet. The only thing keeping me from diving in the deep end and going all in is Ole Miss wide receiver Trey Harris, maybe the best playmaker here on both teams. His status is questionable with a leg injury, so I'm going to still go with Ole Miss. I think they win the game 35-28. If he plays, they might win by double digits.
All right, Lee, next game's a big one here, especially for people in this state, as the Horns take on the Sooners in the Red River, what we call the competition. Texas might be doing a little quarterback switcheroo. It looks like Quinn Ewers are going to be back at the helm for the Horns. Oklahoma's kind of just underwhelmed, but I'm interested in how you see this game with a big spread.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen anything. You see blowouts, you see upsets in this game. And last year, Texas moved up and down the field. In fact, Quinn Ewers threw for 371 yards. But the reason they lost the game, 2 key interceptions he threw, and they were -3 in turnover ratio. And Oklahoma's 34-30 win. So Oklahoma looks like they're going to go with Michael Hawkins. And I just don't know if I trust a true freshman quarterback in this game. I think that Texas has the better offensive and defensive lines here. And if OU's defense is on the field for 35, 40 minutes, I think they're in trouble. I like Texas here. I think they get revenge for last year, 35-14.
Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports, joining us on the HR&P guest line. Let's switch to the NFL. A fun one between Baltimore and Washington, near the same area. You got Lamar Jackson, the old vet, Jaden Daniels kind of following that mold. The Ravens favored by 6 here. Is this too many?
This is a tough matchup here for Baltimore. They're coming off an emotional win against a division opponent in overtime, game they probably shouldn't have won. Now, after this game, they've got Tampa Bay on Monday night, followed by the Browns, a nice interdivision opponent. And Washington, I mean, what's the difference? It's not like their defense is that much better. Better coaching. Now they've got Dan Quinn. He takes the helm for Riverboat Ron from last year, and they were a lost team. They had a team that turned the ball over more than any other team in the NFL, and now they're not turning it over. They're dynamic. They have a quarterback that is probably going to be a top 5 quarterback in the next year or two, and I just think they're going to come up with that one key play here. They have no fear here, and I think catching Baltimore at the right time. I like Commanders. Wrong team favored, outright 31-28.
Wow. How about another big game? Look, we've got the Battle of Detroit versus Dallas. We got Dallas still trying to figure things out and prove to people that they belong. Detroit, we know, belongs at the top or near the top of an NFC that seems to be in disarray. But a tight spread on a big game for both teams.
Yeah, it is a tight spread. A lot of people will play a team that is going against a team with injuries. And last weekend, everyone loved Pittsburgh, home on Monday night, lay less than a touchdown. And Dallas was able to really play well on defense, and they did it well without their best two pass rushers in that game. I think the week to go after them is the second week. And when teams get film on them, and they came together as a team, give Dallas credit. Now, Detroit, early in the year, they had to face teams who they knocked off in the playoffs the first 2 weeks of the regular season. Now they get to go and get some revenge for a game where last year they did not play well in that game against Dallas. In fact, CeeDee Lamb had 227 receiving yards in that game. So this is going to be a tough matchup for Dallas without their two key pass rushers. Detroit has so many weapons on offense, and I think their pass defense is much improved. They improved that through free agency and the draft. I like Detroit here big, 31-13.
Lee Sterling joining us on the HR&P guest line. Houston, a 7-point favorite on the road against the New England Patriots. Is this too big of a number, Lee?
I think it could be. This Houston team has not been playing their best ball. Really have not played really all that well going back to that first half. Last time they played well against Chicago. Now all of a sudden, if we had Jacoby Brissett playing in this game, I probably wouldn't play the game at all. I think he is that poor a matchup for this offense. But now they've got a guy, Drake May. I think that the team has been clamoring for him to start for a long time. They have trouble. They're not protecting the quarterback. They've given up, the most sacks in the NFL. In fact, even 13 over the last two games. Now you got a mobile quarterback here. So might be a lot to ask without Nico Collins, Joe Mixon. We don't know his status yet. And the Texans 4 victories, average of just 3.7 points per game. I think Houston prevails 21-17, but I think 7 points is too much.
Lee, look, we know how good you've been, and we know you continue to ride the hot streaks and get people wins. And we need to get more people on board with you. So you even got a free play to kind of entice them even more. Tell everybody how to get in touch with you and how they can get on board.
Yeah, so this is what we're going to do. The free play, if they want to get the free play, it's Alabama and South Carolina. We're going to find out if Alabama can get back off the deck and play the way they played early in the season. And we've got a special offer. We've never done this before. We rate our selections from 10 to 50 units. Normally, you've got to be a monthly or season subscriber to get our 40 to 50 unit max wagers, where we've won the last 2 weekends. We won 2 weeks ago with Kansas State. Last weekend, we won with a beautiful play with Pitt. Even overcame a pick six to win that game by double digits. You can get 5 selections. Normally, when we sell 5 selections on Sunday, doesn't have the star ratings, does not include a 40 to 50 unit play. You get 5 selections either Saturday for $55, and it will include a 40 to 50 unit max wager, and or Sunday 5 for $55. So if you want to hop on, this is the best weekend ever. If you're not already with us, or you're trying it on your own, or haven't been able to afford a monthly or season subscription. So 5 selections either day to $55, and we are 68-24 going back since the start of our service on these 40 to 50 unit max wagers. So how do you get it? Just one place, ParamountSports.com.
What a deal, Lee. We appreciate it. Have an enjoyable football weekend.
You too, guys. Take care. Be safe.
Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports, 68-24 lifetime on those plays, 74% win percentage. You got to take advantage of that. ParamountSports.com. Let's take Stephon Diggs' temperature. Where is he at on the pain chart after maybe his most enjoyable win that he's ever had in his career? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
0979, hold up. New England gave up more sacks than any team in the league, and you think an overrated rookie gives you a better chance than Jacoby? Thinking emoji, stop sign emoji, blue cap emoji, grimacing teeth emoji. Brissett been pretty bad this year.
Yeah,
been pretty bad.
I mean, you heard it right from their B reporter that he's been awful. Yeah, he's got a name. Yeah, he's been there before. Yeah, he's a veteran. But especially if Mayo is focused on it and trying to establish the fact that he's still trying to win, if he's not getting the job done, make the change and see what the kid's got.
713-780-ESPN. Where is Stephon Diggs? The old little kid pain chart. 0, no pain, green smiley face, 10, unimaginable, unspeakable red face. Where do you think Diggs is now after 5 weeks on the season?
I got Stephon Diggs at -2 with teeth added to the big smile, with raised eyebrows, with almost a tear in his eye with all the joy that he had, because short of hooking up with your boy Case Keenum in a victory like that back in his earlier days, I think this was a huge win for him. Obviously, he got the ball more than enough. They won the game. He was able to celebrate. He told his team how much it meant to him, and he's still completely dialed in with right after that changing gears and saying, we got a lot of work to do. Let's go. I think he is as happy as he could be right now with his new team and the situation he's in Houston.
Kind of breaking the rules, but I dig it. Just a way to say that he's really, really happy. I'm at a 0, like no pain whatsoever. Stephon Diggs coming off probably his most satisfying victory that he's had in quite some time, maybe ever. Beats his old team. And Diggs was even talking about it after the game. He's like, yeah, I'm not going to lie. I try to be a professional this week, but yeah, this one meant a lot to me. This was a team that took on, what was it, $30-something million in dead cap, so he would no longer be on their team. They've been throwing some shade and quotes, whether it's Allen, whether it's McDermott, to the receiving room from last year. Yeah, Diggs wanted this one badly. Diggs won the game. Diggs is being fed offensively. He's getting plenty of targets. He's about to be wide receiver #1 because Nico Collins is going to be hurt, and he's having fun off the field. So he's having a lot of fun off the field. So I think Stephon Diggs is easily a 0 on the pain chart.
I'm also at a 0 for what you guys mentioned. I mean, the Texans are winning. They're 4-1. They're about to be 5-1 with a win over the Patriots. So check mark there. Even when Nico Collins has been on the field, he's still getting a decent amount of work. The yardage wasn't there in the early games, but he was getting a decent amount of receptions. And of course, he had the 10-catch game against Minnesota. So he's getting some numbers. You think he could compile some more while Nico's out and get the numbers closer to the numbers he would want entering free agency. So he's getting the work. They're winning. He got the moral, although the win that he really badly had circled the most on the calendar with the Bills. So I don't see how this is above a 0 at this point.
Yeah, I think the one thing that I neglected to throw in there that I was thinking about that Jeremy hit on is that what you were just talking about too, Brian. The opportunity now, whether you believe he's selfish or not, but the opportunity now to play an even bigger role with Nico out has got to get him even more fired up. If he is truly that teammate we've seen that everybody talks about, this is his ability to step up for the team, but also for him to capitalize and show that he's still capable of being a go-to wide receiver 1 type.
Oh, I brought it up, so it's okay.
That's what I'm saying. I gave you credit first.
It's all right. Catfish, Diggs is as happy as he could be. Nico is hurt, so he is the #1. I think there is some truth to that. 5352 says he's happy because of Cardi B making money moves, Stephon Diggs. There are rumors that it might be beyond Cardi B too. Did you see the rumors?
I saw that little of that. Yeah.
See the rumors out there?
Yeah, Dale called him, quote, an assassin. That's the reputation apparently he has.
Really?
Yeah.
There was an old
apparently
video.
Cardi B's not the first, second, last, anything.
But wasn't it also the fact that he's got to be careful because some of the toes he's stepping on with some of the...
Well, Cardi B was married and pregnant at the time.
Offset.
Yeah, it's Offset, exactly.
Yeah. Hey, there's also some rumors out there that Stephon Diggs might be trying to play for the other team.
Okay.
There are some of those rumors that are out there. I don't care what people are doing off the field. Go catch touchdown passes.
Patriots
That's all I
need a
care
receiver.
about. That's all I care about. I'm just saying those are the rumors that are out there.
Nice job.
About
Thank
one
you.
Stephon Diggs.
Thank you very much. I got Brian to laugh at that one.
If
It
you've
took
been
me a second, but I appreciate that.
if you've been a Texans fan since 2002, you know exactly what the outcome will be Sunday. Drake May will light them up, and Pats will win 24-13. Look, I'm not the one that's bringing up that the Texans handed Bryce Young his first win last year.
It's a healthy fear to have based on what we've seen.
I can't say it hasn't crossed my mind. 27-0 when Jacoby Brissett got his first start.
And the guy they sat down was one of the other guys that did it to you. So it's not like we haven't seen this thing play out like this before.
Couple of others on the Stephon Diggs, -4. He's fitting in great, being an amazing leader and bringing a necessary energy to this team. Love the trade more and more every day. You know, one thing that's helping the trade, though, is the Vikings are really good. Like that pick we thought was going to be a top 40 pick, somewhere between 33 and 40. Now it's looking like it might be pick 60.
Yeah, no doubt. That is one kind of silver lining to all of this. No matter how much concern you had when the trade was made, the fact is that that pick at least isn't going to be right at the top of the second round like we thought when the deal was made. So the bigger thing to me too is if he's truly happy here, I'm wondering like what the market's going to be like for him, and that if he really wants to stay and he loves CJ throwing him the football and all those things, would he be willing to give some kind of a discount, and how much?
Yeah, I think he could. I think he could. Like, I don't think he's going to kill the market. At this stage of his career, he's not really the deep threat that he used to be. I don't think that he's getting this huge contract.
Yeah, I think I'm worried that he might think that he's still in that kind of echelon of getting 25 to 30 some million, like and a Nico type deal. And I think that if he's realistic and also realizes, hey, who quarterbacks matters and the team around him, that staying here in a really good situation for the next couple of years, if he's willing to take less, might actually give him more.
Yeah, I'm wondering about that. I don't know what the market's going to be like for Stephon Diggs. Now, he's playing well, but even playing well right now, I don't know how much would be out there. Like, if you're a team that's young and not really a playoff team, I don't think you're bringing Stephon Diggs into the mold. So you're looking at a very select group of teams that are like kind of established, veteran-oriented, like playoff caliber, playoff aspirations. So I don't think there's going to be a ton of teams that would be in the Stephon Diggs market.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. And I think that when I look at it too, the age factors in, the fact that, the situation's going to matter. And I don't think he wants to go through another situation where maybe he gets a little bit more, but he's playing because if it's truly what we've heard more and more, and having the Bills reporter on last week that said the same thing, it's truly more about winning focus than it is about me focus, and that he really wants to be on a winner every year. I think that might factor in, and that the fact that he knows he's going to win here and he's got a quarterback here and he takes a little less, but it could actually be more beneficial.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Now, he's got to continue to play well, obviously.
Yes.
Injury report out today. Joe Mixon's the news on this. He came back, was limited participant. Derek Barnett, limited, did not play last week, so that would be good. Help on the defensive line. Kenyon Green, limited, did not practice yesterday. That's kind of interesting. Hansen limited, Heinisch full, Titus Howard limited. Another interesting thing on the offensive line, although I think they'll play. Kamari Lassiter did not practice. I don't think he's going to play on Sunday. So that's going to be some decisions there.
Yeah.
Some decisions there. Jimmy Ward did not practice. Oh, well. I'm cool with Eric Murray and Kalen Bullock in the secondary. And then Robert Woods did not practice with a foot. That's something that I don't like, especially with the injury to Nico.
Yeah, with the injury to Nico, and saying that the two guys that are going to be first opportunity to step up are going to be Hutchinson and Woods, and the fact that he's going to run back, he's going to be your return guy. That hopefully clears up before Sunday.
That's probably why Steven Sims has not been cut yet. It's because
Maybe.
Robert Woods has not practiced this week. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776, 6403. Any chance we see more Mechie with Nico down? I don't think so. I don't think Mechie's snap count's going to go up because of Nico's injury. But if Robert Woods is out, that would skyrocket the snap count.
That was what I was thinking. Yeah, when you read the question, I'm like, well, if not with Nico, but if Woods can't go, then he's probably going to get a few looks.
Are you in a fantasy football league? Do you want to win fantasy football this week? If you do, you need to listen to Adam Ronis in a bit. But first, let's go out to the HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Keith, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Keith?
Hey, guys, love the show. I want to stay on the Stephon Diggs conversation really quick. He's had a pretty solid season so far with the Texans. The Bills, 3-0 start, have lost back-to-back games. Shakir's kind of trending to missing his second game. You think the Bills are missing Diggs right now? They're getting basically nothing out of Curtis Samuel, nothing out of MBS. Mac Hollins, Keon Coleman had a touchdown, obviously, in the Houston game, but the Bills, the receiving core is pretty thin right now with Gabe Davis and Diggs gone, right?
Appreciate it, Keith. The Bills are not getting tons from their receiver room. Shakir's been pretty good.
You heard what he said at the end.
What did he say?
He said the Bills room has been pretty thin with Gabe Davis and Diggs.
Without them?
And it was Keith.
What is that? What's that funny?
Oh, I didn't hear him say without him. I thought he was trying to pull a Keith and say that they're still on the Bills roster.
No, I think he knows that Stephon Diggs and Gabe Davis are no longer with the Bills. The Bills are thin. I just don't think that. No, I don't think that they missed Stephon Diggs. They were ready to get rid of Stephon Diggs. They wanted to break up with Stephon Diggs. Stephon Diggs wanted to break up with them. That was a relationship that needed to end. I do think that they want wide receiver help, though. Apparently, they're still keeping track of Devontae Adams.
Yeah, there's where I was going to go. That two things could be true. They miss a wide receiver one. They just don't miss Stephon Diggs. That was a marriage that was headed for divorce and something that had to be done. But I think that we've seen the fact that regardless of injuries and how much they're trying to develop Coleman, that they need someone else. And I think that they're going to try and be active to try and find someone, a veteran to throw to in that wide receiver room.
I think they're still all right. They just need to be healthy. Like Shakir is their best receiver, in my opinion. Like he's fine. Keon Coleman developing. James Cooks is a guy you can throw to out of the backfield. Dalton Kincaid, one of the better pass catching tight ends. I think they can get by, but they are kicking the tires on receivers. So I think that's a pretty big indicator. All right, Adam Ronis, host of the Fantasy Life on Sirius XM Fantasy. Also the Dub Club, handing out winners all the time, prop bets, everything. Adam Ronis, when we return, it is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word for my good friend Doc Linville. Doc Linville is the best in the business at helping people that are losing their hair keep the hair that they have and get their hair back if they've lost it. It's phenomenal, the job that he's able to do. He does it right here in the Med Center in Houston, and he loves Houston. He loves ESPN 97.5, and he loves the opportunity that if you listen to us and want to talk to him, he's willing to give you a deal like a free consultation that normally costs $150. All you got to do is go to 975hair.com right now and sign up for an appointment. Go in, have them explain exactly how they can help you with PRP treatments and with the NeoGraft procedure. And then ask questions, get answers, and start figuring out if it might be something that you're interested in doing. When you go in, there's no signing on the dotted line. There's no financial commitment to be made. You just get the answers to your questions and understand exactly what they do, how they do it, and how the process works. I did both. I could not be happier with the results that I got, thanks to Doc and his staff, and he's willing to do the same things for you, too. All you got to do is go to 975hair.com, sign up for that free consultation, and figure out what myself and John Granado and lots of other guys in town have figured out, and that is that Doc Linville is great at what he does, and he gets results for guys that are losing their hair. Check him out today. Go to 975hair.com.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
To the HRP guest line where we go, where Adam Ronis is awaiting. Adam Ronis, host of the Fantasy Life on Sirius XM Fantasy. He's killing it right now at the Dub Club. Adam, thanks for joining us. Want to start locally. The big news this week in Houston, anyways. Nico Collins placed on the IR. He's out a minimum of 4 games. What does this do for everybody else? Tank Dell, is he a must-play? Stephon Diggs. Is John Mechie worth a pickup? How about the tight end? How about the running back? What does this do with Nico Collins being placed on the IR?
Well, it clearly doesn't help the offense because Nico Collins has just been on a tear. Even before he left last week, 2 catches, 78 yards, and a touchdown. So this might be the thing that gets Tank Dell going because it's been a slow start for him, and they need to get him more involved. We know how explosive he can be coming off the tightrope surgery, so maybe that's a factor. We've seen guys not really return from it and make a big impact right away. Diggs clearly is a big part of the offense, what he already was. I think Dalton Schultz, it could help as well because I was a little worried about him going into the year with those 3 wide receivers. So that can open up some targets for him. And, getting Joe Mixon back, which looks like is a possibility as he returns to practice limited, that certainly should help as well. But, yeah, Nico Collins is a massive loss, and there's plenty of opportunities that can open up for other players on the team right now.
And I'm curious, keeping it local because the Texans play the Patriots this week, how you see from a fantasy perspective throwing a guy like Drake May to the fire after getting Brissett out in New England.
Yeah, it's a little surprising they're doing it this week against the Texans and that defense, but they were getting nothing from Jacoby Brissett. And the offensive line clearly is a major problem. He was taking a lot of hits, but at least putting Drake May in there, he's got some mobility. He can move around, and maybe he can make some things happen. They don't have a ton of great skill players, but, Jalen Post, Mario Douglas, Hunter Henry, it's not the worst thing in the world. So getting May in there could help them a little bit, but it's just not a great spot going up against the Texans. I'm a little surprised that they did it this week. I thought they might wait another week or two.
Adam Ronis joining us from Sirius XM. Adam, Josh Allen has been arguably the most consistent fantasy player over the last few seasons, but it's been a roller coaster this year. Weeks 1 and 3 were great, but week 4 against Baltimore, single-digit points, and of course he went 9 for 30 passing this last weekend against Houston. Obviously, you're never benching Josh Allen, but what are your overall thoughts on Josh Allen the rest of the year, and if maybe the lack of receiving options has caught up to him?
I think it has. They needed to get more weapons for him, and it just is not working. And without Khalil Shakir last week, it was a complete dud. 131 passing yards, 9 for 30. Shakir seems to be the go-to guy for him when he needs a big play or it's 3rd and long. Shakir was the guy he was looking for, and he wasn't there last week, and it was a bad game. And it is tough because Josh Allen was drafted early. He's going to give you that high rushing floor every week, but after scoring 2 rushing touchdowns in week 1, he hasn't scored a rushing touchdown in 4 straight games, only 160 rushing yards in 5 games. So it's a combination, and they've also become more of a run-first team. If you look at his pass attempts, he has not attempted more than 30 passes in 1 game this season. And that's a problem, especially when you look at the Baltimore game where they were getting trounced, and he still only had 29 passes. I know they pulled him early in that game, but I think it's a combination of they become a run-first team. They don't have a lot of weapons in the passing game, and Allen really isn't running as much as he thought. And just look at the rushing attempts. It was 9 in week 1, since 2, 6, 5, 4. That's not the Josh Allen we're accustomed to. And if he's only going to run 4 or 5 times a game, and they're going to be a run-first team, it's going to be a problem for his fantasy value. And I think this is a week you could bench him. Now, you have to look yourself in the mirror and go, all right, if I bench Josh Allen and he goes off, can I live with it? But I'm not saying for any quarterback. But say you had Jaden Daniels as your backup. Maybe in the league you took him late. Like, I would play Jaden Daniels over him this week against Baltimore, which is susceptible against the pass and stout against the run, or maybe even a Joe Burrow if you have that option. But it's tough because this is not the Josh Allen you were expected. And 3 of his last 4 games against the Jets have not been good. The last time he faced the Jets, he did have 270-plus yards and 3 passing touchdowns, but the 3 previous games, 1 touchdown or fewer.
Adam, what do we do with the Bijan Robinson dilemma? Again, kind of letting us down. He popped up on the injury report today with a hamstring. What are Bijan Robinson fantasy owners to do?
I'll cry a little bit because he hasn't lived up to the expectations, but I have him in multiple leagues. I expected big things from him, and it has been frustrating. Now, he was on the injury report 2 weeks in a row. It was a hamstring last week. I think it was a shoulder before. Remember, he had the short week last week. They played Thursday night. So I was hoping with the extra rest, this would be the week, even though he did pop up on the injury report again today, limited with a hamstring injury. But this has to be the week. It's the Panthers who have been getting gashed on the ground. They've allowed the second most fantasy points to running backs this season. They allowed 3 rushing touchdowns to the Bears last week, 2 to Roschon Johnson, 1 to DeAndre Swift, 2 to Chase Brown the week before. So you got to stay patient with Bijan Robinson, only because if you're trying to trade him, you're not going to get proper return in a trade. Someone's going to try and buy low. So you never want to be the guy that sells at the lowest point. If you are frustrated with Bijan, you need to wait until he has a big game and then move him. But I think you just stick with him. He's just too talented, and we have seen Tyler Argiel cut in a little bit. Last week was just a case where, against Tampa Bay, they saw that they had the ability to carve them up in the passing game, and Cousins passed them 58 times. So it was working, and why change it? And the other thing is with Bijan, too, he can get it done in the passing game. So even on the weeks where he's not doing much on the ground, they got to find a way to get the ball in his hands as a receiver. If you watch him, he's explosive. So I would stay patient with him.
Adam, how do you look at everything that's gone down with the Jets? The fact that the offense has been underachieving for the most part. Yeah, Garrett Wilson got a lot of looks last week, but now with the change at OC as well as head coach, do we see that the Jets offense and those key players, that Halls of the world and even Rodgers to go with Wilson, do you see a spike up in that? And how do you see that playing out?
Yeah, I expect it to be better. I mean, that's what's the surprising part. We knew going into the year how good this Jets defense is, and they really did a good job against Minnesota. Minnesota didn't move the ball much on that Jets defense. They lost on offense. Aaron Rodgers turning the ball over. He's getting hit a lot. Breece Hall just not finding any room to run. So it's their star players that are not getting it done on the offensive side of the football. As good as Garrett Wilson was against Minnesota, it took 22 targets just to get over 100 yards. The connection clearly isn't there yet. It's there with Lazard, but even when he's throwing, there's times Lazard drops passes. So it's taken some time, and we've seen sometimes you make these changes in a coaching staff that can fire up the team. We saw it last year with Antonio Pierce. So I'm expecting it to get better, but they've got to find a way to protect Aaron Rodgers because you can't have your 40-year-old quarterback getting hit like that.
Adam Ronis joining us here on the Killer Bees. Find him on Twitter and TikTok at Adam Ronis. Adam, in tonight's game, Seattle, San Francisco, feels like a start everybody game, but if I'm a fantasy owner who has Deebo Samuel, I'm a little bit worried. He was great in weeks 1 and 2. Only 4 catches over the last 2 games, including 1 catch in his last contest. It kind of feels like George Kittle and Brandon Ayuk have taken the lion's share. Not sure if Purdy can support 3 high-level targets. What are your thoughts on the 49ers offense as a whole this game, and specifically Deebo Samuel?
Yeah, Deebo, I'm a little worried that maybe that calf is bothering him still because, remember, he missed the game in week 3, came back, and you mentioned the stats just have not been there. And that was my concern about when the 49ers are completely healthy. There's no way that all 3 guys can be productive every week. And even without Christian McCaffrey, Jordan Mason is still getting a big workload. He's not really involved in the passing game a lot, so that should help the receivers get more. But Mason's been getting 20 carries a game. Last week was only 14, but it's a good matchup here against the Seattle defense that's really banged up, and they need Deebo to get going because you look, the better Deebo is, that's when they win. And this team's 2-3. They really need a win tonight. They can't afford to fall to 2-4 and have Seattle go to 4-2, and you already lost the first of a head-to-head matchup. So I expect it to get better for Deebo Samuel. Maybe they even get him involved a little bit on the ground. But that's what makes it so tough with these guys in fantasy. We see them draft so early, and I always say to myself, I'm like, they all can't return that value. It's going to take an injury. We've already seen Kittle miss a game, Deebo miss a game. Ayuk got off to a slow start because he wasn't there most of camp. But I expect it to get better for Deebo Samuel.
Is it Tank Bigsby season in Jacksonville?
I want to say yes, but then Doug Peterson came out and said it's still Travis Etienne's job. And we know coaches lie. They don't tell us the truth. You just saw it this week with injuries, right? Nico Collins, he's day-to-day. He's week to week. 24 hours later, he's on the IR. And sometimes injuries are worse than what they let on. And that's why I always say in fantasy, always expect the worst with injuries. Don't believe that oh, yeah, he'll be back next week. No, always prepare for the worst because sometimes they are optimistic and sometimes the injuries are worse ones than we thought, like Hollywood Brown. But look, if you have Bigsby, he's looked better than ETN. He's more explosive. They're saying ETN has been dealing with a shoulder issue. Bigsby should be rostered in all leagues. We do have bye weeks, so I actually am starting him in a league. It's just tough because you're relying on limited opportunity here. And you could say, well, he got it done the last 2 weeks, but he had 2 explosive plays in those 2 weeks. And if he doesn't have those explosive plays, then you're looking at an average fantasy day. He had a 58-yard run against the Texans where he was 7 for 90. Last week, he had a 65-yard run and a 28-yard reception. Now, he had 14 touches last week. So if you're telling me we're getting 10 to 12 touches out of him, yes. But if you go back to the game against Houston and he only gets 7 touches, you can't count on a 58-yard run to pile up most of those yards. And he's only had 1 target on the season. So it's getting closer to a split. This team needs to win games, and if Bigsby continues to look this good, you have to use him more, but I don't know if it's Tank Bigsby's season yet. I will say ETN won't go away. Worst case scenario, Bigsby gets more in between the tackles, carries, and ETN's more involved in the passing game. But you do want Bigsby on a roster, and I think you can start him, but just don't think you're getting automatic production.
Adam Ronas from the Fantasy Life on Sirius XM Fantasy joining us here on the Killer Bees. Adam, I'm curious who you think maybe some sell-high targets are right now. One name that comes to mind, Chuba Hubbard in Carolina, their running back. He's been on quite a tear. I believe over 100 yards in 3 straight games, or one of them I think might have been just under 100 yards. But he's been great, but you have to think Jonathan Brooks, who they took in the second round, is around the corner maybe in a few weeks from coming back and taking away some of those rushing attempts from Chuba Hubbard. Do you feel like that's a sell-high candidate? If not, who else do you think maybe teams should look to move on from?
Yeah, look, if you can get someone to buy into Chuba Hubbard, the way I look at it is if you're 1-4, like you need production now. You have to worry about this week. So if you're 1-4, you might get 2 weeks out of Chuba Hubbard, but you need it. So that would, if I had Chuba Hubbard, I'd be looking to a 1-4 team and say, hey, you know, look at Hubbard. He's been getting it done every single week. You need immediate production. Let's make a trade. So that's a good one. I would say J.K. Dobbins as well. He's coming off a bye, so we haven't seen him lately, but I just don't think he can hold up over the course of an entire season. So he's another guy that I would look to sell. And I think you might be able to get something for him. It's a tougher matchup this week against Denver, but if he comes off a good week, I think you could look at him as another sell candidate. And even Kareem Hunt. I mean, he had 27 carries against in last week. Now, maybe they did that because he was coming off. They knew they had a bye the week ahead, but he's another guy that I think people might be enamored with him because it's the Chiefs' offense, and he's looked really good so far. But I might look to sell him as well.
Adam, we have a texter saying he listens to you every day on Sirius XM with Kindle and that you need to embrace Folgers coffee. What's your beef with Folgers coffee? What coffee are you drinking?
Oh, man, come on. It's just not good. Kendall loves Folgers coffee, and I guess it's polarizing. Maybe some people like it. I haven't had it in a long time, so maybe it got better. But right now I'm drinking some Cafe Bustelo.
Okay, that's good. I have that too. I like to drink some of that as well. You're on a heater right now with your Dub Club, 17 of 19. If I've been counting correctly, you're on fire. Are you going to stay on fire?
Look, that's the goal, man. 26-10 for plus 12.7 units to start the NFL season. So you always are happy when you're in a run like that. You know that it can't last the entire season. You got to be realistic, but just hoping to keep it going and help people win some money. I tend to go through these streaks, have a few of them every season. So just looking forward to continue to make money for people and myself.
All right, Adam. Keep enjoying the Mets. We'll catch up with you next week.
All right, guys. Have a great day.
Adam Moronis, you can follow him on Twitter and get all of the latest information, the Dub Club, where he's just been killing it. TikTok, too. Everybody's on TikTok these days. Influencers, creating content. What you got to do. But you can follow him at Adam Moronis, and he has been on fire. Winners of 17 of his last 19 on the bets that he's making. It is Thursday. It is, just after 4:30. So it is time for Bad Take Boulevard. What are the worst takes of the week? What belongs on Bad Take Boulevard? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. All right, what belongs on Bad Take Boulevard this week? 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. A few of these quarterback rankings that are out there, you would think the King of Twitch put these together. Week 6 quarterback rankings by CBS. CJ Stroud is number 9.
Oof.
9. He's behind Lamar 1, Burrow 2, Brock Purdy 3, Josh Allen 4, Baker 5, Mahomes 6, Jaden Daniels 7, Sam Darnold 8. CJ Stroud number 9. Cody Benjamin, CBS, you make the list.
Huge.
You make the list.
You just made the list.
Number 9.
I mean, the last 2 weeks of Josh Allen and a lot of those guys, even Darnold threw less than 200 yards at least once or twice.
And this isn't a fantasy football one either. Sam Darnold's on a bye.
Yeah, this feels like a victim of the moment thing. Like, oh, Nico's out. He's not going to be any good. He's got the leading receivers gone. We haven't seen anything from Tank yet. This feels like a victim of the moment.
I would hear you on that, but then how is Allen 4 after a 9 for 30?
Oh, yeah,
Right.
Good point. Good point.
I think they're just drawing names out of a hat over at CBS.
I think you're probably.
It's unbelievable how bad this list is.
Wait, Bryce Young wasn't top 10?
Bryce Young, no, not top 10. It might get even worse. Here's another quarterback ranking. I think King of Twitch's real name is Dan Pizzaata. This is from 33rd Team, Week 6 quarterback power rankings. That last one had CJ Stroud number 9. This one has him 17th. 17th.
Come on, man.
Bottom half of the NFL. Wow. They have Daniels 1, Burrow 2, Jackson 3, Allen 4, Mahomes 5, Goff 6, Carr, who just got hurt, who's out for weeks. Carr, number 7, Mayfield 8, Purdy 9, Kyler 10, Stafford 11, Geno 12, Hurts 13, Cousins 14, Dak 15, Love 16, CJ Stroud number 17.
That's clickbait.
Number 17.
That's not even possible. That's just stupid.
Who is Dan Pizzaata?
Never heard of him.
Me either.
My goodness. You make the list, Dan.
You just made the list.
It's probably the first time that anybody's ever heard of him. It's probably why he did it. I guess he succeeded. I guess he was successful. Back to CBS. CBS listed a trade that every NFL team should make, which, I mean, that's kind of fun, right? NFL trade deadline, early November. Tell me you haven't watched the Houston Texans without telling me you haven't watched the Houston Texans. They said that the Houston Texans should acquire Emmanuel Forbes from the Washington Commanders. Okay, that's not terrible. I still question them acquiring Forbes and Commanders giving up Forbes, although I guess he's not playing there. The problem, though, is if you read the reason why, 1 year after arriving as a first-round pick, the slender Forbes isn't seeing much time in Dan Quinn's defense. Okay, that's fine. He'd give Houston an enticing prospect. Okay, that's fine. However, with starter Jeff Okudah sidelined. Jeff Okudah hasn't played a game as a Houston Texan in his life.
It feels like a take from someone who last checked in on the team in right before training camp when people thought Okudah would be the starter.
Maybe pre-draft.
Yeah, because they signed Okudah first and then C.J. Henderson, and people thought those two guys would compete for the job. And then once camp started, neither guy was relevant. That's bad.
Ford's not even on the team.
He didn't play a preseason game, right?
No.
Okudah's been hurt the entire camp.
Yeah.
He's on the IR. Jeff Okudah started for the Texans. He's never even played a game for a Houston Texans.
That's pretty embarrassing.
Yeah, you make the list, CBS.
You just made the list.
I don't know why I keep reading CBS stuff. It's ridiculous. Well, I guess for this kind of stuff, it's good for content. Pep Hamilton, again, makes the list. Pep Hamilton, he's doing these weekly hits on NBC, which is actually highly entertaining because of how wacky Pep Hamilton is. But Chancellor Johnson, our friend DJ Baname, and then Pep Hamilton, they come together. It's called Texans Pep Talk. They do some segments, or maybe just a segment, and then they post it on social. I see it on social. Pep Hamilton a couple of weeks ago had Joe Milton, the backup quarterback for the Patriots, as one of his top 5 under 25 quarterbacks on the world.
Yeah, it made Bad Take that week.
Yeah. He had Joe Milton. I think it's the number 4, number 5 top 25 quarterbacks that exist.
Was Joe Milton the guy that the social media people were running wild with the video?
Yeah, he was the Patriots guy with the big arm.
He's got the big arm.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's still in the Patriots. Maybe,
he was.
Maybe we'll see him this weekend if Drake May gets hurt. But Pep Hamilton this past week, his insight on the Buffalo Bill Houston Texans game was that he believed that this was a must-win for both teams. Both teams, it was a must-win. So I guess the Buffalo Bills season is over, despite being 3-2 and in first place in the AFC East. If the Texans lost, they would be 3-2 in first place in the AFC South. He said that the matchup between the Texans and the Bills was a must-win for both teams.
When both teams could have a loss and still be in first place.
You made the list, Pep Hamilton.
You just made the list.
I can understand why he bounced around to so many places now. Like this says
5 games into the season, and does anybody have a must-win?
4 at the time.
That's right, at the time 4. Does
4 at the
anybody have a
time.
must-win situation then?
Maybe an 0-4 team at the time.
Yeah,
you know, like
Cincinnati.
that's as close as you can get to a must-win in week 5. Is that you're 0-4? You feel like if you don't win, the season's over, the season's toast. It's going to get away from you. But if you lose a game in week 5 and you're still in first place, I guarantee you that's not a must-win game.
No, we've seen teams turn it around and go on a run late and find a way, no matter how bad they start, to get back into the thick of things.
The loser of the game is in first place. How is that
It can't
must-win?
be a must-win game if you're still in first with a loss.
That might be as far away from a must-win game that exists in week 5, where the loser of the game is still in first place. Still in first place. That was not a must-win game.
I think sometimes people just throw phrases like that out because they think it sounds tough and smart and it's like a sexy attention-grabbing thing. When you actually think about the meaning of it, it couldn't be further from the truth.
If I'm trying to defend Pep Hamilton, I would be like, well, it's coming from a coach where they look at each week as they must go 1-0. Like that, maybe that's the angle
I
here.
still don't think.
Is it wrong of me that I question Pep Hamilton even more as a coach that he's had these ludicrous
you know why?
takes
Because
these
as
last
a coach,
2 weeks?
just the way you just set that up, as a coach, you never think that way or think that you don't have a chance to salvage the season. And you believe that you can keep doing what you're doing and the buy-in and the plan, and as it takes shape, that you can still win the games that you need to have a successful season. Coaches don't give up till the bitter end.
And most coaches would never say any single week unless it was like the last week of the season for a playoff spot is must win.
Like if
they will never concede that point.
Texans last year, that's obviously
that was a must win. But
for either
outside
team.
of that, coaches usually, especially head coaches, but coaches usually never concede that point that something's must win.
It's usually 1-0. They don't even look ahead to the next week.
They're also saving their job too. What are they going to say? It's a must win. If we lose, we're screwed. Oh, thanks, coach. We'll give you an extension.
It really makes me think differently of Pep Hamilton. It really does. I hate to say it, but it really does. Todd, the show makes the list. Have we discussed Daniel Jones being better than C.J. Stroud yet?
No, and don't think we ever will.
Todd,
You just made the list.
I think he was joking, but you never know with Todd. Joel Klatt on Callan Cowherd. He had this howitzer of a take.
Here's the thing that you got to understand about the NFL. You know what he does? It doesn't matter who your coach is. Oh, give me a break. You know what? I'll tell you what. It matters who your quarterback is. Has Bill Belichick done anything without Tom Brady? No. Has Andy Reid done anything without Patrick Mahomes? Yes. Really?
He got to 5 NFC
Which ring did he win,
championships.
Colin?
Well, he got to a Super Bowl.
And did he win?
Well, you're not going to do that, are you? Barkley doesn't have any trophies either. He was pretty good.
I'm not saying that they're not good, but you don't. What are we trying to do here? Are we trying to be good or are we trying to win Super Bowls?
I'll tell you what, Mike
because the
Vrabel-
New York Jets are all in on trying to win a Super Bowl. That's why you bring Aaron Rodgers in. And now you're trying to give him a coach that's going to get him to the divisional round? Good for you. You guys were kind of good.
That's ridiculous.
They haven't made the playoffs in 10 years. That would be a huge win for the Jets if they made the playoffs.
I see where he's coming from. He just goes way too off the
Like
rocker.
if he had said quarterback more important than coaching, we don't even bring this up.
Right.
But to say that coaching doesn't matter?
Or the gap between 1 and 32 in the NFL isn't so extreme that it doesn't matter as much as like college football. Like the number 1 versus number 100 head coach in college football has a greater disparity than 1 to 32. But to say it doesn't matter is utterly ridiculous.
You're telling me if he wasn't the sole reason, but he was a driving reason why the Rams won the Super Bowl, Sean McVay taking over the Rams and bringing in that offense and turning Jared Goff at that time into a Super Bowl champ?
Yeah.
I think he had a little bit to do with that.
Let's just localize this. Head coach doesn't matter in the NFL. So David Culley and DeMeco Ryans are equals.
I know analytics has.
I mean, come on, Joel. That's bad. Maybe it's the first name.
Oh,
Stephen A. wants to eliminate.
You just made the
intentional
list.
Walks in baseball. Stephen A. don't know ball, at least baseball.
I only have one wish for baseball, and this is for the manager, it's for the players, it's for everybody. Damn it, beat each other. No intentional walks. Don't have people get stuck in traffic trying to pack 50, 60,000 into a baseball stadium, looking forward to seeing some of their favorite baseball players. And then all of a sudden you come up to bat, whether you are an Aaron Judge or a Shohei Ohtani or Mookie Betts or anybody in between. And guess what? You get to intentionally walk them. Eradicate that. Test their manhood. Say, you a professional, you a professional. You go up against each other. Mano a mano, let's get it on. Baseball gets rid of the intentional walk. They eradicate that, and they go about the business of going at one another and competing against one another. That would be the finishing touch to resurrecting this sport for the next generation.
What happens if you play baseball and you go right at them and you walk them unintentionally? Then what? Is that your ass? Come on, man. What are you going to do? So you take out the intentional walk. You go mano a mano. Guy pitches around him.
Yeah, if you take out the intentional walk, he throws 4 in the dirt.
Yeah.
It doesn't really change anything. In fact, they've eliminated that by just having the gesture down to first base.
Yeah.
This is such a wacky idea that I could actually see Robert Manfred do it. Like if we rewind 5 years ago and you said and let's rewind 5 years ago, where we were 5 years ago. So you didn't have like the pitch clock. You didn't have the, Manfred man at second base. And you said, here are my 3 ideas. We're going to institute a clock in baseball. We're going to have a man at second base when extra innings begin in the regular season, and we're going to eliminate the intentional walk. Wouldn't they all kind of sound similar?
Yeah, they would all sound crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wouldn't eliminate he can eliminate the intentional walk, but the fact that you can give him 4 saves time. So therefore, he doesn't want you pitching anybody where you could add a couple of minutes onto the overall game time.
Yeah, but he also eliminated the shift. Like it has been very, let's bring some like offense into the games. No, this doesn't sound like this would be something that would be too crazy for Manfred's. The worst thing you said was like Maddox would never intentionally walk Bonds. And
yeah, there's the clip goes on. He talks about Maddox would never, walk Bonds. Meanwhile, he walked him 8 times more than any other batter he ever intentionally walked.
So Stephen A makes the list. Last one, Colin Coward, who's a big one of the bigger residents we have on Bad Take Boulevard. He was talking about what would be a juicy World Series. Here's Coward.
Let me tell you something.
Come on.
The Mets,
I know,
and the Padres,
they're juicy and fun.
That is a juicy World Series.
But we've been waiting on Dodgers Yankees for
you know who we're not mentioning? The Royals. They'll probably win the whole thing.
Stop it.
Mets Padres. It would be.
You just made the list.
He's right.
That would be an interesting World Series.
Because the elements to get to that would be highly entertaining. Highly entertaining. What had to happen if the Mets and the Padres meet in the World
American
Series?
League would have to go away, and that would be your World Series.
The Padres jumped the Yankees on the tarmac at LaGuardia, and they take over the Yankees as the representative of the American League.
They hit him with
It'd be
with a
juicy.
steel chair like a wrestling match and take him out.
They take their title shot.
Take their money in the bank briefcase.
It'd be juicy. Coward's not wrong.
This feels like a take that would come out of Baytown if you catch my drift.
Yeah, it does. Yep. Just take straight out of Baytown. Mets and Padres. Coward's been in radio forever. But he's always making these little mistakes.
Stephen A does those too, though.
Man, that's rough. All right.
You just made the list.
Speaking of bad media, Al Michaels or Bob Costas? Which of the two do you like more? Michaels or Costas? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Brad, I'm here to tell you about my favorite sportsbook and casino, and that's BetUS.com. Football is back, so it's time to get in on the action. I endorse one sportsbook and casino. That's BetUS. A big game tonight that you can throw some cash on. If you want a game plan to win this season, then check out BetUS. BetUS went large for you this season with a massive offer, a 125% sign-up bonus on your first 3 deposits. Not only your first one, not only your first 2, all of your first 3. A 125% bonus on your first 3 deposits. BetUS offers value other sportsbooks simply don't offer, like gambler's insurance, crypto bonuses, casino bonuses, all for you. Plus, they have products that you need. Competitive odds, parlays, live betting, odds boost, and prop betting. That's what sets BetUS apart. When you're ready to lay down your bet, give your bet an edge. Why not combine your sign-up bonus with knowledge? Get that knowledge with expert analysis, picks, and predictions on all major sports on their very own BetUS TV. Get started today at BetUS.com or give them a call at 1-800-MY-BetUS. BetUS, where the game begins.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
8576 has a late write-in to Bad Take Boulevard. I want to put Branham on Bad Take Boulevard for saying it might just be basketball season when he did his live read for Prodon Coops, which you should be getting a goal from Prodon Coops because it's about to be basketball season. He said it's not basketball season until after the Super Bowl. I watched the basketball game this morning.
Did you?
I did. Yeah, I watched the
Rockets
basketball
game
game
from last night.
I did. I DVR'd the Rockets game, watched it this morning. I will be calling. That's the first time you've used that drop on me.
That's fact.
That's the first time I've had. I feel honored. I feel like I've achieved something with my life. This is the proudest moment I've had all October. Yeah, I'm calling the U of H A&M exhibition game on October 27th. That's when basketball season starts for me. 2.5 weeks. It's 2.5 weeks.
That's a men's game?
It is a men's game.
I'm saying because you've done both.
I said yes.
Okay, but you gave me the face of always the sarcasm.
That's what I do.
I think that's a pretty good tilt right there.
Yeah, they're playing an exhibition for charity. It's gonna be awesome. Yeah, it's gonna be really cool. And then the regular season tips off on November 4th, a week after that. So it's 3.5 weeks from the beginning of college basketball.
I mean, we've heard from an NBA perspective that a lot of fans don't think that basketball starts till Christmas, but I'm not going until after the Super Bowl.
No, I think, for college basketball, some people say till the conference schedule starts a lot of times. Although there's usually a lot of marquee matchups.
Yeah, you get those
in the
tip-off
tournaments,
classics,
like the Maui tournament or whatever it is. Yeah. So that feels definitely not after the Super Bowl.
No, I have some really hot takes from yesterday's preseason game too, but I'm saving them for Tuesdays. Cash them or trash them. Al Michaels or Bob Costas? We're going to hear some Al Michaels tonight. Amazon Prime game. It is a good game though. Seattle, San Francisco. Huge implications for San Francisco. Seattle wins this game. They have a 2-game lead on San Francisco.
That's crazy.
Like that. This game has some stakes. It has a lot of stakes. And then we saw Bob Costas. He's calling the Yankee series, Royals. He was on there yesterday, and everybody's losing their mind about Bob Costas. Everybody's losing their mind about Al Michaels. So I wonder what the people think. I don't really care what the people think, but I wonder what the hive think, the elitists, the smart sports folks. Would you rather have Al Michaels or would you rather have Bob Costas? Hold the thought. Hey, let's play some video, or I guess audio. This is the radio medium. Let's play some audio of Al Michaels, Bob Costas. Here was Al Michaels on the big blocked kick last week, fourth quarter, a chance to tie the game, and just listen to Al Michaels ooze enthusiasm.
To tie it. Blocked. So he's missed one, had that one blocked. It's like Javier Thomas.
Over Texan. So that was late in the game, like less than 4 minutes, chance to tie the game. And, Al Michaels, again, just oozes enthusiasm. So that's Michaels, one for Michaels. Here was Bob Costas yesterday. Big game, game 3, ALDS. Giancarlo Stanton putting the Yankees on top. And Bob Costas, I think, matches Michaels' enthusiasm.
Almost imperceptible. Stanton hits one well in the gap in left center field, and that's going to get down. Soto heading for third and being waved home. The peg to the plate is late. It's an RBI double for Stanton, who pumps his fist as he arrives at second base, and the Yanks jump in front, 1-0.
Okay, not too bad from Costas there. Some of the words that Bob Costas says, I never know what they mean. I don't even know how to look them up because I don't know how to spell the words that Bob Costas says. And a buddy
Almost
called
imperceptible.
What does that mean? What did he say? Unperceptible?
Yeah, unperceptible.
Almost imperceptible.
Imperceptible? I have no idea what that means. I am a moron on a mic. Some of you might know what that means. I do not.
I kind of want to take a stab at it.
I do
but
too,
I feel like
yeah.
I'm going to be off.
I'll
sound
end
like
up
an
on Bad
idiot.
Take Boulevard.
I think it's kind of it's similar to inconceivable. Like you can't perceive that
It's
something
impossible.
is
The definition's impossible to perceive. I guess it's in the word. I guess that maybe I am a bigger moron than I think.
Almost imperceptible.
All right, so there's Costas. Let's get another one from Al Michaels. This was a 63-yard touchdown to Jordan Addison last year. And again, Michaels he's living the moment, living his best life.
3rd and 10. Pressure on Cousins. Steps up. Throws deep downfield. Caught! And that's the rookie Addison for the touchdown.
That was pretty high for Michael's enthuasm. That was like a
I
10
think
on his enthusiasm meter.
He can be enthusiastic for about 7 seconds. So I think he just yelled Addison and then it just kind of that died.
wasn't too bad.
On the Gus Johnson scale, that's a 2.
Yeah.
But for Al Michaels current, that's about a 9.
To be fair, Michaels is calling it from a wheelchair. Just saying. Here is Bob Costas. Yes, Giancarlo Stanton late in the game breaks a 2-2 tie. So Costas is going to be over the moon.
High fly ball, deep left field. Back goes Melendez. Forget about it. It's gone.
I think my
In large
favorite part,
this night has belonged to Giancarlo Stanton.
he has perfect grammar in his calls. Like, forget about it,
Mm-hmm.
comma, it's gone. You know, like it's like super
Almost
grammatical.
imperceptible.
Yeah, like, and you really don't want that in your calls. Like, the best calls are like, it's out of here. You're not even saying it right. You're not even saying it's out of here. You're saying it's out of here.
And you're getting your tempo picks up a great deal because of the emotion involved in it. He never really changes tempo. He might like accentuate a word or two with a little bit more oomph, but his tempo is always the same speed.
Okay, well, another one from Al Michael. This was a couple of years ago. This was the Jags. Remember when they came back against the Chargers in the playoffs? Yeah. Huge comeback, terrible in the first half, great in the second half. Hit a game-winning field goal. Clock expires, and Al Michaels with this gem.
Likely on Kansas City. Here we go for the win. Got it, but there's a flag down. There's a flag down as everybody's running out onto the field, but there's a penalty marker. And they call it on the defense.
Poor Jags. They had this great playoff win, and that's their final call.
Could you tell who won if you didn't know?
No. You go to your radio guy and hope to God that he had the enthusiasm you need.
Yeah, for sure. And then this was Bob Costas the other day on the Giancarlo Stanton double play.
Hit to short. Witt gets the force. Can they turn two? Yes, they can, and it's just the point we were making. It's not Giancarlo's fault.
They can.
A near base hit. Couldn't beat it out at the other end. Turns into a double play.
All right, so there is the evidence. There is the proof. Who would you rather have in the booth to call your team's big game? Al Michaels or Bob Costas? 713-780-ESPN. We'll kick it around on the other side. Also, good teams use the regular season to hide their weaknesses. Great teams use the regular season to explore their weaknesses. Which is it when it comes to the Texans running game? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
The hilarious stand-up comedian, writer, author, actor, and podcaster Tom Segura is coming to Houston for his Come Together tour. Caller number 3 right now to 713-780-3776 wins a pair of tickets to join Segura for All the Laughs at NRG Arena on Saturday, April 5th. Tickets go on sale this Friday at livenation.com. It's going to be funny. It's going to be a great time. Get your tickets now at livenation.com. So Costas or Al Michaels, we're going to have the pleasure of listening to Al Michaels today. I have no idea if Bob Costas is doing that entire series, the Yankee series. I might have I've actually watched some baseball in the division series. I didn't think I was going to, but the Padres and the Dodgers pulled me right in. They pulled me right in.
Pissed me right off last night.
I didn't watch a pitch of that game because it got out of hand early, never turned it on because I was watching the end of Yankees Royals.
That's
didn't
what
watch
ticked
a
me off.
pitch
I
of
was
that.
watching both of them, and
Oh, really?
And I was like, well, I'm really looking forward to kind of the drama continuing and what goes down with the Padres Dodgers. And then, like you said, it got out of hand early. And I'm like, well, screw that. It's just Rockets. And then I saw the end of the Yankee game.
I'll probably scoreboard watch today and then have the NFL game up and
I'm
going.
with you on
Just
that.
have a little Al Michaels up. So Michaels or Costas, where do you stand on this, Blakers? Your favorite team? I guess it could be whatever sport. You want Michaels or Costas calling the game?
I think to me at this point, I think that there's more comprehension still with Bob Costas. I think Michaels, it's not only passed him by, it ran him over. And I just think he's completely behind. Whereas Costas he's still following everything that happens. He just lacks emotion and lacks the kind of competitive fire calling a game that you would expect from a national TV, no matter if you're not cheering for either team, you're just cheering for the action. But I would lean. I can't stand either one of them right now, but I would lean Costas over Al Michaels.
It bothers me like how poetic Costas will get.
It's
like,
so forced.
Yeah, he gets too poetic for me. The grammar's too fine. The words are sometimes I don't know what they are a lot of times. So I actually lean Al Michaels. I rather have yes, Al Michaels isn't going to show the enthusiasm. Michaels isn't certainly not what he used to be. But if I had to pick my poison and pick between two evils, I'd rather have Al Michaels than Bob Costas.
You know what's funny is when you think about Costas, remember when he was in his heyday and doing the NBA games where they always let him do like the introduction and then the final say where he did the long diatribe of either what was going to happen or what happened. It's his broadcasts are like a diatribe of everything he pre-scripted for the entire game.
Yeah, it wasn't. Ennis told me this today on Twitter. It wasn't Costas doing the finals because Marv Albert got in trouble.
He got I think, well, he did games throughout the year for NBC with Snapper Jones and Bill Walton.
And then he was like their main studio guy.
Yeah. And then
Marv
when
was their
Marv
one.
got in trouble, they
Yeah.
just kind of like in a different set of circumstances, obviously, but kind of like they were grooming Tirico to take over for Al on Sunday night. But yeah, I think that Bob got the full-time, big-time job from a basketball perspective because he was already a high-ranked talent for them.
I think he did more play-by-play than Ennis was giving him credit for. Like he did it coming up through college in Missouri. He did play-by-play for the Bulls on WGN for a season, and then like you said, he was on the B team for the NBA.
Yeah, and
I think he did more play-by-play than.
He and Snapper Jones used to do ABA games together.
ABA?
ABA. He called ABA St. Louis Spirits games with Steve Snapper Jones. That's how they got to know each other.
Wasn't that defunct like in the early 70s?
Oh, he's very long in the tooth now.
72. He looks pretty good for 72.
Yeah.
Credit Bob Costas for looking good at the age of 72.
He's
He
one of
doesn't look
those-
as good as you at the age of 72, but he looks good at the age of 72.
He's one of those dudes, though, that like he's got that prima donna attitude a lot.
Yeah.
Like when the last time he was doing, like you said, the studio for Sunday Night Football, Packers, Texans. And we were down on the field pregame. And like two people were trying to use their phone to take a picture. And he just lit them up going, can't you see I'm working here? Don't you dare stop. And it's like, okay.
50-30 says Costas just sucks. Plus, he's a lizard person. I didn't know Costas was a lizard. I didn't know that. Michaels is at least somewhat nostalgic. I agree with that. A143 says easily Costas. 8693 Al, because the perfect grammar gets old really fast. I agree with that. Weakest forget about it I've ever heard, going back to the Costas call yesterday. Costas can only do golf. See, I don't even think he can do golf anymore. I think he's
Not
just
anymore.
like studio nowadays.
But remember now, he used to do baseball, basketball, Olympics. He was their everything go-to announcer for NBC for a long time. I don't know that he ever did. Did he ever do play-by-play for football?
I don't think that he did. I think he just did NBA and Major League Baseball.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about now. I don't want to hear him on the
Oh, no, I
Masters.
don't want to hear any of it. I don't even want to hear him in the studio because now
No.
you know that he's going to give you a War and Peace reaction to whatever happened.
Something poetic. Al Michaels by a landslide. At least he's not corny like Bob Costas. Costas is super corny. Like all these big words to me come across really corny. Even whenever the Jordan 90, like the 96 when he pushed off on Russell, was it 96? I think it was 96. Whenever he pushed off on Russell, he's like, could that be the final shot in the great career of the illustrious Michael Jordan? Every single time he was up the floor, like he would wipe his face with his towel. Could that be the last time Michael Jordan wipes his face with a towel on an NBA court?
He's like the new Mad Dog too, in the fact that every reference, or your guy with Tim Kirkshin, every reference he makes is from like Sandy Koufax and Babe Ruth and like the old school references. He's never referencing like the last time this was done was in 2014.
No, you're right. 7560. I want a Kid Rock type of commentator at the Astros. I don't really know what that means.
At the Astros,
what does a Kid Rock type of commentator mean? Like, just
does that mean McAfee trying to call baseball with like
Maybe.
cuss words and like just say whatever you feel?
Maybe. I don't really know what that means. This texture says Al Michaels football, Costas baseball, and basketball.
I don't think Al's ever going to do baseball or basketball.
No. Give me Al Michaels with the hockey puck, though.
Oh,
you believe in miracles?
I was going to say, of the two, who's got the signature call for their career?
No, Al Michaels.
Al Michaels, easily. Do you believe in
Costas?
miracles? Yes.
Costas' signature call has to be Jordan over Russell.
I don't even remember it, though. And I remember you will always line up Al Michaels with "Do you believe in miracles?" Yes.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Al Michaels is bigger. But Costas called the Jordan over Byron Russell.
But I don't remember how he called it. So, therefore, I think Al has the bigger signature moment.
I think he said, is that the last shot Michael Jordan's
Probably. I mean, I wouldn't doubt it.
I think he did. Keith says pink eye Bob Costas. Yeah, I remember he did get the pink eye on the studio one time. I think Jake Asman was like rubbing it for him. 0315, neither would rather have Joe Buck calling games. Okay, you didn't understand the assignment. Costas sounds like the guy a yuppie in a 90s movie would be talking sports with and talking down to the main character. He really does. Like, I do get the sense that Costas, whenever he's calling a game, is talking down to me.
Oh,
like,
I agree.
I feel like he is lecturing me as he calls a baseball game.
If Alex P. Keaton was real life and got real old and still was trying to do something, he was calling sports. That's the kind of talking down, kind of elitist calls that Bob Costas makes.
Yeah. Now I know how D sees me. Cass got that punchable Lego hair face. He really does. Honey Glazed Branham says Costas is a nerd. Yeah. I detect no lies. I think that he is.
Al Michaels is.
I wouldn't call Michaels a nerd. Or I think Al Michaels is more of a degenerate if anything else.
Yeah,
because he always talks about
he was Al Michaels a nerd.
Musburger and Al Michaels were like the first two broadcasters that openly talked about the spread and the total.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They would make the subtle references like the fans here must be over the moon about that score.
I didn't know that Michaels did that too.
He did. But Michaels was a little more subtle. Michaels would be like, if there was a touchdown that took it over, he'd be like, half the country's rejoicing right now, like in a very subtle way, and you would have to really know what's going on to catch it.
Yeah, because Van Pelt's the guy that's really taken it and run with it now, too. Even before they got into this deep with spreads and things, Van Pelt would always kind of make reference. But yeah, I didn't know that Al did that.
Yeah, he was kind of cutting edge on that. Him and Musburger. I always just liked Al Michaels more whenever they were in their heyday. So maybe that's why I go Michaels over Costas, because I used to like Michaels way more than I like Costas. So like I'm hanging on to Al Michaels more than I care to hang on to Bob Costas. Plus, I think that the other part of this is that it's still football. Like, I'm going to watch a football game no matter who's calling it. I might not watch a baseball game depending on who's calling it.
If the Astros aren't playing, too.
Yeah,
I agree. I was a huge fan of Al Michaels, but it's now passed him by. But it's kind of like when you talk about the elitist with Costas. I've heard the same about Al Michaels. I've heard this where Al Michaels is at like a party at a house and he's like in the den and you walk in and celebrities and otherwise have walked in to say hi to him. And he said someone has to tell him if Al doesn't give you permission to come in, you have to wait. And people are like, for Al Michaels?
That's crazy.
At least he hides that impression from him.
At least he hides
I've heard that
better.
from a couple of different people.
He must hide it.
Yeah, I like that he hides it. 1317 Michaels and Musburger would be great reading bedtime stories too. They really would. They have unbelievable voices.
They wouldn't screw up any of the words either.
No, they wouldn't. 3413. Rest in peace, Hubie. He's not dead. Just his announcing career. I thought he still called some ESPN
he's
radio.
Still doing ESPN. Not even just ESPN radio. I think he's like the C team for ABC ESPN.
I thought he was off of TV and doing only radio now.
Is he close to 90?
I think so.
I think he's over 90.
That's crazy.
Hubie is really good.
He is still.
Oh, he's great.
Yeah, I'm a big Hubie guy. He hasn't lost much at all. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Who do you want back first, Mixon or Harris? We kind of got a little spoiler on that today. And then what do you need to see Sunday from the Texans to make you feel better about the team? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
It is the Bees. It is ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. We're going to be out tomorrow. We're going to be out on location. It's going to be so much fun. Brian's going to be out there joining us, too. Can you believe that?
Shocker, right?
High times, good vibes. Drinks will be
Great
flowing.
weather, indoor, outdoor, garage doors open so the breeze will flow in.
So many TVs.
Yeah.
Drift Bar in the Heights. Come out and hang out with us. Brian's going to be buying beer.
That's very optimistic of you.
Brian's going to be buying the beer tomorrow.
Not unless I owe you one.
Brian will be buying the beer.
Then there's a company charge card somewhere.
So come out, see the Bees, and make sure that you get Brian's attention because we're going to be out tomorrow, Drift Bar in the Heights. Looking forward to it. The weather's going to be fantastic. I imagine the weather will be fantastic there. We hope to see you all out there, Drift Bar tomorrow. Killer G is going to be out there?
Yes.
They will.
Killer G's out there at noon. We'll be there 3 to 6. Come say hello. Brian, if he's feeling optimistic, if he's buzzed, he'll buy you a beer or two. Don't hold your breath. It seems like just looking at his face, wouldn't hold your breath. All right, Blankers.
Yes.
Who do you want back first on the Texans? Let's kind of eliminate the idea that Mixon did return to practice today.
Yep.
But who do you want back first, Joe Mixon or Christian Harris? Who would you, in a perfect world, have back first?
I think in a perfect world, you'd like to see what the offense can be with Joe Mixon. I think that we've seen from the running backs, they've been okay, but you saw such a great step up in the running game when Mixon played against Indy that you felt like this was going to take the running game to a different level, and then the offense was going to go to another level. And we know that a lot of people have been critical of a lot of things with this team. And offensively, now you're going to be without Nico. Of the two guys, Toto has really stepped up where I didn't think he was capable of doing the things that he's done so far. And the defense has been the calling card of this team so far to this point in the season. So of the two guys, not that I need to see either guy against New England, but between the two guys, I would prefer to see Mixon back because of the fact that, we saw it was an ankle. We know that he can get by with that. There's no structural damage. We don't know what the hell's going on with Christian Harris's calf either. And for the long haul, you're going to really need a healthy Christian Harris. It seems to me that if you could get Mixon back and see what he can do and get that running game going, it could actually add layers to your offense catching up to your defense.
Yeah, for me, it's Mixon. I would take Mixon over Harris in terms of the return. And the way that I look at this, it might be a different answer than at the start of the year, but it's who are they replacing? Christian Harris replacing Henry To'oTo'o. Henry Harris is better than To'oTo'o. I'm not, saying that at all. But I don't think that the gap is as large as one we thought at the beginning of the season. But then it's certainly not as large as Joe Mixon over Dare or Cam Akers. I think that Mixon's return over those two guys is far greater of an impact than the return you would have of Harris over Henry To'oTo'o. Obviously, I want both of them back. But in terms of like which one I'd rather have back first, it's Mixon for me because he is greater than who is behind him than Harris is greater than who is behind him or who he's replacing. And then I think you could also throw in the caveat of Nico Collins. Like you're going to be out without your best offensive player, sans CJ Stroud, for at least the next 4 games. So what is one way to kind of compensate for not having your best skill player? By adding to the running game, by bringing back another skill position player to another team. So for me, it's an easy answer with Joe Mixon.
Yeah, I think it's twofold in the fact that not only does he give you a dynamic weapon that you've seen you could utilize and really have success with Nico out, but it's also the best way to kind of do the things you need to do to bide your time while Nico's out is literally bide your time by the running game, eating up clock and limiting the other team's ability to get as many possessions while you methodically push the ball down the field.
I don't like the idea of like turning this offense into 3 yards in a cloud of dust, though. Like this offense to me should still be dynamic and electric. And like CJ Stroud is top 3 in passing in the NFL. The Texans have the number 1 passing attack in the NFL. So, and I still think that you had the pieces to have a really good passing attack. So I don't want it to be like methodical, eat up the clock. I still think that this offense should be good enough to move the ball upfield and score a lot of points.
Yeah, no, I think from my perspective in saying that, it's the fact that we know that this team has been more pass heavy and pass dominant simply because of the fact the running game has been less than. But if you lose Nico Collins, but you add the running game back in with a guy as talented as Mixon, now CJ doesn't have to be making as many big plays. And because the defense has to respect and honor the running game more, maybe bigger plays open up for the other guys that are talented.
Yeah. What are you thinking on this, Brian?
The way I kind of look at it is, what can you do better without? Like, what can you survive more if you're missing them? And I think from what we've seen from the defense, I mean, the defense is still wrecking the Bears' game plan. They're still wrecking Josh Allen and causing him to only complete 9 passes. They're playing as an upper echelon defense even without Christian Harris. So I don't really see now. Could they get better? Would Christian Harris coming back to play and playing at the level he was last year unlock a different level for them? Sure, but they're already good enough right now without him. Whereas on the offensive side, especially now without Nico Collins, I think the same can't be said with Joe Mixon. We've seen Dare struggle. He averaged under 3 yards per carry in their last game. Joe Mixon, to me, provides them more of a boost than Christian Harris would. So for me, it's an easy answer for Joe Mixon.
So no one's saying Harris, huh? Any texters out there? 713-780-3776. The return, like, I know that we're kind of eliminating the return conversation here. Like, which one do we want back first? So it's kind of like, hey, snap a finger, that guy's back. The Harris return bothers me. Like, the timeline of the Harris, and I'm separating the conversation now. This really doesn't pertain to this conversation. I don't think you're getting Harris back for at least another month. Like, I think it's mid-November before we talk about Christian Harris. returning,
I think
returning to playing a
that's-
game.
I think you're probably right, and I think part of that dials into all this is the fact that they know that with the injury he's dealt with, it's already flared up once when they thought he was ready to come back, and you can't have it linger for the rest of the season. So at this point, now that he's already missed the games that he's missed, and because of the fact that your defense is still having success, no matter if he's in the lineup or not, you want to play for the long haul and say, we know how tough the schedule is going to get, and it's going to continue to get for the rest of the season. When we bring him back this time, we don't want to take any chances. Like to your Dusty Baker philosophy, if he's going to be ready in week 6 or week 7, give him till week 8, just so the fact that when you do get him back, he doesn't immediately or quickly go back to the injured list.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. This whole segment is basically war for Texans players. Okay, he's saying wins above replacement, not actual like war.
I
Like,
guess
the
I
Texans
kind
are
of
going
made
to
that argument.
war. They're going to swarm the New England Patriots. I mean, if you are going to war with one team in the NFL, it seems like the Patriots do have some history with it. Like their mascot's kind of, like a
With
back
a
from the
musket?
old days, like in the colonies and stuff like that.
Mhm.
Like I don't think I'd want them in a war.
They
All
always
right,
got those 4 guys in the back of the end zone that look like they got beat to hell.
yeah, it is kind of a war conversation, though. I probably agree with that. What do you need to see Sunday from the Texans to make you feel better about the Texans?
Yeah, I think that when you look at this, and a lot of people are still so critical of where the Texans are and how they're playing, I think it's not the fact that you're just supposed to beat the lowly Patriots. I think how you go about your business. I think you want to make sure that the offensive line woes are behind you. I want to see an offensive line that has more continuity, that keeps the penalties down, that's able to run the football no matter who it is that they're blocking for. And I think that's going to be key. Everybody's going to be watching the wide receivers to make sure that they can fill in for Nico Collins. The bigger thing to me is, can you run the football at all? Can the guys that you're relying on, whether Pierce gets carries or not, can you get into a situation where you can run the football effectively and consistently so that at least someone steps up and shows you, even when Mixon's back, I got another guy in the running game. We know what Dari can do in the passing game with blocking and receiving, but I need a guy that can tote the rock, that can be able to fill in, especially because we said even when you get Mixon back, you don't want him being the workhorse on every single play, every single series. You'd like to give him a series off here and there and have a guy that could still sustain the running game. And just CJ still continuing to be CJ. I think those are the keys. The fact that everybody's worried about, well, how many points are they going to score? Are they going to do this? They're going to do that. Are they going to win by more than the spread? I just need to see progress, that they're continuing to progress in areas that they have struggled, and getting guys back is going to help. But that, because we know that start after the Patriots game, you've got a stretch now where it starts to heat up a little bit with divisional opponents and the Packers and the Jets and things, where you want to see progress.
I really just want to see an easy win. Like they haven't had an easy win all year. This is a game where you should have an easy win. Like, don't be the team that loses to Zach Wilson, Bryce Young, Desmond Ridder. Like, if you're going to be a team that's in the upper echelon of the AFC, and we've categorized the Texans in the upper echelon of the AFC after they beat an upper echelon team like the Buffalo Bills. But all of that goodwill and like the perception of being in that upper echelon, it's gone like that if you lose to a rookie quarterback making his first ever start.
Oh, no doubt.
Like, that's why, even last year was a great first year under D'Amico, rookie year under Stroud, but I never took him seriously as an AFC contender because you're losing games to Zach Wilson, Bryce Young, and Desmond Ridder. I think that they're a more improved team. I think they're a more talented teams. Year 2 of CJ Stroud. So if they are taking that next step, and I'm not even saying that next step means they're in the conference championship or it means that they're in the Super Bowl. I just mean I think higher of them this year than I did last year, because there were times I didn't take them that seriously last year. Yes, a playoff team. Yes, a champion of the AFC South, but I never expected them to be past the divisional round. I do hold them to that standard this year. I do think that they can get past the divisional round. I do think that they're better than last year. But if you lose to a rookie quarterback on a bad football team, you revert right back to where I had them last year.
So does that mean Minnesota, like how Minnesota handled you?
Not even that. Just win by 2 possessions. Like, it's the NFL. It's on the road. I don't need you to win by 30. Like that's not really realistic in the NFL, especially on the road. Win by 2 possessions. Like, take an early lead, have a 10-0 lead after the first quarter, take a 14-point lead at halftime, and just hold the 2-possession lead the entire game.
Yeah.
2-possession lead.
That's fair. I just think that you're supposed to dominate this team.
I mean, you're favored by 6.5, 7.
But regardless, I just want to see the continuity all over the football field that I think people are lacking. Because if you lose this game, you're right. If you lose this game to this quarterback making his first start ever in a team that's less than, now there's going to be a whole lot more behind all these people that have doubts and worries about this team. It's we've been kind of scoffing at the people that are really, highly critical of this Texans team and writing them off. They're 4-1. But if you're 4-2 and that second loss comes, one, you got absolutely blasted by a team like Minnesota where you were supposed to be at least on their level, and no one expected them to be on that level. But then if your second loss comes at a team that's supposed to be significantly less than you, and they beat you with a quarterback in his first ever start, now there's a whole lot of actual substance behind the fact that you doubt what this team can do.
Yeah, but then if you go out and win the rest of your games, no one remembers. Like that matters more in terms of perception and talking heads than it actually matters in real life. Like the Chiefs won the Super Bowl last year. They lost to the Raiders and the Broncos. Like we don't really remember that. Now you could say divisional rivals, blah, 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 blah. And I don't think the Broncos last year, the Raiders last year are as bad as the Patriots are currently. But if you lost to New England and then you win the rest of your games and you run through the playoffs and win the Super Bowl, like it doesn't really matter. I think it matters more in terms of the perception and how we talk of them and then perceive them.
Yeah, because I think that if they don't win the Super Bowl, but they still make the playoffs and do things, look, the Texans did all that last year, and we still remember the games you just rattled off. We remembered losing to the Jets, the Falcons, and the Panthers, and going, what the hell was that? And how did that happen? So I think it
could be lesser than the Super Bowl, though. Like, if you go to the AFC Championship, you're like, oh, my goodness, they lost to the Patriots last year. Like, you would be celebrating kind of, depending on how it all ended. Context matters here. But you'd be looking at the deepest run in franchise history.
Yeah, but at the same time, if you look at the reasons why they lost the game and maybe they don't have home field advantage in that game, and you say, yeah, you lost to the Patriots when you should have beaten the Patriots at a certain time of the year, you still remember the game.
Yeah, but in terms of, like, style points, that to me doesn't matter a ton. Like, yes, you want to see them play better, but how they play stylistically against New England, does that matter 4 weeks down the road?
That's what I want to see. I mean, I don't even care if they win by 2 scores. I want to see progress. I hope that they win by at least a touchdown, but I really want to see the fact that your defensive line actually gets home a few more times and really, gets back to being the defensive line we thought that they were supposed to be, no matter how good the overall defense has been. Offensive line has been a huge issue for this team, both with penalties and performance. I want to see a team that can control the offensive line, that can run the game and give CJ the time that he doesn't have to constantly move in, around, and out of the pocket to do what they need to do. And then from there, look, everything else is cake for me.
I think that's probably a better way to say it than score. You show that you're taking those necessary steps to improve your football team. 9202, if Mills is not in at the end of the game with a big lead, I will not be satisfied. So he wants blowout. He wants blood. He wants Patriot blood. 6517, I want to see a game that is over in the third quarter. That's fair. Get a blowout win. A win by 10 points is good enough for me. We're winning. Let them keep playing. The more we criticize the wins and how much you win by, we missed the point. They won. Take it and improve. Yeah, that's more to the tangible, what is real versus the perception and the belief of the team going forward. And then only Texans game I attended in person was Mark Sanchez's first ever start as a rookie. Thought Mario Williams was going to dominate. Texans lost badly. Could be similar scenario if they take May lightly.
Yeah, their track record with these type of games isn't great, but this is supposed to be another team that's on another level than most of the teams that we've seen in franchise history. You would expect different results, and that's where it gets a little dicey, because I think that if you have another team, to the texter that said just get the dub, sure, if you get another dub, it's great. But if you get another dub and you got to do it on the last possession by being behind and constructing another game-winning drive from C.J. Stroud, there's going to be a whole hell of a lot more doubt and criticism, no matter what it took to get the dub.
I 100% agree. But how tangible is that to an NFL team over the season?
No, I'm saying from a reaction standpoint.
Yeah,
the reaction is going to be people losing their bleeping minds.
Yeah, no doubt. 713-780-ESPN. Buc-ee's. We all like Buc-ee's. What's your favorite thing to get at Buc-ee's? 713-780-3776. But why you might not have faith in society, Buc-ee's checks in third in the national ranking of gas station convenience stores. Third. What's your favorite thing at Buc-ee's? 713-780-3776. And then the other two gas station convenience stores that are ahead of Buc-ee's nationally. I'll tell you what they are next. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
So 2 gas station convenience stores rank higher nationally than Buc-ee's, which I think is a crime. But first, what's your favorite thing at Buc-ee's? 713-780-3776.
The bathrooms.
Agreed.
Yeah. I mean, I know people talk about what the beaver nuggets and all the other things. The best thing is that sometimes, you can, as you know, driving all over the state too, you can get some pretty shady restroom facilities.
I thought you were going to use another SH word.
Yeah, no.
I was a little worried there for a
Smarter
second.
than that. Well, yeah, probably don't get credit for it, but
Well,
yeah.
well, actually, if you said it though, you'd been right.
Yeah.
Because sometimes, not only that, but in the where Buc-ee's is, you go through stretches of 50 miles, 30 miles sometimes, of where there's nowhere to go at all.
Yeah,
It's not an outhouse,
like
but it sure does feel like it when you go inside it.
So it's almost like the oasis in the desert.
5798 says best thing at Buc-ee's is the bathroom. Can't beat a clean stall with a full-size door. Worst thing at Buc-ee's is the traffic. That's true. The traffic there is really bad.
Especially if you're trying to fill up your gas tank, you'll sit there forever.
No one goes there anymore. It's too crowded. Buc-ee's.
Or they're multitasking, so they start their gas, then they go inside,
I hate
and then they spend an extra 10 minutes getting their snack.
I'm okay with starting your gas and going inside. I think that's a good multitasking move. What I don't like is that you pump your gas, you finish, and then you go inside without moving your vehicle.
Oh, yeah, you gotta
that's
move
the one that really annoys me. If you want to start the gas and go in, okay, that's slightly annoying.
No,
but
you
if you're
still
gonna
gotta wait.
but it's not as bad. It's not as long a wait.
Buc-ee's, like we said, it's pretty congested.
Sure, but if you start the gas and go in immediately, it's not as long a wait
No.
than filling your tank, putting the gas pump up,
Oh, that's
leaving your
brutal.
vehicle there, and then going inside. It saves
Well-
you about 2 minutes.
But what's the shortest amount of time you've ever spent in a Buc-ee's? 10 minutes? I mean,
no. I make some quick Buc-ee runs where I'm in there 3-5 minutes tops.
I still don't like, move
Yeah,
the
if I
car.
don't have to use the
Move the
restroom,
car.
I do agree with moving the car. But the lesser of the two moves is starting it going in versus finishing, not moving your car, and then going in. If you were to get food at Buc-ee's, though, what's your play? I usually go fountain drink. Depending on the time of day, I do like the chopped beef brisket sandwich there.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
not bad.
That's great.
I can't remember if it's the rhino or the hippo. The difference is the bacon and the sausage.
I
but
don't
that's
remember.
I like the one with the sausage. I think it's the rhino. The rhino breakfast taco is pretty solid too. I
Got
don't do
great
beaver
kolaches.
nuggets. Yeah, they're pretty good. I don't do the beaver nuggets, but I do the beaver nugget trail mix, where you get a few beaver nuggets mixed in with like some of the, crackers, pretzels, nuts, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I don't know that I've gotten always fountain drink, but I don't know.
Wait,
that
hold on. You've never gotten food from Buc-ee's?
No.
Wow.
Joel.
Nope. No, my
Joel.
daughters will get stuff, but I'll grab like a fountain drink and use the restroom.
Man, yeah, the chopped beef sandwiches are great there. All their barbecue sandwiches, because they have some sliced ones that are really good as well. The kolaches are elite. If stuff that's packaged, they have that huge wall they have of candy and like the chocolate covered nuts. All that stuff is great. You can hardly go wrong at Buc-ee's. The one that it seems like is most divisive when it comes up is the sausage on a stick wrapped in their tortilla.
Never had it.
Really? See, I tend to like it, but people complain about the quality of their tortilla and don't seem to. It seems split. It seems 50-50, but I've always enjoyed
Isn't
that
it
one.
overkill? Like you either have sausage on a stick or you have sausage in a tortilla.
I mean, it's a convenience factor for me, especially if you're getting in the car and then driving. Having the stick helps. I set myself right up for a lot of jokes. There's a lot of jokes that can be made there. I'm not even gonna look at the text line.
Do you want to take a guess at the two stores, convenience gas stores, gas station convenience stores, that were ranked nationally ahead of Buc-ee's?
Wawa?
That is one.
Quick Trip?
That's the second one. That is the
Quick
second
Trip's
one.
big in the Midwest.
Wawa was one. Quick Trip is two. I've been in both. Been in both
What the hell's
of
a
them.
Wawa?
It's a Pennsylvania northeastern.
Oh, it's east. Okay.
Buc-ee's
Yeah, and
thing.
it's moved down to Florida. So there's a lot of them in Florida too, because Florida has a lot of the stuff that the Northeasterners have because they retire in Florida. So you
Okay,
see a
yeah.
lot of like the
Sure.
what is the beef place, the Italian beef hot dog place, Portillo's.
Oh,
They have Portillo's all over Florida. They have Dunkin' Donuts, that's more national
That's
now.
Boston,
But Dunkin'
though,
Donuts
yeah.
started northeast, and then moved to Florida. Wawa, I don't think that either one of these places does anything better than Buc-ee's. I've been to many times. I've been to Wawa. Wawa will do like some sandwich stuff at the the counter, not nearly as good as Buc-ee's food. Their bathrooms are awful. They're smaller than Buc-ee's. I don't think they do one single thing better than Buc-ee's. The only thing that they do that's unique that Buc-ee's does not is that they bottle their own like iced tea. You know, that's it. That's all they do that's extra.
Who cares?
Wawa
Yeah, really,
should
seriously.
not be ahead of Buc-ee's. Quick Trip, I do like Quick Trips. I probably like Quick Trips more than Wawa's, but their bathrooms aren't as clean as
No.
Buc-ee's. They're not nearly as big. They don't have the food selection that Buc-ee's has. There's no way that either one of these two places
I
is
think
better than
Buc-ee's
Buc-ee's.
is Quick Trip on steroids. I think Quick Trip does it good. I think Buc-ee's does it better. Their attention to detail and just everything, not just the bathrooms, but like where everything is, how you can find it, the ease of getting in and out. I think they take it a notch up from a Quick Trip. I've never been to a Wawa.
Yeah, it's not great. It's really not great.
How's the food at Wawa?
It's Wawa and Quick Trip are pretty similar. They're not good. It's like a club sandwich.
Yeah, Quick Trip
It's
either
not
does
very
Quick
good.
Trip either does like sub types deli sandwiches or hot dogs.
Which
they
you
don't
could get at basically any
Yeah,
gas
they
station.
don't
They
do
always
the
have that
elaborate-
refrigerator with the cold club sandwiches that are gross and
They'll make it. They'll make it in front of you.
Oh,
They'll
okay,
make
well,
it
that's
in
a little
front of
bit better
you. So
then.
it is like fresher. It's not like packaged sandwich stuff. And you could do like some wraps and some like chicken salad and stuff like that, or salads. But it's not nearly as
The hot
complicated as the
barbecue
Buc-ee's.
sandwiches at Buc-ee's are elite.
Yeah.
I think that's where Buc-ee's, like I said, takes it to the next level. In fact, you can get chopped beef sandwiches. You can get like really substantial sandwiches made that are right there and fresh, as opposed to just cold cuts.
9788. I'm not going to read the name of that gas station convenience store, although it is a real life gas station convenience store. The one that I saw was in Iowa, is where I saw that place. 9788, but I will not mention it. Can you buy katana at Wawa or Quick Trip? No point goes to Buc-ee's. You can also buy like crawfish boils equipment
buy
at
anything
Buc-ee's.
there.
You could buy like deer
T-shirts.
fingers at Buc-ee's.
You could buy house decorations, T-shirts, coolers, shoes. I mean, anything you can. Books, kids'
Back to
toys.
school, yeah, back to
I
school
mean, seriously,
supplies.
like
You really
literally
can.
anything.
This makes me worry about society that Buc-ee's ranks lower than Wawa and Quick Trip.
Yeah.
It's to me, it's
feels like-
embarrassing.
Was this CBS Sports?
No,
It should have been.
It was Channel 11 CBS. But I think they pulled. It wasn't their story. They just pulled from somewhere.
It feels like this would be made like by a list of people who haven't been to Buc-ee's at all and just putting it on the list because they've heard the reputation, or it's someone who went to Buc-ee's a long time ago before it had been built up even to the level that it is now. Because some of the Buc-ee's, like I know there was one in Pearland as far back as 10 years ago that was just the size of a regular gas station.
There's a couple of those.
Yeah,
the
so
one
maybe they went to one of those Buc-ee's like, really, this is it? So
The one in Richmond isn't even close to like the one in Baytown.
yeah,
Like
Baytown's
size-wise,
great.
they bought another gas station and expanded it a little bit. It's not nearly some of like the powerhouse, big-time Buc-ee's that you see like on I-10.
Yeah, a study from the American Customer Satisfaction Index ranks Buc-ee's third behind Wawa at 1 and Quick Trip at 2. I think what's in play here is people don't like Texas and they associate Buc-ee's with Texas. So you get a lot of these East Coasters like, oh, I love me some Wawa. Buc-ee's from Texas. I'm not putting that very high on my list. I think that's what's in play.
You know
here.
what?
You know what this is? This is East Coast bias.
You know what
this
told
is
me this?
East Coast bias.
Something you just said, Jeremy, told me this list is fried. Say it one more time. Who this list is by, or what it's from?
It is from the American Customer Satisfaction Index.
Who has gone to Buc-ee's and not been satisfied?
No one.
Exactly. So how can it not be number one? And the fact that this is based on customer satisfaction and Buc-ee's isn't one is absurd.
I can fill up the tank. I can empty the tank. I can get great fountain drink. I can get great lunch, breakfast, and supper. I can't do that at Wawa and Quick Trip comfortably.
No, yeah, you fill the tank, empty the tank, and can sit down and take some notes and be very clean in doing so.
Like the only possible bad thing you could say about Buc-ee's is how long it takes to get in and out.
The traffic can get
The traffic can get crazy.
There are certain points of the day where I will not go to a Buc-ee's
Yeah.
because it's too trafficked, and I'm not trying to waste 30 minutes as I'm trying to get somewhere. Brandon T, we have a Quick Trip being built in the Orange area right now. I had never heard of it. I mean, it's nothing special. Quick Trip is actually the logo sponsor for the Kansas City Royals.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, 3,000. Yes, that is the name of the convenience store that I will not read. 8410, ever had a Florida man hype up a sandwich from Publix? It was Subway level. I have been in Publix a few times, and their food's not very good. Their crab legs, though, on another level.
Jameis loves them.
It does. it gets a little discount there, too. All right, what's your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. What's your car wreck of the day? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word from mybookie.ag. Look, you got 2 baseball games tonight. You got football on the horizon all weekend, college and pro ball, and you want to put some money down on some games you might be watching or you might have some extra interest in, you need to go to mybookie.ag. It's the place I always tell you to go because at mybookie.ag, they're constantly thinking of ways to take care of their customers. They're doing it again in 2 separate ways, actually maybe even 3. One, when there's no games going on and you feel like casino games, live dealers are always standing by, so you can play those casino games at mybookie.ag without driving to Louisiana or flying to Vegas. And then the other 2 that are really focused on you, the fact that right now when you sign up, they're doing a double your first deposit up to $1,000. All you have to do is remember our key bonus words, which are Bet975. When they ask you for a bonus code, you use Bet975. You are going to cash in because no matter what you put in your account, there's going to be more put on top of it because of the fact that you used our promo code. More money in your account, more games you can bet on, and of course, more chances you can win. And now they have a loyalty rewards program with tiers. It's called MyBookie Plus. Once you enter in and sign up, you're going to be in the MyBookie Plus program. The more you bet and wager on mybookie.ag, the more the tiers you will climb. And with each increase in a tier, the better the promotions, the better the opportunities, the better the rewards. You get the idea. And the fact is, you can start it all right now today by doing what I always tell you to do. Just go to mybookie.ag, where I always tell you you can bet anything, anytime, anywhere. With the only place I tell you to do it, mybookie.ag, and use our promo code BET975.
Glenn Davis finally got some talent after the 6 o'clock hour. We've had to slum it up with Booker T these last couple of days. Good that Soccer Matters will be back.
Careful.
I guess Booker T is coming up at 8 o'clock today, though.
Don't forget Mondays. I don't think you want to throw those
I
people
said
in the
last
same category.
couple of days. That's
Yeah,
two.
I know.
That's
Okay.
Tuesday, Wednesday. I didn't say a few days, Blinkers. I said couple.
Just looking out.
That's Tuesday, Wednesday. Appreciate you having my back. I did kind of forget about that.
Can't wait for your Hell in a Cell match with Booker T.
Okay, what's he gonna? He can't climb up the side.
I don't. Can you?
Yeah, I can climb the side.
I think the people on at least one of the people on Monday might be able to hurt Jeremy more than Booker T.
Booker T. He's just doesn't have it anymore. Just doesn't have it anymore.
I
He's over the
appreciate your
hill.
future booking here. You're trying to sell this match.
Whatever can get paid. Can sell some tickets. Can it light up a marquee? But Soccer Matters coming up at 6 o'clock. Glenn Davis, you'll want to stick around for that. Let's get to the car wreck of the day. What is yours? 713-780-3776. What is your car wreck of the day, Blankers?
Tom Pelissero put this out this morning. The Seahawks fullback was the lead blocker on a running play and just absolutely steamrolled a defender and got fined $45,000.
Thought it was the right decision.
You did?
It's letter of the law.
Oh, stop.
It is. It is. Like, I might not like the way that it's being officiated these days or what leads to the fine, but the letter of the law says you cannot lead with the crown of the helmet. He very clearly leads with the crown of the helmet.
Man, their shoulder, along with if you want to say the helmet's involved, their shoulder that he leads with first. But you're going to find a fullback who's not making the kind of, but you're going to find him $45,000 for one play like that.
I'm sure it's a percentage of his salary, and I don't see any shoulder. Like, this is lowering
I'm
the
watching
head.
it. I'll put it
right there. Look at that. And he ducked his head, crown of the helmet, right into somebody else's helmet. That's letter of the law.
Shoulder.
That's a letter of the law, crown of the helmet.
I think it's brutal.
It's going to get called every time. That's why Nico Collins got called for this the other day. Like, this is going to happen every single time. And they're going to over police it because they're trying to get concussion and CTE and head injuries out of the game.
All right.
You don't think that's why they're doing it?
I understand why they're trying to clean it up. That is a egregious amount of money. That's ridiculous amount of money.
Straight helmet to helmet.
And I don't see it the way you do.
I think it's not arguable.
I think it is arguable, and I think he starts with the
showing
left
it
shoulder.
to you.
I'm
Look
looking
at
at it
that.
on my computer. I don't
the
need
crown
yours.
of his helmet's in his ear hole.
You can freeze it right there when his head starts going down, but if you look at it, he's just doing his job as a blocker, and he starts with his shoulder.
Let's post this.
I already did. You can do it too. I'm curious.
Is this, how do we want to phrase this? Is this leading with the crown of the helmet or not? Crown of the helmet or not? What's your car wreck of the day, Brian?
My car wreck of the day, I think I did this a few weeks ago as well. The adventures with Mad Dog Russo and some of the, usually it's the pronunciations of names. I think the last one I did was him butchering Jackson Smith and Jigba, who's in Thursday Night Football tonight.
Did he?
This time he was trying to take shots at the Jets and some of their drafting, but also giving them credit for the hits they made. But he put a player on the Jets I don't think was drafted by them.
So that's where Douglas hired the coach who now got fired, and he brought in the quarterback who stinks. So Douglas has to take some of the hits here. I know he's done a good job overall at the draft. I get that. Nobody's going to argue. He's got two big-time players there that are hit picks, Wilson and Minshew, and there's others. But I know Breece Hall, and there's others.
What was he talking
about? But the bottom line is those two you cannot screw up on, especially the quarterback, and the Jets screwed up on a quarterback.
That's who he's talking about. He's talking about Sauce Gardner.
Yes, exactly. It took Jeremy. You went through the process. Everyone did. Right? We're like, who in the world? Oh, Gardner Minshew, Sauce Gardner. Yeah, classic Mad Dog. Trying to give the Jets credit for drafting Gardner Minshew when he was talking about Sauce Gardner. Those players are exactly the same.
He made it worse. Saying Gardner Minshew instead of Sauce Gardner doesn't help out the Jets.
Right, because he just said Minshew.
That's funny.
He just you're right. It makes it worse because he only said Minshew. Like that should have been the clue. You're talking about the wrong person.
I mean, sometimes you just kind of lose your train of thought. You get distracted by other things, and yeah, that happens. But yeah, that's definitely car wreck worthy. He said Gardner Minshew instead of Sauce Gardner. I want to nominate pitching a pitcher on short rest in the playoffs. You can't do this. We've learned time and time again, unless you're Kevin Brown or Madison Bumgarner, you should not be pitching a pitcher on short rest in the playoffs. Dylan Cease got ceased yesterday on short rest.
Night. He screwed up my viewing pleasure for the evening.
What are we doing? Stop throwing guys on short rest. It's almost never works. 95% of the time, it works never.
I would
and about 0% of the time for Verlander.
Yeah.
Is Cole on short rest tonight?
I don't think so.
I was hoping so.
No, I don't think they would throw him on short rest. Especially with his
Especially
elbow
arm
stuff.
problems, yeah.
Yeah, Honey Glazed Branham, Car Wreck of the Day, Brian Michael McDonald for saying Bucky's barbecue sandwich is elite. He probably loves Lance's dry brisket.
It's really good.
Yeah, elite those.
Okay, maybe elite. Yeah,
It's
maybe
elite for a gas station.
Sure, I mix
There's
the words.
levels to
Fine.
this.
It's really
Yeah.
good. Whatever.
It's elite for a gas station. All right, what's winning this?
Not mine.
No, not yours.
Mad Dog?
I'm good with Mad
Yeah,
Dog.
Mad Dog's good.
All right, Mad Dog, you get the win. Congratulations, Mad Dog Russo. Does it for us. Thanks to Brian, the hard work. He's blank on Branham. Talk to you tomorrow, Houston, live from Drift Bar. It's Glenn Davis, Soccer Matters right now.
All right, welcome in, everybody, on the heels of both Joel and Jeremy and the Killer Bees. It is Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm, and we've got a lot to get into here tonight. We got a huge weekend of soccer here in Texas. I got a huge upset to tell you about here. We got El Clasico tickets to give away, Chivas and Club America. We've got a lot of Dynamo talk, and I might even kind of compare it to MLB and the power of teams getting into the playoffs on a high and riding momentum. And we're seeing that. We'll have to see that in Major League Soccer. We'll talk about that in relation to the Houston Dynamo and how important a week from Saturday, their final game of the regular season against the LA Galaxy, will be. First off, a big thank you to John Daspit, the Daspit Law Firm, our presenting sponsors. Big thank you to John and his firm. They are personal injury attorneys. They are the best at what they do, and they are bringing you soccer talk. That is a Daspit Law Firm, daspitlaw.com. We've got, what I've got tonight is, and I want to be careful the way I say this, but this is also going below the surface when it comes to the coverage of soccer in Houston, because we always hear we want the same type of coverage as mainstream Rockets, Astros, Texans, and it's more hard cutting and to the point. A lot of the coverage of those teams, there is a lot more healthy pressure and healthy criticism. So I read an article that somebody forwarded today from the HBJ, the Houston Business Journal. I like the Houston Business Journal, and I'm not. What I want to make clear here is not bagging. I'm not bagging on the person who did the interview with Tim Howard. Tim Howard is in town. He's been showing up at stuff. It's great. The Dynamo have an event tonight, and they're getting prepared. The team is for their final game. But the interview, I mean, when you read this, and I want to make sure I'm respectful to everybody, including Tim. When you read this, this is stuff we've all been hearing here now for 10 to 12 years. Got to have a better youth setup. Got to create a culture. There are inroads in some of those areas. There are not inroads in a lot of those areas. And I would have to add into that the marketing, the promotion of the team, and the connection to the authentic soccer community. So when you read this article that's written, and again, I'm not beating on the writer because the writer's probably not from a soccer background, but there's absolutely no follow-ups to anything Tim says. And it's more than Tim Howard. It's whenever we are doing soccer coverage here, a lot of times we don't listen to the person we're interviewing, and we don't provide a good follow-up. There was a boatload of follow-up questions to Tim in there about execution and how. And sure, we know about soccer culture. We know he knows about soccer culture. But does he know it in Houston? And do they know it in the context of the struggles the MLS product has had here? So I decided, I interviewed Tim when he became the minority owner and he was introduced. Great interview and total gentleman. And I'm going to re-air that interview because I do ask him some follow-up questions and questions that are relevant to those who are thinking deeper about the Dynamo. You should be thinking deeper about the Dynamo. We don't draw. We're not relevant. Don't we want to change that? Unless we have real interviews and we put it on the table and decide on a way of executing a plan, it's all words to me till we start seeing it happen. The Houston Dash, it's been a disaster. It's not something that's a small blip on the radar. It's been a disaster, okay? And I think we have to start growing up a little bit and not being afraid. I'm not bagging on specific people, but there are people that are accountable for how a team performs, the type of hirings and signings, all of this. This is a part of professional sports. Look at the Detroit Tigers, by the way, $18 million payroll. Look at the New York Mets, entered the playoffs. Imagine playing in New York when you're not doing well. We need more of that here. I'm not talking about character assassination. I'm talking about soccer talk, the debate, the fun nature of that. And until we get that, we will not get mainstream coverage. And I got many, many more ideas on that. Okay. 713-780-3776. Let me get off my soapbox. 713-780-3776. We got El Clasico, Chivas Club America. That's Sunday. You've got Monterrey and Tigres on Saturday in San Antonio. And then Saturday night in Austin, you got Mauricio Pochettino, his first match ever for the U.S. against Panama and Coco Carrasquilla. So it's been a week where Pochettino has been able to do training. I saw a really interesting quote from Brad Friedel, speaking of goalkeepers like Tim Howard, who were in the upper echelon. Got a really good piece of sound or a quote from him, and he basically was talking about Pochettino. And, of course, we all know we're going to get, the chutzpah, the machismo. We're going to have workers. Trust me, he's going to take this to another level. And there are people this week working their tails off in front of him in this national team roster, trying to make an impression or reestablish themselves to a new manager. That's what's going on. But Brad Friedel, the former U.S. goalkeeper, made the comment that, yes, they will try to play out of the back, but that Mauricio Pochettino is not going to be foolish enough to try to play out of the back consistently if he doesn't think he has the players to do that. And I think we see that a lot. Playing out of the back became fashionable for a lot of reasons, right? Everybody does it pretty much. The elimination of the long goal kick, it's not there. But a lot of times you do see teams that should not be playing out of the back, and you will see teams, Major League Soccer and every league in the world, that will identify maybe who is the weakest link or who are the weaker links on the ball at the back, and they'll cut off, passing lanes and step between players so that the ball is forced to the weakest passer of the ball, and there's where you press, right? So I think it's interesting. I do think that LA Galaxy game is huge, huge, huge for the Houston Dynamo. It is a huge game because the Dynamo need to reclaim some form, some consistency, some confidence. Their last match in St. Louis was not good. Not good at all. And I think we got to be really, really aware of how the Dynamo are going to enter the playoffs. So we got to get a good game against the LA Galaxy out of the Dynamo. And I think there's a lot of teams in that boat as well. All right, 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776 is the number. I got El Clasico tickets tonight. There was some breaking news. U.S. Soccer laying off 30 staff members. Marketing, sales, sporting, refereeing, and coaching departments. This was per The Athletic. That's kind of interesting. You get two no-nonsense coaches in Emma Hayes and Mauricio Pochettino, and all of a sudden there's 30 laid off. Might tell you something. And we can't do the show without acknowledging Hurricane Milton and Helene. And today I was checking on a few friends. I know many of you were doing the same thing. Crazy how they get hit twice in a row. Reminds me of my family in the Caribbean hit 2 in a row, Cat 5s. My brother's a master at dealing with hurricanes down there because you don't get any help out on an island. Government officials are either flying off the island or taking care of their own families. Police aren't around. And if you're not self-sufficient, you are in a little bit of trouble. Anyway, that's my hurricane talk for the night. So we're hoping everybody with Milton and Helene and those in Florida and then up in North Carolina. The North Carolina one, you just don't really associate that a hurricane with North Carolina. At least I don't, but I think it's changed. All right, big upset today. Greece gets a 2-1 victory over England. This is a first ever win for Greece over England. The interim manager, Lee Carsley, this is not going to help his case if he wants the head coaching job. He's been with youth national teams with England. It was Vangelis Pavlidis. By the way, my good buddy Dimitri at Nico Nikos sent him a message. The lamb shanks are on. We'll get the Retsina out. It's party time for the Greeks. And they played well. They also had 2 goals called back in this one. The goal from Pavlidis comes in the 4th minute of stoppage time. There's a good contingent of Greek fans there going nuts. Remember, Lee Carsley took over for Gareth Southgate. And Pavlidis was dangerous throughout this game. He put Greece up in the beginning of the second half. That goal came in the 49th minute. They had 2 goals called back for offside. If they were a little bit more patient and a little bit more composed, they would have had a 2-goal lead. And then all of a sudden, Jude Bellingham scores in the 87th, ties it up for England. Crowd's going wild. And then 4 minutes into stoppage time, Pavlidis again does it. Incredible. He will get a lifetime supply of incredible olive oil, souvlaki, Retsina, and you name it on his arrival back to Greece. So Greece now has a total of 9 points in their group. This was Nations League. So what a special moment. It was something special to watch, to be honest with you. And this was a good Greek team, and they deserved the win on this day. All right, Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5 on the air here tonight. The call-in number is 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776. Stream, obviously, on ESPN 975, 92.5, but you can get the podcast of the show at Apple, Google, Spotify. Please sign up, subscribe, make it happen. And big shout out to all our sponsors here, and we'll talk about them tonight on the show as well. So we got the full Tim Howard interview from before, and we're also going to do the full Jorge Ramos interview if you have not heard them. They're both excellent interviews with 2 men that have opinions, and you'll get to hear those. Austin FC is now without Josh Wolf. I think we all saw this coming. If you remember when the sporting director by the name of Rodolfo came in, Rodolfo Burrell spoke how highly he was connected to, the friendship he has with Josh Wolf. Well, guess what? He had to fire him. Very tough stuff. It's professional sports. Couple of things here you have to look at, though. If you're looking at the Austin situation, and when you look at Josh Wolf being removed, the first thing you can say is, okay, no playoffs 3 out of 4. That's the line of demarcation, I believe. I'm not sure you shouldn't be fired if you get a team in 8th or 9th place, because we know bad teams get in, but that is the saving grace of coaches in MLS. 18 teams make it out of 29. But if you're not looking and assessing every coach that finishes from 7 to 9 in the Western Conference or the Eastern Conference, something's wrong. We all know that less than stellar performances from coaches and teams get rewarded in MLS with the liberal amount of teams that make the playoffs. It's the way it works. So for you, do you think if you're running a team, if my coach makes the playoff, does he keep the job? If they're mightily inconsistent, or if you got a locker room that has, and I'm not saying this is what was in Austin, but I can't think there was not some problems in the locker room, and that's what happens. You saw the Bureau tackle on Ricky Pooch. That's just pure frustration. By the way, these writers that inflame this stuff, they talk like it's a murder and it's never happened before. These kind of tackles fly all the time. This is a frustrated team. Yes, you have to protect players. We knew he was going to get punished. I don't think he got punished that heavily, frankly. It was a bad tackle, but they happen every game. Every game. So Josh Wolf leaving, well, there's a couple of things there. Fans not showing up in the side seats, healthy pressure from a fan base, combined with not making the playoffs. They had to fire him. And they're not bringing they weren't going to bring Greg Berhalter in. They're not bringing him in. He's with Chicago. You have to distance yourself from Greg Berhalter the connection to Josh Wolf. So make no mistake, the romance is over with Rodolfo Burrell, and he's got to make it happen now. Claudio Reyna has a lot in this whole thing with some of the poor choices with the roster he made with DPs. But if the criteria is simply making the playoffs, then think about this. What a safety net it is for GMs and coaches. No one likes saying this, but we have had the definition of success in MLS maybe co-opted by the, quote, you just got to make the playoffs crowd. All right, we'll take a break here. Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm. Give Me Shelter, Rolling Stones, brought to you by the legendary Cactus Music.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
Man, I think Austin's right on this tonight because another one did bite the dust. I'm about to tell you about it. By the way, as we come back here right now, it's okay, Austin, right? If I put out a couple of tickets right now to El Clasico? All right. Caller number 3 right now at 713-780-3776. These are lower bowl. These are great seats. Chivas, Club America. And I got some huge Chivas news coming up right after this. 713-780-3776. Third caller right now. You got a pair of tickets to Sunday's Chivas Club America match at 713-780-3776. All right, so the big news is basically there was a lot of rumors around the Chivas manager, Fernando Gago, the Argentine. He's a good player. Guadalajara, Chivas, just put out a statement announcing the departure of Gago, effective immediately. He will not be in Houston. So that's it. There was a quote in the statement that said, quote, in the last hours, Gago communicated to the directors his decision to go back to Argentina along with his staff. How about that? So there's obviously a payoff from Boca Juniors. There's obviously something that was in the contract, I would believe. But man, liar, pants on fire, Fernando Gago. Come on. He was telling people nothing was happening. There was no farewells. There was a 3-paragraph statement. That's it. And Chivas now is in need of a new coach halfway through a Liga MX season. There was a lot of rumor around this about the possible departure to go back to Boca Juniors. Remember, he was a Boca Juniors legendary. He was a captain there. And before and after their loss to Atlas, which, by the way, Chivas and Atlas is a huge rivalry match in Guadalajara, which is going to host the World Cup in 2026. He made it very clear. He denied that there was no approach from Boca Juniors. So he lied. I mean, he lied. And so that's it. He said, quote, nobody contacted me. I don't know where this information is coming from. He said in an interview with Telemundo, I haven't had contact with anybody from any other club. People close to me, people on my staff, nobody has contacted with another club. Yeah, BS. Come on. So he's gone. Fernando Gago's gone, and it's over. Now Chivas has got to find a coach. And I sure hope that there's a clause that he walks away like this, and there is, that, they got to get major league compensation from Boca Juniors to let this guy go. I don't know what that number is. It's probably a couple million, but he's gone. So there's a sideline to the game here in Houston, which, again, I think we had a winner, and I think Austin's working on that winner right now. And so I'm excited for people to get out to the El Clasico. That is Sunday. It's 4:30, Chivas Club America at Energy Park. They've met 256 times, two teams with the most Liga MX titles in their history. I think they drew 86,000 last year at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena. Chicago and LA have had them. Houston has never had this rivalry match. There's a whole festival and fan celebration thing around it. So this is perfect if you want to get a little bit of that World Cup feel and you don't know what it is. Head over to Energy Park. And the tickets are priced reasonably. Primetime Sports is the promoters. So you got a big sideline a couple days before it with the manager of Chivas. All right, so let's do a little World Cup moment here. Because we are the host city, or one of the host cities of World Cup 2026. And our World Cup moment is not the happiest of ones, but it will get us and give us an opportunity to reflect on one of the great players in the game, and that is Johan Neeskens, who passed away at 73 years of age. He was in Algeria. Apparently, I haven't read on how he passed, but it was sudden. And I think he was doing some coaching education there. Had a long coaching career after, playing with Ajax, Barcelona, your Cosmos in the Hague to go watch him play. He was part of that huge Dutch revolution with Johan Cruyff and Rinus Michels. Played in 2 World Cup finals, hit the penalty against Germany after, I don't know what it was, 17, 18. It was a whole bunch of passes. Germany never touched the ball. Cruyff blew by Bertie Vogts. Bertie Vogts hacked him down. West Germany, was down 1-0 after Neeskens just blasted his penalty straight in past Sepp Maier. That was World Cup 74. And it was the Netherlands and West Germany. Everybody knows the angst between those two countries. And they would ultimately go on to lose. And a lot of people say that the Netherlands got so focused on trying to embarrass the Germans, they forgot about trying to win the game. That's one of the rumors. They would then go to the World Cup in 78, again, without Johan Cruyff. There was rumors around that. Him with another woman. Cruyff said that the reason he did not go is because his family was tied up and they were threatened. Their lives were threatened, so they didn't want to go to Argentina, and they would lose in the final to Argentina, which there's a lot of history around that World Cup, which we'll get into as we continue to do a little bit of World Cup education since we are hosting World Cup 2026. But Neeskens played in 2 World Cup finals. Incredible work ethic, all-around athletic midfielder. If you mention Johan Cruyff, you have to mention Johan Neeskens. Great guy. Got to meet him a couple times. Great reader of the game. Covered a lot of ground. Fantastic. And just a physical beast in midfield. Could really do it all. He was an all-action, all-around midfielder. Now, here's something interesting. Back in the 80s, and I'm not sure what year this was. It might have been 86. So when I was on the Houston Dynamos, the leagues were faltering. Lots of trouble. Owners who put money in and millions of dollars in at that time were only doing it because they loved the sport. They wanted to promote it. There was never the option of this is a great investment. Okay. There was never that option. Like now you have investors involved with MLS and professional sports that lean heavy to investment. Maybe don't even like soccer for all I know. But let's hope they do, because I think that's important. But the MLS All-Stars came down here and they had a whole bunch of, Tattoo was playing, the Brazilian. I mean, it's just name after name of guys. And Johan Neeskens was on that team. Then it was an all-star game. It was like a friendly. It was us against the MLS All-Stars. And everybody went and drank after and, met Neeskens, talked to Neeskens. A lot of people just. So that's what. And you know where that game was? That game, believe it or not, was in Del Mar Stadium. People have no idea the legendary players that have played at Del Mar Stadium and Butler Stadium, believe it or not. They have no idea. So anyway, that's our World Cup 2026 moment, because we are hosting the World Cup. And rest in peace to the great Johan Neeskens. Was super good guy. Just interesting guy like all of them. And then, by the way, one of his teammates ended up being on Houston at 37 years of age, Wim Serbier, who at that point was, older at the end of his career. Another great guy. But the Dutch, something else. I just want to tag something that I was talking about on the MLS. And I've often said this, and I've observed it over the years, but it's how you enter the playoffs. If you go into the playoffs on a high note or a low note, momentum plays a huge part in this, especially in any playoff league. This is what we know in America, right? I mean, look at the Mets right now in Major League Baseball. Look at the Detroit Tigers. Momentum, confidence. It's how you go into the playoffs. So as much as we can say, wow, look who had the best body of work at the beginning of the year and throughout the entire season, it's really how you enter the playoffs. That's why right now the Dynamo are a little bit of a question mark. We don't really care that much about the first half of the season because there's not a lot of consequence. Let's face it. I think in baseball too. And you get the, it's a long season thing. And then all of a sudden it ratchets up now, and out of the shadows emerges teams with tremendous confidence, tremendous momentum, and an obsession to do well. Whatever these pieces are that have driven them now to this level to perform better. I don't even know if you can ever quantify that. But it's an exercise that has to be completed this season. And it's comfortable to the fans and supporters. And we all get more interested, though. I don't think there's any question when it becomes playoff time. Like every pitch now in baseball matters. Every pass is going to matter once you get into the playoffs in MLS. Every decision is magnified. Every coach's decision. Right now, Ben Olsen has a job. He's got Hector Herrera, who's been out for a while. He's supposed to come back in that game. He's going to have Franco Escobar out against the Galaxy after getting sent off. There's no telling where he's going to be, his sharpness, when he comes back. Yeah, of course, we're going to say, no, it's not going to be a problem. But these are things you have to keep an eye on. Are you feeling it, Dynamo fan? Is this the year for glory? Is the script set now with Hector Herrera expected to come back and lead the Dynamo to glory? What do you think? The Dynamo right now might need the international break, certainly to reboot from the injury standpoint, but they're going to have to reclaim and have a good game against the Galaxy to feel good going into the playoffs in 10 days. That's my guess. Against St. Louis, there was nothing good about this game, honestly. 14th minute, Betcher scores off a first-time cross. Dynamo sloppy trying to get out of their end of the field. Never get pressure on a ball that's set out wide. The guy one times it. Betcher gets in at the near post. Takes his goal nicely. Kid that played at St. Louis University. 47th minute, he does it again. The Dynamo get overcommitted forward. Artur tries to play a ball out wide. It gets cut out. And now 7 Dynamo players are on the wrong side of the ball trying to get back. They hit a direct ball to Betcher. He gets behind Sviatchenko and Bartlow. And now Betcher's looking like the next coming of Erling Haaland. Oh, it's 2-0. Dynamo did have some chances in the second half. Sebas Ferreira had a header denied. Don't know what his future is going to be. Then Escobar gets the second yellow. He's sent off. And Coco had a nice hit from longer range. And then stoppage time, the Dynamo asleep again. I was like they were waiting for the final whistle. It's a sloppy goal. Jake Nerwinski gets it off the bench, and it's 3-0. And now I do think you have to be concerned going into the Galaxy game. And the Dynamo can finish anywhere from 5th to 8th. And, boy, you don't want to lose that Galaxy game and have results go against you and be in a singular playoff game. I don't think anybody wants that. Now, I heard people raving about Brooklyn Raines. I'm going to rave about Brooklyn Raines because I think he had good moments in that game. But the most important thing here is he got 90 minutes. He's still naive. He's a young player with potential, a lot of good potential. But he was naive on some of the goals. But he is a good young player, and I was excited to see him get the 90 minutes because you know what? You have to let him make some mistakes. The experience is going to bode well for him. But he needs more high-level matches like that. Outside of that, I think everybody on the Dynamo were below average. What is the line of success in Major League Soccer? The answer is the playoffs. And that is the bottom line. You make the playoffs, everybody considers it a good season. Whether you're 8 or 9, it's a good year. And that's the way it's designed. Bad teams make the playoffs in MLS. But let me tell you, they can turn into good teams. And we've seen it happen time and time again. So we're going to see once the playoffs start, what teams in Major League Soccer are going to morph into something different. All right, we'll take a break. Another pair of tickets right now at 713-780-3776. Caller number 4, another pair of tickets to Club America Chivas this Sunday, lower bowl tickets. These are great seats. Right now, 713-780-3776. Caller number 4. We'll take a break. Break is brought to you by LamontBrands.com, where you get the T-shirts and hats for Soccer Matters to benefit the 501c charity, the Snowdrop Foundation.